Chapter 1 I must be a chef. Ask for flower collection. I didn't expect that I would still come here. It is also a vocational college, which is much better than something like New Oriental. Lucien looked at the splendid gate of UNU Academy, and the buildings behind it like a country within a city, as well as the luxury cars around, and said softly. At the same time, there is a tinge of unreal comical feeling about his own experience. He, Lucien, a former Earth nerd and now a traveler, an orphan, is addicted to food and animation every day, unable to extricate himself. Until one day ago, when he once again brushed the animations of Spirit of the Halberd and China Little Master, he passed through. After transmigrating to this unlucky ghost Lucien with the same name and surname and the same orphan, the memory in his mind and a recommendation letter for transfer students from UNU Academy in his hand, he clearly told Lucien that he transmigrated to the place of eating halberds. Spirit world. However, at that time, Lucien did not want to use this letter of recommendation to take the transfer exam at Taijutsu Academy, thus officially entering the chef industry, which is more promising in this world. Because, although Lucien in his previous life liked to watch food and animation, the highest level of cooking he had ever cooked was scrambled eggs. Unlucky ghost Lucien also knew nothing about cooking. Joke. With his scrambled eggs level cooking skills, how can he compete with those second-generation chefs who have been exposed to cooking since childhood? Not to mention taking the transfer exam at Taijutsu Academy. But now, Lucien is still standing in front of UNU's gate, and is preparing to take the exam. Let Lucien make this decision, it is his gold finger. That's right, according to the basic law of traversers, Lucien is also a person with golden fingers. He has a system. A system with simple functions. I don't know if it was influenced by watching the two animations The Spirit of the Halberd and China Little Master at the same time before time travel, or because the names of the original protagonists of Lucien and China Little Master are only one word apart. While eating the Spirit of the Halberd world, Lucien also has an ability. This ability means that he has all the recipes in the China Little Master world, and each recipe can be used once. When using it, Lucien can get all the cooking skills of the original chef of the current recipe. It can make Lucien perfectly copy the recipes recorded in the recipe. The effect lasts for 24 hours, after which the cooking skills of the raw materials will disappear, leaving only a memory and understanding, for Lucien to climb the peak of culinary skills in the future at bricks and mortar. Of course, in addition, Lucien also inherited a fluent island dialect. This is also the reason why Lucien clearly knows that he only has scrambled eggs level cooking skills, but he still has the confidence to take the exam. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. Chapter 1 I must be a chef. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. What really made Lucien make up his mind and decide to step into the promising industry of chefs is the power possessed by the Golden Finger system, a great force that belongs to the world of Chinese young masters. As a former otaku who is addicted to food and animation, of course Lucien knows that the chefs in the world of China's little masters are not as simple as ordinary chefs, not to mention those luminous dishes and magical methods, nor to talk about the legend among the 7 kitchen utensils, from the Huangyi martial arts level of martial arts displayed by the cooks in the Chinese Little Master world, we know that the world is not simple. And the final big boss of the Small Master world, Into the Cloud Dragon Caillou, even admits the existence of internal power, and the breaking magic 8-array dishes completed by using internal power can even control people's hearts. And Lucien not only inherited all the recipes of the Small Master world, but also has the qualification to cultivate inner strength. And when he traveled through, there was a will in his mind telling him that when he cultivated his inner strength to the limit, he could live forever. Immortal. The biggest temptation in the world, no one. From ancient times to the present, how many dignitaries have given up everything in order to achieve this goal, and now Lucien has the opportunity to achieve this goal. And the will in the dark told Lucien, who was passing through, that there were only two ways to improve internal strength. One is to learn chef knowledge and improve your cooking skills. With the improvement of cooking skills, you will gain experience points, improve the level of real cooking skills, and your internal strength will naturally increase. The second is to taste the high-end dishes made by others other than yourself, and to gain experience points according to the deliciousness of the dishes, to improve the level of real cooking skills and to improve internal strength. In other words, if Lucien wants to live forever, he must climb to the top on the path of being a chef. And if he wants to learn cooking knowledge, but also wants to taste high-end cuisine, in the world of the spirit of eating halberd, is there anything more suitable for him than Tatsuki Academy? But if he wants to enter UNU Academy to achieve his goal, Lucien must pass the transfer student exam, unless he does not want to live forever. Does this still require a choice? Of course not. The thoughts in my mind flashed one after another, and when I came back to look at the gorgeous door in front of me, those second-generation chefs who also came to take the exam, Lucien's eyes were more determined. I must be a chef, Lucien said word by word in his heart. Afterwards, Lucien took firm steps and strode into the gate of UNU Academy. Text Chapter 2_Legendary Heroine Ask for Flower Collection. Looking at Lucien, who strode in, the other students around him looked at him in surprise. It was impossible for them not to be surprised. After all, they are also here for the exam. They each have bodyguards and assistants. Only Lucien is alone, and he doesn't look like he is very wealthy. This is very strange. You know, the cost of learning to cook in this world is very high, and the average family cannot afford it. In addition, it is not easy to obtain the recommendation letter for transfer students from Tatsuki Academy. Each of them has made a name for themselves in the cooking industry, in order to allow them to better inherit the family business. It took a huge price to get the qualification for the transfer exam. That's why Lucien, who seems to be wearing ordinary clothes, makes them feel so weird. Lucien didn't care about other people's eyes, but handed the recommendation letter in his hand to the manager in front of him. A recommendation for Zonghua Building? Haven't heard the name of this store. The management looked at Lucien's recommendation letter and muttered to himself. An old shop in China, not very famous. Lucien's eyes twitched and he responded aloud. In fact, he didn't even know what the so-called Zonghua Building was, and when he saw the name on the recommendation letter for the first time, he was unable to complain. Returning to the Zonghua Building, is the boss called Hua Yingying or Wuming? Okay, let's go in. The management didn't care. After all, the seal of UNU Academy on Lucien's recommendation letter could not be faked. Lucien breathed a sigh of relief and walked in quickly. Standing still in the square, Lucien looked around, but couldn't find the spiky-headed figure in his heart. Just as he was about to look around, he heard a burst of radio sound. Students who are taking the transfer exam, please come in within 3 minutes. Gather at the front door auditorium. Hearing the sound of the broadcast, the crowd immediately became agitated, and Lucien also quickly followed the crowd and ran to the so-called auditorium. Walking into the auditorium, Lucien found that he seemed to be the last wave. He found a corner to stand and found that there were about 200 or 300 people taking the test. Da-da-da. Suddenly, Lucien heard footsteps in front of him. Someone should be coming here. Sure enough, after a while, Lucien found that no one was standing at the front. Chapter 2_Legendary Heroine. Sure enough, after a while, Lucien found that no one was standing at the front. With good eyesight, Lucien discovered that standing in front of him was a girl with chestnut hair and a good figure, with delicate facial features and extremely beautiful. This is. Before Lucien could react, the people next to him started to make a loud noise when they saw the girl's first glance. It's over, why is she? It's over, It's over, it's dead now. There must be no way for us to pass the legendary tongue of God. Yeah, if she says it's unpalatable, our whole life will be over. Listening to the noise of the people around, Lucien finally determined what he was thinking. The girl in front of him was the heroine of the Spirit of Eating Halberds. Cut Arena. And the girl beside him should be the legendary secretary and a big beauty. Although her figure is a little worse than Arena's, but compared to her peers on Earth in her previous life, she already belongs to the category that is not good or bad. Seeing this, Lucien couldn't help sighing. The people in this world have developed so well. Because Arena is notoriously strict, she is the chief examiner of this transfer exam, and the people around her are like dead parents. It seems that I finally caught up with this scene. Unlike others, Lucien was greatly relieved. Not only because of seeing the legendary heroine, but also because he thought that what happened next would be extremely beneficial to him. After all, due to the limitation of ability, Lucien can only cook Chinese food now, and the teaching philosophy of Yuanyu Academy is to learn all cooking systems and go out of his own way. But it's not limited to Chinese food. If another examiner asks a question about Western cuisine, Lucien has nothing to do. In contrast, the egg cooking question by Arena, who is feared by others like a tiger, is right in Lucien's arms. Thinking of this, Lucien's mouth could not help but evoke a smile. He has already thought about his next plan. Text Chapter 3_Golden Egg Fried Rice Ask for Flour Collection. Quiet. Let's start to clarify the examination process. First, we will divide into groups according to the application serial number, conduct interviews and secondary review of materials, and then will be the actual 3-course cooking test. Just when Lucien was thinking about it, the little secretary in front of the new household Fichazi had already talked about the assessment process. However, Lucien did not listen carefully, because he had already anticipated the next development. Sure enough, before the little secretary could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Arena, who showed an impatient expression next to him. Enough. It's really boring, let's be flexible. By the way, go and move the cooking table. Come here. The little secretary next to him was taken aback for a moment. This obviously does not conform to the process. However, she was already accustomed to the character and behavior of her eldest lady, so she did not stop her, but immediately ordered someone to bring the cooking table over as Arena said. It didn't take long, and the staff who didn't know where they popped out moved the cooking table in front of everyone. Looking at the cooking table in front of her, Arena stepped forward to pick up an egg, looked at everyone with a queen expression on her face, and said softly, "You guys will use this as the main ingredient. Make a dish that will satisfy my tongue, you can pass the transfer exam at Tatsuki Academy." What? It's actually using eggs to make dishes that satisfy Arena-sama's God's tongue? How is that possible? As soon as Arena's voice fell, everyone present became even more agitated. Originally, seeing Arena serving as the examiner for this assessment, they were even more uneasy in their hearts, and when they heard the requirements in the meeting, they completely fell into despair. However, when Lucien heard Huey's request, the smile on the corner of his mouth became even bigger. Fortunately, nothing has changed. Looking at the people who were more flustered and at a loss, Arena's mouth twitched into a disdainful smile, and she raised her head and said, "From now on, within 1 minute, you are allowed to abstain from the exam, and the exam will officially start in 1 minute." In an instant, the entire auditorium rioted, and countless people ran out without being able to get in. However, unlike the rioting crowd, Lucien's heart became more and more calm. He stood motionless in the corner, watching from the sidelines. "Hey, why are you running?" Suddenly, Lucien heard a loud noise. Looking up, I saw a red spiky head holding a panic-stricken person, asking what this was. "Let go. Are you crazy?" She is Kyrana with the tongue of God. Legend has it that when she was 3 months old, she was able to pick and choose from breast milk, and she has been a taster in famous stores around the world since she was a child. The masters of the cooking world are her regular customers. It is impossible for her to take a fancy to our cooking, and if she is identified as incompetent, it will be known by the whole cooking world. I want to get mixed up in the culinary world. The person who was caught sprinted loudly and roared, and then ran away quickly. In the lobby where there were hundreds of people just now, only Lucine was left, and the red spiky head was still standing here. Chapter 3-Golden Egg Fried Rice. In the lobby where there were hundreds of people just now, only Lucine was left, and the red spiky head was still standing here. I think this red spiky head is the original protagonist. Fortunately, it's true. I really caught up. Seeing this scene, Lucine's heart was clear, and at the same time, he was more confident about what was about to happen. Hey, why haven't you two left yet? Are you going to be tested? Erina, who was in front of her, asked. Erina is very upset now. Originally, she didn't want to preside over this boring transfer exam, but as a top 10, she couldn't refuse, so she could only temporarily raise the requirements to let these inferior chefs retreat. After all, he didn't want to make himself noble. God's tongue tasted the dishes made by these people. The plan went very smoothly at first. The inferior chefs fled after seeing themselves and hearing their requests. Erina, who thought she could play poker with Fishako, suddenly found out that there were two other people standing there motionless. That red spiky head is nothing more than that. What's even more hateful is that black-haired boy, who actually looked at himself with a relaxed smile on his face. What's going on with this person? Did he think that Miss Ben's topic is very simple? Do you look down on Miss Ben? Erina roared loudly in her heart, and gave Lucine a vicious look. Looking at Erina's big white eyes in front of him, Lucine's face was stunned. He didn't know how he suddenly got this arrogant young lady. But he didn't care because he knew Erina's character. He and Soma Yukari, who were next to him, answered in unison, "We accept the assessment." At the same time, he turned his head and glanced at each other, and each saw the raging battle in the other's eyes. Meaning, "Okay, since you are so confident, let's get started. I want to see what you can do. I hope you don't regret the decision you made for a while." Erina rushed a little angrily after hearing the two's answers. The two said. Lucine and Xi and Ping Chuangzhen walked silently to their respective cooking stations together. Looking at the unfamiliar cooking table in front of him, Lucine's heart did not have a trace of fear, but was full of strong curiosity. "Now it's time to take a look at your gold finger, what kind of power it has." Lucine closed his eyes. "Inspire the golden egg fried rice recipe in your head." Brush. A never-before-seen energy flowed through Lucine's body, filling him with power. At the same time, a piece of unfamiliar knowledge flooded into his mind. Open one's eyes. A brand new world unfolds in front of Lucine. Text Chapter 4 Let me taste the tongue of God. Ask for flour collection. The cooking table in front of him remains unchanged, but Lucine knows that everything is different. A second ago, he was Lucine who only had scrambled eggs level cooking skills, and now, a second later, he is Lucine who inherited the super low-class cooking skills in the Little Master Lusubaru's golden egg fried rice recipe scene, although the current Lucine can only cook golden egg fried rice this dish. Looking at the various kitchen utensils on the cooking table in front of him, Lucine can feel an unprecedented intimacy, and he can even feel his heartfelt love for cooking now. More importantly, Lucine clearly felt that there was a thick and strange force flowing slowly in his body, making his body full of vitality. I think this is the so-called internal force. I didn't expect that as a chef, I could actually realize my childhood martial arts dream. Lucine secretly complained in his heart. Start now. After thinking about it, Lu Xing gently pulled out a kitchen knife. This type of kitchen knife is a typical Western-style kitchen knife that is narrow and long, rather than the Chinese-style large kitchen knife that Lu Xing is now used to. Therefore, Lu Xing plans to first get familiar with this kitchen knife. He held the kitchen knife tightly, raised his right hand high, and chopped down slowly, feeling the feel formed between the wind speed and the kitchen knife. Looking at Lu Xing's strange movements, Erina couldn't help asking, "Hey, what are you doing?" "I've never tried this kind of knife, I want to get familiar with it," Lu Xing replied lightly after hearing Erina's question. "What? You have never even used a kitchen knife like this, so dare you to take part in the assessment? You really don't know what to do?" Erina yelled angrily when she heard Lu Xing's answer. Lu Xing was non-committal to Erina's questioning, but still focused on holding the kitchen knife, making downward slashing movements, and with his movements, the internal force in his body also automatically ran uncontrollably, causing Lu Xing the movements were getting faster and faster, gradually forming a strong wind, blowing forward. Brush. 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 Erina looked at Lu Xing's non-committal expression just as she was about to scold Lu Xing loudly, when she suddenly felt a strong wind blowing towards her from Lu Xing, causing her cheeks to hurt, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Xing suspiciously. Whoever moves faster and faster as Lu Xing swings the knife, the phantoms have appeared between the arms, and the knife chi born between the swings is the culprit that makes her cheeks hurt. Seeing all this, Erina was horrified. What the hell is this? Is it Chinese Kung Fu? She couldn't help but look at Fai Shizi next to her, and in the eyes of the little secretary, she also saw a strong horror. For a time even forgot to scold Lu Xing. Lu Xing's actions on this side were powerful and even disturbed Soma Kopii, who had been addicted to his own cooking and couldn't extricate himself. "It's amazing," whispered a whisper, and Soma Yukihira continued to busy himself with cooking. Call let out a long breath, Lu Xing stopped his movements. For a time, the knife chi that filled the lobby disappeared instantly. "How did you do it?" As soon as Lu Xing stopped, Erina asked impatiently. Chapter 4 Let me taste the tongue of God. How did you do it? As soon as Lu Xing stopped, Erina asked impatiently. It's nothing, just basic skills. Lu Xing smiled and didn't say much. After all, Lu Xing couldn't explain to Erina about the issue of internal strength. Besides, in the worldview of Little Master, it really belongs to basic skills. From this point of view, Lu Xing did not deceive Erina. Listening to Lu Xing's perfunctory, Erina turned her head angrily and did not look at him. Now you can start cooking. Lu Xing looked around on the cooking table and found that he didn't have the ingredients he needed. He shouted to Erina loudly, "Hey, great beauty, can you provide me with some cleanliness? Leftovers. Big beauty. Are you talking about me?" Hearing Lu Xing's cry, Erina pointed to herself with a look of disbelief. "Yes, you are very beautiful, what's the problem with saying that?" Lu Xing's face was sincere. After all, he was telling the truth. Erina was really beautiful, and her figure was not in line with common sense. When he saw her, Lu Xing felt very amazing, and now it is the same, sighing in his heart, "It's good to be an author on the shore, there are a lot of benefits. Damn, how dare this nasty black-haired boy tease me." But Erina didn't appreciate it, she thought Lu Xing was teasing her, after all, no one dared to speak like her. Before she had a seizure, she heard Fai Shizi, the little secretary next to her, shout loudly, "What? How dare you let Erina-sama eat leftovers?" Fai Shizi couldn't believe it. "Yeah, is there any problem? Yuanyu Academy is obliged to provide students with all the ingredients that do not violate the regulations, right?" Lu Xing asked rhetorically. This. Fai Shako wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Erina next to her. "Do as he says, Faishazi. Yes. Hearing Erina say this, Faishazi didn't say anything anymore, and after a while she took out a bowl of clean leftovers and put it in front of Lucine. Let's talk about it first. This kind of inferior food made from leftovers, I don't know what to say. Erina looked at Lucine's arrogant face. Don't rush to a conclusion, let's talk about it after I make it. Lucine is confident about the cooking he will make. Humph. Erina snorted and made up her mind that she would never eat the dishes made by Lucine. Looking at Erina's classic arrogant expression, Lucine suddenly had a bold idea for some reason. He couldn't help but say to Erina, Beauty, let's make a bet, shall we? If the next dish I cook is not delicious, I will not enter the kitchen for the rest of my life, and I will be your servant for the rest of my life. If it's delicious. Having said that, Lucine paused and evoked a wicked smile. If it's delicious, give me a kiss, and let me taste what the tongue of God is like. How about it, miss, dare you bet? Text chapter 5_Mom's Taste Ask for Flower Collection. Hearing Lucine's words, the entire lobby was silent. Erina couldn't believe it, and Faishako was even more frightened, as if she had seen a devil. How dare you be so arrogant to Erina-sama? Faishazi, who reacted loudly, asked Lucine. Lucine didn't care about her, and still looked at Erina with a playful expression. Erina was also shocked by Lucine's sassy operation. She was speechless. You must know that Kiri Erina is the granddaughter of the dignified God's tongue, the eldest lady of the Kiri family, the devil of the eater, and the granddaughter of Kiri Sentimon. What? And this black-haired boy dared to blatantly molest her. Aren't you afraid of dying? But when Erina saw Lucine's abhorrent expression, her brain suddenly became hot and she blurted out, Okay, I promise you. As soon as Erina's words came out, Lucine was surprised. He just wanted to motify Erina, but he didn't expect that she would really agree. Surprised but surprised, Lucine responded immediately, Okay, then it's such a pleasant decision. Miss, why did you agree to him? In case. Faishako, who had been unable to speak, looked at Erina worriedly. There is no case, this damned boy, just wait to be my servant. Erina said loudly. Seeing this, Faishazi couldn't say anything, so she could only stare at Lucine with anger. Lucine did not care about the two beauties in front, but took out a piece of scallion and cut it up. Da-da. With Lucine's movements, a series of crisp voices sounded. Hearing this voice, Faishazi was even more worried, because he knew that this was the performance of the swordsman's entering the room, and thinking about Lucine's terrifying basic skills just now, she was really worried that Erina would lose. Erina, who heard the same voice, also had a trace of panic in her eyes, but she still managed to remain calm. After cutting the scallion white, Lucine took out 4 eggs with one hand. Without seeing how he moved, the eggshells were thrown into the trash can with both hands, while the egg whites fell into the pot together. In the end, I added pepper, salt, and the chopped green onion, stir-fry it together, and hold chopsticks in the other hand from time to time. I don't know what to pick. He actually fry the egg yolk and egg white together like this, not only without stirring, but also without adding any side dishes, only some simple seasonings. Is this really edible? Seeing Lucine's actions, Faishazi blurted out. This damn boy, it's just a simple thing to make egg fried rice. I didn't expect him to want to give me such a simple egg fried rice. It's abominable. Do you think I'm really that easy to kill? Erina darkened. Grit your teeth. That's right. When Lucine asked Erina for leftovers, she thought of the theme of eggs. Erina knew that Lucine wanted to make egg fried rice, and egg fried rice was just fine, but she did not expect that Lucine would say such simple egg fried rice. Just when Erina was thinking about it, Somakahe had already brought up his own dishes. Looking at the dish of freshly boiled rice with scrambled eggs on top and chicken stock jelly underneath, Erina turned blue with anger and asked, "This is egg bibimbap?" "That's right. Soma Yukihira's special transformation. Bibimbap." Hearing Soma Kahe's words, Erina's forehead could not help bursting with blue veins. You inferior cooks, one uses eggs for bibimbap, and the other intends to use low-grade foods such as egg fried rice to perfunctory. Me. I don't want to eat it. Xin Pingchuang really did not speak, but just put the scrambled eggs and soup jelly on the steaming rice, and saw that under the heat of the rice, the soup jelly gradually melted, covered, and penetrated into the rice and scrambled eggs. Chapter 5_Mom's Taste. Xin Pingchuang really did not speak, but just put the scrambled eggs and soup jelly on the steaming rice, and saw that under the heat of the rice, the soup jelly gradually melted, covered, and penetrated into the rice and scrambled eggs. The rich aroma wafts out immediately. As the owner of the tongue of God, Erina naturally doesn't know how to sing. Naturally, she smelled the aroma and couldn't help but pick up a spoon and put a mouthful of egg bibimbap in her mouth. Moment. Erina's face was flushed and her whole body was shaking. It seems to be in some kind of strange state. When Lu Xing, who was carrying his own dishes, saw this scene, he not only complained secretly, "The human body in this world is really sensitive, no wonder they are so, pursuing the enjoyment of food." He glanced at Soma Kahe again, the king of medicine. The name really lives up to its reputation. It didn't take long for Erina to wake up, a look of unwillingness flashed across her face, and before her arrogant soul erupted, Lu Xing hurriedly served her own dishes. "This is my Lu-style golden fried rice." After speaking, Lu Xing lifted the lid on the cooking. At this moment, the sun shone on the fried rice, and the egg fried rice instantly gave off a dazzling golden light. Is this really fried rice?" Except for Lu Xing, all three present were shocked. In the fried rice on the plate, each grain is wrapped in a layer of egg liquid, not a single case is missed, and there is no variegated color on the plate under the sunlight, just like gold. "How did you do it? Can it be so uniform just by stirring it?" Erina asked Lu Xing with a horrified face. "Of course, this is the basic skill, isn't it? Where's the green onion in there? Of course it was picked out in the stir-fry. This is also the basic skill," Lu Xing boasted. "Try it and don't forget our bet." Listening to Lu Xing's words, Erina was determined not to eat it, but she couldn't restrain her curiosity when she smelled the aroma, so she could only comfort herself psychologically, "I am a judge, and my professional ethics requires me to have a taste. This dish." With this excuse, Erina felt at ease, picked up a spoon and dug a mouthful of golden fried rice and put it in her mouth. As soon as the fried rice was entered, a picture appeared in Erina's mind. One day, Erina, who was still a child, was very, very hungry, crying and screaming, until a gentle woman who could not see her face fed her golden fried rice. "Nana, be good. Come open your mouth." Erina felt it, and as the taste of golden fried rice burst out in her mouth, she seemed to be trapped in the warm embrace of her mother when she was a child. Afterwards, Erina felt this way for the first time. It's Mom's taste. Text Chapter 6 The Power of Premium Egg Fried Rice. Ask for collection and reward. Mom. Erina has been in a strange state since she took her first bite of golden egg fried rice. She closed her eyes, her expression was sad, and there seemed to be tears in the corners of her eyes, as if she was recalling something, and she called out to her mother, like a little girl who was wronged. Rina also did not forget to eat golden egg fried rice bite by bite. The little secretary Faishazi next to her stared at everything in front of her with wide eyes. It was the first time she saw the state in her eldest young lady since she was a child. She was a little overwhelmed and didn't know if she should wake up the intoxication. The eldest lady in the cooking. What the hell did this man do? Fai Shizi couldn't help but cast a confused and surprised look at Lu Xing, puzzled in her heart. Damn, is this person better at cooking than me? It looks like this academy is really here. Xin Ping Chuangzhen, who was on the side, also raised his eyes and looked at Lu Xing. His heart was shocked. After all, before that, he never believed that someone of his age could surpass himself in cooking, but now, looking at Erina's intoxicated expression, he had to admit that the black-haired boy beside him had better cooking skills than him. As the initiator, Lu Xing didn't pay attention to the eyes of the little secretary and Yukihira, but stared at Erina, who was completely different from usual at this moment. To tell the truth, Lu Xing is also very surprised now. He had no idea that his golden egg fried rice could achieve such an effect. Thinking about it carefully, Lu Xing couldn't help feeling relieved. You must know that this golden egg fried rice made by him has reached a high score of super low in the system's rating. In other words, Lu Xing's Liu's golden fried rice is a premium dish. What is a specialty dish? In the world of China's little masters, chefs with advanced cooking skills can be awarded the title of super chef after passing the assessment, which is the limit that ordinary chefs can achieve in theory. Then the corresponding superior dishes is the theoretical limit of cooking. And Lu Xing's Liu's golden fried rice is such an extreme dish. Although it has only reached the level of super low grade, it is still at the bottom of the super dishes. Chapter 6: The Power of Premium Egg Fried Rice. Ask for collection and reward - page 1/2. And Lu Xing's Liu's golden fried rice is such an extreme dish. Although it has only reached the level of super low grade, it is still at the bottom of the super dishes. But the so-called Liu's golden fried rice is nothing but egg fried rice. An egg fried rice is only a simple meal in Chinese cuisine, even if it is made by a very powerful chef. According to the system's rating, it can only reach superior, and cannot enter superior at all. And this golden egg fried rice recipe made by Lu Xing's little master was developed by the super chef Bai Xianve, the mother of the little master. Only such a recipe, coupled with the cooking skills of the little master, can make mediocre egg fried rice has reached the level of superior. In the original book of the Little Master, it was said that the dishes of Bai Fairy can give people warmth, and more importantly, when using the cooking skills of the Little Master to make this dish, Lu Xing felt vaguely, like a strange sunshine, the warm spiritual power was injected into the dishes, but this thing was too fantasy, and Lu Xing was not sure. Considering Erina's sympathetic childhood experiences, it's no surprise that this dish worked like this. Thinking of Erina's sympathetic childhood experiences, and seeing Erina, who was completely plunged into sadness, who seemed weak and helpless, Lu Xing couldn't help but feel a hint of tenderness in her heart. He stepped forward, tapped the table lightly, and said, "Hey, big beauty, isn't my cooking delicious? It's completely unstoppable, right? You think it's delicious, right? So according to our agreement, let me taste what the legendary god's tongue tastes like," he said. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pointed to his own lips. Erina, who was immersed in the atmosphere brought by the cooking, was awakened by Lu Xing's voice. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the greasy smile on Lu Xing's face. Gentle. Erina was stunned for a moment. Her arrogant heart broke out completely. With tears in her eyes, she shouted loudly, "Damn boy, who needs your sympathy? What do you know? I'll tell you now, the cooking you cook. Not tasty at all. Fai Shizi, let's go." Afterwards, she ignored Lu Xing's reaction and greeted Fai Shizi, who was completely stunned, to the side, ready to go to the place she had come from. Lu Xing was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Erina to have such a reaction, and before he could recover, he looked at Xin Ping Xuangzhen next to him and pointed to Lu Xing and shouted loudly, "Why are you like this? The egg bibimbap is nothing more than that. Isn't this gentleman's egg fried rice delicious? And you are completely immersed in the feeling brought by the cooking, right? How can you say that it is not delicious? Erina's footsteps paused after hearing Soma Yukihira's words. Erina turned her head to look at Lucine. Her eyes were unprecedentedly complex, and it took a while before she said, "Although the food you two low-level cooks cook is not delicious, I still tell you mercifully, you are qualified." After saying that, he walked forward without looking back. Text Chapter 7 _ the beginning of everything. Ask for flower collection. What's the matter with this woman? Yukihira Soma was taken aback by Erina's reaction and muttered softly. His voice woke up Lucine, who was also in a dazed state. Lucine took the initiative to step forward, looked at Soma Yukiping and said, "Hello, my name is Lucine, I'm from China, it's a pleasure to meet you and." "Hello, my name is Chuangzhen Xinping, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Looking at Lucine's actions, Chuangzhen Xinping responded enthusiastically. Looking at the enthusiastic copying Soma, Lucine's heart was in a trance. Before that, he would never have thought that the characters in the anime would actually appear in front of him. Yes, Lucine took the initiative to contact Xinping Chuangzhen. It's not just that Kahei Soma really is concerned with Lucine's next plan, but also because in his previous life, he liked the character of the male protagonist very much. Your cooking skills are amazing. Let's learn from each other if we can in the future. Kahei Soma said after getting to know each other. Okay, Lucine responded. By the way, since you are from China, do you have a place to live here now? Said Soma Yukihira suddenly, as if remembering something. No. Xinping Chuangzhen's question made Lucine stunned for a moment. He wanted to raise this topic by himself, but he did not expect it to start, but Xinping Chuangzhen took the initiative to raise it. Why don't you stay at our house tonight? Well, we can also learn about cooking skills. I also want to try your golden fried rice. Soma Yukihira said, with a boiling war intent in his eyes. Okay, thank you so much. Xinping Chuang really proposed, in the middle of Lucine's favor, and quickly agreed. You're welcome, let's go. Seeing copying Soma leading the way, Lucine couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The first step of the plan, achieved. It didn't take long for Xinping Chuangzhen to bring Lucine to the Suman Avenue where the Xinping Hotel is located. As soon as he came here, Lucine found that there was a loud noise coming from a distance, and the whole street didn't seem to have much traffic. Yo, Chuangzhen is back. Did the exam go well? Just as Lucine was about to say something, he saw a young man standing in a bento shop beside the street shouting to Soma Kahei. Oh, so it's the owner of the bento shop. My exam went well, by the way, why are we noisy here today, and there are not many people? Tsunami Kopi, I responded, obviously he also found the abnormality here. Chapter 7 _ the beginning of everything. Oh, so it's the owner of the bento shop. My exam went well, by the way, why are we noisy here today, and there are not many people? Tsunami Kopi, I responded, obviously he also found the abnormality here. It's nothing, it's just that there is a department store across the street. There are promotions for the opening today. Everyone went to see it. The owner of the bento shop said with a relaxed face. So that's the case, it's nothing to do, I'll go home first. Hearing the owner of the bento shop say this, Kahei Soma really didn't take it to heart. Sure enough. Lucine's heart moved when he heard the conversation between the two. He knew that this was a precursor to the opening of the Mozu house. After all, the impact of the Mozu house on Viola Avenue was not caused in one day, but took a certain amount of time. And the people of Violet Avenue don't realize how much of an impact a fried chicken shop is about to open in a department store. However, Lucine, who has the advantage of foresight in this matter, does not intend to tell everyone about the consequences of this matter to copying Soma and Sumire Avenue. Not only because he couldn't explain how he knew about it, but also because of the impact of the mouse house incident, which is also an important part of Lu Xing's plan in the future. While thinking about walking, Lu Xing followed Xinping Chuangzhen and walked to the door of Xinping Hotel after a while. As Xinping Chuangzhen opened the door, Lu Xing found that it was a typical fast food restaurant layout. There were several tables and chairs in the spacious and bright lobby, and there was an open kitchen in one compartment. Okay, Ah Xing, we're home now, let's prepare our own dishes, shall we? I can't wait to eat your golden fried rice, let you try my egg bibimbap. Entering the door, Koping Soma couldn't wait to say. Okay. Lu Xing readily agreed. Anyway, the 24-hour recipe cooking time has not yet come. In addition, tasting the authentic cuisine of Kahei is also the main purpose of his coming here. Of course not. May refuse. Lu Xing walked into the kitchen and found that the store is small, but the kitchen utensils are very complete. After all, it's the shop run by the man called Shura. With a sigh, Lu Xing took the clean rice left by Sosama Kopia last night and made fried rice with golden eggs again. Ordered his egg bibimbap. The dishes of the two belonged to light meals, so they were all ready in a short time, and each brought the dishes to the other side. Although I've seen it once, I still can't believe that someone can really make egg fried rice like gold. Soma Yukihira sighed when he looked at the golden egg fried rice in front of him. Then he dug a mouthful with a spoon and ate it in his mouth. In an instant, Soma Kahei entered a strange realm. Lu Xing, who knows that people in this world are sensitive and has the power in his own food, didn't care, but looked at the bowl of egg bibimbap with great interest. Come on, let me see what kind of changes this dish will bring to me. Thinking like this, Lu Xing also took a bite of egg bibimbap and put it in his mouth. This is the beginning of it all. Text Chapter 8_Awakening Superpowers. Ask for flowers. Egg bibimbap entered his mouth. Lu Xing tasted a strong aroma. The special chicken soup jelly is melted by the heat of the rice and blended into the processed eggs. The integration of the chicken soup increases the taste of the eggs, and the eggs also amplify the deliciousness of the chicken soup. The combination of the two, coupled with the soft and glutinous rice, makes the taste unstoppable, filling Lu Xing's entire taste buds with domineering. Hey! The dishes just out of the pot were so hot that Lu Xing took a breath. He can guarantee it is one of the best things he has eaten since 2 lifetimes. Just at this moment, the system also jumped out, telling him that the level of this egg bibimbap dish reached high medium. It's no wonder that people in this world are so fanatical about food. It turns out that only high-level and middle-class dishes are so delicious. Seeing the system prompt, Lu Xing's heart was relieved for a while, and he had a preliminary taste of the lethality of this world cuisine. At the same time, it also shows what a terrifying talent it was for Kahei Soma when he was so young to turn a newly created simple-level egg bibimbap into an advanced medium. After all, according to the rating of the system, the highest level of simple meal-level dishes can only reach superior high class. Just like Lu Xing's golden egg fried rice. Should I be called the legendary medicine king? Lu Xing was sighing when he saw that the experience value of the low-level and low-level representing his real cooking skills on the system skyrocketed. It will soon grow to lower intermediate and will soon be promoted to lower high. A dish almost helped him to cross 2 small levels. As expected of high-end cuisine. Seeing this scene, Lu Xing was overjoyed. The reason why he intends to take the initiative to contact Soma Kahei today is that in addition to getting to know Soma Kahei and finding a place to live, the main purpose is to improve his real cooking skills by tasting its dishes. Now that the goal is achieved, how can Lu Xing not be happy? Just when Lu Xing's true culinary skill level was determined, he suddenly felt that a new power was born from an unknown place in his body. At the same time, a large piece of memory that had never been born before was born in his mind. Lu Xing couldn't help closing his eyes and began to digest this memory. After a while, Meteor, who digested that unfamiliar memory, opened his eyes, and a surprise flashed inside. Chapter 8_Awakening Superpowers. Ask for Flowers - page 1/2. After a while, Meteor, who digested that unfamiliar memory, opened his eyes, and a surprise flashed inside. That part of the memory is all cooking knowledge, including various cooking practices of Chinese cuisine, knife work, plate setting, and even the selection of ingredients and planting of ingredients. All inclusive and very comprehensive. Although the memory of Meteor's real cooking skill is only for beginners, it also means that at this moment, Lu Xing officially stepped into the chef's door, from scrambled eggs cooking skills, to the beginner level. It's time to take a look at the power that belongs to you. Seeing Yuki Hirosoma, still immersed in his golden egg fried rice, Lu Xing couldn't wait to check the one that was just born in his body. Stock strength. Because Lu Xing knows that it is the power that can make him immortal. Like an innate instinct, Lu Xing quickly immersed his consciousness in a strange space. In the space like the cosmic starry sky, there are two forces, the strong and the weak. The strong force is white, like a lake exuding a strong breath. Lu Xing knows that it is brought by the system recipe and belongs to the little master. Power will be completely gone by tomorrow. And that power that is as weak as a swimming pool, showing golden color, is entirely his own power. When Lu Xing's consciousness just observed these two forces, he realized something was wrong. The white power that is estimated to be like a lake is shrinking into a ball, as if afraid, that golden power is only the size of a drop of water. What's going on? Lu Xing puzzled. At this moment, the golden power that was originally controlled by Lu Xing automatically followed a complicated route and swam through Lu Xing's whole body. Except for the core of the brain, it passed through any part of Lu Xing's body. What happened? Lu Xing was shocked. At the same time, I found that as the strange force roamed, my ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and the skin of my whole body were all hot. Lu Xing wanted to shout, and immediately found that his whole body was not under his control now. It's over. Just when Lu Xing was desperate, a strange memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Lu Xing, who had nothing to do, could only watch this unfamiliar memory. It didn't take long for Lu Xing to completely absorb this new memory. At the same time, the abnormality of his body slowly recovered, and Lu Xing once again gained control of his own body. He opened his eyes, and the despair in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a touch of ecstasy that could not be concealed. Because he fully understands the cause and effect of this mutation, and knows that from now on, he has the legendary superpower. Not one item, but a full 5. Text Chapter 9_The 5 Senses of God. Ask for Flowers. Lu Xing finally knew the origin of the golden power. That is the energy spiritual power that only he can cultivate by himself, which is one level higher than internal power. Taste, to enhance the taste of the dishes made later. And the reason why Lu Xing gets hot all over and is uncontrollable is because during the wandering process of spiritual power, he has awakened the 5 most magical powers in the world of China's little masters, superpowers. In the world of China's young masters, in addition to the powerful force value of chefs, very few people also have superpowers of magic level. They are the super smell that can completely replace the sense of taste, the supervision that can copy other people's cooking after watching, the super hearing that can hear the sound of the ingredients, the freedom to control the body temperature, and even at the limit. The super touch that ignites gunpowder in the Yangtze River. And the super taste that only belongs to the young master Lu Suburu. Each of these powers is not weaker than Arana's god tongue and Heimario's god nose. In other words, Lu Xing is now the owner of all the 5 senses of God. However, unlike Arana's god's tongue, the biggest function of the little master's tongue is that it can fantasy out a taste and deduce the materials it needs. And now Lu Xing can use his own spiritual power as energy to use these fantasy-level superpowers. Although limited to strength, he can only play one of the 4 superpowers for a short time, and the tongue of the little boss, with the current strength of Lu Xing, he can't use it at all, but he knows that as long as his spiritual power grows to a certain level, sooner or later, he can use these powers at the same time. That piece of memory belongs to a part of the knowledge inheritance of the little master of China, the world's big boss, the head of the 5 tiger stars, the dragon into the cloud, and Ku. In this memory, it includes Ku's traditional Chinese medicine, poisoning, witchcraft, and the processing methods of ingredients unique to the dark cooking world in the comics. When Lu Xing's real cooking skills rise to a certain level at the same time, you can even master the 8 magic array that Ku uses to control people's hearts. After the false alarm, Lu Xing, who had gained a lot of benefits, forcibly restrained the excitement in his heart and looked at Yukihira Soma. Coincidentally, Soma Kahei, who was next to him, had just recovered from the smell of golden egg fried rice and couldn't wait to ask Lu Xing, "Ah Xing, how is my cooking?" He didn't know what Lu Xing had just experienced, and thought that Lu Xing had been immersed in his cooking. The taste of egg, chicken soup, and rice has reached a near-perfect fusion without interfering with each other. As far as the egg bibimbap is concerned, it has reached its limit. It is the best I have ever eaten. Lu Xing answered seriously and said what was in his heart. When Xin Ping Chuangzhen heard the words, a flash of joy flashed past, and then he said with a bit of frustration, "That's right. But I know my egg bibimbap is more than a level worse than your golden egg fried rice." Lu Xing's golden egg fried rice was a great shock to Koping Soma. It was a taste that he had only experienced in his father's cooking, and the gentle taste even quenched Kahei Soma's struggle heart. Chapter 9 _ The 5 Senses of God. Ask for Flowers - page 1/2. It was a taste that he had only experienced in his father's cooking, and the gentle taste even quenched Kahei Soma's struggle heart. Lu Xing was silent and did not speak. He knew that Kahei Soma was telling the truth. His egg bibimbap had just reached superior medium and was of course more than 1 grade worse than Lu Xing's golden egg fried rice. However, he didn't know how to comfort Soma Kahei. After all, he got to this point by cheating in the system, and Soma Kahei made this egg bibimbap with his real cooking skills. Fortunately, Xin Ping Chuang is really an open-minded person. After a short time, he raised his head again and looked at Lu Xing full of fighting intent, axing, "One day I will defeat you, just like I want to defeat my father." Having said this, Koping Chuangzhen's voice was puzzled. "Ah Xing, why do I think you have become handsome?" Now Lu Xing has been strengthened by his own spiritual power, and his body is full of a natural taste. Suddenly, he will have a handsome feeling. But none of this could be explained to Soma Kahei, so he had to say, "Haha, I've always been so handsome, it's just that you didn't pay attention." "Hey, I didn't see it, you are so narcissistic." Yukiohei was really laughing and joking. It was not early. Thinking that there would be a freshman ceremony tomorrow, the two went back to their rooms to rest. Early the next morning, when the two of them came to the plaza where the freshman ceremony was held at Tatsuki Academy, they received a notification from the staff that they would need to give a freshman speech on behalf of the transfer students. After all, because of Arena, this year's transfer students were only the two of them, and they couldn't refuse. Hearing this arrangement, Kopei Soma was excited. It didn't take long. When Arena gave a speech on behalf of the promoting students, it was the turn of the transfer students who couldn't hold back. Soma Kahei who went up first. Lu Xing showed a good-looking expression on the following face, ready to listen to the protagonist declaration of Koping Soma. Text Chapter 10 _ Eat Halberd Challenge. Ask for everything. Really? Xin Ping Chuangzhen's speech on the stage fully showed his contempt for the students of Yuanyu, which led to a riot from the staff below, and all kinds of rotten bananas and apples kept flying. But Xinping Chuangzhen didn't care, bowed very calmly, walked to the rest room in the backstage, and gave Lu Xing a look before leaving, indicating that it was time for him to speak on stage. Lu Xing was speechless. "No way." Lu Xing stepped onto the podium and said calmly, "My name is Lu Xing. The transfer student from China is very happy to be a student of Yuanyu Academy. I hope to grow up with everyone in these 3 years." Originally here, Lu Xing was about to bow to the end, but he suddenly found that Erina was standing under the stage and looked at him fixedly. After finding his gaze, she snorted proudly and turned around to prepare to go back to the lounge. I don't know why, every time I saw Erina's arrogant expression, Lu Xing always wanted to tease her, so she said again, "I heard that the students of Yuanyu are very contracted, and then the food. Halberd duel is an unquestionable ceremony, so a certain god tongue should fulfill his promise." After speaking, Lu Xing stared at Erina below with a handsome smile. Lu Xing's words aroused some doubts among the people below. Promise? Did that transfer student have any agreement with Miss Erina? Hearing Lu Xing's words, and seeing his greasy smile again, Erina's face suddenly flushed red, and her brain became hot and she blurted out, "I said that your cooking is not delicious." "It is not delicious." "Who is it?" "I want to kiss you." Deathly silence. Everyone couldn't believe what they heard. That transfer student actually wanted to kiss Miss Erina. Unforgivable. Lu Xing was also stunned. He didn't expect Erina to react like this at all. With a glance, Erina didn't know where she had gone, and the people below were so angry that some people even took it out. He took the kitchen knife with him and made the appearance of the knife was killing Lu Go. Lu Xing hurriedly ran to the rest point to avoid. What he didn't notice was that a short young man in the crowd stared at him viciously with the look of killing his father's enemy. "I must make this damn transfer student pay the price and get out of this academy in the most humiliating way." The short young man felt ruthless in his heart. In the lounge, Xinping Chuangzhen looked at Lu Xing with the look of discovering the new world, and gave a thumbs up. Lu Xing rolled his eyes and did not explain. After the opening ceremony was finally completed, the staff grouped the new students and led them to the classroom of the first class of the grade. Lu Xing and Xinping Soma happened to be in the same group. This also let Lu Xing breathe a sigh of relief, and then he found out that because of Lu Xing's butterfly effect, Tian Suoi, who should have been in a classroom, was not in the same group with them. On the way to the classroom, Lu Xing found that many male students would give him a vicious look when they passed by him, as if Lu Xing gave them a forgiveness hat. You don't need to think about Lu Xing to know that the hatred value of his own body has already surpassed Soma Kahei, who published the protagonist's testimonial. Walking into the classroom, the teacher was unsurprisingly the legendary chef who can't laugh Chappelle, which caused people to scream again. When the group was grouped, naturally no one teamed up with the two God-hate ghost-hate transfer students, so Xinping Soma and Lu Xing joined together. When everyone formed a team, Mr. Chappelle announced the assessment content of the class, made a burgundy beef stew with red wine that satisfied him, and announced the recipe. When the exam questions were announced, Xinping Chuangzhen looked confused, and hurried over to watch the recipe, and Lu Xing followed, watching in a fake fashion. In fact, with his current cooking skills, he can't understand this recipe at all. Chapter 10_Eat Halberd Challenge? Ask for everything - page 1/2. In fact, with his current cooking skills, he can't understand this recipe at all. After watching it for a while, Sophia Copii was full of confidence. Although he didn't learn Western cuisine in an orthodox way, he still had a lot of foundation under the training of the Father of God. During the preparation of the cooking, Lu Xing took the initiative to hand over the head chef position of the dish to Soma Kahei, which moved Soma Jin very much. Because of the golden egg fried rice, Soma Kahei always believed that Lu Xing his cooking skills are better than his. This time, the position of Master Chef was handed over to him, definitely to allow him to better accumulate experience. Looking at the moved expression of Koping Chuangjin's scheming bitch, Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chuang is so foolish. The main things that follow are controlled by Xin Ping Chuangzhen. Lu Xing is only doing some auxiliary work of ingredients. Fortunately, the auxiliary work of this dish is not complicated, and Lu Xing's real cooking skills of beginner level can also be used. Finish. Just as Lu Xing forcibly assisting Soma Kahei finished the dish, he suddenly heard a commotion. Look, is that Arana-sama? Really? Why did Mr. Arana come here? Lu Xing looked up and found that Arana was walking here with the little secretary. As a teacher, Chapelle was also very surprised. You must know that although Arana is also a student in this period, as one of the top 10, she has the right not to participate in such a course. Arana bowed to Mr. Chapelle and walked slowly to Lu Xing. Lu Xing looked at her suspiciously. Arana blushed slightly and said loudly, I just want to come and see how you bastard was judged unqualified by Chapelle-sensei, and was thrown out of Tatsuki Academy in embarrassment. Don't think too much. Arana didn't know what was going on with her. After the opening ceremony, she was in a state of turmoil, and she walked around with the little secretary, and she ended up here for no reason. Whoa. After listening to Arana's words, the crowd couldn't help but look at Lu Xing with fire-breathing eyes. Although Arana said that she came to see the embarrassed appearance of the transfer student, but the people who eat melons don't have to frown, they know that things will definitely not be so simple. Just a joke, when did Miss Arana care about such a thing? Also told the transfer student not to let him think too much. My lady, the more you say that, the more we think about it. Could it be that the eldest lady really has something to do with that transfer student? Even the secretary behind him thought so, not to mention others. The anger of the melon eaters could not help but rise layer by layer. Just when Lu Xing was about to say something, he suddenly saw a person beside him, his eyes spitting fire, and he pointed at him and said angrily, Mr. Chapelle, I apply for a halberd meal with classmate Lu Xing. Text chapter 11 _ please teach me Arana-sensei. Ask for everything. Mr. Chapelle, I apply for a eating halberd with Lu Xing. A voice beside Lu Xing said loudly. As soon as the word came out, the whole room was shocked. The students who were disturbed by the arrival of the meeting fell silent in an instant. Lu Xing looked up and found a short, strong, dark-skinned young man who was talking loudly to Chapelle. Although the hair color and eye color of people in this world are all kinds of strange, not completely divided according to race, but Lu Xing still found out from some details of the short man that he is not a pure islander, he should be a mixed race. Perhaps feeling Lu Xing's gaze, the short man turned his head and stared at Lu Xing closely. His eyes were full of jealousy and contempt. He roared loudly at Lu Xing, Student Lu Xing, I formally propose to you I will use the ingredients here to make a burgundy red beef stew, and I will ask Mr. Chapelle and Miss Arana to judge. If anyone loses, they will quit Tatsuki Academy. Why? Do you dare to accept it? Hearing the short man's words, the melon eaters were even more surprised. They didn't expect that the short man not only proposed to Lu Xing to eat the halberd, but the punishment was so severe that they couldn't help but talk about it. It turned out to be Kamita Teiji. These transfer students are in trouble. Is this man famous? He's not very famous himself, but his French restaurant is very famous. And I heard that he is very obsessed with Arana-san. After hearing other people's comments, Lu Xing finally knew why the short Kamita Teiji challenged him to eat halberd. He couldn't help but glance at Arana with a playful look. Beautiful beauty. Lu Xing muttered in his heart. Finding Lu Xing's gaze, Arana turned her head with a hum, without even looking at Kamita Teiji. Kamita Teiji, who had been staring at Lu Xing, found out that he was flirting with Arana, so he exploded, Lu Xing, do you dare to accept my eating halberd? Accept it? Are you Chinese cowards? Kamita Teiji now hates Lu Xing. Since the first sight of Erina in the junior high school, Teiji Kamita has been crazy about Erina. Although Erina has not even known him for a few years, he still regards Erina as his supreme goddess. Tian Teiji firmly believes that goddess Erina will one day notice her excellent self. But that all changed at the commencement ceremony today. A hateful black-haired transfer student, since he dared to ask goddess Erina to kiss her, it is unforgivable. The most terrifying thing is that Kamita Teiji found that goddess Erina's feelings for the black-haired boy seemed a little different. Jealousy made Kamita Teiji lose his mind, so he challenged Lu Xing to eat halberds. Chapter 11 _ Please teach me Erina sensei. Ask for everything - page 1/2. Jealousy made Kamita Teiji lose his mind, so he challenged Lu Xing to eat halberds. As long as I win this nasty transfer student of eating halberd, I will get out of Tatsuki Academy. Goddess Erina will recognize the true face of this kid, and maybe even notice me. Kamita Teiji was very excited when he thought of this. He had already foreseen his better future. Kamita Teiji is most afraid of Lu Xing's rejection of this halberd eating, which will make his plans all in vain, so he has a heart, and provocatively said, "If you dare not accept it, admit that you are a coward." Now, hearing Kamita Teiji's provocation, Lu Xing's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he responded categorically, "I accept your challenge." In fact, Kamita Teiji's worry was not wrong. At first, Lu Xing really wanted to reject this inexplicable food halberd. You know, he doesn't know anything about Western food now. Although it is not impossible to deal with it, it is not necessary, right? But I didn't expect that Kamita Teiji not only insulted his personality, but also insulted his country. Of course, this is unbearable. Okay. Kamita Teiji was overjoyed, and immediately called for the staff of the Eating Halberd administration. When Lu Xing and Kamita Teiji signed their names on the contract, it represented the official establishment of the Eating Halberd, and even Chapel or the commander-in-chief could not stop it. Different from the anime, this real-world Eating Halberd can be held on any occasion as long as the two parties are not very famous, and there are personnel from the Eating Halberd administration present, and no special venue is required. Looking at the contract in his hand, the staff member of the Eating Halberd administration said, "The contract is established, the halberd food begins." Finally successful. Kamita Teiji looked at Lu Xing viciously. He had been thinking for a while as the winner, what kind of attitude should he stand in front of Lu Xing. He was not worried about Lu Xing breaking the contract, because no one could break the contract since UNU students implemented the Eating Halberd system. As for losing, this Kamita Teiji is confident that, as the heir of a French restaurant, he will never lose to a Chinese transfer student who does not know where he came from in burgundy red beef stew, not to mention that he has prepared killer. So he was very relieved to prepare for his cooking, waiting for the blockbuster time to come. Lu Xing didn't take care of Kamita Teiji, nor did he prepare the cooking, but walked up to Erina, who had been watching from the sidelines, folded his fists, and said to her, "Please teach me, Erina teacher." "Teach you what?" Erina was confused. "The practice of burgundy red wine stewed beef. I have never learned Western food since I was a child, and of course I don't know how to make this dish, and because of your relationship, you can't let go of this eating halberd. No matter, you have to teach me how to cook this dish." Lu Xing's face was taken for granted. "What? You won't? P.S. I beg you guys to comment on the collection of flowers and thank you, *********. Text chapter 12 _ super visual. Open. Ask for everything. What? You won't? Yes, I have only been trained in Chinese cuisine since I was a child. Including Erina and everyone, were shocked by Lu Xing's words. Then you still dare to accept the shiji? Did you know that if you lose, you will drop out of school? Erina didn't know what to say anymore. So you quickly make burgundy red beef stew for me to see, so I can learn it. You mean you can learn by doing it just once? Yes. What are you kidding? In order for Erina to finish speaking, she heard a piercing laughter coming from the side. Ha ha ha. You kid actually thinks that you can learn how to cook a dish just by reading it once? It's ridiculous. How could there be someone with this kind of talent in the world? Kamita Teiji laughed wildly. He is so happy now. He originally regarded Lu Xing as his opponent, and prepared various backhands and routines for this eating halberd. Now it seems that Lu Xing is just a fool, and it is completely nothing to worry about. Hearing Kamita Teiji's words, Erina fell silent, and even Mr. Chappell, who had been expressionless, shook his head and gave Lu Xing a pitying look. They all think Kamita Teiji's words are reasonable, even Erina and Hayamario, the two owners of the five senses of God, would not have such talent. The other students laughed loudly at Lu Xing. Erina, believe me. In a jeering voice, Lu Xing suddenly said to Erina seriously. Hearing Lu Xing's voice, Erina raised her head and found that Lu Xing's eyes were unprecedentedly firm. Seeing such eyes, Erina suddenly had a hint of confidence in Lu Xing. Erina suddenly took Faishazi and walked towards an empty cooking table. Speaking of which, we are both students this year, and we also need to cook a dish and give it to Teacher Chappell for review, right? Faishazi next to her felt helpless, but she quickly responded, yes. Seeing this scene, all the boys in the cooking room glared at Lu Xing. Erina said that she was also a student this year and needed to take the assessment. Joke. When does one of the dignified 10 heroes need to take such a course, not that black-haired boy? At this moment, they understood Kamita Teiji's mood. Seeing that Erina had put on her chef's hat, she was ready to start cooking. Chapter 12 _supervisual. Open. Ask for everything page 1/2. Seeing that Erina had put on her chef's hat, she was ready to start cooking. Lu Xing also closed his eyes and controlled the spiritual power generated by his real cooking skills of lower intermediate, guiding them to the position of his eyes according to the complicated route conveyed by the memory in his mind. At the same time, recite in my heart, supervision, open. That's right, the reason why Lu Xing thinks that he can learn the cooking method of burgundy beef stew with red wine and win this eating halberd is that he has inherited from the Chinese little master the supervision ability of blue-eyed tiger Mila, one of the world's 5 tiger stars of dark cuisine. Supervision allows Lu Xing to perfectly replicate the movements of other cooks, achieving the effect of one-time learning. Activated supervision, Lu Xing opened his eyes and looked at Erina again. Hisako. You must remember that you must cut the beef into small pieces to make this dish better. Erina suddenly said to Faishako during the cooking process. When Yan Faishazi moved for a while, thinking to herself, why did the eldest lady tell me about these beginner's knowledge? I'm not that guy Lu Xing. Faishazi suddenly understood that here, Erina told him this it's all to remind Lu Xing to let him master the practice of this dish faster, but Erina is arrogant and embarrassed to speak directly, so he can only come up with such a method. After figuring out all this, Faishazi responded weakly, understood. Now I even think that my young lady has any hidden feelings for Lu Xing. Faishazi, you must remember to marinate the beef with olive oil first, and then put the red wine. Yes. Erina reminds Hishako from time to time. Suddenly Erina felt an uncomfortable on her body. She raised her eyes and found that Lu Xing was staring at her with wide eyes, as if she was staring at a little sheep that fell into a wolf's den. Aggressive. Damn stinky boy, what are you doing staring at me at this time? Hurry up and learn. Erina blushed thinking in her heart. In fact, he really misunderstood Lu Xing this time. The reason why Erina stared at Erina unblinkingly was not thinking about lustful things, but now copying Erina's cooking process. Since Lucien turned on supervision, his eyes seemed to have turned into high-definition slow motion. Not only can he clearly see every movement of Erina, but he can even see clearly the range of Erina's movements and the way his arm muscles are exerting force. And the amount of seasoning used. Okay, now just add wine and simmer on low heat for an hour. Erina finally completed the last action of the cooking. And Lucien also quickly turned off the supervision. Every second to turn on the supervision requires a certain amount of spiritual power, and Lucien's spiritual power is not much now, and there is still time to cook for a while use, of course not to waste. Moreover, he has now completely learned the practice of Burgundy red beef stew. Ask for a reward for the collection of flowers. Text chapter 13_Kai's secret skill umami aggregation. Ask for everything. Everything is ready. Lucien walked towards an empty cooking table, and when passing by Erina, he said softly, "Thank you. Have you really learned?" Of course. Lucien smiled confidently to Erina. Cut. Erina turned her head and ignored him, but her heart still calmed down. Standing in front of the cooking table, Lucien took out the beef prepared by the college and prepared it for pre-processing. Lucien suddenly found that the beef in his hands was abnormal. The whole piece of beef was dull and even wrinkled on the surface, making it unusable at all. What's going on here? How could this be? What happened? Next to it were the onlookers, who also noticed the change in this piece of beef, and there was a lot of discussion. It's because of time. The beef was originally prepared for this class, and there was no special protection. Lucien lost the umami flavor of the beef because he studied for too long. Hearing the students' questions, Chapelle, who has been silent all the time, said casually, shaking his head as he spoke, as if he was not optimistic about Lucien. What will some overthinking people do to him this time? People are super geniuses who can learn a recipe just by watching it once. Of course, there is a way, just watch it, and you will show your face after a while. After listening to Chapelle's words, the classmates next to him suddenly realized, and they all looked at Lucien with a gloating expression and said sarcastic words. They have long been upset by this kid who is unclear with Miss Erina. At the same time, the popularity and Lucien's popularity have been shown again. Erina looked at Lucien worriedly. After all, everything she was worried about happened. She had long thought that such a thing would happen. Even if she had consciously accelerated the cooking speed just now, she still couldn't avoid the loss of the umami flavor of the beef. Look at this bastard, what to do this time? Kamita Taji's conspiracy succeeded smile disappeared for a moment, trying to maintain the demeanor of a future winner in front of his goddess. He had long expected the scene to happen, because the dishes used in the eating halberd showdown must be the chefs of both sides of the halberd eating, so the dish that Lucien and Soma Ping cooperated did not meet the regulations, and must be doing it again in person will cause the delay in the loss of the umami of beef that has not undergone special treatment, so he will put special emphasis on using the materials prepared in the classroom to eat halberd. In fact, all this is developing as he expected. Looking at the beef that was close to being unusable in his hands, and feeling Erina's worried eyes, Lucien suddenly showed a relaxed smile. I saw that he suddenly raised his hands, raised his 2 fingers between his eyebrows, closed his eyes and brewed something, motionless, with a condensed expression on his face. Seeing this style of Lucien, the crowd was stunned. What is he doing? What else can he do in this situation? I definitely can't accept the fact that I'm about to be kicked out of the academy. How about asking God to worship Buddha? All kinds of doubts came, and Lucien was unmoved. Chapter 13_Kai's secret skill umami aggregation. Ask for everything page 1/2. All kinds of doubts came, and Lucien was unmoved. Erina was even more worried. She was already thinking about how to save Lu Xing after this eating halberd was over. Thinking about it, she couldn't help shaking her head with a wry smile. As the granddaughter of the commander-in-chief, one of the top 10 can't be changed. Chapelle, who had been motionless since the beginning of the duel, suddenly flashed a gleam in his eyes. Isn't this impossible? He's still so young. Chapelle shook his head, feeling absurd by the thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the raised fingers of Lu Xing's hand seemed to flash a touch of golden light, and it flashed by. Before anyone else could see clearly, Lu Xing's hands quickly pointed to the beef. Lu Xing's hands quickly lit on the beef with a mysterious trajectory, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and there was even an after-image. What is he doing? Is this a human speed? The onlookers were speechless by Lu Xing's actions, and even they could see the extraordinary skill of Lu Xing seeing. This stinky boy has really practiced Chinese Kung Fu. Erina and Fai Shako looked at each other, knowing that they knew that Lu Xing must have a way to deal with it, and blamed it all on Chinese Kung Fu, because they at the same time I remembered yesterday afternoon, Lu Xing's knife chi dancing wildly. Koping Soma, who had been silent all the time, suddenly shouted, I knew, Ah Xing must have a way. When everyone thought that Lu Xing was about to fail, only he was still full of honey confidence in Lu Xing. It really is that. I didn't expect that he would really be that. Chapelle stood up uncharacteristically, his face full of shock. But no one cares about him anymore, because everyone is attracted by the piece of beef in Lu Xing's hands. Ugh! Let out a long breath, Lu Xing slowly stopped the movement in his hand, and the piece of beef in his hand showed a strange state. I saw that the surrounding of the beef became even darker, and even gray spots appeared on the surface, but the center of the beef became bright, plump, and moist, as if it had just been cut. Lu Xing took a kitchen knife and cut the dark part of the beef around, leaving only the bright part in the center. The remaining portion even surpassed the original quality, comparable to the legendary A5 beef. What's the matter? What happened? The beef seems to be getting fresh. Do you make A5 beef by hand? The people around seemed to have witnessed a miracle, and looking at Lu Xing's eyes was a bit horrifying. Lu Xing looked at his own work and secretly thought that he was lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that he used Kahei's real cooking last night to improve his real cooking skills and obtain a part of Kai's inheritance, then there is really nothing he can do about this level. But now, he knows that this eating halberd he will win. Because what he used is the secret skill of God-level chef, Dark Cooking World Big Boss, and the leader of 5 Tiger Stars, into the Cloud Dragon Kai Oil, inherited from the Chinese Little Master world. Umami aggregation. Ask readers to give some comments on flowers. Text chapter 14_I of God. Ask for evaluation of flower collection. Looking at the ingredients that are comparable to A5 beef, Lu Xing is very satisfied. Because its own spiritual power has the effect of strengthening ingredients, the effect of umami aggregation is unparalleled. Lu Xing is confident that under the same level of circumstance, even if Ku uses the secret skill himself, the effect will definitely not be better than his is better. The so-called Xianwei aggregation is a small master in the world. The big boss Ku invented a special skill. It is also the only skill that Lu Xing learned from the inheritance of Ko last night and can use it. The effect is to use his own inner strength, and bring their umami together along the meridians of the ingredients through a special acupuncture technique. Because Lu Xing's spiritual power is of higher grade than internal power, the effect is better. You know secret skills, don't you? Just as Lu Xing was about to take the next step, Chapelle suddenly asked him. His expression was very strange, and while full of expectations, he also concealed a trace of vigilance. Lu Xing was stunned, listening to the meaning of Chapelle's words. Does this world also have secret skills? After thinking about it, I was relieved. After all, the cuisine in this world is also very developed, and it is reasonable to have similar skills. So Lu Xing replied, yes. Who taught it? Chapelle asked, looking very nervous. Family handed down. Lu Xing did not notice, but also answered with the expression of family learning origin. There is no coup in this world, and he can't explain the origin of the system to Chapelle, so he can only say that, anyway, the system has not made him the heir of the China building. After listening to Lu Xing's answer, Chapelle stared at him for a while, suddenly relieved, and stopped asking, just stared at Lu Xing with great interest, as if he was suddenly interested in this eating halberd. Interested? This conversation did not attract the attention of anyone else. In their opinion, Mr. Chapelle just proved Lu Xing's family origin. Look. What did Kamita take out? When Lu Xing was about to proceed to the next step, he suddenly heard a surprised shout from the person next to him. He turned his head and looked at Taiji Kamita next to him. I saw Kamita Taiji, who had been maintaining the so-called demeanor since the start of the competition, took out a special bottle of red wine and added it to his dishes with a livid face. The label on the red wine bottle is not any well-known winery, but simply 4 characters Kamita Restaurant. Seeing this bottle of wine, a student who was watching suddenly realized, I see, this is the bottle of cooking red wine specially made by the Kamita family. There are many dishes in the French cuisine that use red wine, and this bottle of wine is the Kamita family's wine. The secret tradition, specially prepared for alcoholic French cuisine, is said to be the foundation of Kamita's foothold. After hearing such an explanation, everyone looked at Kamita with surprise, but he didn't expect him to hide such a hand. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Kamita Taiying couldn't help but have a smug smile on his face. Originally, he didn't want to use this killer in this eating halberd. He thought it was unnecessary. Maybe lose to that Chinese kid in this French dish, let alone admit that he has never learned Western food before, so how can he win? This bottle of red wine was originally an important bargaining chip for him to make a blockbuster in the school festival simulated management. It's just that people's calculations are not as good as heaven's. Kamita Taiji didn't expect that Lu Xing really seemed to have learned the practice of this dish after just watching it once, and even used that juggling skill to solve the problem of beef umami. This also made Taiji Kamita very uneasy, and he had to show his whole cards in advance. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to bring this bottle of red wine. Seeing the red wine poured into the dishes, Kamita Taiji became confident again. Chapter 14-I of God. Seeking evaluation of flower collection - page 1/2. Seeing the red wine poured into the dishes, Kamita Taiji became confident again. He challenged Lu Xing again and said, "You can't cook a good meal with just juggling skills." Lu Xing didn't even look at him. This time, even the people who eat melons no longer agree with him. After all, people are not goldfish. After seeing Lu Xing's amazing skills, all fools know that Lu Xing is not simple. Kamita Taiji was boring himself, so he could only prepare his own dishes silently, ready to use it to expose the true face of Lu Xing's pretence. 1 minute and 1 second have passed. Fai Shizi suddenly shouted in shock, "Miss, you look at Lu Xing's actions, it seems to be exactly the same as when you were chatting just now." After hearing Fai Shizi's words, everyone, including Lu Xing, looked over like Lu Xing. Gradually, they were shocked by their discovery. Lu Xing's current state is actually very similar to when Arina was cooking. Including the rhythm of cooking, the size of the ingredients after processing, and even the amount of seasonings, the pauses when stirring the cooking, and some of Arina's small movements when cooking are exactly the same. They looked at Arina involuntarily, wanting to make sure that everything in front of them was true. Arina's face was full of disbelief, unprecedented shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, but she was the one who was most familiar with herself, and now she looked at Lu Xing as if she saw a male version of Arina cooking. So this is what he calls learning? Is there anyone in the world with such a talent? Arana, who is the tongue of God, was the first to encounter a talent problem that even she felt unable to do so. Comparable people. Arana's expression says it all. The melon eaters exploded again. Looks like he's really learned everything perfectly. Is this really learned after just one reading? It doesn't require any preliminary preparation, even Mei Zhuowen can't do it, right? Another supernatural talent? What is this? God's eye? Everyone has a lot of things to ask Lu Xing, but according to the regulations, they can't disturb the people who are engaged in the duel of eating halberds. It's just different from the feeling that they hope that Kamita Teiji will win Lu Xing at the beginning. Now they are looking forward to Lu Xing's cooking even more. Feeling the change in other people's position, Kamita Teiji's slightly smiling face became gloomy, and his heart became more and more uneasy, but he can't turn back now. He can only hope that his preparation can overcome Lu Xing. Don't be complacent, for this eating halberd, in addition to my special red wine and beef that has lost its umami due to time, I have a third hole card. I'll see if you can solve it by then. Kamita Teiji thought fiercely. P.S. If you think it is still eye-catching, I beg readers to reward me with something. ____, hee. Text chapter 15 _ cooking is complete. Ask for everything. Time is in everyone's expectations. Kamita Teiji's conspiracy, Lu Xing's calm, past half an hour. Drip. There was a sudden beeping sound in the stew pot in front of Kamita Teiji. Everyone's hearts were shocked, and their spirits instantly rose. Because of this sound, Yuxi's Kamita Teiji's cooking has been prepared, which also means that this unique and exciting eating halberd showdown has finally reached its climax. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, Kamita Teiji brought out his own dishes and handed it over to teacher Chapelle for trial, when suddenly a ditty sounded. The students were stunned for a moment, and when they came back to their senses, they realized that it was the stewing pot in front of them that was sending down again. After all, they had already cooked. It turns out that our food is ready. By the way, we are still in class. It was only then that the students realized that they were still in the cooking class, and they hurriedly packed up their own dishes, preparing to give Chapelle a grade. Before they were completely attracted by Kamita Teiji and Lu Xing's eating halberd showdown, especially Lu Xing's series of sassy operations, they were completely brought into the atmosphere of the showdown, and they forgot that they were not ordinary melon eaters. The fact that the crowd was still a student in class did not come to mind until the cooking pot in front of him issued a reminder. Just when everyone was about to present their own dishes to Chapelle, Somikahe suddenly shouted, "No, if we take our own dishes and let Chapelle-sensei taste them, then Chapelle-sensei's tongue will be in the air." After tasting a lot of the same dishes in a short period of time, wouldn't there be a taste assimilation that would affect the judgment of the next eating halberd showdown? Hearing Somikahe's words, everyone's movements stopped for a moment, as if they suddenly thought of something. The students of Taijutsu, who had been educated in authentic cooking since childhood, of course understood what Soma Yukihiro meant. In this world, for any successful chef, his five senses, especially the senses of taste and smell, must be different from other ordinary people. Even if they are not comparable to the legendary God's tongue and God's nose, they must be far from each other. Sensitivity beyond others. Of course, it is a sensitive organ that is far superior to others. If it receives a stimulant or a large amount of the same taste in a short period of time, it will be passivated and temporarily lose its original sensitivity. Just like Chapelle, next he will taste at least a dozen dishes made by the students, produced from the same recipe, and the taste is similar to Burgundy red beef stew, then his taste will be in a short period of time. The food will be affected by a large number of similar tastes, and will temporarily passivate, which is the so-called taste assimilation, which will affect the subsequent cooking judgment. This is also the reason why the judges only eat some bland food before the normal cooking showdown, because they are afraid that their tongue will lose sensitivity, which will affect the result of the competition. Chapter 15 Cooking is complete. Ask for everything. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. This is also the reason why the judges only eat some bland food before the normal cooking showdown, because they are afraid that their tongue will lose sensitivity, which will affect the result of the competition. However, this eating halberd showdown is different from other matchups in that his judges are not only the judges of a halberd eating showdown, but also the teachers of dozens of classmates. Thinking of this, the students couldn't help but looked over to Kamita-teji. Was it all planned by him? Feeling the astonished eyes of everyone, Kamita-teji finally gave up and continued to maintain his demeanor. He arrogantly pointed at Lucien and roared loudly, "You bastard, you know why I specifically asked to be here with you. Do you want to eat halberd? Did you choose this burgundy beef stew as a showdown dish? Not only for those beef that lost their umami due to time, but also because I had thought of this for a long time. This is the first class of the senior high school in the new semester. Teacher Chappelle, who is a reviewer of Shiji, will definitely rate the students, which will cause the taste passivation due to eating too many of the same dishes. Even the fullness caused by eating a lot of beef will reduce the sensitivity of the taste again. And my cooking was made at the beginning of this class, so I could be the first to give it to Teacher Chappelle. What about you?" He looked at Lucien proudly. "When the class started, I found out that in your group, you are not a master chef, which means that according to the regulations, you need to cook all over again, and the moment you do it, it's too late for everything. Haha. What if Arina helps you? You're not going to get out of the academy in a daze." At the end, Kamita-teji laughed wildly. This is his third hole card against Lucien. After listening to Kamita-teji's explanation, the students looked at him with shock and disgust. They didn't expect Kamita-teji, who usually looks honest, to be so sinister. At the same time, I have to admit that what Teiji Kamita said makes sense. This time, even Arina could not continue to help Lucien. Although Kamita-teji invited Chappelle and Arina to be judges at the same time before the start, but according to the regulations of the Eating Halberd administration, no even number of judges are allowed on Eating Halberd, and it is in Chappelle's class again, so the authority defaults that only Chappelle is the judge for this showdown. After finally saying everything in his heart, Kamita-teji, who was in a good mood, carried his own cooking and walked to Chappelle, preparing to win this duel completely. Just when he passed by Lucien, the saucepan in front of Lucien actually made a drip sound. Lucien, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly smiled and said, "Lucien's special burgundy red beef stew cooking is complete." Text chapter 16 Burgundy beef stew with honey red wine. What? It's impossible. Hearing Lucien's voice, Kamita-teji was shocked as never before. Others also stared at Lucien with suspicion, thinking that he had lost his mind because of anxiety. Lucien did not care, but lifted the lid on his own. With the opening of the lid, a strong aroma surged out. The student next to him couldn't help but put down the dishes in his hands, craned his neck and stared at his pot with wide eyes. They found that the color of the dishes inside was rosy and attractive, and they knew that this was the best time for burgundy red beef stew. It's really done. How did he do it? Really shorten the time. Everyone here knows that burgundy red beef stew requires a certain amount of cooking time, and Lucien is the last person to start cooking. According to common sense, she cooks the cooking time, at least more than other students. About 20 minutes late. So Kamita-teji just now has the confidence to passivate Chappelle's taste buds within this period of time, allowing him to produce taste assimilation and thus affect Lucien's performance. But now, Lucien's dishes are actually cooked ahead of time, and the time is the same as theirs. Although they couldn't figure it out, how did Lucien do this? Only Arina, who was standing on the side, looked at the aroma emanating from Lu Xing's cooking, shrugged her nose, and sniffed, relying on the god's tongue which brought a higher sense of smell than ordinary people. Erina relaxed. Perceived the truth. But she didn't say it out, but thought with a relaxed smile in her heart, this stinky boy, it really belongs to you, and he can think of this way. Lu Xing's operation once again made Kamita Teiji doubt his life, and his sense of unease became heavier and heavier. Impossible, how could he cook this dish in such a short time? There must be some way to affect the taste, yes. It must be like this. Kamita Teiji forcibly found a reasonable for himself. Excuse me, I regained some confidence in my heart again. Kamita Teiji, carrying his own cooking, walked quickly to the front of Chapelle, and Lu Xing also stood beside him with his cooking. Eating halberd finally arrived at the last moment, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. Which of you two will come first? Chapelle said softly. I'll come first. Hearing Chapelle's words, Kamita Teiji shouted loudly, looking very anxious. As we all know, in the eating halberd showdown, the first dish is very important, because the first dish that the judges taste first, if done well, its taste will occupy the judges' taste buds, and then affect the evaluation of the second dish. This is especially important in the eating halberd showdown of the same dish. Chapter 16 Burgundy beef stew with honey red wine. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. As we all know, in the eating halberd showdown, the first dish is very important, because the first dish that the judges taste first, if done well, its taste will occupy the judges' taste buds, and then affect the evaluation of the second dish. This is especially important in the eating halberd showdown of the same dish. That's why Kamita Teiji seemed very anxious. After the 3 hole cards were easily resolved by Lu Xing and the most important 2, he was not as confident in Lu Xing as he was at the beginning, and had to seize every opportunity to expand the last card Kamita Restaurant Special Dishes Red Wine advantage. Okay, you come first. Lu Xing said he didn't care. He didn't know the importance of the first move in eating halberd, and he wouldn't care if he knew it, because the anime told him that in this kind of confrontation, the first to come will lose. Hearing Lu Xing's answer, Kamita Teiji let out a sigh of relief and put his cooking in front of Chapelle. Chapelle picked up a fork and stuck a piece of beef in his mouth, chewing it carefully. Everyone stared at him nervously, waiting for his evaluation. Chapelle closed his eyes and held his head up. His whole person looked like a fairy, as if he had entered the legendary realm of immortal wandering, and fell into a strange state. Hey, looking at Chapelle in front of him, Lu Xing got goosebumps all over. Although people who knew this world long ago would fall into the state when they encounter delicious food, and I have seen Erina showing a similar expression, but he still couldn't accept such an expression from a middle-aged man in Chapelle. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Chapelle to wake up. There was a smile on his face like Wanyan Bing. He looked at Kamita Teiji and said with admiration, "This dish is almost perfect, especially the red wine in it, it completely inspired this dish. The taste of all kinds of ingredients is perfectly integrated and the power of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Kamita Restaurant really lives up to its reputation." Hearing this evaluation of Chapelle, Kamita was very excited, and once again burst into confidence, looking at Lu Xing's eyes, and full of contempt. Lu Xing did not care about him, but calmly brought out his own dishes to Chapelle. Looking at the cooking in front of him and smelling the smell, Chapelle nodded, and he looked at Lu Xing. "You really use this method to prepare the cooking time ahead of time, which is very good." He had guessed in his mind before, but it was only a distance too far to be sure. "Teacher Chapelle, what kind of method did student Lu Xing use?" Listening to Chapelle's words, the students next to him impatiently asked the long-buried doubts. Chapelle glanced at Lu Xing and motioned for him to answer the question himself. Lu Xing smiled shyly, "It's honey, because I added honey to it, which not only improves the taste of the dishes, but also finds the cooking time of the beef. He looked at the crowd and said, "So this dish can also be called Burgundy honey red wine stewed beef." P.S. Continue to be cheeky and ask for recommendations and collections from the big guys, and give rewards for evaluation. Text chapter 17_Erinna's Kiss. Ask for flower collection. Burgundy honey red wine stewed beef. After hearing Lucine's words, everyone was puzzled. I also thought about it at the time, because the factors of class will make Mr. Chappelle produce taste assimilation, which will affect the result of this duel, so I add honey to the cooking. The enzyme protease rich in honey can dissolve the protein on the beef, can not only soften the beef and taste better, but also shorten the maturation time. At the same time, honey can also increase the taste of the dish, killing two birds with one stone. Lucine showed the look of everything is under control. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Soma Copia next to him. Xin Ping Chuang really didn't know why, but he was happy for Lucine in his heart and gave him a thumbs up. Seeing Xin Ping Chuang's real performance, even Lucine's face is as thick as a city wall, and he can't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, this is blatant plagiarism, and the bitter master is still in front of him. That's right, the method used by Lucine is the method used by copying Soma in the original work. Add honey to dishes. However, the reason for doing all this is not that what Lucine said was under his control, and thus he made a countermeasure, and he thought of the original work of Yukio Soma. Using honey not only shortened the time, but also seemed to increase the taste. Lucine also wanted to use honey to increase the taste. As for everything that happened in front of him, it was just a slap in the face. The expression that everything is under control is just forcibly pretending. None of the people present found Lucine's mental journey, but they all believed his nonsense, thinking that he had expected all this, so they admired Lucine even more. Kamita Teiji also thinks so. He thinks Lucine has discovered his plot long ago, and he is still complacent. He couldn't help but swell his whole face into a pig's liver color, and now he feels like a clown jumping up and down in Lucine's hands. He stubbornly said, "It's just adding a mere amount of honey, what's so great?" Chappelle didn't care about this episode. He had already put Lucine's dishes into his mouth and slowly tasted it with his eyes closed. Everyone was nervous to watch Chappelle, even Erinna. Only Lucine remained confident. After a short time, Chappelle opened his eyes and stared at Lucine with a deadpan expression, his body trembling, as if he was enduring something, and he did not speak. "It's over, look at what this means. What Lucine makes is not delicious, is it?" "Looks like yes. Didn't you see?" Mr. Chappelle didn't show the slightest smile. "Yes, he smiled when Kamita Teiji was cooking, and now he seems to be enduring something. Is he angry?" Looking at Chappelle's performance, the others were very surprised and talked a lot. Ha ha ha. Teiji Kamita, who had been watching Chappelle, let out a harsh laugh. "I knew that this kid is not a good cook at all. You guys actually believe that he, someone who has never been exposed to Western cooking education for a day, can cook a classic Western dish? Just look at Teacher Chappelle's expression, nothing. No smile, trembling all over. It must be that this guy's food is unpalatable to a certain level." At this moment, Kamita Teiji had already determined that Lucine's pills right away. His mood was better than ever, and he laughed again. Chapter 17_Erinna's Kiss. "I knew that this kid is not a good cook at all. You guys actually believe that he, someone who has never been exposed to Western cooking education for a day, can cook a classic Western dish? Just look at Teacher Chappelle's expression, nothing. No smile, trembling all over. It must be that this guy's food is unpalatable to a certain level." At this moment, Kamita Teiji had already determined that Lucine's pills right away. His mood was better than ever, and he laughed again. "You guys actually called him the eye of the gods. It's ridiculous. He's not worthy of being a chef at all. He's only suitable for going to a TV station to participate in a parody show or to perform juggling at a circus. Kamita Teji opened a map cannon. Just when he was planning to criticize Lu Xing and the classmates who supported Lu Xing again, Chappelle suddenly said, "Arina, come and try it." Things are turning around. The people who eat melons think invariably. Lu Xing Pai Dian followed and took out a bowl of beef and gave it to Arina, very excited. The reason for the excitement is, of course, the hope that the Mr. Arina who taught her this recipe will give her a good review, not to see Arina's strange expression, absolutely not, classmate Lu Xing is a gentleman. Arina looked at Lu Xing who smiled like a husky, and felt strange in her heart, but she still picked up the food and tasted it. It's coming soon. A certain gentleman looked forward to it. He was full of confidence in his cooking. Although he didn't know why Chappelle was so calm after eating it, Lu Xing was confident. Rena will definitely not be so calm. I saw Arina suddenly blushed, her legs were clamped, her body trembled, her big eyes were watery and she looked at Lu Xing, her mouth opened slightly. Look at his eyes full of desire. Just like that girl. Lu Xing is a bit square. He sensed that something was wrong. Just when Lu Xing hadn't reacted, Arina suddenly broke his head and faced his mouth. Kiss. What the hell? I didn't take any medicine. P.S. Cheeky begging for everything. Text chapter 18_drugs will start today. What does it feel like to be kissed by a girl? What does it feel like to be kissed by the heroine? Whether it is in the past or this life, Lu Xing, who is an old virgin, has thought about this problem countless times and fantasized about this feeling countless times. However, when everything really happened today, she couldn't remember anything at this time, her mind was completely in a state of shutdown. Until Arina's tongue stuck in her mouth, smooth, hot, sweet. Lu Xing couldn't help but let his tongue and Arina's tongue entangle each other. It turns out that this is the taste of the tongue of God. Somehow, at this time, Lu Xing's mind suddenly flashed such an enlightenment. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and at a loss. Ah! Only Fai Shizi screamed loudly, her voice was shrill and her expression collapsed, as if she had seen the end of the world. Fai Shako's voice awakened Arina, who was intoxicated, and immediately felt the foreign body in her mouth bite down. Ah! Lu Xing screamed back a few steps. Arina suddenly understood what had happened just now, her face suddenly turned blood red, and white air seemed to be coming from the top of her head. Clap clap clap. Arina slapped Lu Xing's shoulder hard, clapping loudly. You bastard, what the hell did you give me? Asshole. 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 Did you take medicine? Arina said shyly, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. The slaps in the hands are getting louder and louder. I didn't prescribe medicine. How can you contaminate people out of thin air? Lu Xing covered his lips and said hesitantly. He is also at a loss now. Although he knew that Arina would definitely have some strange reactions after eating his own food, he didn't expect the reaction to be so big. Miss, how are you? What's going on? Fai Shizi walked up quickly and asked Arina. While asking, she hid Arina behind her for protection, and looked at the meteor with eyes like a big bad wolf. What do you see me doing? I was caught and bitten by her. Lu Xing got cheap and behaved well. It's nothing, Fai Shako, don't mention it. Arina regained her composure on the surface. Yes. Hearing Arina say this, Fai Shizi couldn't ask any more questions, but she still stared at Lu Xing with vigilant eyes. Arina knew the bitterness. When he took Lu Xing's food for the first time, he was surrounded by the thick taste of beef, the mellow taste of red wine and the sweetness of honey. All the ingredients and seasonings were in Lu Xing's hands. Xing's subordinates cooperated perfectly, and the specially added honey was the finishing touch. Chapter 18_drugs will start today. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Erina knew the bitterness. When he took Lucine's food for the first time, he was surrounded by the thick taste of beef, the mellow taste of red wine and the sweetness of honey. All the ingredients and seasonings were in Lucine's hands. Cine's subordinates cooperated perfectly, and the specially added honey was the finishing touch. Even if Erina came to complete this dish by herself, without adding any improvements, it could only be done to this point. However, Erina is still very normal at this time. After all, she has no idea how many dishes she has eaten at the same level. What surprised her was only Lucine's talent. It's such a terrifying talent to have learned this dish in your hands and play it so perfectly. But when Erina swallowed the beef, everything changed. A warm breath suddenly emanated from the beef, roaming around her body, making herself feel as if she had taken off a layer of shackles and being extremely comfortable, but also full of desire for Lucine. Right? Just craving. Erina didn't know how to describe herself at that moment, she only knew that when she looked at Lucine, she felt that he was handsome everywhere, as if he was the only true God in the world, her only belief. He could not wait to integrate himself into Lucine's body. When Lucine looked at him for the first time, Erina felt his panties. So she couldn't help herself, and she involuntarily offered her first kiss to Lucine. It's just that how does all this make her explain to Fichesi? I can only force her not to mention it again. While Lucine recalled the amazing feeling, he also wondered what made Erina become like this. He subconsciously asked his own system in his mind. What the hell is going on here? Why does Erina get so excited after eating my food? After the question, Lucine smiled bitterly to himself, thinking that he was really ill and went to the doctor. From the time he crossed into this world, his sense of presence of the system was very low. He had never released any system tasks or anything, nor did he have a system that could be cute, playable, or even warm the bed like the predecessors of others. Elf. A humble batch. But what Lucine did not expect was that the system actually responded to him this time. There was no ding, nor any sound, just a memory that suddenly appeared in his mind. After going through this memory in his mind, Lucine understood why this happened. He couldn't help muttering to himself, it seems that from today, I have officially mastered the advanced skill of medicating. P.S. There is no evening rehabilitation training today. I wrote a chapter urgently, because it is said that we may have a power outage tomorrow, so I will update this first. For the sake of my hard work, I beg you guys to give me some rewards. Text chapter 19_winner. Everything is the fault of spiritual power. Originally, Lucine thought that he could only strengthen his physical fitness and ingredients before his spiritual power reached the extreme and brought the effect of immortality. Unexpectedly, according to the system, spiritual power, as the highest source energy in the universe, is one of the most precious resources in the universe. Human beings, who are all primates, have an almost instinctive desire for it. It's just that it's almost never possible for ordinary people to come into contact with this kind of power, let alone master it. When Lucine used Xianwei aggregation to process beef, he used spiritual power instead of the original internal power, so that a little bit of spiritual power remained in the cooking, which was the root cause of the series of consequences. The reason why Chapelle was expressionless was just because his body was madly absorbing this little spiritual power, and the feeling it produced shocked his heart, and he didn't know how to describe it for a while. As for Erina, thinking of this, Lucine didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment, only that he might go further and further on the glorious avenue of medication in his whole life. According to the systematic explanation, everything in the universe is divided into yin and yang attract each other. In other words, the spiritual power generated by the man represented by the yang side is particularly attractive to the woman represented by the yin side. At the moment of absorbing the spiritual power for the first time, it is easy for the producer of the spiritual power, Lu Star generates huge favor. Especially a girl who still retains the pure yin spirit. In other words, Lu Xing can completely be a humanoid self-propelled aphrodisiac in the future, as long as he injects his own spiritual power into the girl's body through contact. Of course, it is emphasized once again that Lu is an upright gentleman. However, Erina can produce such a violent reaction, and the system also explained that this has something to do with the particularity of Erina itself. As for what is so special about Erina noodles? This question, no matter how Lu Xing asked the system in his mind, the system has not answered. Papa, while Lu Xing was thinking wildly and hesitating whether he wanted to open the door to the new world, Chapelle, who had recovered, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 19_winner. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Papa, while Lu Xing was thinking wildly and hesitating whether he wanted to open the door to the new world, Chapelle, who had recovered, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Lu Xing looked up and found that everyone was in a state of being stunned by Erina's astonishing actions. To Lu Xing's delight, it was probably due to his series of snarky actions during the eating halberd showdown just now. As a result, the students' impression of him was greatly changed. Although they were shocked when they saw him being forcibly kissed by their goddess, the reaction was not very big, and some people even showed the look of as expected in their eyes. Yuki Hirosoma even made a gesture of touching two thumbs together, expressing his optimism about their pair. In this regard, Lu Xing did not explain, and could not explain. Besides, what a good thing this is, how many people can't ask for it, why do you need to explain? Calm down the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Lu Xing looked at Chapelle. Feeling that everyone had finally shifted their attention on the emergency, Chapelle nodded with satisfaction and said, "Now it's time for us to judge these two dishes, and let this eating halberd showdown also take place. There is a result." Hearing Chapelle's words, everyone finally remembered that there is such an important matter that has not been resolved, and they can't help but look forward to Chapelle. Although everyone believed that Kamita Teiji had a great advantage because of the completely different performances of Chapelle after tasting the two dishes just now, since Lu Xing has created a miracle just now, he turned a piece of beef that had lost its umami taste into a comparable the quality of a 5 beef, who knows if he will create any miracles again. Although they don't have any hope at all. Coupled with Miss Erina's world-shattering performance, there are also some people who have confidence in Lu Xing, although a larger number of people believe that the reason why teacher Chapelle let Miss Erina taste Lu Xing's cooking, I just want to tell Erina that he is not partial to Kamita Teiji, and Erina's actions are just a little comfort to the boyfriend who is about to be kicked out of the academy. Most people have acquiesced in Lu Xing and Erina's male and female relationship. Kamita Teiji also thinks so. He now looks at Lu Xing's eyes, has changed from jealousy to hatred. He is already thinking, when Lu Xing was kicked out of the academy, how can he get revenge on Lu Xing? Under everyone's ardent gaze, Xiaopei said calmly, "As a judge of this eating halberd showdown, I announce that the winner of this showdown is..." He paused and pointed his finger at this point. Kamita Teiji. Kamita Teiji was overjoyed, holding his head high and preparing to accept the honor of his winner. Unexpectedly, Chapelle's finger swiped, pointed at Lu Xing and said, "The winner is the meteor. P.S. The first call came late from home, there should be another chapter in a while." Text Chapter 20 Polestar House. What? Hearing Chapelle's words, everyone's shock was no less than Erina's collapse action just now. Although some of them hoped that Lu Xing would create another miracle, they did not expect that miracle would really happen. Only Lu Xing looked calm. "Why? Teacher, didn't you already smile when you were eating my cooking? But when you were eating this transfer student's cooking, there was no smile at all. Why did I lose to him? I couldn't accept this result. Of course it was Kamita Teiji, he asked in disbelief loudly. Yeah, why is that so? Kamita Teiji's words raised the biggest question of the melon eaters, and they all stared at Chapel, hoping that he would give everyone a satisfactory explanation. I smiled at your cooking, just because at your age, your cooking is really good, but I was indifferent to Lu Xing's cooking and didn't respond, not because his cooking was bad, but because I was the first. It's just a meal that is so strange that I can't describe it. Speaking of which, Chapel remembered the breath that roamed his body and made him feel refreshed. Then what exactly is breath? Is it because of secret skills? This kid is really full of mysteries. Chapel's words surprised the melon eaters even more, and looked at Lu Xing by the way, as if they had known him again. What kind of cuisine makes Chapel feel indescribable? They were perplexed, but none of them thought that Chapel would favor Lu Xing. This is the strong reputation that Yuanyu Academy has accumulated since its establishment. However, the convincing people certainly do not include Kamita Teiji. The personnel of the HALBERD Food Administration are ready to completely announce that Lu Xing is the final winner of this HALBERD Eater Showdown, and is ready to execute the contract to expel Kamita Teiji. When leaving the academy, Kamita Teiji shouted loudly, "I don't accept it! I don't accept it! I want to apply for the top 10 judgment." Hearing Kamita Teiji's words, the others not only turned to look at Erina together. Only Lu Xing and Xingping Chuangzhen were confused. Someone next to the classmates noticed their ignorance and explained to them, the so-called top 10 judgment means that when someone is dissatisfied with the result of the eating halberd showdown, they can apply for any one of the 10 heroes. If the 10 heroes and the judges have different opinions, the two sides who eat the halberd can even start the duel again. After listening to the explanation of the passerby classmate A, Lu Xing suddenly realized. This is a rule that does not exist in anime, but considering that this is a real world, it is normal to have more complete rules. Everyone looked at Erina and waited for her to speak. I agree with Chapel-sensei. Erina said lightly. You can't favor this kid because of your relationship with him. You haven't even tasted my cooking. It's not fair. Kamita Teiji yelled. What is my relationship with this kid? What have I got to do with this kid? Erina almost ran wild, took a forced breath, and calmed down. You don't need to taste your food at all. I can tell from my nose that the taste of that dish was forcibly enhanced by the bottle of cooking wine, so that the taste of red wine conceals the taste of the dish itself, which instead exposes your inadequacies. Having said that, she glanced at Lu Xing and continued. And the stinky boy's dish is not only perfect in seasoning and heat, but also through secret skills to improve the beef to a level comparable to A5, and through the lubrication of honey, it makes the whole person fall into the cooking in the middle of. Rena's face turned red for not knowing what she thought of. It's not at all comparable to your cooking, she said finally. Chapter 20 Polestar House. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. It's not at all comparable to your cooking, she said finally. Hearing Erina's words, Chapel nodded in agreement. Kamita Teiji didn't speak again, but silently picked up his kitchen utensils, threw away the dishes he made, and walked silently to the door. The others didn't speak either, they knew that Kamita would never be seen again. But all this is his own fault, so no one sympathizes. When he came to the door, Kamita Teiji suddenly turned around and glanced at Lu Xing and Erina. His eyes became gray and strange, full of death. I will definitely make you two pay the price. He said word by word, and walked out without looking back. Lu Xing frowned, he felt that this matter would not end so easily. But after thinking about it, I felt that I was making a fuss. Would I be afraid of a trick that didn't even make a name for myself in the anime? At this moment, with the departure of Kamita Teiji, this eating halberd, which was full of situations, finally came to an end. Lu Xing also made a big splash on the first day of school, and greatly reversed everyone's opinion of him. Everything that followed was finally back on track, and the students began to take their own dishes one after another and grade Chappelle's tasting. Xin-Ping Chuangzhen and Lu Xing, of course, you have obtained an A-level evaluation, and Chappelle also expressed regret that he could not have an A-level evaluation or higher, otherwise, he would definitely improve the evaluation of Lu Xing and Xin-Ping Chuangzhen. What regrets is that Erina and Faishako don't know when they disappeared. Not only that, but I don't know why Erina quietly took Lu Xing and her own contrived cooking away while Lu Xing was not paying attention. Lu Xing felt that it was a pity that he had to give up his plan to use Erina cuisine to improve his really culinary level. The only thing that made Lu Xing feel relieved was that he tasted Kahei's real cooking, and it was a dish of advanced level, which made his real cooking skill level break through from lower intermediate to intermediate lower. At the same time, Lu Xing also discovered that Xin-Ping Chuang's real cooking skills, according to the evaluation of the system, have reached advanced, which is only one line away from the limit superior of ordinary people. Thinking of his age again, Lu Xing had to sigh again. This talent is really terrifying. As expected of the male protagonist, his cheater is so high that he doesn't know where he is. In the afternoon, the freshman's day is coming to an end with the end of this class. The melon eaters talked about what happened on this day in twos and threes, and it was impossible for them to forget all this in their lifetime. And Lu Xing and Xin-Ping Chuangzhen received another notification from the staff, and the two of them were assigned to a dormitory. Seeing the name of the dormitory, Lu Xing smiled, as expected. Ji Xin Shi, I'm here. P.S. Fortunately, the code came out. Ask for a collection of flowers, and give a reward for the evaluation. Text chapter 21_shine like a pole star. Ask for flower collection. Why haven't we arrived yet? This place is getting more and more remote. Finally ended the day's course. Lu Xing and Xin-Ping Chuangzhen are walking on the way to Pole Star House at this time. Just looking at a gorgeous dormitory after another, passing by, but the surrounding is getting more and more desolate, but it has not yet reached the destination. Don't worry, follow the directions on the map, it should be there soon. Lu Xing glanced at the simple map the staff sent him and said to Soma Koping. Lu Xing was not surprised that he was assigned to the Pole Star House. According to his inference, since the Golden Generation, the Pole Star House has achieved an unusual position in Yuanyu Academy. They should all be elite students of each class. This is shown in the original work. Needless to say, others, even the bad duo in the original work, their strength should be above the average level. According to Lu Xing and Xin-Ping Soma's performance in class, they should be assigned to Pole Star House as a matter of course. Finally, before the sun went down, Lu Xing and Xin-Ping Chuangzhen came to a huge 3-story castle. It's so big here. Looking at the Pole Star House in front of him, Sophia Yukihiro was really amazed. Indeed, even in the splendid Yuanyu dormitory group, this ancient castle can be regarded as stand out from the crowd. However, Lu Xing, who knows the glorious history of Pole Star House, said he was very calm. Xin-Ping Chuangzhen couldn't wait to step forward and pushed open the gate of the castle. Lu Xing quickly followed, and consciously fell behind Xin-Ping Chuangzhen. Walking into the old castle, I found a piece of black paint inside, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Before Xin-Ping Chuang really reacted, he saw a sound of chicken flying and dogs jumping towards him. Suddenly, the entire ancient castle lit up instantly. I saw a mixed formation of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs passing in front of Kahei Soma, and a beautiful girl full of vigor chasing them, leaving a mess. At the same time, the strange smoke and the aroma of wine came from upstairs. Chapter 21_shine like a pole star. At the same time, the strange smoke and the aroma of wine came from upstairs. Xin-Ping Chuangzhen was taken aback by this strange scene, and Meteor, who fell behind him, was well prepared for all this and still had a relaxed expression on his face. At this moment, an angry voice from an old woman resounded from the copper pipes like a film phonograph around the dormitory. "Yoshino Yuki. You are not allowed to keep animals in the room. Do you want to be skinned by me? Ibuzaki-jun, if you treat your room as a smoking room, I will smoke you too. Zenji Marui, make your room quieter. Seriously, can't you learn Zaiwai? A newcomer is here today, don't you know?" As soon as the words fell, an old woman who seemed to be in her 70s appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Xing and the others. "You were assigned today? Are these two freshmen in the Pole Star House? My name is Fumio Daimoto, and you can call me Maria of Pole Star in the future," Wangsu said to them to himself. The two said, and also said the title that made Lu Xing feel ashamed. However, in the mentality that no woman of any age can be offended, Lu Xing decided to follow the rules. "Dear Ms. Maria, we are both freshmen who are going to live in this dormitory today. May I ask where our rooms are allocated? I'm so tired today, I really want to take a bath and get a good night's sleep on the bed." Although he knew that staying here would not be so simple, Lu Xing asked Granny Wangsu with a white expression on his face. "Want to sleep? How can it be so easy to stay here?" Sure enough, Wangsu said that things are far from simple. The Pole Star House is a special dormitory in Taijutsu Academy, and naturally has different rules. If you want to stay here, you must follow the rules here. Rules? What are the rules? Do you need any special rules to stay here? Soma Kopia looked confused. Of course, the rule of the Pole Star House is to use the ingredients here to make a dish that Maria of the Pole Star is satisfied with, so that I can have a room here, otherwise, the two of you will get ready to sleep in the wild. What? Do you still want to cook? Koping Soma looked dissatisfied. Lu Xing, who had known all this for a long time, accepted all of this very quickly, and said to Xin Pingchuangzhen, "Let's go, since you have come to other people's territory, you must follow their rules." After saying that, he seen Pingchuangzhen walk towards the kitchen. Wangsu looked at the backs of the two of them and smiled. "I didn't expect so many students to come here this year. Maybe the Pole Star House can go to glory again, shining like a pole star," she added again, staring at Lu Xing's back for a long time. "Especially this kid, but I'm looking forward to it. The kid who has the secret skills. I have prepared a gift for you. P.S. First chapter, all kinds of requests. Text chapter 22_superpower reappears. Ask for flower collection. Wow, the kitchen here is really perfect." Entering the kitchen, Soma Kahei sighed as he looked at everything in front of him. Lu Xing agreed. Indeed, the kitchen here covers an area of at least tens of square meters, and all kinds of kitchen utensils are readily available. At the same time, it also showed Lu Xing the power of the golden generation of Pole Star House. The only thing that makes Lu Xing more dissatisfied is that although the kitchen utensils here are very complete, there are almost no ingredients for cooking, only some rice and white noodles are left, and only eggs are left that can be called meat, and the quantity is not much. There are no vegetables at all, and the seasonings are very complete. There are only such simple materials, it looks very challenging. Soma Kopia looked at everything in front of him and was completely ignited. Lu Xing was silent. Although I already knew that things would develop like this, Lu Xing still felt very unhappy. You must know that Ji Xing she has independent financial rights, and in the animation, Wangsu not only drinks a little wine at night, but also eats a rich supper. This shows that she must have her own reserves of ingredients, and now she is showing them such a scene. Oh, what a coincidence, you didn't come at the right time, the ingredients in the kitchen are running out. Wangsu appeared behind Lu Xing and the others at the right time and said indifferently, while keeping his eyes fixed on them, full of expectations. Sure enough, it was specially prepared. Lu Xing knew it in his heart, and when he turned back, he saw Xinping Chuangzhen was also watching him, and he should have also discovered the truth of the matter. Then let you see what we can do. The two shouted together in their hearts. Then start preparing their own dishes. Yuki Hirosoma first beat the breadcrumbs and eggs into a paste, and it looked like he was going to fry something, which surprised Wensu. She couldn't remember what was left in the kitchen under her careful preparation. Fried stuff. Lucien was even more strange. He first took a large wok that was unique to China and lit it on fire, and shouted to Sa Xingkoping, Chuangxian, leave me some eggs. What is Ah Xin going to do? Koping Chuangzhen asked suspiciously, handing over a few eggs at the same time. Taking the eggs, Lucien responded, just make scrambled eggs. Hearing this, Koping Chuangzhen was stunned and said, Ah Xin, your cooking is really unique. It's not egg fried rice, but scrambled eggs. Although he said that, his eyes still showed expectations. He is very fond of Lucien confidence. Chapter 22 Superpower reappears. Hearing this, Koping Chuangzhen was stunned and said, Ah Xin, your cooking is really unique. It's not egg fried rice, but scrambled eggs. Although he said that, his eyes still showed expectations. He is very fond of Lucien confidence. What? Are you going to make scrambled eggs for me to eat? But Wensu didn't have that much confidence in Lucien. She shouted to Lucien, if you really plan to use that kind of thing to perfunctory me, I'll really kick you out. Don't make a decision so early, Maria, you have to believe me. Lucien looked confident. Seeing this, Wensu didn't say anything anymore. She also wanted to see what Lucien, a young man with secret skills, could make. Next to him, Soma Kahei suddenly suggested, Ah Xin, why don't we let Maria be the judge? It's better than whoever of us cooks in the future. Lucien pondered for a while, and replied categorically, okay. He also wanted to see how far the cooking can be achieved with his own that idea. The two turned to look at Wensu. I'll promise to be the judge of your two competitions and see what good things you two little devils can tinker with. Wensu agreed. The two of them got ready again. Looking at the wok in front of him, Lucien was still quite apprehensive. After all, he didn't plan to use the system's one-time recipe to cheat this time. That's right, Lucien didn't plan to use the systematic recipes this time to make the dishes of the small master world to pass the test. On the way to Jixingshi, Lucien thought about what kind of recipes to use. After passing the selection assessment, just when he selected the recipe, he suddenly remembered that it was shown in the anime. There is an egg in the ingredients, and I think of it in my mind again, because of the memory left after using the golden egg fried rice recipe last time, and I also think of a superpower that I have. So a bold idea was formed in Lucien's mind. He decided not to use the system's recipes in this assessment, to try the idea in his heart. Now is finally the time to act. Lucien closed his eyes again and mobilized the spiritual power of intermediate and inferior in his body. It was different from all the spiritual powers pouring towards his eyes after he turned on the supervision in the morning. This time, Lucien let his own spiritual power flow. The force flows through the body in an equally complex route. With the flow of spiritual power, Lucien immediately felt the change in himself, opened his eyes and stopped drinking in his heart. Super tactile is activated. P.S. Ask for flowers for collection. Text chapter 23 _ explosive golden tai chi scrambled eggs. Ask for everything. Super touch is one of the 5 tiger stars in the dark cooking world of the China Little Master world, and the superpower of the leopard head subkin. Not only can you make your skin sensitive, so that you can control the heat perfectly, you can also resist the temperature of the flame, and at the same time you can control your body temperature at will. If Lucien reaches the skills of the Chinese Little Master World Asia magazine, it can even be like him, with his own body temperature. he ignited the gunpowder in the Yangtze River. With this ability, the Asian magazine of the small master world is even called the Hot Chef. Just before, Lu Xing had already selected a recipe to deal with the current roundup assessment, but felt that it would be a pity to waste a recipe on this kind of thing. At this moment, recalling all kinds of anime, Lu Xing had a bold idea. His idea is to use the perfect control of the super tactile heat and the memory left over from the recipe of golden egg fried rice to improve the method of golden egg fried rice and change it to golden fried egg. Lu Xing is confident that with his real cooking skills, plus superpowers and the memories left over from the golden egg fried rice recipe, he will definitely be able to realize his idea. Make a dish that truly belongs to you. When the super tactile sensation was activated, Lu Xing immediately felt the difference. His skin can perfectly sense all the temperatures around him, including the hot in the flames in front of him and the cold in the air, and he even has a feeling that he can now regulate his body temperature by a small amount. Everything is ready. Lu Xing was still the same as before. With a flick of his hands, he perfectly peeled off the shell of the egg and put it into the bowl. With his current spiritual power, he can already support him to complete such an action. Although it is not as fast as when the little master's possession, it has already made Wensu, who saw this operation for the first time beside him, brighten his eyes and nodded secretly. But the difference from last time is that this time Lu Xing put the egg yolks and egg whites in a bowl and stirred them instead of frying them directly in the pot. I saw that Lu Xing quickly stirred the egg liquid in accordance with the rhythm of left 5 circles right 4 circles. Wensu, who was watching next to him, couldn't take his eyes off it. However, this time Lu Xing did not use the dark cooking world secret skills inherited from Ko, but the real cooking skills of intermediate and inferior from the system, the perverted bright dishes in the small master world, the egg liquid stirring method, Tai Chi stirring method used by the world's martial arts chefs. It can make the egg white and egg white blend perfectly, just like a Tai Chi diagram, the yin and yang are in harmony. This is a basic skill in the small master world. I feel that the egg liquid in my hand is almost the same. Lu Xing put a little oil in the wok, and then put in the egg liquid that has been processed. Then, Lu Xing poured a spoonful of oil into the flames burning at the bottom of the pot. Call. Receiving the stimulation of the oil, the flames in the pot quickly strung together, and the fire snake was at least 10 centimeters long. Chapter 23 _ Explosive Golden Tai Chi Scrambled Eggs. Ask for everything - page 1/2. Receiving the stimulation of the oil, the flames in the pot quickly strung together, and the fire snake was at least 10 centimeters long. Ah! The movement on Lu Xing's side made Wensu scream next to him. Just when Wensu was going to stop Lu Xing picked up the spoon and quickly stirred the eggs in the pot according to the cooking method of golden egg fried rice. Seeing this scene, coupled with the fact that there was no panicked expression on Lu Xing's face, Wensu couldn't help but stop his steps. The violent movement on Lu Xing's side even awakened Soma Kopi, who had been silent in the homemade cooking. He turned his head and looked at it and said, "Ah Xing, sure enough, you can surprise me every time you cook." After that, he continued to work on his own cooking. Lu Xing was unmoved. Stir fry for a while, the fire gradually calmed down. Lu Xing poured a spoonful of oil into the flame again. The fierce flames came up again, and Lu Xing continued to stir fry violently. Does this kid actually want to finish cooking under such intense heat? Has he reached this level of control over the flames? Seeing Lu Xing's operation, Wensu next to him was horrified. Next, as long as the flame fell every time, Lu Xing used oil to make the flame skyrocket, and then continued to stir fry, only adding a little salt during the frying process. So exactly 9 times, Lu Xing let the flame completely calm down. Looking at the eggs in the pot, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and he immediately turned off the super touch, because in just a few minutes, in order to better control the intense heat, he had to use overloaded super tactile, has almost exhausted the spiritual power in Lu Xing's body, and there is very little left. Just when Lu Xing put the dishes on the plate and covered the lid, and was about to present it to Wensu to taste, the system that had no sense of existence all along made a movement in his mind. Congratulations to the host, for the first time to create your own cuisine. The system evaluation is advanced moderate, and you can enter the system recipe to reward the real cooking skill level by a small rank. In an instant, there was another memory in Lu Xing's mind, and the spiritual power that was left with little physical strength was not only fully recovered, but also skyrocketed. Fortunately, for this situation, Lu Xing has experienced it twice, so there is no difference. This also means that Lu Xing's real cooking skill level has been upgraded to intermediate. Please name the host for this dish. Name it. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Xing thought for a while. Since you have used the superpower of Baiyan Chef and the Tai Chi stirring method, why not call it Baoyan Golden Tai Chi Scrambled Eggs? P.S. Still cheeky and asking for all kinds of things. There should be another chapter tonight? I don't know if there will be some readers who will give me a reward for watching me work hard. Text chapter 24_volcanic eruptions. Fourth more. Just when Lu Xing just decided the name of his first homemade dish, I found out that Soma Kahei has already prepared his own dishes and is about to give it to Wengsu to taste. Ah Xing, I have full confidence in my cooking, I will definitely beat you. Noticing Lu Xing's gaze, Koping Saru said confidently. That's good, you come first. Lu Xing said that Xing Ping Chuangzhen should take his own food first and go to Wensu to taste it. Okay. Lucky Pingaleo Instant Mackerel Burger Meat said, please try it. Soma Yukai Pi put his dishes in front of Wengsu. This is hamburger meat? What did you use to make it? Wensu was very surprised when he saw Yukihira Soma's cooking. She clearly remembers that she has disposed all the meat ingredients, so why does Kahei Soma still make hamburger meat? Feeling Wengsu's question, Soma Kahei said, I made it out of canned mackerel. He pointed to the canned mackerel box that had been torn open. Wensu also discovered her mistake, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The hamburger meat made from this kind of thing must be fishy. Although she said so, she still took a piece and put it in her mouth. Xing Ping Chuangzhen looked at Wensu confidently, and Lu Xing also had the expression of seeing the ending. Sure enough, Wensu's face suddenly became flushed, as if that what had reached this expression, and then he took another sip of soup, and the strange expression became even more serious. Wensu's performance gave Lu Xing a chill, although from Wensu's facial features, you can tell that she must have been a beautiful woman when she was young, but looking at her current face, Lu Xing is still a little unacceptable. Suddenly, Lu Xing's face turned bitter, because he thought that Wensu would be tasting his own cooking in a while, and his cooking contains spiritual power. Although Wensu must not be a girl with pure yin, but as long as she is a woman, Lu Xing's spiritual power will definitely affect her. In case. Lu Xing didn't dare to think about it anymore, and now he even has the urge to take back his cooking. But it's too late. Before Lu Xing could act, Wensu had already said to Lu Xing, I have already tasted that kid's cooking, now it's your turn to cook and make a big noise. Having said that, he opened the lid that Lu Xing covered on the cooking. Brush. A faint golden red light radiated out. Wensu was startled and hurriedly looked at the plate. I saw the egg fried to golden brown on the plate, with a slight orange red on the surface, as if it had been burned by a fire, very beautiful. Every time, I feel that your cooking is shining, ah Xing. Soma Yukihira next to him suddenly sighed. Chapter 24_volcanic eruptions. The fourth update dash, page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Every time, I feel that your cooking is shining, ah Xing. Soma Yukihira next to him suddenly sighed. It's not like, it's really shining, there's no way, the cooking made with the technology of the small master world is so unscientific. Lu Xing secretly complained in his heart, and on the surface he still smiled but did not language. Hey, is the color on it caused by that kid's special cooking technique? Seeing the color on the egg, Wen Su thought of Lu Xing's repeated 9-time frying. What is this dish called? Wen Su asked. Bayan Taiji golden scrambled egg, please try it. Bayan? It's really the name of the image. Then let me taste it. Wen Su took a piece of egg and put it in his mouth. Xin Ping Chuangzhen and Lu Xing are watching Wen Su nervously, waiting for her evaluation. Ugh. Wen Su stood up suddenly, as if very excited. Seeing Wen Su's actions, Lu Xing hurriedly ducked behind Koping Soma. Putting the scrambled eggs in her mouth, as Wen Su chewed, a violent heat burst out in her mouth, like a volcano erupting. After the volcanic eruption, a fragrance of egg whites and egg whites blending perfectly spread out, blending perfectly with the volcanic heat, like a yin-yang Taiji map. More importantly, after the two, there is a gentle aura that swims around Wen Su's body, making her feel as if she has become younger, and at the same time amplifying the taste of the food in her mouth. The combination of the three, clearly Wen Su can feel that this is not the highest level cuisine she has ever eaten, but the taste and texture created have given Wen Su no less than the best cuisine she has ever eaten, giving her a shock. In an instant, Wen Su's affection for Lu Xing soared, and he made an appearance of wanting to hug him. However, it was discovered that Lu Xing did not know why he was standing behind Xin Ping Chuangzhen, so he could only give up, sat down again, and regained his calm. Seeing Wen Su's performance, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was really afraid that Wen Su would not be able to control himself. It was difficult to calm down the excitement in my heart. Wen Su said to Xin Ping Chuangzhen and Lu Xing, you two really surprised me. You can achieve this level at this age, you are already the same age as this dormitory, the strongest group of people in history. The strength is comparable. Having said this, Wen Su showed a gratified smile. I can now officially inform you that you have passed the entrance examination of Ji Xingxi and officially become a part of Ji Xingxi. Having said this, Wen Su paused for a moment and then continued with a serious face, as for the winners of the two of you. She first glanced at Soma Kopii, and then looked at Lu Xing. It's this black-haired boy named Lu Xing. P.S. Today's 4 shifts are over. Roll and ask for everything. I want to collect flowers, evaluate and reward them all. Text chapter 25 _ thanks to the author. Thanks system. Ask for everything. Hearing Wen Su's words, Kahei Soma's face darkened. Although he saw Wen Su's performance just now, he already had a hunch in his heart, but when he heard the result with his own ears, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Although his explosive gold Tai Chi scrambled eggs was systematically rated as advanced and intermediate, Soma Yukaipi is a person with real cooking skills of advanced and superior, although the materials here will definitely limit his ability. He has good cooking skills, but Lu Xing is not very sure about whether his cooking can beat Koping Soma. Fortunately, blazing golden Tai Chi scrambled egg did not disappoint me. As for the loss of Yukihira creation, Lu Xing didn't care. He already knew Xin Ping Soma very well, and knew that he would never be defeated by this small failure. After all, he is the man who lost to his father nearly 500 times. Sure enough, after experiencing a moment of loss, Kahei Soma immediately returned to a state of full of vitality. Ah Xing, I didn't expect that I have already lost to you twice, but don't be complacent, sooner or later I will knock you down like I beat my dad. Xin Ping Chuangzhen planted a flag in front of Lu Xing. Do you think I don't know? When did you beat your father? Lu Xing secretly complained. But he didn't say this, otherwise he would be friends. Okay, since the two of you have passed the assessment, this is the room key for the two of you. Wen Su took out 2 keys and gave them to Xin Ping Chuangzhen and Lu Xing each. Lu Xing picked up the key and took a look, and found that he was assigned to room 301, while Xin Ping Chuangzhen was assigned to room 303, which is the room where the legendary Father of God used to be. I remember that room 302 seems to be Tianzuowi's residence. I didn't expect that I actually lived next door to Ziyawai. At this moment, Lu Xing thought of Tianzuowi, who had never been masked because of his butterfly effect. Okay, my old man is going to enjoy his own supper too, you two boys, get out of your way. You can also go to these roommates who also live in this dormitory. There will be a party to welcome the 2 of you in a while. Let's prepare for the dinner. Wen Su suddenly said to the 2 of them. Lu Xing didn't move when he heard the words, and his eyes were fixed on the instant mackerel burger meal set made by Koping Soma. What are you doing? You kid isn't planning to rob my old man's food, right? Don't even think about it? Wen Su said in a vicious voice after seeing Lu Xing's gaze. Lu Xing sighed. He also wanted to improve his real cooking skills by tasting the real cuisine of Kahei. This time, Kahei Soma's instant mackerel burger meat set is not as good as his explosive gold Tai Chi scrambled egg, but according to Kahei Soma's previous strength, it must be a dish that has reached the advanced level. But seeing Wen Su's food-protecting appearance, Lu Xing knew that his plan was in vain. Okay, don't frown, what will happen to young people who eat less? Aren't you going to take a bath? Now is the right time, let's go. Seeing Lu Xing's frowning expression, Wen Su suddenly said. Hearing what he said, Lu Xing also felt that his body was very uncomfortable because he had been busy all day today, so he could only bring the daily necessities he bought on Jinji Avenue yesterday and walk to the bathroom. And Yukio Soma, who didn't want to take a bath now, also said goodbye to Lu Xing, and wandered around in this castle alone. Lu Xing walked in the direction of the bathroom alone, frowning. He always felt as if he had forgotten something, and for some reason, Lu Xing always felt that Wen Su was looking at him in a weird way. Unable to figure out why, Lu Xing looked up and found that he had walked to the changing room outside the bathroom, abandoned the boring thoughts in his heart, took off his clothes and stepped forward to open the bathroom door. Chapter 25 _ Thanks to the author. Thanks system. Ask for everything - page 1/2. Unable to figure out why, Lu Xing looked up and found that he had walked to the changing room outside the bathroom, abandoned the boring thoughts in his heart, took off his clothes and stepped forward to open the bathroom door. Ah! Lu Xing, who had just opened the bathroom door, heard a scream comparable to the sound of a dolphin before he could see the scene inside. Looking at her, she saw a blue-haired girl with pure and beautiful features, who was soaking naked in the bathtub when she just noticed Lu Xing's unsolicited call with her hands on her chest, her face flushed, her eyes closed and her eyes closed. Right? Sorry. Lu Xing quickly closed the door of the bathroom and hurriedly backed out. Lu Xing, who had already put on a bathrobe, stood outside the bathroom door, reminiscing about. No, he was thinking. He finally knew what he had forgotten, and finally knew why Wen Su looked at him so strangely. Because now is the time for girls to take a bath. And the blue-haired girl in the bathroom is another heroine that Lu Xing has never seen. Tianzuowi. It was because Wen Su forgot to tell him about it in the original novel, so he saw Tianzuowi's naked body. In this world, because of various misunderstandings, the person who enjoys this welfare has been replaced by Lu Xing. At the same time, he also remembered Wen Su's strange eyes looking at him before, and it didn't seem like he forgot to remind him. Damn! Was calculated by that old lady. Lu Xing's righteous indignation thought. Of course, it would have been better if there wasn't that smile hanging on the corner of the mouth. Speaking of which, I can't believe it, Ziyawai's figure is really good, it's not worse than Arena. Thinking of this, Lu Xing's face suddenly became holy. Thanks again to the author of Landing. Speaking of that time, Ziyi also glanced at me. Thinking of something again, Lucien glanced at his figure, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became even bigger. Speaking of his current figure, after the strengthening of spiritual power, the muscles of the whole body are streamlined and angular, completely unlike the body of a teenage boy. Thanks to the system. Lucien once again looked holy. That. Just when Lucien was thinking about it, a faint voice sounded in front of him. He looked up. He found that Tianzuo had already dressed and was standing in front of him with a blushing face. P.S. The author is as pure as a crystal, you are not allowed to think too much. If you think too much, please give a little reward to appease the injured heart of the author. Thanks. Text chapter 26 Tajetsu Academy shocked the department. Ask for everything. My name is Lucien, and I will be staying in room 301 of this dormitory today. Just now. I didn't know you were in there, sorry. Standing in front of me, I don't know what to say, Tianzuo, Lu Star had to speak first. After speaking, Tianzuo, who was sincere, bowed. It doesn't matter, it's also because I forgot to put up the someone is using sign. Hearing Lucien's voice, Tianzuo was taken aback and quickly replied. Go wash quickly, there is still a welcome banquet to attend after that. Before Lucien could speak again, Tianzuo hurriedly said, and ran quickly after speaking, not daring to look at Lucien when he went out. Lucien shook his head with a wry smile and walked into the bathroom. After eating a lot of welfare, Lucien didn't bother to take a bath, but simply rushed, put on his clothes and went to the hall, ready to go to the welcome banquet. When I got to the hall, I found that Chuangzhen was already familiar with everyone. When he found Lucien walking over, he quickly shouted to him, "Come and meet our roommates of the past few years." "Hello, my name is Lucien, this year's freshman, please take care of you in the future." Lucien greeted everyone. "Hello, my name is Yoshino Yuki, nice to meet you." "Hello, my name is." "Hello, my name is." Everyone came forward one by one and said hello to Lucien. Although Lucien had already photographed their respective identities when he saw their appearance, but because Lucien could not explain how he knew them, Lucien still dealt with them meticulously. Even Tianzuo, who had knowing one step earlier, pretended not to know and shook hands with her. This made Ziyi blushed, as if Lucien had done something terrible to her, but fortunately, no one else found out. Although Lucien really seems to have done something incredible to her. After getting to know each other, Lucien found that the eyes of everyone looking at him were very strange, as if they were looking at some rare animals. "What's the matter with you? Look at me like that?" Lucien didn't know why. "Axing, do you know that you are hot?" Xinping Chuangzhen replied with a playful expression to Lucien. "We're looking at the legendary man with the tongue of God." Yoshino Yuki also said with a cheerful tone. "What's the God's tongue man? You've made it clear." Lucien's heart faintly had a bad feeling. "Come and see." Ryoko, who had been silent, suddenly said, and took out a newspaper and handed it to Lucien. When Lucien looked at the newspaper, he remembered that Yuanya College has its own press agency and also publishes campus newspapers. And this newspaper has a big special issue printed on it, indicating that this is a special issue newspaper. After seeing the newspaper, Lucien knew why he was fired. "I saw that the first page of the newspaper was a big picture. As for the content, it was the scene where Erina forcibly kissed Lucien. Here's a big headline. Shock. God's tongue Erina shows love in public. The man turned out to be?" On the first day of admission, Miss Erina, the tongue of God, showed her love in public. Who is Lucien, the eye of God? This newspaper will reveal the secret for you exclusively. Chapter 26 Tajetsu Academy shocked the department. Ask for everything page 1/2. On the first day of admission, Miss Erina, the tongue of God, showed her love in public. Who is Lucine, the eye of God? This newspaper will reveal the secret for you exclusively. The following is the story of Lucine and Kamita Teiji eating halberds. Obviously they are reporting serious halberd eating, but under the pen of these unscrupulous reporters, they wrote the pink drama between Lucine and Erina. I don't know how the powerful reporters know these details. How come the UNU Academy in this world has such a thing as the UC shock department? Lucine is really powerless to complain. Student Lucine, tell us quickly, what's the matter with you and Miss Erina? Yuaki asked gossip. This is all written by these reporters. Erina and I have only known each other for 2 days. What does it have to do? Lucine replied helplessly. Then how could she forcefully kiss you? She just ate my food and was too excited. Is it really so? Of course. Lucine was decisive. Yuaki had no choice but to nod her head. After that, I must try your food, Seeing, how delicious is it to let Miss Erina do that to you? Ryoko next to him also nodded, looking forward to it. You ignorant girl, if Granny Wangsu hadn't taken my cooking, I would definitely let you taste my greatness. Humph. Lucine whispered. What did you say? Yuaki asked suspiciously. Nothing. You heard it wrong. Lucine quickly denied. After this episode, finally began to welcome Lucine and Xin Ping Chuangzhen to join the Pole Star House dinner. What makes Lucine regret is that all the dishes at this table are made by the bad duo, and the highest level is only intermediate and superior, which is not much different from Lucine's real cooking level, so there is no reward at all. How much experience does he gain? And while Lucine and the others were eating and drinking, Erina was throwing a tantrum in a gorgeous room. Damn! What did these nasty reporters write? Erina looked at the special issue released today, and patted the table with Lucine's head on it. The photos killed Lucine. She just got home today, and after secretly eating the dishes that Lucine made in the morning, she found that the newspapers had made a lot of trouble with her and Lucine. Miss, do you want to notify the reporter station and ask them to cancel this report? Faishizi, who was standing beside him, asked. No, it's like I'm trying to hide it. Erina said unexpectedly. Faishizi looked at her strangely. The eldest lady is getting weirder and weirder. She seems to be paying extra attention to this black-haired boy. In the morning, she secretly ate the food she made by herself. Faishizi didn't speak, her eyes were deep. At the same time, in addition to Erina, there are other people concerned about Lucine. In an office in the administrative building of Tatsuki College, 9th seat of 10 heroes and alchemist Eshin Izan is also watching the video on the computer. In the video, it is Lucine and Kamita Teiji eating halberds in the morning. Video. Next to it was the freshly baked newspaper. God's eye. What a talent that makes people jealous. He even has a secret skill. It's an interesting person who still doesn't know Erina-sama. Izan sighed. After that, the video was sent to a mysterious mailbox. Lucine knew nothing about it. P.S. Ask for everything. Text chapter 27 _ The will to cook. System upgrade. Ask for everything. After a lot of uproar, everyone had to end the party with Wensu's unbearable roar. I don't know if it was because of the relationship between Lucine and Xin Ping Soma. The location of this meeting was unprecedented in the lobby. It was to rescue Zenji Marui, who had been deeply disturbed, and let him tell Lucine thank you very much to Xi and Ping Chuang. Lying on the bed in his room, Lucine tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, because as soon as he closed his eyes, he would think of the amazing touch brought by Erina's kiss. And the amazing Snow White that Nakata Ashoke revealed in the bathroom. As a result, Lucie's blood is now declining, and his spirit is too strong. Hey, sometimes the body is too good, and it's not all good. Lucie looked at his left and right hands, silently. Now I am wondering if I should find the five-finger girl who has been with me all the time to solve it first. But I felt ashamed again, thinking that I was a dignified traveler, with a system, not only did not open up the harem like the vast majority of the seniors of the traveler, and was slept with the same sleep, but also reduced to the point of bothering the five-finger girl. After hesitating for a while, just when Lucien was about to give up his ethics completely, he suddenly heard a sound on the roof. After being strengthened with spiritual power and possessing superpowers, his current senses are already different from those of ordinary people. Is there a thief? Lucien thought silently, clenching his fists. He was worried that there was no way to vent his excess energy, but there were thieves. Be sure to let him know how scary a man with excess energy is. Click. The ceiling was opened, revealing a black shadow. Lucien quickly waved his fist and blasted towards the shadow. Ah! The shadow screamed. Lucien also discovered at this time, the shadow is actually a color. The fist stopped just before the tip of Yoshiwai's nose, and almost came into intimate contact with him. Senior Ishiki, what are you doing? Lucien was speechless. He also remembered at this time, in addition to wearing a naked apron, Ishiki also has this off-the-beaten-path hobby. I didn't expect that, Ah-sing, you are so powerful. Ishiki wiped away the cold sweat, and finally suppressed the panic in her heart. After Chuang-zhen understood the status of the 10 heroes, he wanted to challenge me for the position of the 10 heroes' 7th seat, and he wanted to have a eating halberd with me. He recommended that you be the referee and let me invite you. Yi Shihui looked relaxed. What? Lucien frowned. He remembered that there was such a thing in the original plot, but he thought it would not happen under his butterfly effect, but he did not expect it to happen. It's really ignorant and fearless. Lucien secretly complained about seeing Ping Chuang-zhen. Although his current level of real cooking skills is not weak, according to Lucien's estimation, it should not be enough to challenge the top 10. Not to mention the challenge of Ishiki, whose strength is far greater than the seed. But he didn't stop it, because he also wanted to taste Ise-Hui's dishes. Walking into the kitchen, I found that Yukihiro was waiting there early. Since Ah-sing is here, let's get started, Ishiki-senpai. Yukihiro said impatiently. Okay. Ishiki agreed. The two of them started to prepare their own dishes, and the ingredients used were the same as the original ones, which were leftover junk from today's meal. One of the two people is the 7th seat of the 10 heroes, who is far more powerful than the seats, and the other is cooking a quick cooking recipe from his own restaurant, so the actions are very fast, and the preparation of the cooking will come to an end in a short while. Chapter 27 _ The Will to Cook. System Upgrade. Ask for Everything - page 1/2. One of the two people is the 7th seat of the 10 heroes, who is far more powerful than the seats, and the other is cooking a quick cooking recipe from his own restaurant, so the actions are very fast, and the preparation of the cooking will come to an end in a short while. Hey! Lucien suddenly widened his eyes. Because he suddenly discovered that just as Yoshiki's cooking was nearly finished, Lucien suddenly felt a mental wave in him and injected it into the pot. This feeling is exactly the same as when he used the system recipe golden egg fried rice and was sometimes possessed by the little boss. He felt the spiritual power of the little boss and injected it into the dishes. It's just that the last time I was in the state of possession, and the will of the little master that came with the system was injected. At that time, Lucien was a weak chicken without his own spiritual power, so I always thought that the feeling at that time was an illusion. But this time is different. Lucien's own intermediate medium spiritual power not only strengthened his physical fitness, but also strengthened his perception. Therefore, although the mental fluctuations on Ishike's body were much weaker than that of the little master-possessed state, Lu Xing still felt it. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with confidence. What kind of power is that? I don't remember any supernatural powers in the HALBERD world. Lu Xing thought to himself, without a clue. Suddenly, an aura crossed in Lu Xing's mind. No, this world has supernatural powers. Lu Xing suddenly thought of it. Schoolmaster Kiri Sentimon's ripped clothes. That is, the stunt of automatically taking off your clothes when you eat delicious food. But there is an explanation in the anime. This is the Commander-in-Chief's mental fluctuations after eating delicious food, so that his clothes fell off. Although this explanation seems very funny to Lu Xing, but it also shows that this world at least exists and can interfere with reality spirit, although the way of interfering is very funny. That is to say, just when Lu Xing felt that he was about to find out the truth, he suddenly heard the shouts of Kopping Soma and Ishike Hui. Grilled jaggery with peppercorns. Please taste it. Zingay menu number 20. Change. Jai rice ball tea soup rice, please try it. It turned out that the two of them had already prepared their own dishes and brought them to Lu Xing, asking him to judge. Lu Xing, who already knew the result, in order to confirm his thoughts, did not pay attention to Yukihira's cooking, but took a piece of Ishike's roastages with peppercorns and put it in his mouth impatiently. In an instant, Lu Xing felt a will like spring occupied his entire mind. Even the soul. This is different from the dishes that Lu Xing had eaten in the past. The taste of the dishes seduced diners to brain supplements in various scenes and feelings. This dish of Ishike Hui really left a spring in Lu Xing's mind. Feelings. Like hypnosis, it completely occupied Lu Xing's entire thinking. In this state of hypnosis, Lu Xing was full of only the feelings brought by cooking. The system suddenly made an unprecedented movement. The host has come into contact with the prototype of the kitchen wool. Premium above is really a culinary level unlocked. System upgrade. Please wait. The sound of the system made Lu Xing wake up all of a sudden. P.S. Some of the settings are about to be revealed. I want to think about it. There are only 3 shifts today. But the number of words is not much less. Ask for collection rewards. Text chapter 28_update completed. What? The system can still be upgraded? What is cooking will? It can actually promote the upgrade of the system? Before he could calm down the shock caused by the cooking, the system's prompt caused him a bigger shock. Unfortunately, the system is still being upgraded, and there is no way to answer Lu Xing's question. But one thing Lu Xing can be sure of. That is the chef in this world. Although the physical aspect is not as exaggerated as that of the chef in the small master world, at least in the spiritual aspect, the high-level chef can also master the surreal power. Just like the so-called the prototype of the will of the chef that Lu Xing felt during the cooking of Yishuai just now. Ah Xing, why are you so stunned? Why don't you try my cooking? Seeing Lu Xing, who was in a daze, Kopping Soma said. Alas! Lu Xing sighed. Since the system couldn't answer his questions due to the upgrade, and he didn't know how to ask Ishike Hui, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. The most urgent task at present is to judge the outcome of this cooking duel. Although Lu Xing already knew who was the winner. No matter how strong Xin Ping Chuangzhen is, it is impossible to be stronger than Ishike, who has already mastered the power of Xian Huan. But no matter how big the gap between the two sides of the duel is, as a judge, you must carefully taste the dishes of each chef. This is the world, at least respect for the chef and the judges themselves. Even Lu Xing of Traveler knows this because of the memory of the unlucky one. Therefore, Lu Xing carefully tasted the truth of Xin Ping Chuangzhen change, J fish rice ball tea soaked rice. The moment the fish was put into his mouth, Lu Xing felt that he had tasted the taste of spring. Thick fish skin of the fish itself, because it has been processed by the method of raw frying, not only did not hinder this dish, but the umami of the kelp tea changed from the moment when the fish skin that had become crispy was bitten. The thick flesh of the fish burst out, and the combination of the two made Lucine experience a feeling that the winter snow was melting and the spring grass was sprouting. Even though the system did not issue a reminder for this dish due to the current system upgrade, Lucine can judge by his own experience of going to Kahei Soma's cuisine that the level of this dish has reached the advanced superior level. This is already the perfect performance of Kahei, and he is now at the highest level of cooking. If his opponent was someone else, he might actually win. It's a pity. His opponent this time is Iskai. Although Lucine didn't know what grade Ishaiki's roastages with peppercorns was at, but Lucine knew that his cooking at least reached the super grade. What's more, fortunately, the real cooking did not achieve the effect of hypnotizing Lucine by relying on the taste. That is to say, even though Yukihira Soma, as the male protagonist, has not mastered the miraculous power of the prototype of the will of the chef in this period of time. Lucine put down the bowls and chopsticks, and shook his head regretfully at seeing Ping Chuangzhen. Chapter 28 _update completed. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Lucine put down the bowls and chopsticks, and shook his head regretfully at seeing Ping Chuangzhen. Failed again. Seeing Lucine's expression, Chuangzhen asked. Lucine nodded. Although your dishes are very good from the combination to the selection of ingredients, especially the fish skin of the jerky that can't be treated with raw fry, it is a genius, but it is still incomparable with Senior Ishaiki's cooking. With a serious face, Lucine tried his best to look like I'm a gourmet, and even brought out the method of handling raw fried rice that was mentioned in the original book, although he still doesn't know what the hell is raw fried rice. What's more, Ishaiki Senpai's cooking is not only perfect in terms of skills, but when I tasted the cooking, I also felt a kind of spiritual power filling my mind. When referring to spiritual power, Lucine stared closely at Yi Shui to see if he would have any special reaction. Sure enough, when I heard Lucine's words, Ishaiki looked at Lucine with a surprised look. He really knows something. Lucine knew it when he saw Ishaiki's performance. But before he could ask a question, he was interrupted by Soma Yukihira next to him. What spiritual power? What are you talking about, Axing? Try it for yourself. Seeing Ping Chuang was dubious, he took a piece of jerky and put it in his mouth. After that, the whole person fell into a stop state. His eyes are blank, his face is expressionless, he is just subconsciously chewing the food in his mouth. It took a while for Kahei Soma to wake up from this state. I felt that the taste of the cooking completely occupied my mind. At that time, I couldn't think about anything except the taste of the cooking. Is this the spiritual power that Ah-Sing said? Speaking of this feeling, I made some of the dishes in my father. I also felt it while cooking. What the hell is going on here? Kahei-su really couldn't wait to ask Isaki. Lucine also stared at him closely, full of anticipation, waiting for him to explain. I actually don't know what's going on, but I just heard the middle and high-level teachers in the academy say when a chef understands why he cooks, what kind of cooking he wants to cook, and his heart is clear, it will produce a strange spiritual power that can greatly enhance the taste of cooking, and this power, even the teachers and graduates of the academy, cannot be mastered by everyone. Ishiki said. I only recently felt that I had mastered this power, but I should not be proficient in mastering this power. Sometimes I can use it suddenly, and sometimes I can't. After a pause, Issei Hui said again. Do you understand your own heart? I remember that my father seemed to have said the same to me, and even said that this chef is a real chef only if he understands his own heart. Really muttering. Lucine will remember it at this time, and the system calls that power cooking heart will. It seems that it should really be related to your own mind and your own cognition. But the three of them chatted for a while, and they all felt that they had no clue. They could only go back to sleep with full of doubts. Now, no one cares about the outcome of this duel. Lying on his bed, Lucien still can't sleep, he is now full of the question of the will of the kitchen. Just when Lucien was puzzled and consumed brain cells, the system issued a prompt. The system upgrade is complete. Above the special level, the level information is unlocked. Text chapter 29_Tiger. Dragon. God. Ask for everything. The system upgrade is complete. Chef level. Tiger. Dragon. God. Stages open. The sound of the system sounded, and at the same time, as usual, in Lucien's mind, a brand new memory was inserted. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Lucien sat up from the bed in surprise. Although he has always had a hunch that the system upgrade will not be long this time, he did not expect it to be so fast. Excellent. Knowing that all his doubts would be answered immediately, Lucien shouted excitedly in his heart, closed his eyes and looked up the memory that had just appeared in his mind. It didn't take long, Lucien opened his eyes, and there was a strong look in his eyes. Chef is really a formidable profession, Lucien exclaimed. The memory that came from the system answered all of Lucien's doubts. And Lucien's own speculation almost. This world does have a supernatural power on the spiritual level, which is the so-called cooking heart will of the system. When Lucien first crossed over, he discovered that the people in this world are different from the people on the earth in his previous life. Not only is the sense of smell and taste exceptionally sensitive, but it can even give birth to people with superpowered organs such as God's tongue and God's nose. The spiritual feeling is also more eager, which leads to the fundamental reason for the high status of chefs and cooking in this world. At the same time, it also proves that the human beings in this world are more powerful and sensitive than the human beings on the earth. And the high-level chefs are also the most talented and mentally powerful people in the world. And cooking will is that the world's top chefs have made it clear. Why do you cook? What kind of food do you want to make? The spiritual power that was born can interfere into reality. It is also the most important force for everyone to break through the price of superior chef and move to a higher level. Lucien remembered that the system once told him that special grade dishes are already comprehensive, and the ingredients, seasonings, and the chef's personal skills can reach the peak level of cooking. It's nothing more than the quality of the ingredients and seasonings, as well as the chef's personal skills and the gap between the recipes, which are divided into upper, middle and lower. That is to say, according to common sense, the peak of cooking is superior. So, how to break through this level? The answer is cooking heart will. Everyone who tastes food will not be able to fully appreciate the taste of the food and the feelings brought by the experience because of the distraction of his own attention, the deterioration of the taste, and so on. Once a chef has the cooking will, he can inject his own spiritual power into the dish. When the diners taste this dish, the cooking will contained in it will help the diners to remove distracting thoughts and concentrate. Spirit. Let him experience this dish perfectly. In addition, the main reason for the formation of the will to cook is the power generated by the chef after he has made clear what kind of cooking he wants to cook. For example, if a chef made an oath when he was a child, he wanted to make dishes that felt like spring, then your final will to cook would be added to the dishes with spring as the concept. The combination of the two will make the taste and feeling of cooking made by chefs with the will to cook take it to the next level. Such a chef's realm and such dishes are called tiger level by the system. This is the realm above superior. That is, the realm of the other four people in the world of small masters, except for Cook, the 5 tiger stars in the dark cooking world. On top of this, when a chef can add his will to cook to any dish that does not conform to his own philosophy, he will break through to the dragon rank. At this time, the will of cooking will also have a special ability. That is to change the ingredients. For example, a tomato will have a sour and sweet taste, and the cooking will that reaches the dragon level can make the tomato retain only the sweetness, but not the sourness, according to its own will. In this way, fantasy ingredients that do not exist in reality are created, and fantasy cuisine that transcends recipes can be created. For example, K-Oil can control the heart of the 8 magic array and the little-headed mother-son ball. Chapter 29_Tiger. Dragon. God. Ask for everything - page 1/2. For example, K-Oil can control the heart of the 8 magic array and the little-headed mother-son ball. When reading this part of the memory, Lu Xing was very surprised. Because this shows that Lu Subaru and Caillou at the end of China's Little Master world, as well as Lan Fiheng, who is similar in strength to Little Master, are all dragon-level chefs. At the same time, it also shows that people in the Halberd world and the Small Master world have the same cooking heart power. Is there any connection between these two worlds? This was Lu Xing's question at that time. However, the memory passed on by the system not only failed to answer Lu Xing's question, but also did not describe what kind of realm the god-level chef above the dragon-level chef was. All memories end here. I really want to know what it's like to have the so-called cooking will. Lu Xing, who was lying on the bed again, thought to himself. Actually, the so-called kitchen will, you have already experienced it? Lu Xing's thought just flashed, and the system in his mind said. I don't know if it was Lu Xing's illusion, but Lu Xing always felt that the sound of the system this time, compared to the previous mechanical sound, seemed to be a little more humanized. Like a light female voice? Lu Xing is not sure. Why do I think your voice seems to have changed? Lu Xing asked in his mind. Because of system upgrade. The system responds. Lu Xing asked again without a doubt, what do you mean by saying that I have already experienced the will of the chef? When you use the golden egg fried rice recipe, the sunshine-like warmth you feel is the Little Master's sunshine kitchen heart. I see. Lu Xing suddenly realized. He remembered that the head of the middle and primary school in the original book always said that Chinese cuisine can bring sunshine-like warmth to people. It is only natural that he would develop such a cooking heart and willpower. What kind of level is a person who has mastered the cooking will but is not skilled like is Heike? This is what Lu Xing has been wondering all the time. His strength has reached the superior level, but he has not broken through to the tiger level. You can call this realm a superior peak. In the dark cooking world of the Small Master world, chefs of this level are regarded as known as Lin-level chef? Hey, Lu Xing sucked in a breath. Because he remembered that it was mentioned in the original book of Little Master, Dark Cooking World has more than 100 chef Lin, that is to say, there are more than 100 people with the same strength as is Heike. What a terrifying power this is. At the same time, Lu Xing thought of it again. Since he was using the golden egg fried rice recipe, the system explained that he was carrying the cooking skills of the junior master's super low level, then that is to say, at that time, the junior master perfectly mastered the will to cook. This talent is more terrifying than is Heike. It's not easy to calm down my turbulent mood. Lu Xing felt that today's system seemed willing to answer his question, so he asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Has there ever been a god-level chef in the Little Master world before the Little Master? The system is silent. Just when Lu Xing was completely hopeless, the system finally answered. Have. Who? P.S. In view of the controversy caused by Is He Huey's strength, I would like to remind you here that Is He Huey's strength is high because of the relationship between the protagonists. Not all the 10 heroes have this strength. This will be explained later. Text Chapter 30 Prostitute Invaders. Ask for everything. Su Ling. Lu Xing was taken aback by the name spoken by the system. For a while, I didn't even remember the world of China's Little Masters. Who called this name? But after all, In his previous life, he was a manga writer, and as soon as he turned his head, he thought of who this person named Su Ling was. Is it the creator of the Little Master World, the legendary kitchenware? Lu Xing asked the system, with a slightly excited tone. In the comics of China's Little Masters, it was said that in the legend of China's Little Masters, the 8 kitchen utensils that can make people immortal, it is because the ancient famous chef Su Ling was cast with meteorites from outside the sky. Yes. The so-called legendary kitchen utensils are created by Su Ling using his own kitchen willpower? The system affirmed Lu Xing's statement. Lu Xing's heart was shocked. You must know that each of the legendary kitchen utensils in the small master world has a power that is almost a rule. For example, Yongling Dao can restore the umami taste of ingredients that have lost their umami taste, Lingzameka can keep the umami taste of ingredients forever, and Greeting Wolf Pot can automatically shred or chop any ingredients. Every kitchen utensil is incomparably magical, not to mention that when all the 8 kitchen utensils are put together, it can give people the power of immortality. But now, the system told Lu Xing. These amazing 8 great kitchenware, their power actually comes from the cooking will of God-level chef Su Ling. This also made Lu Xing know for the first time how powerful God-level chef is. If one day, I also become a God-level chef, can I be as powerful as Su Ling? Lu Xing asked the system impatiently. Of course, the system answered very succinctly. After listening to the system's answer, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. At this moment, the driving force for Lu Xing to climb to the top of the chef, in addition to immortality, is to experience the powerful power like Su Ling in person. Excited for a while, Lu Xing, who calmed down, suddenly remembered a question. By the way, I just ate Chuangjin's Jai rice balls with tea and rice and Ishaiki's baked jaggery with peppercorns. Why hasn't my real cooking experience value increased at all? Lu Xing knew that Xinping Sochhen's cooking at least had the level of superior, and Ishaiki's cooking was the lowest and must have entered the ranks of superior. According to common sense, both of these will provide Lu Xing with a lot of real cooking level experience, which will definitely allow him to upgrade a rank on the basis of his current level. But just now, Lu Xing discovered that his real cooking skill level was still at the intermediate moderate level, which was obviously abnormal. When you tasted those 2 dishes, the system was being upgraded and you couldn't gain experience. Hearing Lu Xing's question, the system answered. For some reason, Lu Xing always felt that the system's voice seemed a little guilty this time. Is that so? Lu Xing muttered in his heart. There is no echo from the system. Lu Xing didn't care either. After all, it is normal for his own system to have no response at all. It's not normal to be so active today. Chapter 30 Prostitute Invaders. Ask for Everything - page 1/2. Lu Xing didn't care either. After all, it is normal for his own system to have no response at all. It's not normal to be so active today. Finally, all the doubts in his heart were lifted, and at the same time, his confidence to become a God-level chef became stronger. Lu Xing finally let go of everything in his heart and went to sleep. The next day, Lu Xing, who has completed a one-day course, plans to go to see the various research clubs in Taijutsu Academy together with everyone from the Pole Star House. There are no practical courses in today's courses, and even in Tatsuki Academy, the number of practical courses is very small, not every day. However, Lu Xing was not disappointed, because today's various theoretical courses about chefs taught by Yuanyu Academy, after Lu Xing listened to and digested, can also slowly increase his real cooking level experience. Although the growth rate of experience in this way is very slow compared to the direct tasting of high-end cuisine in practical courses, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, right? The only thing that makes Lu Xing unhappy is that every time he is in class, he will be watched by everyone. Thinking about it, I also read the special issue produced by the Tatsuki Shock Club and knew that he was the man who became the dignified man of God's tongue. So looking at his eyes, I want to see rare and protected animals. However, although everyone felt different about Lu Xing's identity, they all recognized his strength after knowing his various magical operations in the halberd eating with Kamita Teiji. So although many people are jealous that Lu Xing has gained Erina's heart, but no one has come to provoke him. This also let Lu Xing breathe a sigh of relief. He was also worried before, whether he would fall into the state of enemy all over the world like those seniors who traveled through the fantasy world. Fortunately, this is the world of eating halberd instead of the fantasy world, and Lu Xing's worries did not happen. While walking, Lu Xing found that a sexy girl with blonde hair and wheat complexion was standing in front, as if waiting for him. Seeing this person, Lu Xing was stunned, and immediately recognized her. It is Mito Akume, who is known as the invader of meat. Seeing Lu Xing's figure, Mito Yume's eyes lit up and walked over to him. It made Lu Xing unclear. Because Lu Xing knew Mito Yume because of the comics in his previous life, but he can be sure that he and Mito Yume have never met, which means that Mito Yume should not know him now. Why do you seem to be looking for something to do with yourself? Lu Xing was very puzzled. Mito Yume stood in front of Lu Xing, looked him up and down, and said to himself, "Black hair, you look okay, yes, you are Lu Xing, exactly like the photo in the newspaper." This operation made Lu Xing even more confused. Before he could speak, Mito Yume continued, "How about eating halberd with me using meat as an ingredient? If I win, you have to promise me one condition. If I lose." Having said this, her face suddenly turned red. "How about I just be your maid?" P.S. How many readers have guessed the identity of the God-level chef? Let me know. Also ask for comments and collect flowers as a reward. Text chapter 31_eat halberd again. Mito Yume's words made Lu Xing very surprised. He remembered that during this time period in the original book, Mito Yume did hold a eating halberd with Yuki Hirosoma due to the problem of the Don Rice Research Institute. But I don't know why, in this world, the Don Rice Research Institute is still there, and has not been suppressed by Erina. In fact, where does Lu Xing know that the changes in the Gaifan Research Society are still related to him? The gender relationship between Lu Xing and Erina is now causing trouble all over the city, causing Erina to be in a lot of trouble. How can I care about the Gabi Rice Research Society, so the Don Rice Research Society also survived? Then since the incident at the Donbarai Research Institute did not happen, why would Mito Yume still find someone to do it? It was not Xing Ping Chuangzhen that I found, but Lu Xing. Is the proposed bet still a big bet that borders on selling one's body? Why did you ask me to eat halberd? You also promised me to be my maid if you lose, so if I lose, what will I promise you? Lu Xing, who didn't know that things had changed, naturally, he asked the question in his mind. Lu Xing knew that since Mito Yume was willing to pay such a huge price for this eating halberd, then according to the equivalent exchange rule formulated by the Eating Halberd Administration, what price Lu Xing would have to pay it won't be small, otherwise, this showdown won't be recognized by the authority. Because I need a technique from you. If I win, you will teach me the technique of turning beef that has lost its umami taste into A5 beef. Mito Yume answered Lu Xing's question. At the same time, she made an unexpected request to Lu Xing. After that, a seductive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Lu Xing with confidence. As if to be sure, Lu Xing will promise her the same. That's right, the reason why Mito Yume is looking for eating halberd is because of Lu Xing's secret skill umami aggregation. When Mito Yume found out that a freshman actually turned a piece of beef that had lost its umami taste into beef that was comparable to A5 grade in the process of eating halberd, he was very disapproving. You must know that even with the Mito Group's status as the world's meat cooking giant, With a near-perfect method of slaughtering and breeding, A5 grade beef is still very rare. Not to mention turning a piece of beef that has lost its umami taste into A5 grade beef. Mito Yume felt that this was a big joke. But when she saw the reports and videos about Lu Xing, she had to admit that it was true. Even her 3 views have been impacted. Lu Xing really turned a piece of beef that lost its umami into A5 grade beef. She immediately understood how valuable this method would be to herself, or the Mito group. Chapter 31 Once again Shiji page 1/2. She immediately understood how valuable this method would be to herself, or the Mito group. So Mito Yume must take this method out of Lu Xing's hands and go through this eating halberd. Lu Xing was stunned by Mito Yume's words, and then she realized that she was referring to her secret technique of umami aggregation. At the same time, I realized what umami aggregation means to Mito group. What are you kidding? Who would promise you to use this kind of secret skill for you to be a maid? Before Lu Xing could speak, the delinquent duo who also belonged to Jixing Shi next to him shouted. Indeed, according to their understanding, in this world where cooking is paramount, Lu Xing's technology means great value, and it is impossible to exchange it for a maid. Although even they think Mito Akume is really beautiful. Mito Yume ignored the clamor of bad duo, but still looked at Lu Xing with a charming smile. As if not afraid that he would not agree. He had already investigated Lu Xing when she decided to take it from Lu Xing's hands, the technique Lu Xing called umami aggregation. I found that although this person has a terrible cooking skill that I don't know where it came from, but at the same time, he also has a very obvious weakness. That is lust. According to information obtained by Mito Yume through the powerful intelligence network of the Mito group, Lu Xing made a bet with Miss Erina on the day of the transfer exam, and the bet was exactly on Miss Erina's kiss. In the end, after a day, I don't know what tricks I played. With the cooking, I made Miss Erina kiss him, and successfully took Miss Erina. To sum up, Mito Yume believes that Lu Xing is a lustful person. That's why she made such a bet, not afraid of Lu Xing's rejection. After all, she is very confident in her appearance. This big pervert can't resist the temptation to become his maid. Mito Yume thought confidently. At the same time looking at Lu Xing, waiting for his answer. Lu Xing thought for a while, and after considering his future plan and the status of the Mito group, he said to Mito Yume, "Okay. I promise you." "That's good. On the weekend after 3 days, we will have a meat cooking showdown together." Mito Yume looked at Lu Xing's eyes as if he was looking at a prey that fell into a trap. Text chapter 32_duck. Duck. Ask for everything. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Mito Yume immediately went to find the staff of the Eating Halberd administration and signed a contract with Lu Xing under their notarization. If Lu Xing loses, he will hand over the technology of umami aggregation to Mito Yume without reservation. Similarly, if Mito Yume loses, he will go to the Pole Star House to give Lu Xing be a maid. Then it's decided, we will fight in 3 days. Seeing that the staff had already accepted the contract, the Eating Halberd showdown had officially been established, and Lu Xing had no chance to go back, so Mito Yume rushed happily. Lu Xing said. Then, walk away with brisk steps. Ah Xing, you are really desperate for beauty. Seeing Mito Yume's back disappearing from the end of his sight, Yuji suddenly said to Lu Xing, her tone full of teasing. What do you mean? Lu Xing was a little dazed. It's you. In order to make that flesh charm your maid, you are willing to gamble with that kind of technology. Yuaki said. Why not? I won't lose anyway. Lu Xing was full of confidence. Sure enough, it's for the maid. Yuaki despised again. The reason why I promised Mito Yume is because she is related to my plan. Lu Xing defended and told the truth. But no one believed his truth. For the maid training plan. Yuki and Ryoko said in unison. Lucien was speechless. Just when he was embarrassed, Tianzuowi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly whispered, "Okay, don't make fun of Ah-Sing, let's go back and help him find a way, Mito Yume is very strong." I don't know why, hearing people make fun of Mito Yume and Lucien, Tianzuowi suddenly felt uncomfortable. Listening to Tianzuowi's words, Lucien couldn't help but be surprised. Tianzuowi has been avoiding him since that incident happened. Lucien did not expect that she would speak to help herself out. She couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Tianzuowi. "I'm just helping my roommate." Feeling Lucien's gaze, Tianzuowi blushed and thought to himself. After listening to Tianzuowi's words, everyone stopped making fun of Lucien, but returned to the Polestar house. "Zenji, please tell Axing about Mito Yume's information, and let him refer to it." As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Ryoko said to Marui Zenji, who has always been known for being knowledgeable. "Mito Yume, because he is good at cooking meat, and because of the family relationship, he can produce a lot of high-quality meat, so that he can cook dishes that surpass his own cooking skills, and is called meat charm." Marui Zenji pushing his glasses, he told Lucien the information he had known for a long time. Chapter 32_Duck. Duck. Ask for everything - page 1/2. Mito Yume, because he is good at cooking meat, and because of the family relationship, he can produce a lot of high-quality meat, so that he can cook dishes that surpass his own cooking skills, and is called meat charm. Marui Zenji pushing his glasses, he told Lucien the information he had known for a long time. However, although he knew this information for a long time, Lucien still felt the concern of everyone and could not help comforting them. "You don't have to worry, I'm sure." Looking at Lucien's relaxed expression, Yuaki said angrily, "Don't be fooled by the so-called maid, Mito Yume is not the type of Kamita Teiji. If you lose, you will teach her such a precious technique." Lucien was full of black lines, and had to explain to her, "I'm really ready." Lucien said very seriously. "Then what kind of dishes are you going to cook?" Duck Lucien said that he had planned a long time ago. "What?" Everyone was shocked by Lucien's answer. As a professional chef taught by Tatsuki Academy, everyone knows duck as an ingredient, but it is too earthy and the meat is easy to burn, so in addition to Chinese cuisine, cuisines from other countries are rarely used. This food. And everyone knows that according to Mito Yume's character, in this showdown, she will definitely use the best of 5 beef. In this way, from the innate material, Lucien's duck meat falls on Mito Yume's A5 beef. "You're really not wrong." Yuaki looked like you were insanity. "Of course not." Lucien nodded again affirmatively. "Okay, don't worry, I'm very confident about my cooking. Go back and let me prepare myself." Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Lucien comforted. Maybe it was Lucien's words, which reminded them of Lucien's performance in the last match, which made everyone feel a little more at ease. Let him prepare himself. In fact, Lucien has nothing to prepare for, there is no way, he is so confident with the system. After staying in the kitchen for a while in a fake mode, Lucien also went back to his room to rest. He didn't care about the duel 3 days later, and his mind was very relaxed. 3 days are coming soon. On the day of the halberd eating duel, everyone felt that after the time was almost the same, they followed Lucien to the scene of the halberd eating duel. Lucien still had a relaxed expression on his face, and walked towards the battlefield with a duck that was not favored by everyone. P.S. Has any of the readers guessed what kind of dishes the pig's feet are going to make? Text chapter 33 _ the relationship between walnuts and duck meat. Fourth more. Everyone in the Jixing house followed Lucien to the venue for the halberd confrontation. Unlike Lucien's previous duel with Kamita Teiji, At that time both he and Kamita Teiji were called unknown. But this time is different. With the efforts of the shocking department, Lu Xing's Eye of God and the Man with the Tongue of God have been passed down to the academy along with the reports. Mito Yume is not a generalist either. The news that the two are about to start the eating halberd showdown has already been fermented in the past 3 days, and coupled with the wonderful bet, it has caused a lot of attention. Therefore, the Management Bureau arranged the venue for the showdown in a dedicated venue for the eating halberd showdown. Lu Xing heard that a professional judge was also invited, and it was presided over by the most popular host among students, Kawashima Relay. When they got there, Lu Xing discovered that they didn't come early. The audience, Mito Yume, and the 3 judges, were waiting here early. The people inside also discovered the arrival of Lu Xing, and suddenly there was a lot of noise. That's the legendary Eye of God. It doesn't look very good, it looks ordinary. Don't underestimate him, he is very powerful. No matter what, Miss Mito will win. Of course. At this time, Lu Xing discovered that Mito Yume's popularity was also very high. Not caring about what everyone was talking about, and after saying hello to Ji Xing, she's moving people to reassure them, Lu Xing walked to his cooking table and waited for the start of the showdown. It didn't take long, a voice that sounded sweet and greasy in Lu Xing sounded, "Hello everyone, today it is still me, Kawashima Relay, who is 1 year in high school, to preside over this long-awaited eating halberd showdown." Suddenly there was a burst of cheers. After some chattering, Kawashima Rei finally said, "The showdown begins." Lu Xing's second halberd showdown officially started. As soon as Kawashima Rei's voice fell, Mito Yume suddenly took out the half slice of a 5 beef that he had already prepared, causing another exclamation. I don't know if it's a coincidence or the inertial force of history. The judges for the confrontation between Lu Xing and Mito Yume are the same 3 judges when Mito Yume and Xi and Ping Chuangzhen faced off in the original plot. At this time, Kurojue Jio critic Oto Yoshiki was amazed. "I just saw the perfect texture on the beef for the first time, and I was already conquered by it. I really look forward to the dishes made from it." Food program producer Akamoto Katsuno also echoed, "Only the heirs of the Mito group can come up with so much a 5 beef in this kind of competition. That kid on the opposite side, this game is going to be difficult." Let's take a look again. Let's talk about the materials that the black-haired little brother prepared. The young woman in the kimono, Zhang Musa, said respectfully for Lu Xing. As soon as her voice fell, Lu Xing took out her own ingredients. A duck? What? He's going to use duck against A5 beef? I'll just say, the so-called Eye of God is simply a funny character. When everyone saw the ingredients that Lu Xing took out, they immediately began to laugh at him. What is this little brother thinking about? Even the young woman in kimono who was holding her respect for Lu Xing just now was speechless. Chapter 33 _ The relationship between walnuts and duck meat. The 4th update page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. What is this little brother thinking about? Even the young woman in kimono who was holding her respect for Lu Xing just now was speechless. All the professionals present, of course, know the gap between duck and beef. Not to mention that Mito Yume prepared a 5 beef. So they shook their heads and sighed to express their dislike for Lu Xing. Mito Yume also discovered the ingredients prepared by Lu Xing at this time, and she said to Lu Xing in a disdainful tone, "You actually plan to use a low-grade meat like duck to defeat my A5 beef? I really don't know what it is. Last time someone said that my cooking was low-level cooking, but in the end I couldn't stop eating it." Lu Xing said in a casual tone, and at the same time inspired a recipe with a level of super medium in his mind. The original owner of this recipe also came from the young master, so Lu Xing once again felt the warm power in his body. This time, Lu Xing understood that this was the little master's willing to cook. Cut. Mito Yume didn't understand what Lu Xing meant, and she didn't care, but after giving Lu Xing a disdainful look, she turned around to deal with her A5 beef. Lu Xing didn't know that his casual rant was causing a big lady to lose her temper. Damn! Damn stinky boy, how dare you complain about Miss Ben? Watching the live broadcast of the halberd eating on the intranet on the computer, Erina clapped the table when she heard Lu Xing's complaint. Very annoyed? This stinky boy still wants a maid, that's abominable. Erina said angrier and louder, and the table clapped louder and louder. Faishako, who was standing next to him, rolled his eyes and muttered to Erina in his heart, it's like someone Yume Mito will definitely lose. What she didn't know was that Erina thought so at this moment. She is full of confidence in Lu Xing, just like Lu Xing is full of confidence in herself, that Lu Xing will definitely win the final victory. And think that this eating halberd is simply because Lu Xing wanted Mito Yume to be his maid, and then agreed to come down, which is why she was so angry. It's a pity that Lu Xing didn't know what happened here, and he didn't know that Hui Linai lost his temper because of him. Back to the game. At this time, Mito Yume had already started to handle her huge A5 beef, and the smooth movements caused everyone to be amazed for a while. At the same time even more optimistic about Lu Xing. But at this moment, a dong 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 sound came from Lu Xing's direction suddenly, as if he was hitting something. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by Lu Xing. Found out that he was really smashing something. Is that little brother smashing walnuts? The young woman in the kimono with the best eyes noticed something in Lu Xing's hand and said uncertainly. It seems that it's really walnuts. Others also slowly saw that the ingredients in Lu Xing's hands were walnuts. Just because they saw it clearly, their hearts were even more doubtful. Does walnut have anything to do with duck meat? P.S. It's the fourth watch, I have reached the limit, and I am about to burst my liver. I ask the readers to comfort me. Text chapter 34 Braised duck with walnut sauce. Ask for everything. After watching for a while, everyone still didn't understand why Lu Xing smashed walnuts, so they focused their attention on Mito Yume. At this time, Mito Yume had put the A5 grade beef into the pot and poured butter on it for processing. A strong fragrance came out. Everyone greedily smelled the smell. Just the aroma of the simple combination of beef and butter has already made my stomach rebel, Yoshiki Oto said again, covering his stomach and swallowing his saliva, expressing his expectation for Mito Yume's cuisine. And Lu Xing is still smashing walnuts slowly. With Lu Xing's rhythmic sound of smashing walnuts, Mito Yume put the simply roasted beef into the oven for roasting. At this time, Lu Xing finally stopped smashing walnuts. He began to take out the smashed walnut fruits and crushed them into walnut pieces with his hands. Of course, he inevitably used spiritual power in this process. That little brother is really strong. Seeing this scene, the young woman in kimono Zhang Mutsina said. Well, as far as I know, that black-haired boy is a chef who is proficient in Chinese cuisine, and Chinese cuisine often requires a lot of physical fitness of the chef, said food program producer Akamoto Katsuno. Seeing Lu Xing's actions, Mito Yume's expression was still disdainful, and he continued to stand by the oven, leisurely waiting for his beef to come out. Lu Xing is also completely not aware of everything in the world. He has now entered a state of concentration under the action of the system recipe, and his mind is full of only the dishes in front of him. After processing the chopped walnuts, Lu Xing used his still amazing knife skills to cut the duck breast into small pieces and put them aside for later use. Then he took out a handful of garlic sprouts and cut them into pieces. Set aside for backup. Ready for all this, Lu Xing finally turned on the heat switch on the cooking table, ready to officially start cooking. It is still a large wok that is unique to China. Ding! At this moment, the oven next to Mito Yume made a sound, telling her that the beef was cooked. Mito Yume quickly opened the oven and took out the beef. Hey! A scent that was stronger than before floated out, and the excited people took a deep breath. There was a hiss sound throughout the game. If the scent just now was like a gentle stream that gently seduces your appetite, then the current scent is like a raging sea, aggressively invading all your senses. This scent? As expected of the invaders of meat. Ryoki Oto was intoxicated when he smelled the scent of beef. The expressions on the faces of the other two judges were similar to his, and they were all immersed in the fragrance of the beef. Discovering the expressions on the faces of the three judges, Mito Yume showed a more confident smile, and at the same time looked at Lu Xing's eyes, and even more contempt. Lu Xing did not seem to smell the domineering fragrance that filled the entire venue at all, and was still immersed in his own world. He poured a little oil into the already hot pan, added the garlic sprouts that had been prepared and added pepper, and sautéed them. The whole process was still bland. What, it's just such a simple stir-fry. I thought he had some secret weapon. Originally, Lu Xing's new actions attracted the attention of a small number of people who still had hope for him, but when they found out that Lu Xing was just doing such a simple stir-fry, they were all disappointed and dissatisfied. After that, their attention was attracted by Mito Yume again. I saw Mito Yume took out a disposable iron needle, inserted it into the beef, then pulled out the iron needle and put it on his lips, feeling the temperature of the beef. Chapter 34 _ Braised Duck with Walnut Sauce. Ask for Everything - page 1/2. I saw Mito Yume took out a disposable iron needle, inserted it into the beef, then pulled out the iron needle and put it on his lips, feeling the temperature of the beef. After a while, he took out another iron needle of the same type and inserted it into a different position to feel the temperature in it. It didn't take long for Mito Yume to determine that the temperature of the whole piece of beef was just right, and she began to cut the beef according to different parts of the beef, showing a delicate operation in a different style from that of the raw beef just now. I didn't expect this Mito Yume to have such a delicate side. He sighed to Erina while watching the live broadcast on the computer at the same time. Of course, her title of Meat Invader is not just based on a 5 beef. Her extraordinary love for meat has given her extraordinary handling skills. Erina responded absent-mindedly. At the same time, I thought to myself, what kind of method do you have to use to defeat such a Mito Yume with duck meat, stinky boy? Just when everyone was attracted by Mito Yume's delicate operation and had already determined that she was the champion of this duel, Lu Xing took the toppings that had already been stir-fried, schemed the seasonings, and only left behind the grease, poured on the already prepared chopped walnuts. At the same time, add sugar and soy sauce to the chopped walnuts that have been soaked in oil, stir together, and make walnut sauce. With Lu Xing's movements, a different fragrance came out. This flavor is different from the overbearing flavor of beef prepared by Mito Yume, but because of the addition of sugar, soy sauce, walnuts, and other ingredients, it looks more layered. It was easy to tear apart this beef-scented space, revealing its existence. That kid doesn't seem to be that bad, he seems to be having fun cooking. Akamoto Katsuno said suddenly when he smelled the aroma. Humph, no matter what he prepares, he will definitely not be able to defeat the A5 beef. Yoshiki Oto, as a Kuroge Jyo critic, once again firmed up his position. However, with the operation of Lu Xing, there are still many people who pay attention to him. Even Mito Yume glanced at Lu Xing in surprise, put away his relaxed expression, and became more serious about handling his beef. Lu Xing didn't notice the changes around him, he had to fry the duck breast on the side before the walnut sauce got cold. Lu Xing poured the prepared duck breast into the pot, without adding any special seasonings, just put a little salt, and started to fry it on high heat. Huh! Erina, who was watching the live broadcast, looked at Lu Xing's movements and found a difference. She felt that Lu Xing's cooking skills this time were better than the last time he cooked golden egg fried rice. Did he improve again in just a few days? Erina was a little suspicious of life. Even she felt that Lu Xing's talent was too terrifying. Of course she didn't know there was such a perverted thing as a system in the world. The reason why Lu Xing's cooking skills are better than the last time is because the recipe he used this time is a small step higher than the last golden egg fried rice, reaching super medium. Lu Xing quickly fry the duck, put them on the plate again, pour the processed walnut sauce on it, and put the lid on before they release their fragrance. At this point, the dish is completely complete. Coincidentally, Mito Yume also prepared her dishes, and the time just ended. Holding her own dishes, Mito Yume said to Lu Xing, who was standing next to her, "Are you really going to use this kind of low-grade meat dishes to fight against me?" "Of course, I must show you the power of these low-grade meats," Lu Xing replied confidently. "Just use my braised duck with walnut sauce. P.S. I have posted one in the work related to the answers to the questions recently raised by the readers. I hope the gentleman will take a look." Text chapter 35 _ the counter-attack of inferior meat. Ask for everything. Boiled duck with walnut sauce? Well, I'll wait to see how your low-grade meat performs. After hearing Lu Xing's words, Mito Yume expressed disapproval. Lu Xing lightly smiled, did not care. Cut. With a spit, Mito Yume continued to say to Lu Xing, "You come first or I come first." "Ladies first," Lu Xing said seemingly generously. After all, his cooking can only exert its greatest power after the judges have eaten Mito Yume's cooking. Mito Yume rolled his eyes at him, ignored him, and presented his own dishes to the judges. "This is my blooming blossom grilled steak." When the lid of the dish was lifted, the judges were presented with a steak that was cut into petals and arranged to look like a blooming flower. At the same time, a strong aroma hit the nose of the judges. "Look at the texture on this beef. As expected of A5 beef." Yato Yoshiki exclaimed exaggeratedly. The little girl's cooking skills are also very good, and she perfectly brought out the characteristics of A5 beef. Tsunamusa gave Mito Yume a very high evaluation. Seeing Mito Yume's dish, Lu Xing expressed a little surprise. Because he found out that this dish was not the dish that was formed after the grilled meat bowl dish cancelled the rice when Mito Yume and Yukihira Soma had a Danti bowl duel in the original plot. The only difference is that the beef on this steak dish seems to have been sprinkled with different seasonings according to different parts of Yume Mito. On second thought, Lu Xing also reacted. Mito Yume was originally very good at meat dishes. In the original plot, she made the so-called don't rice, but it was just barbecued meat and rice forcibly put together, so it did not achieve the goal of everything in a bowl. He lost to Soma Kahei because of his concept. This time, because it is a meat showdown with Lu Xing, it is not surprising that it will be directly made into barbecue. Lu Xing just wanted to understand the cause and effect, and the judges also officially began to taste Mito Yume's cuisine. As soon as the food was put in the mouth, the three of them instantly showed a satisfied expression. Especially the young woman in kimono, Zhang Mutina, with flushed face, small mouth slightly open, and a satisfied expression looking at Lu Xing's head full of black lines. It took a while for the three of them to recover from the initial shock brought by the cooking, but they didn't speak at all, but stuffed pieces of beef into their mouths. Ah, look at the judges are completely attracted by the cooking. Crazy stuffed beef in their mouths. Watching the judges' exaggerated eating, the host Rei Kawashima exclaimed. Mito Akume showed a triumphant smile. Lu Xing still looks calm. It was not until most of the beef on the plate in front of the three judges was eaten that the three people's crazy eating action stopped and began to comment. As expected of the Mito group, the quality of this beef is the best even among A5 beef. It was still Yoshiki Oto who spoke first, expressing his brainless love for A5 beef. Miss Mito's cooking skills are also amazing. According to the different parts of the beef, this dish is mixed with different seasonings. When you put it in your mouth and bite it lightly, the meat with different flavors burst out. It is really like hundreds of flowers bloom. Akamoto Katsuno was also satisfied, and also praised Mito Yume's cooking skills. Oh, I'm so full, a lady shouldn't eat so much, but she can't control it. Zhang Muzina slumped on the chair with an unattractive posture, talking about irrelevant topics. But just by looking at her image, you can tell how satisfied she is with this dish, so no one cares about her digressing. Looking at the performance of the judges, the audience cheered Mito Yume even more, as if she had beaten Lucine to win the championship. Lucine did not care and presented his own dishes to the judges. "This is my walnut sauce braised duck, please try it," Lucine said indifferently. Chapter 35 _ The counter-attack of inferior meat. Ask for everything - page 1/2. "This is my walnut sauce braised duck, please try it," Lucine said indifferently. However, when the judges looked at Lucine's cooking, they had no intention of opening the lid and tasting it. "What's the matter? That guy's cooking won't be bad, so the judges don't have any desire to eat?" Looking at the unusual performance of the judges, the melon-eating crowd had a lot of discussion. "It's because we ate too much beef just now and were so full that we didn't want to eat at all," explained Akamoto Kaden. His words made the people who eat melon suddenly realize. By the way, beef itself is a high-calorie food, not to mention that Mito Yume's dish is still roasted with butter. The judges have eaten so much just now, of course, it will produce a strong sense of satiety, and then eliminate it. Their desire to eat. Even if you eat it reluctantly, it will affect the judgment of Lucine cuisine due to the temporary deterioration of taste sensitivity caused by satiety. After thinking about it all, the people who eat melon seem to see the ending, and some people have even left the venue early. Originally they thought that Lucine had no hope of winning, but this time there was even less hope. "Let's try it. After all, that little brother has been preparing for so long, and our professional ethics do not allow us to taste only one person's cooking," Zhang Musa said, and took the lead in opening the lid of Lucine's cooking in front of him. The lid. Wow! A scent of walnuts mixed with the sweet scent of sugar came out. What Zhang Muzina didn't expect was that her stomach became lazy because she ate too much beef, and she was smelling this fragrance. After that, the desire to eat again was sent to her. The other two who smelled the smell also felt the same, and their expressions were suddenly shocked. They opened the dishes in front of them one after another. "How about we have a taste?" Zhang Muzina said hesitantly. "Okay." The other two agreed. The three judges each took a piece of duck meat and put it in their mouths. All of a sudden, the judges, who were lazy because they ate too much beef, instantly became infinitely energetic. Using an even more exaggerated speed than before, as if a starving ghost was reincarnated, he quickly ate duck meat. And the more you eat, the more energetic you are, as if you have been beaten with chicken blood, full of energy. In particular, Zhang Muzina performed the most exaggerated, the skin became more lustrous, and the whole person seemed to become younger. "What's going on? Has that kid drugged?" The melon eaters were shocked by the performance of the judges. Seeing this scene, Lucine, who has been calm, showed a smile as if everything is under control. "I guessed right, this dish is used to deal with Mito Yume, and it will have a special effect." Next to him is Mito Yume, and his expression has collapsed. What did she see? The judges actually ate all of Lucine's dishes in such a short period of time. This is her beef dishes, which they have not achieved. What's going on? Meat from the bottom really counterattacked? Mito Yume's three views collapsed a little. Text chapter 36 _ familiar feeling. It didn't take long, and Lucine's cooking was quickly wiped out after the three judges devoured it. "I didn't expect duck meat to be so delicious," Ryoki Oto said in disbelief. "I didn't expect that after eating so much beef, I ate so much duck meat. Not only did I not feel supported, but I felt full of energy. Kaden Akamoto said, his arms were raised, and he made a show of humility. The movement of the biceps shows that he is strong now. So, little brother Lu Xing, what's going on? I feel like I've gotten younger since I ate your food, said the young woman in kimono, Zhang Muzina, to Lu Xing. She blinked at the same time. With big watery eyes looked at Lu Xing. This made Lu Xing secretly said, fortunately, this lady is not a pure yin girl, otherwise, things will definitely become out of control. Spiritual power is terrifying. It's because you ate too much beef and your energy dropped, and you made up for it after eating my food. Lu Xing said. Because of beef? Asked black hair Weijio critic Yoshiki Oto. Even with his knowledge of beef, he didn't know what Lu Xing meant. Although beef is rich in a lot of fat and nutrients, it will also cause the body temperature of human beings to drop and consume human energy, and you have eaten a lot of beef in a short period of time, resulting in the effect of deficiency not replenishing. Not only the false feeling of satiety caused to you has further aggravated the consumption of energy. Lu Xing explained in a serious manner, listening to all the people who were stunned for a moment. Then why does your cooking replenish our energy? Asked the young woman in kimono. Because of walnuts. Lu Xing took out walnuts that were more inconspicuous than duck meat. Walnuts. Everyone didn't believe it at all. Don't underestimate walnuts. In our ancient Chinese recipes, walnuts are called the fruit of the golden tree. After women eat this, their skin will become more radiant. Men will have more energy after eating them. In addition, it can also treat tinnitus and insomnia. Lu Xing looks like an old Chinese medicine cures all diseases. Do you still understand medicated food? Listening to Lu Xing's words, the three judges looked very serious. After all, although medicated diet belongs to the branch of cooking, because learning medicated diet requires knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, it is very difficult to learn, and fewer people know it. I understand a little. I understand a little. The way of medicinal diet is broad and profound, I just learned a little bit. Lu Xing repeatedly expressed his modesty. Looking at the expressions of the judges, Lu Xing knew that he was in control. When agreeing to meet Oyome to have this eating halberd with her, Lu Xing began to think about what kind of food to use to deal with it. I wanted to choose a dish at random. After all, the topic of meat dishes is very broad, and in the inheritance of the system, many recipes can defeat meat Oyome. But later Lu Xing thought that according to his plan, he had to convince meat Oyome to him, and meat Oyome liked to refer to meat other than a 5 beef as low-grade ingredients. Then if Lu Xing defeated her with low-grade ingredients, and she would definitely be convinced by Lu Xing. And duck, in Tatsuki Academy, where Western dishes are the mainstay, is undoubtedly a low-grade meat. So he discovered this braised duck with walnut sauce in the system's recipe. At the same time, I thought of the scene when the young master made this dish. It was precisely because I met a man who ate too much raw beef in the morning and lost his way in the mountains, so his energy was exhausted, so he wanted to replenish his energy. And made this dish. Therefore, Lu Xing believes that using this dish to deal with meat Oyome, who will definitely use beef as the main ingredient in cooking today, the effect will definitely be better. And the cooking level of this dish itself has reached super medium, which is higher than golden egg fried rice. It is used to deal with Lu Xing's prediction that even if there is a 5 beef bonus, the dishes will be at most advanced high. The Mito Iku charm is more than enough. Even in order to make this dish work better, Lu Xing deliberately asked Mito Yome to present her dishes first, just to make the judges fall into a state of energy consumption due to eating too much beef. Now it seems that the effect is good. Of course, the reason why this dish can exert such a great effect is not only because of the walnuts, but also because of the inner strength of the young master and the higher quality spiritual power that Lu Xing has added to it. Then since we have tasted the two dishes, let's start voting and choose the final winner. After understanding everything, the young woman in kimono suggested. Okay. The other two agreed together. The judges started writing on the board what they thought would be the final winner. Then who will be the final winner? Is it the invader of flesh, or the eye of God? Kawashima Rei tried hard to stir up the atmosphere, making everyone except Lucine nervous. Look at the big screen. As Kawashima Rei's voice just fell, the big screen above the heads of the three judges lit up, and a name appeared. Lucine. All three judges chose Lucine, even Yoshiki Oto, the Kuroge critic who has always supported Yume Mito. Chapter 36 Familiar feeling. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. All three judges chose Lucine, even Yoshiki Oto, the Kuroge critic who has always supported Yume Mito. I didn't expect the three judges to unanimously choose Lucine as the winner of this eating halberd. Kawashima Rei's voice was a little surprised. Even after seeing the previous performance of the three judges, she knew that Lucine was very strong, but she did not expect that the three judges would choose Lucine. Her doubts also represented the doubts of the majority of people who eat melons, so Yoshiki Oto took the initiative to explain. I must admit, Lucine taught me a lesson. It turns out that duck meat can also be so delicious. Proof that there are no inappropriate ingredients, only inappropriate chefs. After a pause, he looked at Lucine with admiration and continued, in addition to the ingredients, the taste of Lucine's dish is more than that of Mito Yume, and this dish is a medicinal diet. It must be more difficult, so we unanimously chose Lucine as the winner of this duel. After Yoshiki Oto finished speaking, the other two judges also nodded their heads in agreement. Listening to the judges' words, the melon eaters also suddenly realized that Lucine is so powerful. Only Mito Yume is still muttering unwillingly, impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a dish made with low-grade meat win a dish made with a 5 beef? Hearing her muttering, Lucine took out his own dishes and put them in front of Mito Yume. Since you don't believe it, why don't you try it yourself? Or are all the girls from your Tatsuki Academy so arrogant? Don't you admit the reality if you kill them? The rest of the dishes are deliberately left by Lucine. After all, if you want to convince a beautiful woman, how can there be any medicine for a showdown? Do not. It's for cooking. It's just that when he gave Mito Yume the material, he didn't forget to complain about Erina. This made our eldest lady slap the table again. This stinky brat has become more and more presumptuous recently, isn't it, Faishako? Erina said to Faishako next to her in disgust. But this time Faishazi didn't respond to her. Because Faishazi looked at Lucine in the computer with a face full of surprise, and thought to herself, I didn't expect that he could actually take medicine. As a descendant of a family of medicinal foods, Faishazi was very surprised to see Lucine's operation, because it was so difficult to learn this medicinal diet, so she never expected that Lucine would also be able to take medicinal diets, and her attainments seemed to be not low. Is there really such a genius in the world? You can master medicated food and cooking at the same time. Because of Lucine's showy operation, Faishazi seriously remembered Lucine for the first time. Back to the showdown. Mito Yume hesitated for a while, but still picked up a piece of duck meat and put it in her mouth. She still couldn't hold back her curiosity. I saw that with chewing, Mito Yume's wheat-colored sexy skin suddenly turned pink, staring at Lucine with watery eyes, his eyes full of desire. Give Lucine the feeling, just like the original Erina. This makes Lucine suddenly have a bad feeling. He felt that the scene in front of him seemed very familiar. Before Lucine could react, he felt his lips were being kissed again. Lucine's eyes widened, and he felt as if he had been forcibly kissed again. Only different from last time. This time, the object of kissing her was not Erina, but Yume Mito. While everyone was taken aback by Mito Yume's actions, a certain lady who was watching the live broadcast went berserk. "I just said this guy is a pervert," Erina growled loudly. P.S. There are only 3 chapters today, but the number of words is only a lot more than yesterday. It's just that this plot is really difficult to split into 4 chapters, so it became 3 chapters. Finally, I ask the readers to give a reward, evaluation, collection, and support. Thank you. Text chapter 37 _ take control as soon as possible. Ask for everything. I don't know if I felt Miss Erina's anger, and Lucien burst out with a strong desire to survive. He struggled for a while, intending to win Yume's strong kiss. Not moving. A strong force passed from Mito Yume's body, offsetting Lucien's strength. Struggling again. Still not moving. Only then did Lucien realize that Mito Yume is someone who can handle half a slice of beef by himself, and his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary girls. Of course, if Lucien used the spiritual power in his body, he could still break free. But student Lucien has just finished cooking, and now not only has the little master's internal power brought by the system completely disappeared, but his own spiritual power is also running out, so he is very weak now. Of course, I can't break free from Mito Yume's embrace. That's right, that's it, it's not my fault, I tried my best. Lucien thought to himself while enjoying Mito Yume's kiss. This scene even created an uproar among the melon eaters. What's the situation? Do you need to be so excited to eat a dish? This is the incomprehensible crowd of melon eaters. Damn, what did this guy do to the Mito goddess? This is Mito Yume's fan, and at the same time threw out the banana peel in his hand, the apple core and the like smashed to Lucien. Fortunately, because the distance is too far to hit Lucien. It's coming again, it's the same as last time, this guy got a beautiful kiss in the halberd. Is he really a chef, not an aphrodisiac dealer? This is to know that Lucien's last halberd showdown what happened man. Ah, it's nice to be young. This is a young woman judge who is eager to try. In fact, Lucien is also a little confused now. He just cooked a dish. He never thought that Mito Yume would react so much like Erina. Didn't the system say that because Erina has something special, he would react so much to his spiritual power? Why is Mito Yume also like this? A gentleman Lucien's conscience was tormented, and he threw the blame on the system. Mito Yume has been eating high-quality A5 beef since she was a child. Although she has been exercising and maintaining a healthy body, no matter what she eats too much, it will cause damage to her body. The same is true for A5 beef. So Mito Yume has been in a sub-health state of energy loss all these years. It's just because she has a good physical foundation and she exercises regularly, so she has regained her energy. However, this loss and gain will eventually cause her body's energy to be unbalanced. Readjusted to a state of balance, but at the same time amplifies her senses, allowing her body to have the same exaggerated effect on your cooking as Erina. Chapter 37 _ take control as soon as possible. Ask for everything - page 1/2. It's just because she has a good physical foundation and she exercises regularly, so she has regained her energy. However, this loss and gain will eventually cause her body's energy to be unbalanced. Readjusted to a state of balance, but at the same time amplifies her senses, allowing her body to have the same exaggerated effect on your cooking as Erina. Feeling Lucien's slander, the system certainly didn't want to take the blame, and hurried out to explain. At this time, Mito Yume also calmed down, as if he suddenly understood what kind of amazing move he had just made. His face became blood red, and he didn't dare to look at Lucien. I never thought that low-grade meat can make such a powerful dish. You taught me this lesson. Let me know that a chef should not only stick to the ingredients, but can transform any humble ingredients into a chef who makes a good dish is a good cook. And I have never eaten a dish that can make people feel so warm. That kiss just now was just a thank you for you, don't think about it. Lucine was about to speak when he was caught. Mitoyome interrupted. Lucine looked at Mitoyome in front of her, and felt that she seemed to understand something, and the temperament of the whole person had undergone a change. Is it warm cooking? It seems that it is because of the young master's Taeyang chef's will. After listening to Mitoyome's words, Lucine seemed to understand something. Thinking of this, Lucine suddenly sighed in his heart. He knew that Mitoyome's childhood was not a happy one. Although her father was not as scary as the eldest's ghost father, he also educated Mitoyome. Great question. As a result, Yome Mito has developed a strong and extreme character. She turned a girl with a delicate personality and a passion for meat into a strong and domineering meat invader. Now I don't know why, Mitoyome's character seems to have changed because of his cooking, which makes Lucine also very happy. It seems that I accidentally saved a girl. It's good to have a plug-in. Lucine Tien was shameless. When Lucine was here as Mitoyome's confidant brother, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone in the audience taking out a kitchen knife and making a knife in hand, kill Lugo posture. Lucine was startled, only then did he realize that Mitoyome's popularity was not low. I announce that the winner of this halberd eating showdown is Lucine. This showdown is over. Seeing that Mitoyome's fans seemed to be rioting, Kawashima Rei hurriedly announced the end of the competition. Lucine didn't even have time to say hello to Mitoyome and everyone in the Pole Star house, so he ran out instantly. After all, many people have already made it look like they want to besiege him. Nimble and agile, no weakness at all. This eating halberd just ended with Lucine's standard ending. Similarly, Lucine's performance once again fell into the eyes of concerned people. Still in Izan's office, looking at the figure of Lucine fleeing in embarrassment on the computer, Izan downloaded the video of the entire game and sent it to the mysterious person from the last time by email again. It didn't take long for the mysterious man to respond. As soon as possible, control him in our hands. Looking at the mysterious man's reply, Izan showed a sneer. Text chapter 38_owner. After running for a while, Lucine found that he was finally relieved of the crisis of being hacked to death. Immediately, he changed his direction and walked towards Jixingshi unhurriedly. As you walk, think about your gains and losses in this game. In general, Lucine is still very satisfied with the results of this eating halberd showdown. Although a little accident happened, the result is still very good. It seems that his performance today has not only convinced Mitoyome, but also seems to have saved a girl's injured heart by the way, and the effect is better than Lucine expected. The only regret is that because Mitoyome's fans were going to riot, Lucine had to make a strategic retreat, which resulted in not eating Mitoyome's grilled steak with 100 flowers. This made Lucine miss an opportunity to improve his real cooking level once again. But what Lucine didn't know was that Mitoyome's dishes actually only prepared 3 judges' portions, and he couldn't even eat it if he wanted to. When Lucine returned to the Pole Star house, he found that everyone had already returned. When he saw Lucine coming back, he had to make fun of him again. It was not easy to confuse the incident of Mitoyome's strong kiss in front of everyone, and Lucine was exhausted. Hey, I obviously saved a girl's wounded heart, but a group of vulgar people focus on that kind of superficial things. It's really. At this moment, Lucine felt like the only person in the world who had mastered the truth. Lonely bear everyone's doubts. Thinking of this, Lucine felt that he was brilliant. Completely ignoring Yuki and Ryoko, looking at his eyes that abducting ignorant girls with cooking, he ate dinner hastily, and went back to his room to rest in high spirits. Master, wake up. Master. Early the next morning, Lucine, who was in a daze, seemed to hear someone knocking on his door and called himself by a strange name. This made him think he was dreaming and didn't care. Master, wake up and eat. The knocking on the door gradually grew louder. Lucien finally realized that he was not dreaming. Who the hell is it? How strange. My heart was puzzled, but Lucien still opened the door. Good morning, master. What caught Lucien's eyes turned out to be a roast duck. What the hell? Roast duck can talk. Lucien, who had just woken up, was a little sluggish in his brain's response, and was startled by the scene in front of him, and he almost didn't kick out. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he reacted and did not cause a tragedy. It's not that the roast duck can talk, but the person holding the roast duck can talk. I saw Mito Yume holding a plate of roast duck, looking at him with a smile, and wearing a gothic maid outfit. Very tempting. Is the master calling me? Of course, according to the agreement, I lost the halberd, and now I will be your maid. Mito Yume said cheerfully, as if it was a glorious thing to be Lucien's maid. Ah! Lucien was very surprised. He thought that Mito Yume would fool this matter, but she didn't expect that she seemed to be very serious. At the same time, Lucien also discovered that there seemed to be a group of black suits in the unoccupied room next to Koping Soma, as if they were carrying some furniture or something. What's going on? Lucien asked Mito Yume. He had a hunch that all these changes were caused by Mito Yume. In order to better serve the master, I have applied to live in the Pole Star House, and I have passed the assessment and been assigned to room 304. Mito Yume said lightly. In order to serve me better. Lucien touched her nose awkwardly, but since Wen-Su has passed the test of Mito Yume and assigned her a room, then Lucien has no way to change this fact. Master, let's have breakfast. Mito Yume recommended her roast duck to Lucien again, looking at him expectantly. Before anyone came to watch, Lucien quickly dragged Mito Yume into the house and closed the door. It's okay to eat roast duck, but can you please not call me master, it seems weird. Lucien said to Mito Yume as soon as he entered the house. Chapter 38_owner. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. It's okay to eat roast duck, but can you please not call me master, it seems weird. Lucien said to Mito Yume as soon as he entered the house. What's that called? Shouldn't all maids be called that? Mito Yume asked suspiciously. That's what it's called in the comics. Lucien was powerless to complain. Let's call it a scene, that's what everyone here calls it anyway. Okay, scene, how about trying my dish? Mito Yume's transformation was very fast. Looking at the roast duck in front of him and smelling the tempting aroma it exudes, Lucien swallowed. Although he still thinks it's not right to eat roast duck in the morning, Lucien's spiritually strengthened body has already made him not need to care about it. Besides, seeing Mito Yume's expectant gaze, he knew that this dish was specially made for him by Mito Yume, using duck meat that was almost never used before. It seems that her character has really changed. Lucien was secretly happy for Mito Yume. At the same time, put a piece of duck meat into the mouth. Biting through the crispy duck skin, the taste of the whole dish burst out in Lucien's mouth, and different from ordinary roast duck, Mito Yume's roast duck should have been treated with special treatment to make the original roast duck. The easy-to-thin duck meat has a thick, beef-like texture. This also shows that Mito Yume has a profound skill for meat. At the same time, the system also evaluated the level of this dish to the level of advanced and low level. It seems that Mito Yume's real cooking skill level should be around advanced intermediate. If she uses A5 beef, some of her dishes should reach the level of advanced. Rating, roughly guessed Mito Yume's real cooking level. After all, Mito Yume, who rarely uses duck meat, will definitely not be able to use her strength perfectly in this roast duck dish. But this is already terrible, because even so, this roast duck has reached the ranks of high-end dishes. You must know that the bad duo of the Jixing House are also above the average level among the freshmen of UNU Academy, but their current real cooking skill level has only reached intermediate high, and they are far from entering advanced rank. In other words, none of their best dishes can compare to Mito Yume's roast duck, which can't use all his strengths. How, what's wrong? Seeing that Lucine had no response, Mito Yume couldn't help but panic a little. She thought this dish was a failure. After all, it wasn't her best dish. Mito Yume's voice made Lucine react, and quickly gave her a thumbs up to express her appreciation. Of course he is not dissatisfied, you know, with Lucine's current level of real cooking skills, he can't cook such dishes. Mito Yume breathed a sigh of relief. After Lucine finished the extraordinary breakfast, it took a lot of effort to persuade Mito Yume to give up her gothic maid outfit and let her go back to her room to change clothes. Wait until Lucine finished grooming himself and came to the hall. It was found that Wengsu had announced to everyone that Mito Yume would join the Pole Star House. Now Mito Yume is greeting everyone, and they get along fairly well. But seeing Lucine's arrival, Mito Yume quickly ran to Lucine's back and stood quietly, as if it was really Lucine's maid. Lucine could do nothing about it. While eating, he once mentioned to Mito Akume about the maid, and that's it. Just let Mito Akume use the Taijutsu Academy's students must strictly implement the eating halberd contract. The righteous words were rejected. Now her performance has inevitably caused everyone to play a lot of tricks on Lucine, especially Ryoko and Yuaki, looking at Lucine as if they were looking at a heinous young man. In this way, Lucine can't tell the pain. But today is the day of class again, and everyone didn't have much time to spend here with Lucine. They all packed up and prepared to go to class. The same is true for Lucine, who took the new servant maid to the direction of the teaching building. Walking and walking, I don't know why, Lucine always feels that something will happen recently. P.S. The transitional chapter must be done in one chapter, my lords forgive me. Text chapter 39 _ plan ahead. But this time, unlike what Lucine expected, the next weekend until another weekend was calm, nothing happened at all. This makes Lucine have to sigh, what a man's sixth sense is really not allowed. But this period of time is calm, but for Lucine, there is still something to be happy about. That is, Lucine's real cooking skill level, after so long, has finally broken through to intermediate high. During this week, Lucine once again encountered a practical class, and more coincidentally, Mito Yume happened to be in the same group as him in that class. So Lucine entered the state of forced assistance again, and gave the opportunity to be the head chef to Mito Yume, although he can now use his real cooking skills to cope with this kind of classroom assessment. After all, he is now real. The cooking level has also reached intermediate high. This is already on the same level as the bad duo, and among the freshmen of Tatsuki Academy, it belongs to the upper middle class. However, if he did this, the Eye of God character set up by him through the two halberds would definitely collapse. After all, the gap between the two performances was too great, and by then, he would be in an unexplainable embarrassment. Fortunately, Lucine now belongs to the category of reputation. Even if it is forced assistance, no one thinks that he is doing something wrong. Instead, they think that he did it to train Yume Mito. But Lucine is still very upset. Because although most people agree with his strength and no one will provoke him as a transfer student, he still finds that his popularity is still not good. Because in that practical class, Lucine once asked other students to taste the ideal ingredients, so as to increase his real cooking experience. Although most of the dishes they cook are about intermediate level, for the current Lucine, not much experience has been added, but no amount of experience is experience, right? As a result, no one gave it to him. Instead, they all glared at him, as if they had killed their father's enemy. Of course Lucine knew what was going on, but it was because the two college goddesses kissed him. They didn't get my consent, and I still feel that it's a loss. Lucien was indignant about this. It's time for another day of get out of class. Lucien walked in the direction of Jixingshi alone. Today is a pure knowledge class, and the last class is an exam. After the strengthening of spiritual power, Lucien almost has the ability to remember it. Became a pseudo-student tyrant easily for this kind of exam, so the first one handed in the exam, while the others have not finished the exam. As a result, Lucien set foot on the road back to Jixingshi alone for the first time. When Lucien came to a remote area that Jixingshi must pass through, he suddenly stopped. After the strengthening of spiritual power, and possessing supernatural powers, Lucien's 5 senses are now more sensitive than ordinary people, and he faintly feels that in the grass ahead, someone is ambushing him. It seems that a man's 6th sense is also very accurate. It's just that the delay is too long. At this moment, Lucien knew that the special thing he was worried about had happened. Chapter 39_plan ahead. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. It seems that a man's 6th sense is also very accurate. It's just that the delay is too long. At this moment, Lucien knew that the special thing he was worried about had happened. Come out, I found you. Lucien shouted to the front. However, nothing has changed ahead. A disdainful smile appeared on Lucien's face, and he didn't speak, just stood there quietly. It stayed like this for a while. Suddenly, there was a sound in the grass, and several people got out. Looking at these few people who knew they were bad boys at first glance, Lucien's disdainful smile grew even bigger. Hello, have you spotted us? Among the delinquent youth groups, a man with a coxcomb head and the appearance of a boss said to Lucien. Lucien nodded lightly, expressing his acknowledgement. Boss, this guy is a bit evil, can you find us from such a distance? The little brother next to him whispered to Jiguantu. Maybe this kid has practiced a little Chinese kung fu? But what are you afraid of? With so many of us, his kung fu can't be high. Jiguantu shouted to Lucien as he spoke. Hey, boss Izan wants to see you, come with us. Hearing the words of Jiguantu, Lucien secretly said that sure enough. Just as he thought, Izan still noticed him. It seems that my plan is really ahead of schedule. The scene in front of him made Lucien secretly make up his mind. As for these people. In fact, Lucien has always been curious about his current combat effectiveness, and these people just let him try it. What if I don't want to go? Lucien said to Jiguantu. Then we'd better invite you over. Jiguantu said viciously. At the same time leading his little brother, like Lucien around. Lucien looked at them with an eager smile. Very good, it just happens that no one will find out here. Lucien moved. Text chapter 40_, The Legend of Salary and Fire. Kai's secret technique is back. 10 minutes later, Lucien looked at the group of delinquent teenagers lying around moaning and nodded with satisfaction. Lucien was very satisfied with his performance just now. Although he has not become a Superman now, he still belongs to the category of human beings. But in the words of martial arts, now he is already a person who can't get in by more than a dozen big men. Today's Lucien can be a Batman even if he can't be the captain of the United States. Of course. Is mindless. And the coxcomb head, which was still awesome just now looks at Lucien's eyes like looking at a devil. What did he see just now? The black-haired boy in front of him actually raised his younger brother as a weapon, and finally beat them upside down with this human stick. Also put the coxcomb head to the skeptical life. Lucien didn't care about these gangsters who were broken, but walked quickly to the Pole Star house, because Lucien knew that since Ruishan had noticed himself, if Lucien guessed correctly, he would never so good to give up. So he must start his plan as soon as possible and save some capital for himself to deal with everything that may happen next. When Lu Xing returned to the Pole Star house, he found that everyone had already returned. Because of the coxcomb head, Lu Xing became the last person to return to the Pole Star house. "Why did you come back so late?" Mito Yume asked as soon as Lu Xing entered the door. Others also looked at Lu Xing suspiciously. "I wandered around." Lu Xing did not tell them the truth because he was afraid they would be worried. Everyone didn't care. "Yuji, can you give me one of the hens you raised that are about to lay eggs?" Lu Xing suddenly said to Yuji after realizing that he had mixed up. "What?" Yuaki asked suspiciously. "She has always been very talented in poultry, and she has always wanted to cultivate a Pole Star chicken comparable to the world-famous chicken. In addition, the course of Taijutsu Academy already includes the planting and raising of ingredients. For example, Ishaiki has a vegetable garden of her own near the Pole Star house. So Yuaki also built a chicken coop in the open space near the Pole Star house and cultivated her own chicks. But she did not expect that Lu Xing would make such a request to her. I want to experiment with your chicken. Feed it some special food so that it can lay special eggs." Lu Xing said lightly, which was also part of his plan. "Special eggs? Well, I have a special method." Lu Xing's face "I have mastered the core technology" expression. "Okay," Yuaki thought for a while, but agreed to Lu Xing. After all, the image that Lu Xing showed in front of her during this period still made her feel very reliable, and she seemed to have mastered a lot of special skills. "It's this guy, it seems a little too lustful." Yuji looked at Lu Xing and complained silently in her heart. Hearing Yuji's agreement, Lu Xing's heart that he had been holding on, finally let go. If Yuaki didn't agree, he didn't know what to do. After all, Izan's actions disrupted his rhythm and made his plan ahead of schedule. Now it's too late for him to raise a chicken by himself. Fortunately, everything went well. After that, Lu Xing didn't even have time to speak, and ran out directly. He wanted to apply for some medicinal materials from Yuanyu College officials, and then seized all the time to feed the hen that was about to lay eggs that he given high hopes. As a local tyrant school, Yuanyu College is determined to cultivate students' ability to independently develop cooking. Of course, it will provide ingredients. Each student can apply to the school according to their own needs, and everything is free. And because of the medicated diet, traditional Chinese medicine is also in this ranks. Soon Lu Xing arrived at the administrative building where he applied for cooking ingredients, and under the strange gaze of the staff, he reported a series of names. There is no way, what he needs is really weird. It caused the staff to look at him strangely. But let Lu Xing breathe a sigh of relief. Although these things are strange, but Yuanyu Academy still has it. So soon, Lu Xing took a package and returned to the Pole Star house again. And without waiting for everyone's inquiries, he plunged into the kitchen. What is a scene going to do? I don't know, let's go have a look together. Everyone was very curious to follow Lu Xing to the kitchen, wanting to see what he was going to do next. I saw Lu Xing took out a casserole in the kitchen, made a special casserole for traditional Chinese medicine, washed it and put it aside for later use. Chapter 40_ The Legend of Salary and Fire. Kai's secret technique is back. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. I saw Lu Xing took out a casserole in the kitchen, made a special casserole for traditional Chinese medicine, washed it and put it aside for later use. Looking at this casserole, Lu Xing couldn't help thanking the seniors of the golden generation for laying a good foundation for them, so that even this kind of thing was prepared. Ah Xing is planning to make medicated meals again. Looking at the casserole Lu Xing took out, everyone felt that they had discovered the truth. Especially Mito Yume, couldn't help thinking of the scene when Lu Xing and her eat halberd, and his face turned red. Not caring about the crowd behind him, Lu Xing was still making preparations. First, He opened the package he had brought. What is this? Ah, so scary. Is this a medicinal herb? I saw that Lucie's package contained some special medicines such as snakes, toads, centipedes, etc. that had been dried in the sun, and some other medicinal materials that looked normal, but they were also unrecognizable. Its weird shape even made several girls turn blue with fright. Asim doesn't want to make these things and feed them to my chickens, right? Yuaki seemed to have thought of something, and she regretted it a little. The eyes of everyone looking at Lucien also became like that of the staff member, and it became strange. Not caring about everyone's eyes, Lucien put these special medicine into a casserole after some simple treatment, added water in a special proportion, covered the lid and boiled it. Then he said to the people behind him, "You guys go back first, I need to watch the fire here, I have to wait for several hours." "What are you going to do?" everyone asked in unison. Lucien smiled mysteriously, "When the time comes, you will know." Everyone couldn't, they could only leave in anger. Lucien began to look at the fire according to the memory in his mind. 3 hours later, a special smell came out from Lucien's casserole, and there was still a faint fragrance. Everyone in Jixingshi smelled the smell and gathered in the kitchen again. "Is this all right?" Koping Soma asked. "Yes," Lucien replied. At the same time, I took a towel and put the casserole on it, and poured the boiled juice into a clean basin. Contrary to what everyone thinks, the boiled liquid is actually not terrible. On the contrary, it glows with a faint yellow color and exudes a fragrance. "Looks good. Is this for the chicks?" Yuaki asked. "Yes, then I will pour it into the hen sink and let it drink," Lucien said, and walked out with a basin of liquid. The crowd followed curiously. When he came to the chicken coop, Lucien chose a hen and separated it from other hens according to his own needs, and then poured the liquid in the basin into the sink in front of the hen. As soon as the liquid was poured in, the miracle happened. I saw that the hen who was still lazy just now rioted instantly. "Can't wait to drink the strange liquid Lucien boiled." After a while, after the hen was full, she walked slowly back to the chicken coop specially prepared for it by Lucien, as if digesting. Except for the feeling that the hen seems to have drank too much water and was held up, there is no other change. After observing the hen for a while, Yuaki still didn't notice any changes, so she couldn't help but wonder to Lucien asked. "I can't see any changes for a while. It takes a lot of time. Let's go, let's talk about it later," Lucien explained and returned to the Pole Star Club with everyone. As for what he made, will it not work? He is not worried at all. Because the method of making the liquid also comes from the memory of co-inheritance in my mind. It's a secret skill even more powerful than umami aggregation. Called The Legend of Salary and Fire. P.S. I sorted out the plot today, it's too late. Ask for flower evaluation and collection. Text Chapter 41 Sumire Avenue Rescue Plan. Time is like a white horse, and soon more than a week has passed. During this week, Lucien insisted on using the method of Sinjin Huo Chuan every day to boil the pale yellow liquid and feed it to his hen. At first, everyone came to observe Lucien's chicken every day to see if he would change, but for a few days, everyone just felt that the chicken seemed to have become more energetic, and there was no special change. No longer paying attention. Because they think that Lucien just fed the chicken a little special nutrient solution, which is very common in this world, nothing more than that Lucien's nutrient solution material is special. Only Lucien still came to feed the chicken on time every day with the liquid, and he continued to feed it for 7 days. 7 days later, looking at the hen that was about to lay eggs, Lucien nodded with satisfaction and stopped her special feeding. Everything is ready, it's time for the next step, Lucien thought. Then he walked into the lobby of the Pole Star House and found that everyone was there. Just right, Lu Xing shouted in his heart. Afterwards, he came to Koping Soma and said to him, Chuangzhen, in a few days it will be a 3-day-long holiday, shall we go back to the Jinda Avenue? There's no time to go back, which makes me a little worried about what's going on there. The official of Tatsuki Academy has now started to publicize some things about the initial purgatory, dormitory training, and notified all the new students that they will take 3 consecutive days off in a few days to make final preparations for them, and then open dorm training. This also means that a large number of people will be eliminated. But after listening to Lu Xing's words, Xin Pingchuang really seemed very puzzled, and he asked Lu Xing, why do you want to go back to Jia Avenue? What are you worried about? Others in the lobby listened to Xin Pingchuang's words, and they all looked over to Lu Xing. Do you remember the last time we went back to Suman Avenue? A department store opened there, thus attracting the traffic of the entire Suman Avenue commercial street. Lu Xing took out the prepared rhetoric. Remember, what's the matter? The big guys who have opened a department store are attracted away, it's normal. After listening to Lu Xing's words, Xin Pingchuang was even more puzzled. The flow of people has been sucked away, and it's not just the relationship between the opening of the department store. Lu Xing's tone became more and more serious, and he began to officially enter the state. 2 days ago, I found out on TV that the reason why the department store attracts so many people is because there is a fried chicken restaurant called Mozuya, which is very popular now. Having said that, Lu Xing paused to give Koping Soma some time to digest. After that, he continued, and according to the reliable information I got, the reason why this fried chicken restaurant called Mozuya is popular is because they hired us to alchemy the 9th seat of the 10 heroes at Taijutsu Academy. The magician Izan's Hyjin also acts as their advisor. You should know what this means. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he quietly looked at Soma Kahei, waiting for his reaction. Yukihira Shuangjan's face became completely solemn. Of course he knew what Lu Xing meant. In this world where people attach great importance to food, a delicious restaurant can completely determine the decline and prosperity of an area. If what Lu Xing said is true, then this shop that hired Eshin's Hyjin also as a consultant will definitely have this kind of power. Because, there is no doubt about the strength of the Far Moon 10 heroes. Chapter 41 Sumair Avenue Rescue Plan. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Because, there is no doubt about the strength of the Far Moon 10 heroes. Then the existence of this fried chicken restaurant will lead to the complete attraction of the traffic of Suman Avenue, and finally the entire commercial street will decline. Xin Pingchuang really does not doubt whether this kind of thing is too exaggerated, because in this world, similar things have happened more than once or twice. Countless prosperous areas have gradually become unattended because of the arrival of a gourmet restaurant. Thinking about it like this, Kahei Chuang really couldn't sit still. After all, Viola Avenue was his home, and he couldn't just watch it decay. He excitedly said to Lu Xing, Xing, I didn't expect you to care so much about the situation of Zhang Avenue, I didn't even pay attention. This time, I really thank you. It's done. Looking at Xin Pingchuang's expression, Lu Xing shouted in his heart. But there was a warm expression on his face. Before I came to the Pole Star House, my first night in the island country was to stay in the Jia Avenue, of course I would be more concerned about it. As soon as Lu Xing said this, everyone present showed admiration for him. Even Yuaki and Ryoko, who always thought he was a big boy, were no exception. Lu Xing enjoys everyone's admiration with peace of mind. Although he is selfish, he really wants to save Jia Avenue. Okay, let's go back and have a look when we have a 2-day holiday. Koping Soma made a decision. We all go together. Lu Xing issued an invitation to everyone present. This is also the reason why he chose to tell this matter in front of everyone. Because Lu Xing's purpose is not just to simply defeat the Mouse House, and everyone present is the freshman elite of Tatsuki Academy, which is very helpful to his plan. Of course, everyone here does not include Ishaiki Hue, who is preparing for the dorm training. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the holiday. Mito Yume was the first to agree, and the others nodded one after another. It's decided. During the holiday, the entire Jixing house will be dispatched to carry out the Shuji Avenue rescue plan. Yuaki seemed very interested. So it was decided. Lucine also smiled and looked out the window with deep eyes. Everything is ready. I finally started the first step of controlling power. Text chapter 42_intermediate medium fried chicken nuggets. Ask for everything. In the early morning of the first day of the 3-day-long holiday, everyone was ready early. Under the leadership of Lucine and Xinping Chuangzhen, they came to the Jia Avenue. As soon as I walked into the Viola Avenue, the scene inside gave everyone except Lucine a surprise. How did it become like this? Looking at the scene in front of him, Kahesu shouted in disbelief. Although Xinping Chuangzhen was mentally prepared because of Lucine's reminder, he was still very shocked when he really faced the scene in front of him. I saw that because it was not far from Tatsuki Academy, and there was a station, the Suido Avenue was very prosperous, and now there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens still wandering around. It's just that these few people did not bring a sense of prosperity to the current Suman Avenue, but instead showed the sense of decay of Suman Avenue. What's more, those shopkeepers who run all kinds of businesses on the Viola Avenue, at this time, their faces are not full of the vigor they used to be, but full of despair for the future. And although the other people do not live in Suman Avenue, but looking at the scene in front of them, Xinping's real performance, they know that Lucine guessed it right. Sure enough, it's going in a bad direction. That so-called mouse house really caused the downfall of Viola Avenue. And Lucine looked at the scene in front of him, but heaved a sigh of relief. This proves that things did not deviate from his expectations. Although he brought Yuki Hirosoma and everyone to the Suman Avenue ahead of the original plot, this did not affect the decline of the Suman Avenue. After all, the decline of the Suman Avenue is impossible. It was not caused by 1 or 2 days, but because of the continuous influence of the Mozu house for nearly a month since its opening. Lucine's thoughts were overwhelmed here, but Xinping Chuangzhen on the other side didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly walked to the owner of the bento shop he was familiar with, and wanted to ask the cause and effect of the matter. The owner of the bento shop, who had been lethargic at first, saw Kahesoma appear in front of him, and he instantly became refreshed, as if he had seen a great savior. Chuangzhen, you are finally back. Bento shop owner, what happened to our Sumair Avenue? How did it become like this? Yukihira asked impatiently. It's not because of that fried chicken shop. The owner of the bento shop angrily told Kahesoma what happened. It is not much different from the original plot that Lucine knows. After listening to the description of the owner of the bento shop, Xinping Chuang really gratefully glanced at Lucine and thanked Lucine for reminding him. In this regard, Lucine maintained a calm smile. Of course Xinping Chuangzhen would not know, even without Lucine, his father would remind him about it. Don't worry. This time, when I come back here with my classmates, I will definitely find a way to defeat the fried chicken shop and make it prosperous. Knowing what happened, Soma Yukara comforted the owner of the bento shop. At the same time, his heart was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 42_intermediate medium fried chicken nuggets. Ask for everything - page 1/2. At the same time, his heart was full of fighting spirit. Really? I'll leave it all to you. Hearing Soma Kahe's words, and knowing that Lucine and others are the same as Soma Kahe, they are also students of Tajetsu Academy, and the owner of the lunchbox is instantly filled with heart's hope. He even informed the neighbors of Jinyu Avenue of the good news on his own. Looking at the back of the bento shop owner, Lucien suggested to everyone, "Why don't we buy a piece of fried chicken from that shop? There is a saying in China that know yourself and know your enemy well, and you will be victorious in every battle." After listening to Lucien's words, everyone agreed. According to the address provided by the owner of the bento shop just now, everyone came to the vicinity of the Mozu house. "Wow, there are so many people," Yuki said, looking at the long queue outside the store. "I saw the long dragon lined up in front of me, and I couldn't even see the edge at a glance, giving a feeling that everyone in the vicinity was gathered." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Lucien was also stunned secretly. Although he knew that a restaurant in the world can decide the rise and fall of a place, when he saw this scene, Lucien was very shocked. Especially this is not a big hotel restaurant, just a chain fried chicken restaurant. Such a terrifying effect. "The power of foodies is really great," Lucien secretly complained. After queuing for a long time, the team finally reached the crowd of Jixingshi, and Lucien took the lead and bought a portion of fried chicken of all flavors. After that, everyone returned to Sumair Avenue with the fried chicken, preparing to taste it carefully before making plans. Dressed as students, no one noticed them. Everyone returned to Jin Avenue, and according to the suggestion of Sashin Kahei, they came to the Kahei Hotel and settled down. After that, I took out the fried chicken I bought for tasting. Lucien also took a piece and put it in his mouth. The fresh and tender taste broke out in Lucien's mouth. The system also gave an evaluation to this fried chicken, and its cooking level has reached intermediate moderate. This made Lucien very surprised. Text chapter 43 _ fast food restaurant style. No wonder Lucien was surprised, because fried chicken nuggets are not as good as simple meals, and many people don't even count them as cooking. This shows what kind of status the fried chicken nuggets are in. Therefore, the fried chicken nuggets in most stores are around junior high, while the fried chicken nuggets in Mozwia actually reach intermediate medium. You can see how big the gap is by looking at the level. Although Lucien knew that the reason why Mozwia's current fried chicken nuggets have such a high grade is because the shop of Violet Avenue has just opened, the owner Mojijuan is now using Omi chicken as a product regardless of cost. The raw materials of fried chicken nuggets have improved the cooking level of the whole fried chicken nuggets. After a long time, she will definitely choose ordinary chicken as raw materials. The real cooking level of fried chicken nuggets should be at the intermediate and lower level. But that is also very powerful, and the quality is higher than most fried chicken restaurants. It's no wonder that Mozu's house, which hired him as a consultant, is so popular, and even killed the entire Violet Avenue by himself. Lucien was thinking, everyone else had finished tasting the fried chicken nuggets, and their faces were very solemn. In fact, the cooking level of fried chicken nuggets is nothing to everyone present. Even the weakest bad duo, if they cook any dish, the taste will be much stronger than this fried chicken nugget. But the difficulty is that fried chicken nuggets are fast food, and they are still fast food that can be produced in an assembly line. What is assembly line production? Just take a package of prepared seasonings. Even people who don't know how to cook can make this fried chicken nuggets, and they are guaranteed to taste the same. This is also the style of fast food restaurant cooking. That is to say, the Jixingshi group, if they want their fried chicken nuggets to beat the fried chicken nuggets of Mozwia, they must also prepare such seasonings. They cannot have any personal style, and the difficulty cannot be too high, so as to facilitate in the future, the production line will adapt to the style of the fast food restaurant and defeat the Mozu house in one fell swoop. Otherwise, even if they were here for 3 days, with their personal cooking, they defeated HALBERD house and attracted the flow of people back to Sumair Avenue. After they left, they would return to their original state. After all, there is no such thing as Sumair Avenue. Chefs of their level, and they can't stay here forever. It's just that the way of education at Tajetsu Academy is to gather a lot of resources and cultivate a small number of elites, so that the cuisine of the Jixingsha group is also an elite cuisine in various senses with a strong personal style. I'm not very good at fast food restaurant style dishes like fried chicken nuggets. Even Yuki Hirosoma is like that. His family's Zinping only uses popular materials, but the practice is not simple at all. What's more, they only have 3 days. It is difficult to develop suitable seasonings. So after eating the chicken nuggets at HALBERD house, everyone was scowling. It can't go on like this, no matter what, we should make a few kinds of fried chicken nuggets first and try it out, said Somakopi. No one else could do anything, so everyone just started trying chicken nuggets. Chapter 43 Fast food restaurant style. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. No one else could do anything, so everyone just started trying chicken nuggets. As the material for fried chicken nuggets, the neighbors of Jin Avenue just sent them over, saying that they were supporting the Jixingshi group. After all, Lu Xing and the others did all this for Jin Avenue. This time, it's afternoon. No. Still no. After tasting the fried chicken nuggets made by Yuki again, Lu Xing shook his head again. At this time, the table in front of him was already filled with all kinds of fried chicken nuggets made by everyone. In fact, every fried chicken nugget is very well made, and every cooking level is around intermediate and upper, and the taste is also better than the fried chicken nugget of Mozuya. However, because each type of fried chicken is full of various personal styles and various cooking difficulties, it is not suitable for assembly line production at all. So this pile of chicken nuggets is a failure in terms of suiting the style of a fast food restaurant. The only advantage is that they add a little bit of real cooking experience to Lu Xing, allowing him to take a small step forward in the realm of advanced. Hearing Lu Xing's denial, everyone fell into silence. They have tried their best to weaken their own style in cooking and adapt to the style of fast food restaurants, but it still doesn't seem to work. So everyone felt a little bit of a blow, but they never imagined that the elites of the dignified Tatsuki Academy could not handle the mere fried chicken nuggets. Oh, since the seasonings can't be figured out, then don't worry about the seasonings. I can provide higher quality chicken than the Mozuya, and I can use it to fry it with a little pepper and salt, and it will not be better than that of the Yumiya. Chicken nuggets are poor. In the silence, Mito Yume suddenly said, as the future heir of the Mito group, she has this confidence. Everyone looked up at her and said nothing. What do you mean? Mito Yume expressed dissatisfaction. Of course high-quality chicken is good, but what about the cost? Will it be suitable for a fast food restaurant? Kahei Shuang really complained feebly. Mito Yume stopped talking. Everyone continued to fall into silence, and an anxious atmosphere permeated all around. Seeing this scene, although Lu Xing didn't want to be a Wen copy master in his heart, but thinking of his own plan, Lu Xing knew that he had to speed up everyone's progress. Otherwise, it will take a certain amount of time for his plan to be implemented, and they only have 3 days off. It would be too extravagant to waste time in this situation. Lu Xing clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, I have a bold idea. Why should we only focus on fried chicken nuggets? P.S. In order to write about Ishaiki's strength in today's 3rd chapter, I revised the outline a bit, which wasted some time. Text chapter 44 Tiansu Owi's kitchen wool? Axing, what do you mean? After listening to Lu Xing's words, Mito Yume asked suspiciously. The others looked at him suspiciously. Since in terms of seasoning of chicken nuggets, we can't think of a seasoning that can be produced in a pipeline and can make chicken nuggets taste better than Mozu's house, why can't we add some side dishes to chicken nuggets to enhance the taste? Side dish? How to add it? Set meal? Everyone still didn't know why. Only Xin Ping Chuangjin's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Xing's words, as if he thought of something. In our Tianjin, China, there is a food called pancake fruit, which is a kind of food that is eaten with pancakes wrapped with various meats, vegetables, and eggs. It is very popular because of its rich taste. More than 100 years of history. Lu Xing didn't sell anything, and immediately expressed his thoughts on the original work. It's just that Lu Xing shifted his creativity from Vietnam's rice cake dishes to pancakes and fruit. Anyway, Lu Xing felt that they were basically the same, so doing so would not seem contrary. Yes. Those present were not ordinary people, and they immediately reacted when they heard Lu Xing's reminder. With the wrapping of the pancake, we can add a variety of side dishes in it, so as to improve the overall taste of the chicken nuggets, without having to rack our brains for seasonings, and the difficulty of doing so is also reduced. Not high, it is very suitable for the style of fast food restaurants, and it does not hinder the production line. Lu Xing continued. Ah Xing, you are a genius. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Xin Ping Chuang was really excited to give Lu Xing a thumbs up, and his eyes were full of admiration. Lu Xing wiped a cold sweat. In fact, this feeling of pretending to be in front of the original author is really not very wonderful. So Lu Xing quickly changed the subject, and fried chicken nuggets must be best eaten when they are just fried, but the location of the Mozu house is decided, it's not suitable for eating while walking, and we don't have this kind of thing on Sumayer Avenue. Limit. The kind of dish that we are about to make, similar to pancakes and fruits, is suitable for eating while walking, which directly makes it more suitable for the nearby office workers and students after school. It will definitely bring the warmest and most comfortable feeling to those students who have just left school and office workers after get off work. This not only guarantees the taste, but also increases the flow of people on Jinji Avenue. Moreover, the mode of chicken nuggets plus side dishes also allows us to maintain our personal style as much as possible and make various flavors without making the cooking more difficult. Lu Xing, still according to the script explanation, exuding a wisdom breath all over his body. What he didn't notice was that when he said to bring people the warmest and most comfortable feeling, Tian Suoi, who had never spoken and had no sense of existence, trembled all over, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Okay, then it's decided. We will try our best to find a way to match simple side dishes with a variety of flavors. Mito Yume was the first to respond. Everyone excitedly began to think about how to match their own side dishes with chicken nuggets. Then I'm going to knead the dough and prepare the dough for a while. Lu Xing also volunteered to find the most suitable errand for himself. Lu Xing's current real cooking skill level, although it has only reached the mere intermediate high level, it is the same level as the weakest bad duo of all people. But his cooking skills are improved by the system, so it is an all-round improvement, including not only cooking, but also the method of mixing noodles. In other words, Lu Xing has also reached the level of intermediate high in terms of face and face alone. There should not be much of this in this world. Chapter 44 Tian Suoi's Kitchen Wool? Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. In other words, Lu Xing has also reached the level of intermediate high in terms of face and face alone. There should not be much of this in this world. After a while, Lu Xing reconciled, but this time, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not use his spiritual power during the reconciliation. After a period of time, after the noodles woke up, Lu Xing began to spread pancakes on the frying pan again, preparing for everyone's cooking. This thing has no technical content at all, and he is completely competent now. Others are also starting to prepare the side dishes they need for a while in Kahei Soma's kitchen. This also makes Lu Xing have to rejoice. Fortunately, the kitchen of Ping Chuangjin's family is large enough, otherwise they can only come in batches, and it will take a lot of time. Everyone's movements were very fast, and all kinds of chicken burritos were ready in no time. Afterwards, everyone unanimously decided that Lu Xing would taste these chicken burritos and evaluate them, and then decide which set of chicken burritos to use to fight against Mozu House. Lu Xing was a little embarrassed looking at the various chicken nuggets in front of him. He didn't know which one to eat first, because they all looked very tempting. After hesitating for a while, Lu Xing made a decision. He took Tianzuowi's chicken nugget burrito in her surprised eyes. The reason why Lu Xing did this was also considered. Tianzuowi's cooking style is mainly based on the local style, and this style of cooking rarely uses complicated ingredients, so Lu Xing thinks that Tianzuowi's chicken nugget burritos may be more suitable for fast food restaurant style than others. Of course, there is another reason besides this. That is, for so long, Lu Xing has never eaten Tianzuowi's food, which made him always wonder what Tianzuowi's food would taste like. Holding the burrito, Lu Xing's Tianzuowi took a bite in anticipation. The taste of the burritos instantly invaded Lu Xing's taste buds. The chicken nuggets in this burrito are different from other chicken nuggets. They are fried with heavy oil, so they absorb a lot of oil, but the chicken nuggets that should make people feel greasy, because there are wild vegetables and mushroom-based side dishes. It is neutral, so it looks fragrant but not greasy, but it makes people feel more appetizing. The system also gave an evaluation of this dish. Her grade of this dish has reached intermediate moderate. It is on the same level as the fried chicken nuggets made from Omi chicken by Mozwia, and it is also in line with the positioning of fast food. It can be said to be very successful. But after eating this dish, Lu Xing's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Because he felt it in this dish. Cooking will. P.S. The explanation will be given in the next chapter, it is not that strong. Text chapter 45 _ Lu Xing's oolong and systematic explanation. That's right. Lu Xing felt the will to cook in Tianzuowi's cooking. Although this cooking will is very weak, if Lu Xing had not been strengthened by spiritual power, if he were someone else, he would not have felt this power at all, and would only think that Tianzuowi's cooking skills were good. Even Lu Xing can't feel what Tianzuowi's will to cook looks like, and what kind of feelings can it bring to people, because it is too weak, but Lu Xing can be 100% sure, the current Tianzuowi really has the cooking will. Although this can explain why Tianzuowi will become the 10th seat of the new top 10 after a year, everything is because of the relationship of cooking heart will, it can speed up the growth of Tianzuowi's cooking skills. But Lu Xing still can't believe it. Because Lu Xing doesn't know what Tianzuowi's real culinary skill level is now, but Lu Xing can be sure that fortunately, the real culinary skill level of Tianzuowi must be higher than that of Tianzuowi. And even Chuangzhen has not awakened cooking will now. Lu Xing does not believe that Tianzuowi's aptitude will be higher than that of Xinping Chuangzhen. The most important thing is, if Tianzuowi, who has awakened the cooking will, is only the 10th seat of the new 10 heroes a year later, how high will the average strength of the new 10 heroes be? How high will the top 10 cooking skills of Yuanyu Academy be? What about the graduates? Are they all Lin-level chefs or Tiger-level chefs? Doesn't that mean that the strength level of the world of HALBERD is higher than that of the world of China's small masters? But Lu Xing, based on his observations over the past month, can be sure that the average cooking level in the world of HALBERD is definitely not as high as the cooking level in the world of China's small masters. But what's going on in front of you? Lu Xing fell into deep doubt and confusion. The reason why you don't know what's going on is because you are completely wrong about Ishaiki's strength. At this time, the system that has been silent recently, I don't know if it is because it knows what Lu Xing is thinking, and it speaks in Lu Xing's mind again. What do you mean? Feeling that his system finally responded again, Lu Xing hurriedly asked the system. According to the data obtained by the system from the kid named Yi Siwi, none of the so-called 10 heroes in this world is a real chef Lin, not to mention that if we strictly follow the rules of the Chinese small-headed world after all, none of them is even a real super chef, that is to say, none of them can pass the super chef test of the Little Master world? What? The system's words made Lu Xing startled and almost shouted loudly. Fortunately, the last reason made him hold back. Didn't you say that when you can apply your own cooking will to cooking, you are the so-called Chef Lin? Why is it wrong? Didn't we do it that day? Since he can be regarded as Chef Lin, Yingshi Xiaolin Renton, who is stronger than him, how could he not be the real Chef Lin? What if he couldn't even pass the Super Chef's test in the Little Master world? Although Lu Xing knew the hidden strength of his Heike, he never thought that his Heike would be stronger than Xiaolin Renton or Yingshi. The most important thing is that the system actually said that none of the top 10 is a real Chef Lin, and even all of them could not pass the Super Chef's examination of the Chinese Little Master world. This made Lu Xing feel that it was too ruined, so he couldn't wait to ask the system. Ishiki Hui is just because you came to this world, which caused him to accidentally awaken the will to cook ahead of time. Just like the little girl in front of you now, they all awakened the will to cook in advance because they came into contact with the new power that you brought to this world. It's just that the kid named Ishiwi has been in contact with that power for a little longer than the little girl in front of him, so that power has also upgraded his cooking skills from super medium to super superior. However, their will to cook is forcibly upgraded by external forces, so they still can't master it. The reason why I was able to make Lin-level cuisine that day was just a coincidence. And that day just because you asked like is Heike, what is the level of someone who has mastered the will to cook but is not skilled, so I told you that they were called Chef Rin, but I never said that he is the real Chef Lin. Plus. Then why didn't you tell me that is Heike's cooking will is not a normal awakening? Lu Xing complained to the system. Chapter 45 _ Lu Xing's oolong and systematic explanation. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Then why didn't you tell me that is Heike's cooking will is not a normal awakening? Lu Xing complained to the system. Because you didn't ask? After listening to the system, Lu Xing was dumbfounded. It's all just an oolong made by his one-sided understanding. It's all my fault. Lu Xing thought to himself. But the system's answer also made Lu Xing feel at ease. Otherwise, if the strength of Yuan Yashija is really what he imagined, it will be terrible. However, Lu Xing didn't believe that Yishi Huaneng made Lin-level cuisine that night, just as the system said, it was a coincidence. But since the system doesn't want to say it now, Lu Xing can't help it. So he immediately forgot about this question, and asked the system his new doubts. What is the new power brought about by me coming to this world? It's amazing that it can help people awaken the will to cook and improve in advance. Cooking level. Lu Xing doesn't think he has any power to be so powerful, and he can actually help people awaken the cooking will in advance and improve the real cooking level. Even if there is, it must have something to do with this system. It is precisely because he was attracted by this new doubt that Lu Xing did not notice some strange self-proclaimed in the system today. The system is silent. It seems that this is another question it does not want to answer. However, for the system's reaction, Lu Xing had already anticipated it, knowing that the system might not answer this question, so he didn't feel any disappointment, but asked the system a terrible question that he just thought of. Isn't someone going to travel with me? Lu Xing didn't want to be wandering in this world as a traveler, and suddenly knew that there was a person who had traveled the same way waiting for him. No. The system's answer this time was very straightforward, allowing Lu Xing to breathe a sigh of relief and relax his nervousness. Why do you say that? The Tenji couldn't pass the Super Chef exam in the Little Master world. Isn't Ishiwi's cooking skill already reaching the super class? People exist. Lu Xing, who was no longer nervous, asked the system his last question. His cooking skills have indeed been upgraded to super class due to the influence of foreign forces, but this does not mean that they have passed the special chef exam, because those who pass the special chef exam in the small master world are all real the Lin chef. The so-called chef Lin means that he has initially awakened the will to cook through his own power, and can use it in one or two of his signature dishes at any time. And although Ishaiki has his own signature dish, but because his will to cook is forcibly awakened by external forces, he currently has no way to control it perfectly, so he can't be regarded as a real chef Lin. And because the realm of chef Lin has not changed qualitatively compared to the tiger level chef who can perfectly control the cooking heart, this level is called special peak, and the so-called chef Lin is just a unique name for the dark cooking world. And the special chefs born in the special chef exam of the little master world are all chefs of the special peak level, that is, the chef Lin of the dark cooking world. And the superior mentioned by the system is actually only the superior in culinary skills and does not include the will to cook, and according to my speculation, the most powerful of the so-called top 10 is only the experience with the current cooking skills. The improvement of Ishiki is about the same, and the highest is only the super class in cooking. In the world of small masters, it is not a real super chef at all, but only a superior chef. After speaking for a long time, the system finally became quiet again, and Lucien was silently digesting the knowledge that the system said in his mind. Today is also the first time since the system was upgraded that I could talk to Lucien in a humane way, which made Lucien feel a little confused. But when he understood all the words of the system, he found that he had gained a lot. Not only did he solve all the doubts in his heart, but he also had a general idea of the power comparison between the halberd world and the little master world. P.S. This is part of my setting. I keep saying that the 10 heroes are not as strong as the gentlemen think, right? This part should not have been said here. There is a plot. But it seems that there is some problem with my arrangement, which makes the gentleman not satisfied. So it took a day to change the outline a little bit. I don't know if this chapter will make the gentleman feel that it has been written as an expository text. If so, gentlemen, please bear with me. The novice has no experience on the road, sorry. Also ask for a collection of flowers, reward, and comment for comfort. Text chapter 46_Save the Lost Girl. Ask for flower collection. Although the oolong caused by his ignorance made him misjudgment about the strength of the eating halberd world, Lucien felt a little embarrassed. However, he is still very satisfied with what he has gained after talking to the system this time. Lucien now has an estimate of the strength of UNU Academy's 10 heroes, and even the strength of the previous 10 heroes. It turned out that the cooking skills of the strongest among the so-called top 10 are now equivalent to that of the top chef Shaoan in the world of small masters. Far less than Lucien imagined so strong. Of course, what Lucien is most curious about now is what level Erina's cooking skills have reached. According to Lucien's own speculation, Erina's current cooking skills have not yet reached the level of superior chef, that is, super superior, but with the bonus of God's tongue, she should be able to make super superior cuisine. Therefore, although Erina is currently ranked at the bottom of the 10 heroes, her strength is at the upper end of the current 10 heroes. But there should be 4 of today's 10 masters of UNU who can achieve super-class cooking skills, that is, first-class chefs in the world of small masters. And among these 4 10 heroes who have reached the level of superior chef, there are 2 unexpected situations. Erina reached this level at this age because of her unique talent and the assistance of God's tongue. According to the system, Ishaiki is also due to the fact that after Lucien's arrival, she came into contact with Lucien who did not belong to her. The power of this world was unexpectedly raised to this level, and it awakened the cooking will that I couldn't control at all. In other words, apart from the golden age and the unexpected situation like now, in Tatsuki Academy, only 1 or 2 of the 10 masters should have reached the level of superior chef. If you think about it, my guess should be inseparable, so what is that power that the system says? After confirming this matter, Lucien remembered the question of the special power brought by coming to this world with him that the system said, although because the system was unwilling to explain, Lu Xing did not know what this power was, and what effect does it have. But what he can be sure of now is that because of his unexpected arrival, the world of eating halberd has become less simple. Ah Xing, why, isn't it delicious? Lu Xing was sorting out the chaotic thoughts in his mind when he heard a timid voice coming from his ear. Looking back, he found that Tianzuo was really looking at him, and his eyes were full of timidity. Only then did Lu Xing realize that he was trying the chicken burrito made by Tai Tianzuo. It's just because of Lu Xing's communication with the system, he suddenly froze and didn't speak at all. This kind of reaction from Lu Xing made Tianzuo, who was not confident, think that his cooking had failed. Fortunately, although Lu Xing told the system a lot, but because he communicated in his mind, his thoughts were lightning fast, so it didn't take long. Seeing Tianzuo with a timid expression in front of her, Lu Xing recalled the kitchen's will that she had awakened, which was almost insignificant and even had little effect. Another person who has been influenced by his arrival and has changed. Seeing Tianzuo, Lu Xing thought to himself. Chapter 46-Save the Lost Girl. Another person who has been influenced by his arrival and has changed. Seeing Tianzuo, Lu Xing thought to himself. Seeing Tianzuo's thankful eyes, Lu Xing knew that Tianzuo's biggest problem was not his lack of talent, but his lack of self-confidence. As a result, his own strength is usually not even half of it, and he was almost expelled from school. It was not until he met Koping Soma that he changed his mentality and showed his strength perfectly. And this time, because of Lu Xing, Tianzuo has awakened the weak will to cook. Although the effect is not great, it also proves that Tianzuo's talent must be stronger than the original. So the top priority now is to make Tianzuo confident. Otherwise, Tianzuo's talent will not be able to play out no matter how strong it is. Thinking of this, Lu Xing looked at Tianzuo. Looks like I'm going to save the lost girl again. Lu Xing looked at Tianzuo and made up his mind. He wants to save Tianzuo, just like he saved Mito Yume last time. Although Lu Xing doesn't know what happened to Mito Yume, but she has really felt her changes recently. Not only has he become less aggressive in character, but he has also begun to accept low-grade meat in cooking. This will be of great benefit to her future cooking career. So now Lu Xing has decided to save Tianzuo. He felt that he must have a holy look on his face now, and the back of his head must be emitting a holy light. If it is in the fantasy world, it is completely possible to soar during the day with this great merit. But Tianzuo, who was staring at him, shuddered. She felt that Lu Xing looked at her eyes as strange. But I can't tell what's wrong. It just feels like I have become the little white sheep that is about to be eaten by the big bad wolf. P.S. Ask for collection of flowers, and give a reward for evaluation. Text chapter 47_Tianzuo's inferiority complex. Ask for everything. Lu Xing did not know that his image in Tianzuo's heart had become a big bad wolf. He is also immersed in his great sentiment about saving the lost girl. However, he did not forget to give recognition to the dish made by Takumi Takahide. Zaiwai's dish is very good. The heavily fried chicken nuggets with vegetables and mushrooms not only stand out for the oil. The fried chicken nuggets have an irresistible taste without making people feel greasy. The most important thing is that its side dishes and cooking methods are very simple. It can be said that it is very suitable for fast food restaurant style. Lu Xing sincerely praised. Hearing Lu Xing's approval, Tianzuo showed a relieved smile on his face, and also relaxed his nervous mood. Although I always feel that today's Ah Xing seems strange, but it doesn't matter, if someone approves my cooking, good. Lu Xing also showed a smile to Tianzuo. Okay, since Zaiwai's cooking is ready, come and try ours. Seeing that Lu Xing and Tianzuo seemed to have a tacit understanding, Mito Yume suddenly felt a little bit unhappy. He quickly interrupted. Good Lucien did not find that Mitoyome's motives were impure, but really tasted the various chicken burritos in front of him again. Although Lucien also wanted to carry out his lost girl rescue plan now, but he also knew that the time was not right, and tasted the chicken burritos in front of him and selected the ones who could face the mouse house. The match is also very important, especially when Eason has noticed him and time is more pressing. After all his plans can only be unfolded after the mouse house is destroyed first. Next, Lucien tasted all the chicken burritos made by the crowd in turn, and once again selected several suitable ones and several ones that needed improvement, and pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of crowd cooking. After listening to Lucien's explanation, and after everyone tasted each other's works, they all agreed with Lucien's statement. Next, everyone rushed to the kitchen again, and continued to study the recipe. The person who had already made the recipe that Lucien thought was suitable, wanted to try to see if he could make several different recipes, and those who were not suitable give it a try too and see if you can keep improving your cooking. And everyone knows that the time is very tight, they only have 3 days, they must decide all the formulas tonight, and they can officially fight against the mouse house tomorrow, so that they can achieve what they want in the remaining 2 days. Desired result: regain the traffic for Viola Avenue. So no one is idle, everyone is busy. And everyone spontaneously found people who thought they would be helpful to them, and communicated together to see if they could be given more inspiration. And Lucien, who saw this scene, knew that his long-awaited time had come. It's time to carry out your own lost girl rescue plan. Thinking like this, Lucien walked over to the place where Tianzuohui was. Tianzuohui is now standing in a corner hesitating. Seeing that everyone in front of her had found their own companions, in order to better find the recipe for chicken burrito, she wanted to join in, but because she was afraid of dragging others down, she could only stand hesitating in the distance. Since coming to Taijutsu Academy, Tianzuohui has always had a little inferiority complex, and it has become more and more serious as time goes by. She still remembered that she fell in love with cooking since she drank the soup made by her mother that made her whole body feel comfortable when she was a child. So the little Tianzuohui officially embarked on the road of cooking. Chapter 47 Tianzuohui's inferiority complex. Ask for everything page 1/2. So the little Tianzuohui officially embarked on the road of cooking. During the period, in order to learn cooking and help her mother, she put in a lot of hard work that ordinary people can't imagine. But Tianzuohui did not regret it. Because she wants to cook dishes that make people feel good all over, just like her mother. So she kept working hard until she passed the entrance exam of Taijutsu Academy and officially stepped into the gate of Taijutsu Academy with the hope of the whole city. I must be the first person in our city to graduate from Taijutsu Academy, Tianzuohui said to himself at that time, and was full of confidence. But as soon as he entered the academy, everything that happened destroyed Tianzuohui's confidence. She found that people who can come here are either rich or expensive, not the heirs of some large cooking group, or the heirs of well-known cooking restaurants. And she was unremarkable. Although the family runs a cooking hotel, it is not a prominent family background, nor does it give her any special cooking heritage. And because he was born in a remote town, shy, and dressed in a rustic way, he was rejected by some people. This also made Tianzuohui more and more inferior, and even began to suspect that he could not be a good chef at all. This also caused him to be nervous every class, and he couldn't play well at all. Although at this time, she would remember the ardent expectations of everyone in her family, and then she worked hard to hold on, and even rose from the elementary school to the higher school, but she was always on the verge of being expelled from school. What Tianzuohui could not have imagined was that when she was in school, she was assigned to the most special dormitory in the entire academy, Pole Star House. Everyone who lives here is very talented, and sometimes Tianzuohui even thinks that he is not worthy to live with them. This also led to Tianzuohui not fully integrated into the Pole Star House until now. There is very little sense of existence in the entire dormitory, and it is not even as good as Mito Yume, who has just moved in. It directly led to Tianzuohui, and now I don't dare to find other people to exchange inspiration. But now Tianzuohui sees. Lu Xing actually walked in his direction. P.S. Mobile phone code word. If there are any typos, please forgive me. Text chapter 48 _ The essence of cooking. Seeking collection of flowers evaluation. Tianzuohui is very surprised. She did not expect that Lu Xing would come to where she was. Although Lu Xing didn't come to Ji Xing Shi for a long time, but through eating halberd, his strength has been recognized by everyone. And Tianzuohui also heard that Lu Xing won the favor of Miss Arena, the tongue of God, and the title of Eye of God, and even defeated the famous meat invader by virtue of his cooking. Mito Yume, let her be her maid. Therefore, everyone in the Jixing house said in private that Lu Xing might be the most skilled cook among them. All these make Tianzuohui admire Lu Xing very much. So she never thought that Lu Xing didn't go to Yume Mito or Soma Yukihira to discuss, but planned to come to her, who seemed to be an ordinary local girl. This made Tianzuohui couldn't help but think of the embarrassment that happened in the bathroom when he saw Lu Xing for the first time. So as Lu Xing approached, Tianzuohui became more and more nervous. Looking at Tianzuohui, who was shivering nervously in front of him, Lu Xing said that he was very speechless. Am I that scary? Lu Xing couldn't help but want to complain. But immediately after he thought of his purpose and Tianzuohui's current character, he still resisted the desire to complain and said slowly, why didn't Tianzuo discuss with everyone? Hearing Lu Xing's words, Tianzuohui was shocked. After hesitating for a while, he whispered, I can't do it, I'll drag them down. The voice is very small. If not Lu Xing's ears have been strengthened by spiritual power, he may not be able to hear it. How could that be? Tianzuo is very good, don't you think the chicken burrito with wild vegetables you came up with is very good? Lu Xing comforted. But I may be expelled from school soon. Maybe it was Lu Xing's words that made Tianzuohui forget the tension, so she even told Lu Xing what she had been burying in her heart recently. Hearing Tianzuohui's words, Lu Xing narrowed his eyes and said to himself, sure enough. Lu Xing remembers that in the original book, Tianzuohui was almost ordered to drop out of school because of lack of confidence and nervousness, which prevented him from exerting his own strength. He just met Xinping Soma in Chappelle's class, and had some experience with him. After the incident, Tianzuohui regained his confidence, and only then did his own brilliance bloom. And now, because of Lu Xing's butterfly effect, Tianzuohui did not share with Xinping Chuangzhen on that day, so naturally nothing happened that made her regain her confidence. Therefore, Lu Xing has been worrying about whether Tianzuohui will be expelled from school because of his lack of confidence and his lack of strength. It would be a pity if Tianzuohui was really expelled from school because of his lack of confidence and the lack of ability to exert his strength. So recently Lu Xing has been thinking about how to make Tianzuohui regain his confidence, but he has never encountered any suitable opportunities, but Lu Xing knows that the right opportunity is here. Tianzuo has always lived in the Pole Star House, right? Lu Xing suddenly said to Tianzuohui. Then you should know that our Pole Star House is different from other dormitories, right? Yeah, Tianzuohui replied in a low voice, and then Lu Xing wondered why he said this. The Pole Star House has changed since the seniors made it different through the eating halberd showdown, and the students it recruits are all students who are considered potential students by the school. Since you have been assigned to the Jixing house, then it means that from the perspective of the school, you also have great potential. Lu Xing began to formally guide Tianzuohui into his own routine. Do you know? Hearing Lu Xing's words, Tianzuohui's eyes lit up and asked Lu Xing with some anticipation. Of course. You should have discovered that, Everyone in our dormitory is in the upper reaches of the school, right? Well, Tianzuo thought for a while and nodded seriously. She knew that what Lu Xing said was right. So, I'm right, and after eating your chicken nugget burrito, I found out that all the dishes you cook in Tian's house will make the diners as comfortable as possible on the basis of ensuring the taste, right? Right? Chapter 48 _ The essence of cooking. Ask for the collection of flowers evaluation - page 1/2. So, I'm right, and after eating your chicken nugget burrito, I found out that all the dishes you cook in Tian's house will make the diners as comfortable as possible on the basis of ensuring the taste, right? Right? Yes. Ah Xing, have you found it? Tianzuo was a little surprised. She didn't expect Lu Xing to know her cooking philosophy just after eating her chicken burrito for the first time. That's right, let guests eat comfortably. This is the belief that Tianzuo has set up when he just set out on the road of cooking. Seeing Tianzuo's surprised expression, Lu Xing smiled inwardly. Although Tianzuo's will to cook was forcibly awakened by external forces, it seemed too weak. Even Lu Xing couldn't sense what the belief her will to cook represented. But as a traveler, Lu Xing probably guessed what Tianzuo's cooking concept was through the plot of the original book. It must be something that makes people feel comfortable to eat. That's why he said the above words, in order to further open Tianzuo's heart defense and make her trust him more. After I ate my mother's cooking when I was young, I wanted to make dishes like my mother that would make people feel comfortable. It seems that Lu Xing's routine has achieved good results, so Tianzuo's words gradually of more. Then why Tianzuo is still on the verge of being expelled from school since Tianzuo can already make such dishes. Although he knew why, Lu Xing still pretended to know nothing and asked Tianzuo. Because I get nervous every time I take the class assessment, the dishes I make are not delicious, and others won't feel comfortable, so naturally I won't get a high score. Sure enough, it's all the same as the original. Lu Xing suddenly grabbed Tianzuo's shoulder with his hand. His head was close to Tianzuo's face, and he stared at her and asked, "Zia, why, do you know the essence of cooking?" Originally, after seeing Lu Xing's actions, Tianzuo blushed and her eyes became a little flustered. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do, but she suddenly heard Lu Xing say such a serious topic. Cannot react at all, could not help but stared blankly at Lu Xing. When the ancient ancestors discovered that when food is treated with fire, the taste it produces is not only better for the body, but also makes the spirit happy. This feeling is very comfortable, which is the so-called delicious. Lu Xing began to talk nonsense in earnest. Slowly, some people began to think, can we make the food more delicious? It can make the spirit more pleasant and the body more comfortable? Lu Xing continued. Tianzuo slowly began to be attracted by his story. So people began to use various seasonings on food, and came up with various cooking methods, hoping to make food taste better and make people more comfortable to eat, so cooking was born. After speaking, Lu Xing stopped and looked at Tianzuo quietly. She found her head down, as if she was thinking about something. Lu Xing hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. So Tianzuo, when you are cooking any dishes, don't think about whether this dish will be delicious. Will this dish make you pass the test? You just need to think about how to use the ingredients you have, make a dish that makes people more comfortable to eat. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Tianzuo, who was thinking with his head down, suddenly shuddered. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Lu Xing. There was no more confusion in her eyes, but an unprecedented firmness. I think I know how to cook well. Ah Xing. Hearing her say this, Lu Xing was overjoyed and quickly said, it's already very late now, and the classmates haven't had dinner. Why don't you go and prepare some dishes? How about we eat at night? But I guess our staple food today is those chicken burritos we made, otherwise it would be a shame to waste it. But simply eating chicken nuggets will make people feel tired, So why don't you make a soup or something to accompany your meal? Lu Xing suggested to Tianzuohui. He knew that Tianzuohui had only just built up a little confidence. He had to let her cook a delicious dish with her own hands, and only after she believed in herself could she be able to completely strengthen her confidence. Okay. Tianzuohui replied without hesitation, and then quickly ran to the kitchen. His steps were cheerful, and he no longer flinched as before. About to walk to the door of the kitchen, Tianzuohui suddenly stopped, turned around and showed a big smile to Lu Xing, and said, "Thank you, Ah Xing." Afterwards, he stopped paying attention to his reaction, and hurried into the kitchen. Lu Xing was stunned for a moment, but also showed a smile, and said in his heart, "The lost girl rescue plan succeeded." P.S. More than 2,000 words will not be divided into chapters, please give me some encouragement. Text chapter 49 Little Boss Tongue ask for everything. Seeing that Tianzuohui was no longer confused because of his own words, Lu Xing couldn't help but secretly praised himself. It seems that Tianzuohui can still emit his own light in the future, and it has not become dim due to the arrival of Lu Xing. Looking behind him, everyone was still having a lively discussion, and Lu Xing couldn't help but be full of pride. This time is different from the original book, with the participation of everyone in the Pole Star House. It will definitely cause more trauma to the Mouse House. At some point, I can force Mozuwan to submit. After that, as long as I finish that one thing in the dorm training, I can solve Izan completely. Seeing that the plan he has been making is progressing steadily, even Lu Xing has become a little excited unknowingly. It's a pity. Lu Xing suddenly glanced at his real cooking skill level EXP in his mind and found that his level was still at intermediate and superior. Although he also ate a lot of dishes during this time, he was far away from high level. Inferior is still a big difference. Unfortunately, my real cooking level doesn't seem to be able to break through to advanced within a few days, otherwise, I might be able to use that, so my plan will definitely come true more thoroughly. Thinking of this, Lu Xing sighed. But for this kind of thing, he has no way to change it. He can only shake his head, no longer insist. Instead, take advantage of this time to knead the noodles again, prepare the noodles, and prepare for everyone's next experiment. Time passed slowly in the discussion of everyone and Lu Xing's reconciliation. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt a faint mental wave emanating from the kitchen. He knew that this was because Tianzuohui completely determined her cooking philosophy, which inspired the weak cooking will hidden in her body. It seems that Xiaowai has already prepared the dishes, and she has completely strengthened her philosophy. I don't know how she will cook like this. I'm really looking forward to it. Thinking like this, Lu Xing looked up. Looking at the sky, I found that the time had come to evening before I knew it. So, he turned his head and shouted to the people who were addicted to the discussion and couldn't extricate themselves, "It's getting late, everyone, come and eat, and then continue to think of ways. Today's staple food is the chicken burrito that we made ourselves." After hearing Lu Xing's voice, everyone woke up from their thoughts and looked at the sky. I didn't expect it to be so late. If you don't say it, you don't feel it. When you say that, you suddenly feel hungry. Xin Ping Chuangzhen shouted, and reached out and rubbed his stomach. The others nodded, and they were hungry too. So everyone packed a table and took out clean tableware, ready to cook. Although they have a lot of people, but for the Kahei family who runs a restaurant, these things are still not lacking. "Hey, where did Tianzuo go?" Ryoko said suspiciously after seeing that everyone was seated, but there was no sign of Tianzuohui. Lu Xing just wanted to explain. "I heard Tianzuohui from the kitchen shouting, 'I have prepared a soup for everyone, otherwise, you will be tired of eating chicken nuggets alone. With this soup, everyone can eat more comfortably.'" "What? Xiaowai actually took the initiative to prepare food for us today." Hearing Tianzuohui's words, everyone's expressions were surprised. Especially Yuaki Ryoko, the old residents of the Polestar house. From the first day they met Tiansuowi, they felt that Tiansuowi was a good person, but seemed to be particularly lacking in self-confidence, and seldom took the initiative to do anything. Thinking of how unusual it is today, and listening to Tiansuowi's voice, everyone found that she suddenly became confident, no longer flinched like before, and spoke softly. Tiansuowi's sudden change, how could everyone not be surprised? So everyone chatted and discussed, but in the end, they still didn't know why Tiansuowi had changed so much, but they were all really happy for Tiansuowi. At the same time, they also began to look forward to the dishes that Tiansuowi prepared for them. Only Lucien has been laughing without saying a word, hiding his merit and fame. While Lucien was maintaining his advanced demeanor and intoxicated himself, Mito Yume, who was sitting next to him, suddenly whispered to him, "It seems that someone has a good chat with the little girl." In fact, what Lucien didn't know, Mito Yume kept observing him even while studying the recipe, and found that he not only did not prepare his own dishes, but was chatting with Tiansuowi. He felt very uncomfortable. So the tone of the words spoken now is also strange. Just a casual chat. Lucien automatically ignored the details and replied casually. Mito Yume snorted, turning her head and ignoring him. Lucien scratched his head, feeling a little inexplicable. At this moment, Tiansuowi just came up with her own cooking. "I have prepared tomato-flavored vegetable soup for everyone, how about you try it?" Tiansuowi said to everyone. "Okay." The people who were looking forward to it each took a bowl. The same is true for Lucien. He looked at the bowl of soup in front of him and found that the main ingredients in it were the same as the side dishes of the chicken burritos made by Tiansuowi. They were mainly green vegetables and mushrooms, and the color was light red. Very beautiful. Chapter 49 Little Boss Tongue Ask for Everything page 1/2. The same is true for Lucien. He looked at the bowl of soup in front of him and found that the main ingredients in it were the same as the side dishes of the chicken burritos made by Tiansuowi. They were mainly green vegetables and mushrooms, and the color was light red. Very beautiful. After observing, Lucien picked up the spoon, scooped a spoon into his mouth. A sweetness filled his mouth, a variety of green vegetables and fungi were perfectly matched, and the various flavors were mixed without being chaotic, making people feel like walking on a country road. Then there is a slight sour taste. Lucien knows that this is the main seasoning of the soup, the taste of tomatoes, and it is still the kind of tomato that is relatively sour. The sour tomato soup not only does not destroy the taste of the soup, but enhances the original taste of mushroom greens. The taste of the whole soup has been upgraded to a new level. And the sour taste of tomatoes is very suitable for appetizers before meals or to relieve greasy after meals, which is undoubtedly more suitable for their group of people. Thinking about diners everywhere, it really is Tianchuo's style. Lucien praised in his heart. At the same time, the system also gave an evaluation of this dish, and this tomato-flavored vegetable soup reached advanced moderate. And according to Lucien's speculation, Tiansuowi's own cooking skill level should be around high level and low level, so this small level should be the function of her cooking will. Of course, Lucien also knows that the current Tiansuowi will definitely not be able to use her cooking will to improve the cooking by a small level every time. The will to cook. This time, the reason why it can be used, Lucien is estimated to be because of coincidence. Anyway, the last time, Ise had such a coincidence, and the system explained it like this, and Lucien can only believe it now. However, although Tiansuowi can't master her cooking will now, there is no problem in letting her play her own cooking skills perfectly. After this, Tiansuowi no longer has to worry about being dropped out of school. And now Tiansuowi, who is just 15 years old, already has the seeds of cooking will. Although she can't control it now, she is already ahead of countless people. When she can control her cooking will, it must be another genius who shocked the world. At this time, Lu Xing, who was feeling happy for Tianzuohui, suddenly thought of a question, and he couldn't help asking the system in his mind. I don't know that the protagonist of Little Master World, Lu Suboru, mastered the cooking art when he first appeared on the stage. Will? Is it like Xiaowai, who can't completely control it? You know nothing about power. Listening to Lu Xing's question, the system complained. Huh. When the young master just appeared on the stage, he could perfectly control his cooking will, but it was only because he was restricted by his level of cooking skills, otherwise he would have been a chef Lin long ago. At that time, the young master was only 13 years old. And when he took the special chef exam, his kitchen will had already reached the tiger level. Lu Xing stopped talking and drank the soup silently, crying in his heart. I thought I had a system, although the system is a bit rudimentary and sometimes behaves strangely, but it is also a system, isn't it? And he, Lu Xing, can be regarded as a protagonist in any case. Now that he is compared with the real protagonist, he realizes that he is really rubbish. What is such a horror? This is. What is a true protagonist? This is. After drinking the soup, I am one step closer to advanced cooking. Lu Xing, who was beaten to the core, quickly changed the subject. It's just that Lu Xing is still a little melancholy when he sees that his experience is one step away from advanced. It would be great if we could upgrade now. Lu Xing thought greedily. At this moment, Lu Xing's face suddenly became very exciting. Because the system suddenly sent him a prompt. Because the protagonist helps Tianzuohui to strengthen the cooking concept, the real cooking level will be rewarded, and the current level is advanced. Lu Xing did not know what to say. Although the system gave him a similar reward when he created his own dish blazing golden Tai Chi scrambled eggs, Lu Xing still felt that this was a bit too coincidence, as if it had been arranged. But he knew that even if he asked the system now, the system would not say anything, so he could only force himself to forget about it. Subsequently, Lu Xing, who had diverted his attention, was filled with a powerful joy in his chest. Because he knows that now he can finally use the 5 powers, the most difficult but also the most magical power, the tongue that has been inherited since childhood. This is the ability of the true protagonist. Text chapter 50_get a pen and paper. Ask for everything. Lu Xing has actually been thinking about how great it would be if his real cooking skill level could be upgraded to advanced. Because as long as Lu Xing's real cooking skill level is upgraded to advanced, his spiritual power can make preliminary use of the tongue that has the same function as the tongue of the young master given by the system. The main function of this tongue is to think out a taste, and then deduce its ingredients and practices. This is the fantasy tongue that is even scarier than the god tongue. In this way, Lu Xing can recall the taste of the fast food he ate in his previous life, and then use the fantasy tongue to get their practice. Even if the cooking level of the previous life was not as good as that of this world as a whole, let alone the world of the young master, but for the level of fast food, the recipes of various well-known fast food brands in the world are enough. Not to mention the help of these Polestar House classmates. The reason why they find the chicken nugget recipe so tricky is not that they are not skilled enough to come up with an ingredient that can be pipelined and easy to handle in a short amount of time. After all, this kind of fast food cuisine is completely different from the cuisine they originally learned. And if Lu Xing recalls the recipes of those large fast food brands in his previous life, after providing a general framework for Polestar House, even if the taste is not enough, they can rely on their own cooking skills to optimize. Make the recipe more suitable for this world. In this way, you can add more choices for tomorrow's battle. Instead of sticking to the chicken burrito as a dish, you can make real fried chicken like mozuia, and you can absolutely guarantee that the mozuia will be played tomorrow. Breakout. But Lu Xing also knew that he couldn't raise the real cooking level to advanced in a short period of time, so he had given up his fantasy in his heart. Although in the display of the system, he seems to be not far from advanced, but Lu Xing knows that the experience it needs is definitely not something that can be filled with 1 or 2 advanced dishes, and Lu Xing can't do it without reason. Let the people of Polestar House cook their own high-end cuisine. Unexpectedly, under the god operation of the system, Lu Xing really upgraded his cooking skills to advanced, and could initially use the fantasy tongue. Lu Xing flushed with excitement for a while. If he hadn't remembered that he was eating, he would have jumped up. Seeing Lu Xing's excited expression, Tianzuo thought it was her cooking. After all, when Lu Xing was eating her cooking, she suddenly became excited. It seems that Xing likes my cooking very much. This beautiful misunderstanding made Tianzuo show a sweet smile to Lu Xing. It's just a meal, do you need to be so happy? It's not better than my cooking. Mito Yume also had the same misunderstanding as Tianzuo, so he was very unhappy now, and couldn't help but find fault. Oh, I suddenly remembered that today Xing seems to have not made his own formula, but seems to have been chatting in Hotan. You won't just watch us busy, and then go to fuck up girls by yourself. When he said this, everyone at the table responded, staring suspiciously at Lu Xing and Tianzuo. Chapter 50 _ Get a pen and paper. Ask for everything - page 1/2. When he said this, everyone at the table responded, staring suspiciously at Lu Xing and Tianzuo. After all, according to their understanding of Lu Xing, he can do this kind of thing. The eyes of everyone made Tianzuo's face suddenly turn red. She pulled the corner of her clothes and didn't dare to speak at all. This expression made everyone more suspicious, and they all looked at Lu Xing. Although I don't know why, Lu Xing always felt that Mito Yume was targeting himself, but Lu Xing still felt that it was necessary to honor himself. So he looked at everyone's eyes and said lightly, it's not that I didn't come up with my own formula, but I'm afraid that after I start thinking about it, you won't have a chance to show it. As he spoke, he made a little I'm super twisted long Aotian expression. Listen to what you mean, you can come up with a lot of recipes by yourself. Yuji asked Lu Xing back. Lu Xing nodded without hesitation. Cut. You want to say that you can come up with 1 or 2 recipes by yourself? I still believe that you can think of many kinds at once. Do you think I'm a fool? Yuaki retorted loudly. The others also nodded, with a look of I'll just watch you pretend to be forceful. Even Tianzuo looked at Lu Xing in disbelief. You don't believe it, do you? Everyone nodded in unison again. Okay, come here, bring a pen and paper. Lu Xing waved his hand suddenly, with a very powerful aura. In our China, there is a poem that describes talent and quick thinking called 100 Poems of Li by Doju. Today I will give you 100 poems of Lu Xing's dinner to let you see my true strength. Lu Xing looked on his face. The expression of pretending not to be afraid of being struck by lightning made everyone stunned. And Lu Xing has no stage fright? Joke. Lu Xing, who can already use the fantasy tongue initially, is fearless. P.S. That's all 3 chapters today, but the word count is no less than 4 chapters. Here, I would like to ask you to collect and evaluate flowers for encouragement. Thank you. Text chapter 51 _ Arrogant Lu Xing. Ask for evaluation of flower collection. You're really here? Koping Soma was still a little bit in disbelief. Of course. Go find me a pen and paper. Lu Xing nodded calmly again, even urging Koping Soma. Come on, let's see how capable our young master Lu is. Yuaki was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Hearing Yuaki's words, he glanced at Lu Xing's firm expression again, and seeing Ping Chuang was really helpless, so he had to help Lu Xing find a paper and a pen and put it in front of him. You are not allowed to disturb me, I have to start thinking. Lu Xing was said by the onlookers. No, no, hurry up. Yuaki said again. Lu Xing stood up from the chair with the paper and pen in hand. Under the blank stare of everyone, he walked to the open space beside him and sat down with his legs crossed. The pose is like meditating. The main reason for Lu Xing to do this is because the fantasy tongue is different from the other 4 superpowers. When using it, you need to concentrate with all your strength to be able to recall the desired taste. And he remembered that the young master kept this posture when using this ability. So I used this pose. But this operation seems very strange in the eyes of others. What is a Xing doing? It's like the posture the monks use when they are contemplating Zen. It seems to help with concentration. Doesn't he really even plan to go into the kitchen? He doesn't do any experiments and just comes up with so many recipes with his brain? The people in the Jixing house were discussing in a low voice. City Lu Xing's behavior surprised. Only Mito Yume and Tianzuo's eyes showed concern. Mito Yume now regrets it very much. She didn't expect that just because of what she said carefully, things would have developed to this level. Although Mito Yume also admitted that Lu Xing's strength is very strong, in the entire Jixing house, even in the entire Tatsuki Academy's freshmen should belong to the strongest column. But she never believed that Lu Xing could come up with a variety of fast food style recipes in such a short period of time. This is something that the Fuyu 10 heroes can't do in the first seed. And Mito Yume doesn't think that the current Lu Xing will be stronger than the first seed of Tatsuki Sija. But if Lu Xing can't do it, the opinions of everyone in Jixing may have a bad change. After all, arrogant is always unpleasant. The most important thing is that Mito Yume is worried that this matter may have a blow to Lu Xing's confidence. Chapter 51 Arrogant Lu Xing? Seeking evaluation of flower collection page 1/2. The most important thing is that Mito Yume is worried that this matter may have a blow to Lu Xing's confidence. Because she is the heir of the Mito group, Mito Yume has been in contact with many famous people in the cooking industry since she was a child. She remembers that they said that confidence is a very important strength for a chef to climb the peak. It would be a pity if Lu Xing really hit his own confidence because of the failure of this kind of thing. But when Lu Xing made a decision, Mito Yume had no time to refute, and could only watch things develop in an unpredictable direction. Alas! Xing is really too arrogant this time. Mito Yume sighed in his heart. Then I thought that all this was caused by my own words, which made Mito Yume fall into deep self-blame. Tianzuo also blamed herself. Because she felt that the reason why Lu Xing did not have time to study new recipes was entirely because he was enlightening himself. So she plans to explain it clearly to everyone. But just when she was about to explain to everyone, she suddenly heard Yuaki say again, "Anyway, I must teach Xing a lesson this time." "Why, I always feel like you're targeting Xing in this matter." Ryoko next to him asked Yuaki his doubts in a low voice. Hearing Ryoko's question, the others also looked at Yuaki, and they also felt that Yuaki seemed to be a little too positive on this matter. "No, I didn't target Xing." Feeling everyone's attention, Yuji quickly explained, and leaned towards everyone's direction, as if afraid that Lu Xing would hear it. "Don't you think Xing seems a little floating? It's fine that he didn't study the recipe today. After all, he came up with the idea of the chicken nugget burrito for us and made a lot of preparations. Not a problem. But..." Having said this, Yuaki paused, seeing that her words had attracted everyone's attention, and then continued to whisper, "But when I said this, he actually said that he could be like the legendary Li Bai. With the same talent and agility, he has completed Lu Xing's hundreds of meals, but how is this possible? This is something that even the 10 heroes can't do. So I think Xing has won the favor of 2 girls through 2 eating halberd recently." When Yuaki said this, everyone looked at Mito Yume in unison, making Mito Yume's face was flushed red, and she couldn't wait to find a crack to get in. But everyone didn't pay much attention, because Yuaki added, in addition to the recent praise of various school newspapers, Asin's self-confidence may be bursting, causing him to not recognize himself correctly. The way of chefs is not good, so I want to pass this incident, please recognize yourself correctly. After hearing Yuaki finish, everyone suddenly realized that they didn't expect Yuaki to think so much, and it seemed to make sense. Thinking of this, they are also ready to support Yuaki to do this. However, Mito Yume seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and she asked Yuaki in a low voice, but since Asin has boasted to us about the sea mouth, if he can't do it in a while, he will be embarrassed. Hearing what she said, everyone also reacted, and couldn't help looking at Yuaki to see what kind of plans she had. Yuaki smiled proudly, I've already thought about what you said, so I'll wait a while longer when Asin can't think of it, and accidentally create some confusion to disturb Asin. In this way, even if Asin can't imagine the formula, it can be said that it has nothing to do with his strength, it is all caused by my interruption, and then let this matter end like this, but then I believe that Asin will definitely pass in this matter. I realized my true strength, which not only saved Asin's face, but also achieved my goal. After listening to Yuaki, everyone couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, ready to support her actions. Text chapter 52_human or ghost. Ask for everything. Axing is not such a person. At this moment, Tianzuowi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted loudly. When everyone heard the sound, they turned their heads to look at Tianzuowi, and their expressions became surprised. Because Tianzuowi, who has always been quiet, looks like a gas bag, but this time, his eyes widened and he looked at everyone angrily, like a cat with fried fur. What do you mean? Zaiwai? Ryoko asked. Asin has only become arrogant. The reason why he doesn't have time to make his own recipe today is entirely for my sake. Although everyone's attention caused Tianzuowi, who had never received such attention, almost beat him, she retreated, but after Lu Xing's enlightenment, she became a little different, so she still worked hard to overcome her spiritual fear and told everyone what happened in the afternoon. That's it, we all misunderstood Asin. I didn't think he was actually guiding Zaiwai. And we lived with Zaiwai for so long, and we didn't even want to chat with her. After hearing Tianzuowi's explanation of the cause and effect, everyone could not help but admire Lu Xing. Especially Yuaki, she thought that she had discovered Lu Xing's character flaws and wanted to help him change them through this incident, but she didn't expect that all this was entirely her own self-indulgence. What's more important is that within a short time of losing Lei's Pole Star House, he actually discovered Tianzuowi's character flaws, and also gave her advice, and she and Tianzuowi lived in a dormitory for so long. Did not find it? On the contrary, he was still worrying about others inexplicably. Everyone in Jixingshi is also very ashamed, especially those who have lived with Tianzuowi since junior high school. However, of course, they would not have thought that there would be creatures of Traverser in the world, and they would never have known that this Traverser already knew Tianzuowi's psychological problems well. Hurry up, let's go and create an accident. Don't let Asin keep thinking about it here, otherwise it will be embarrassing. Kahei Shuangzhen suddenly thought of this and said to the crowd. Right. Others also reacted at once, and began to prepare to create an accident, and finally stopped the matter and gave Lu Xing a step down. But at this moment, Lu Xing, who had been sit still, suddenly moved. Of course Lu Xing didn't know that people outside had added so many dramas to him, because since he sat down cross-legged and used his spiritual power to run along the special route inherited by the system, when he opened the official launch of the fantasy tongue, he has entered a special state of mental concentration. It is impossible to receive information from the outside world at all. In fact, before his own spiritual power reached advanced, Lu Xing once thought about using the imagination tongue, but then he discovered that his own spiritual power at that time could not operate the line of system inheritance at all. As long as the spiritual power reached his brain nearby, it will be beaten back to its original shape, so he speculates that the fantasy tongue can only be initially applied after at least advanced facts have proved that Lucien was right. And when using fantasy tongue, unlike the previous use of supervision and super touch, at that time Lucien only felt the changes in the corresponding organs in his body, and he still maintained his awareness of the outside world. Everything is normal. But this time was different. When he first used the imagination tongue, what Lucien first felt was not the change on his tongue, but the change in his own consciousness. He found that he had lost his perception of the outside world and entered the peculiar ethereal state. In this state, he can't think about other things, but can only instinctively recall all kinds of tastes he has eaten. Chapter 52_Human or Ghost. Ask for everything page 1/2. But this time was different. When he first used the imagination tongue, what Lucien first felt was not the change on his tongue, but the change in his own consciousness. He found that he had lost his perception of the outside world and entered the peculiar ethereal state. In this state, he can't think about other things, but can only instinctively recall all kinds of tastes he has eaten. At that time, Lucien even forgot who he was, and only remembered that he seemed to want to remember the taste of various foods he had eaten in various fast food restaurants in his previous life. So a scene flashed in his mind. He seemed to have traveled again, returning to the first time he ate the Fanfic chicken thigh hamburger in his previous life, and at this time, Lucien's tongue suddenly became very sensitive, so sensitive that he could analyze the hamburger meat he ate. And it's the desired seasoning for each flavor of its side dishes and its proportions. After a while, Lucien finished the whole hamburger, and by the way, he remembered the type and ratio of its seasonings, so he woke up from that strange state. And Lucien, who once again felt his own consciousness, actually felt the taste of the chicken thigh burger on his tongue, as if he had really just eaten a hamburger. But he knew that not only had he never eaten hamburgers, but there were no fast food restaurants called kaifeng dishes or golden arches in this world. All I can say is fantasy tongue is amazing. I didn't expect that imagination tongue could reflect the taste of imagination on the tongue. No wonder this ability is called imagination tongue and not something like supernatural spirit space. Lucien was too late with emotion. Think about it, and quickly pick up the pen and write down its recipe on paper before the taste of the Fanfic burger disappears from your tongue. Finally closed my eyes again and entered that special ethereal state, recalling the taste of the next food. Not long after, Lucien opened his eyes again and wrote another formula on the paper. He didn't know that his series of actions shocked the people around him dumbfounded. Axing seems to have really come up with the formula. Mito Yume was trembling as she spoke. Okay, it seems so. Even Zenji Marui, who had always been calm, was incoherent. Is he really human? Yuaki, who had wanted to cause an accident, even wondered if Lucien was human at this time. Because Yuaki doesn't think that what Lucien is doing now is something that human beings can do. Maybe he just improved the existing formula. Ryoko found a plausible explanation. The others also nodded in agreement. Although this will also appear Lucien's ability, very abnormal, but this is the only acceptable explanation for them at present. And just when they doubted their life, Lucien actually wrote more than a dozen recipes in this short period of time. This can also be regarded as hundreds of Lucien's meals. Liangzi said in a trembling voice. But no one has answered him now, because everyone is staring at Lucien with the expression of looking at the monster. Text chapter 53_fun tomorrow. Ask for everything. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lucien, who had written nearly 20 recipes, finally stopped. It's not that he doesn't want to continue writing, but that the spiritual power in his body has been completely exhausted in this short period of time. It's done. The ability of this imagination tongue is really powerful, but it consumes too much spiritual power. Looking at the pile of recipes in front of him, Lucien nodded in satisfaction, and then thought a little greedily. Only after using it did Lucien know that this imagination tongue is powerful, but it also consumes more spiritual power than supervision and super touch, otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to support it so quickly. Of course, Lucien also knows that the main reason for the unsupportable, in addition to the high consumption of fantasy tongue, the main reason is that his current real cooking level is too low, resulting in very little spiritual power. After all, his current strength is not even comparable to that of the young master who just appeared on the stage and Shaoan of the super chef level who knows how many there are in the world of small masters. Still need to work hard. After encouraging himself in his heart, Lucien put away the paper with various recipes written on the table, turned his head and said to the people next to him, "You." Halfway through, Lucien stopped suddenly, because he found that all the people were staring at him with strange eyes. It's like getting to know him again. It seems that my performance just now scared them. After thinking about it, Lucien knew what was going on. He couldn't help laughing and said, "What? Are you frightened by my strength?" "Yeah." Everyone nodded in unison, and their movements were uniform. Lucien rolled his eyes and said no more. Instead he raised the paper in his hand to them, "Come and have a look." The people who could not wait for a long time came to Lucien immediately, scrambling to look at the paper list in his hand full of various recipes. Orlean grilled chicken nuggets. Crispy pistol drumsticks. Tenia Wuifang. These are all formulas that have never been seen before. Everyone in the Jixingshi found the formula written by Lucien on the paper sheet, and they shouted out in surprise. Because they searched the memory of various fast food restaurants in their minds, although they found similar foods, they still did not find a recipe similar to this one. That said, these recipes are completely original by Lucien. This has to make them very shocked. After all, when they found that Lucien wrote various recipes on paper, although they were shocked, they had already subconsciously believed that Lucien might be improving the existing recipes in this world. In this way, although the improved formula also requires strong culinary knowledge support, the strength of choosing Lucien is very terrible, but they are still reluctantly acceptable. But now it seems that is not the case at all. Lucien really created some new formulas that are not available in this world. Now they are really a little suspicious, whether Lucien is a human or a ghost. Looking at the surprised expressions of everyone, Lucien said that he was very happy. Just as he was about to bragging about himself, he saw Yuaki reaching out and rubbing his face. "What are you doing?" Lucien's voice changed a bit. Chapter 53_Fun tomorrow. Ask for everything page 1/2. "What are you doing?" Lucien's voice changed a bit. "I want to see if you are a ghost. Did you approve something like painted skin?" Yuaki looked serious. Lucien silently knocked Yuaki's hand off. "What is a ghost?" "Of course I'm a human, it's just that you group of frogs at the bottom of the well have never realized the true strength of this seed." Lucien completely entered the state of Long Aotian. "I don't know if the recipes you wrote are any good or not. If I make up my mind, I can do it," Ryoko said suddenly. "If you don't believe me, will you try it out?" "Just try it, I'll try it with a pistol leg first." With that, Ryoko walked into the kitchen with the recipe, and everyone else followed. And fast food in this district, under the hands of a group of elite chefs, is of course no problem. So after a while, several pistol legs made according to Lucien's recipe were ready. "Looks like a good look. Hurry up and try it." Everyone who couldn't wait picked up the drumsticks and tasted it, even Lucien. Although eating these recipes made by himself will not provide him with real cooking experience, he still wants to see how well-known works of various chain fast food restaurants in his previous life will taste. The chicken drumsticks in the mouth did not give Lucien any special feeling, but simply felt that the taste was not bad, just like when he ate those fast food in his previous life. Therefore, Lucien knew immediately that the level of this dish should not reach intermediate. Sure enough, the rating given by the system confirmed Lucien's idea. The level of this chicken leg has only reached primary and superior. Lucien wants to come, and other various recipes are almost at this level. This is also considered to be the lowest level of cuisine that Lucien has eaten since he came to this world. Although Lucien will not be too disappointed because he has been mentally prepared for a long time, he will not be happy either. But Marui Zenji next to him brightened his eyes, although the taste of this chicken leg seems to be a little worse than the chicken nuggets of Mozuya, it is no weaker than ordinary fast food restaurants. The most important thing is that these dishes can be completely adapted to the assembly line style of fast food. As for the taste problem, we can optimize it by our own skills. Anyway, Asin has helped us solve the most difficult fast food restaurant style problem. Xinping Chuangzhen interface said. When he said this, everyone nodded in unison. And also gave a thumbs up to Lucien, expressing admiration. Lucien smiled faintly, cheekily accepted everyone's compliments. Since this is the case, then everyone should quickly choose a suitable formula for themselves, and quickly optimize it. Be sure to get the suitable formula out tonight, so that it tastes no less than Mouse House, and then we will be ready for tomorrow. The official duel against Mozu House. Seeing that everyone had tasted almost the same, Lucien pointed to the 20 recipes on the table and said to everyone, "Okay." Everyone was in high spirits, and had any objection to Lucien's decision, and willingly obeyed his instructions. Through this incident, they all recognized that Lucien was the most skilled cook among them, and basically would not have any resistance to his decision. Even in the hearts of Tianchuohui and Mito Yume, the second-year senior Ishaiki is not necessarily as strong as Lucien. After all, senior Ishaiki will definitely not be able to do such a thing. So everyone took the recipes they felt suitable and went to the kitchen to get busy. Seeing the busy figures of everyone, Lucien thought to himself, tomorrow must be a very interesting day. Text chapter 54_Fight for yourself. Ask for flower collection. The next day, everyone who slept at the Kopi Hotel last night woke up early. Because we all know that the upcoming war today is related to the rise and fall of the Jia Avenue, the people in the Jixing house attach great importance to it, and they wake up consciously to prepare early, and they don't have time to eat breakfast. Has everyone packed up? If so, let's go to the bento shop. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Lucien said. Okay. The crowd responded with high momentum, and then the group walked towards the bento shop not far from the Kopi Hotel. Last night, everyone selected a few representative ones from the formulas they thought of, and Lucien thought of more than 20 recipes, and finally optimized them to make their taste more perfect. After the formula was determined, Lucien asked Xinping Chuangzhen to contact them, so that the people who were running various businesses on the Jia Avenue headed by the store owner told them about the Jixing Shi everyone's Shuji Avenue rescue plan. After that, I tried all kinds of fast food for them to face the Mouse House tomorrow, and got their unanimous praise and support. Jia Avenue also spontaneously helped Lucien to design the packaging and logo of the fast food, and provided them with a lot of ingredients for them to use tomorrow. In the end, everyone unanimously decided that the venue for opening the Shuji Avenue fast food restaurant tomorrow would be a bento shop not far from the Kopi Hotel. After all, it was impossible for Kopi restaurant to be turned into a fast food restaurant, but the bento restaurant was just right. And according to the idea of the people in Jixing Shi, after they leave, the owner of the bento shop will change their business to continue to operate the fast food restaurant, so as to ensure that the Jia Avenue will continue to be prosperous. Of course, This idea contradicted Lu Xing's plan, but Lu Xing didn't refute the idea of everyone in Jixingshi, because if his plan went well, there would naturally be countless ways to convince everyone in Jixingshi. If the plan fails, of course there is nothing to say. But Lu Xing is full of confidence in his plan. On the way to the bento shop, Lu Xing found through observation that today's Suman Avenue was completely different from yesterday's. Yesterday's Suman Avenue was lifeless and lifeless. Today's Zhang Avenue is still not crowded, but every shop owner on the street opened the door early, and his face was full of anticipation, and his whole body was full of hope for the future. Hope. It seems that yesterday's fast food really gave them confidence. Lu Xing thought to himself with a completely different look from yesterday when he looked at the people living in the Zhang Avenue. And the people on the Viola Avenue also noticed the passing of Lu Xing. Most of them knew what they were going to do, so many people gave them a thumbs up to encourage them. I don't even know who started first, but I applauded them. The chain reaction caused by the sudden applause, and finally the loud applause swept the whole street. Chapter 54_Fight for yourself. The chain reaction caused by the sudden applause, and finally the loud applause swept the whole street. Come on, girls, boys. An uncle who was selling cold drinks on the Jia Avenue shouted to Lu Xing and the others while applauding. Others also shouted to give them all kinds of encouragement, and the atmosphere was very warm. The warm atmosphere of Jinji Avenue infected everyone in Jixingshi. They couldn't help straightening their waists, facing the eyes of everyone with red faces and heading towards the bento shop. It's like a hero about to go out. I feel like we are heroes fighting for our country now. Soma Yukara, who was walking beside Lu Xing, suddenly whispered to Lu Xing. The excitement in his voice could not be concealed. Lu Xing glanced at copying Soma, and found that he, who has always been very stable, could not help but become flushed with bright eyes under the infection of this fanatical atmosphere, and the whole person fell into a state of excitement. Looking at the people behind him, he found that they were the same. Everyone's faces were flushed, their eyes were fiery, and they seemed to be caught in intense emotions. Sure enough, it's still a group of children. At this time, Lu Xing, the only one who maintained a calm attitude, looked at the people who had been infected by the emotions on the street, and couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority in his heart. Afterwards, he said to Soma Kahei, although we are not fighting for any country, we are fighting for the Suidodeo. The success or failure of our duel this time is even related to the lives of each of them, so we are fighting for them. In other words, we are heroes. Yeah. After listening to Lu Xing's words, Xinping Chuangzhen nodded heavily. Finally, he suddenly turned around and shouted to the people behind him, we are going to fight for the Avenue of Sumair. The Polestar House, who had already entered the state, agreed with a bang, fight for the Jia Avenue. Their slogan brought a burst of warm applause from the Suzhou Avenue. Seeing this scene, Lu Xing was not only a little dazed. He did not expect that this matter would develop to such a level that it seemed like a war, but then Lu smiled casually and solemnly said to himself in his heart, since it is a war, then I will also fight for yourself. Text chapter 55_eyeball economy. Ask for everything. Under the warm farewell of everyone on the Jia Avenue, the heroes finally came to the door of a bento shop. Walking into the store, Lu Xing found that the furnishings of the bento store have changed a lot, and it has become more suitable for the style of fast food restaurants. At the same time, the owner of the bento shop was also waiting there early. You are finally here, it seems that you are very popular. The owner of the bento shop said to Lu Xing and the others. Yeah. Everyone nodded happily, and it seemed that they hadn't come out of their excitement. You haven't eaten yet? As a member of Jinda Avenue, I also prepared bento for you to show my support. Looking at the crowd, the owner of the bento shop suddenly pointed to the table in the distance, where there were boxes of freshly baked bento. Want to come is ready to give them to Lu Xing. Thank you. In order to save time, everyone in G seeing she didn't have time to eat breakfast, they were already hungry, so after hearing what the owner of the bento shop said, they all rushed to get the bento. It turned out to be a bento made from a 5 beef. Mito Yume suddenly exclaimed. Lucien also got a box. When he opened it, he saw that as Mito Yume said, the bento is mainly made of a 5 beef. I once planned to sell high-end bento made of this kind of a 5 beef, but I couldn't sell it at all, so I used them to entertain you. The bento shop owner said a little embarrassedly. The cost of a 5 beef is so high, and the bento made of it must be extremely expensive. Who would buy this kind of bento? Mito Yume complained. The owner of the bento shop could only respond with an embarrassed but polite smile. Everyone no longer cared about the bento shop owner who made a mistake in judging the market, and started eating the bento. Lucien is the same. And what he didn't expect was that the taste of the bento was not bad, and the addition of A5 beef led to the system's rating reaching intermediate moderate, which also added a little real cooking level experience to Lucien. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the experience he now needs to level up. But Lucien is still very happy. Without accumulating silicon step, there is no way to travel 1,000 miles. Because they are worried about the next big event, everyone eats quickly, and they will all be done in a while. Lucien looked at the people who had finished eating, and began to give orders again. Since everyone has finished eating, let us start preparing the dishes. After school and work hours in the afternoon, there will be a lot of people on Jinji Avenue. The peak of the season, we have to get our food ready to be famous in one fell swoop. At present, there is no objection to Lucien's order, and they are all busy, even the owner of the bento shop. Last night, everyone had invited the owner of the bento shop to come to Xinping restaurant, and taught the practice of several kinds of fast food today. Gave him. Now he has learned almost, although not very skilled. And Lucien also went to make noodles again. After all, although this time's Zhang Avenue fast food restaurant has become different from the original because of Lucien's intervention, there are already fried chicken nuggets and fried chicken legs comparable to Mozu House, but the chicken burrito is still their mainstay. Therefore, they need a lot of noodles to make noodle cakes, which ordinary people can't do. Only Lucien who has been strengthened is the most suitable. Time passes slowly in the busyness of everyone. Chapter 55 _eyeball economy. Ask for everything - page 1/2. Time passes slowly in the busyness of everyone. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance, which awakened Lucien, who was cooking noodles in the back of the kitchen, from his focused state. He glanced at the sky outside, and found that the time had come to evening before he knew it, and the sounds outside must have been caused by the students who were leaving school and the white-collar workers who were off work walking towards Jinshui Avenue. This is also the time when the traffic of Viola Avenue is the highest recently. Thinking of this, Lucien shouted to the busy people, "It's almost time. The peak of the traffic on the Viola Avenue is coming, and we have to officially start preparing for the war with the Mozu House. You are ready?" "Ready." The already impatient crowd replied in unison. Lucien nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he said to Mito Yume, Tianchuo, Shen Ryoko, and Yoshino Yuki, "Yume, Tianchuo, Yuji, and Ryoko, all four of you should come to the front to welcome the guests together. Even in a fast food restaurant, not everyone can cook here, someone must be in front to entertain guests." The four girls whose names were named by Lucien were taken aback for a moment, and Yuaki asked Lucien a little blankly, "Why the four of us?" Others also looked at Lucien, not knowing why. He deliberately ordered the names of four girls. "If we want to make our fast food restaurant famous as soon as possible, we must attract people's attention as soon as possible, and let people know that there is a delicious restaurant in Suman Avenue." Lucien talked eloquently, saying that glancing at the four girls, he continued. And what is more attractive than four young and beautiful girls standing together in a store, and people only have the desire to consume when they are attracted? This is called the eyeball economy. Lu Xing's words made everyone look dumbfounded. Yuki Hirosoma murmured, although I don't understand what it means, I still feel like it's very powerful. Everyone, including the four girls, nodded in unison. In fact, Lu Xing didn't understand the eyeball economy at all. He just suddenly saw these four girls and felt that standing in front of them together would have a good effect on attracting a lot of popularity to the fast food restaurant in a short period of time. In order to make them willing to do this, I deliberately searched out a tall noun from my mind. But this did not prevent him from maintaining a faint smile and pretending to be coercive in front of everyone. Go quickly, you are the first step in the revival of the Jia Avenue. Lu Xing heard the noise from outside getting closer and closer through his spiritually strengthened ears, so he hurriedly urged the four girls. Okay. Leave it to us. The four girls were completely free from Lu Xing's flickering. They looked at each other as if they were about to accomplish some great mission. They took firm steps and walked out of the back kitchen. Ask for evaluation of flower collection. Text chapter 56 _ Can you eat fried chicken like this? Ask for collection of flowers. It looks like Sumane Avenue is really declining. Noda Isamu exclaimed to his companions next to the sparsely populated Sumane Avenue. Since he entered high school, Noda has to go through the Su Avenue every time he goes home from school. It has been 3 years now, and he has also spent a lot of time on the Su Avenue in the past 3 years, so it is inevitable. Got a little love for this street. He still remembered that the Viola Avenue was crowded with people at that time, very lively. But now, since the fried chicken shop called Mozwe opened across the street a month ago, people can't help being attracted by food, and Violet Avenue has inevitably declined. Up to now, the whole street is deserted, revealing the atmosphere of decay and decay. The strong contrast makes Noda is very embarrassed. Then what can be done? Who told them that they couldn't make delicious fried chicken nuggets like Mozwe? Noda's classmate Chiba responded when he heard his sigh. Because the two of them live not far from their homes and are good friends, they go together after school every day. The fried chicken restaurant called Mozwe is really so delicious. Noda Isamu asked Chiba Kazuya next to him. Although he had already seen the advertisements of the Mosu house, Noda Isamu, who has been busy with his studies, did not have the opportunity to personally try the fried chicken nuggets of this restaurant, but he knew that the classmates around him were senior fried chicken nuggets. Chicken lovers must have tasted the fried chicken of this store for a long time, so I want to hear his comments and see if the fried chicken nuggets of Mozwe are really delicious. Of course, that's definitely the best fried chicken nuggets I've ever eaten. Speaking of this, Chiba was still suddenly refreshed, and even couldn't help but think of the taste of Mozwe fried chicken nuggets. Let him swallow quickly. Let me tell you. The fried chicken nuggets in that store. Chiba, who was greedy, was about to describe the perfect taste of the fried chicken nuggets in Mozwe to his friends. If Yang is interested to invite him to a meal, that would be the best. But halfway through, he realized that his friend's attention had long been gone from the fried chicken nuggets, but was staring straight at the place in front of him, his eyes fixed. What's so good about the Shuji Avenue that will be finished sooner or later? Chiba murmured in dissatisfaction, but still driven by curiosity, he turned to look at the place where Noda was staring intently. Hey, Chiba suddenly sucked in a breath. He now fully understands why his friend can't take his eyes off him. What did he see? He saw 4 big beauties standing in an inconspicuous small shop in front of him. Especially the girl in the sexy wheat complexion, it just hit his heart. However, there was still a trace of rationality in Chiba Ichi, and suddenly a question came to mind: what is that place? How can there be 4 such beautiful girls? Haven't seen them before? He couldn't help but turned his attention to the sign of the store. The first thing that catches his eye is the sign of Viola Avenue, Viola Flower, behind which there are large black characters that read Viola Avenue Fried Chicken Shop. The whole design is extremely simple, and a low wind blows. Hey, I remember that this place used to be a bento shop. How did it become a fried chicken fast food restaurant? Chiba was a little puzzled. Just when he was wondering, Noda Isamu next to him touched him with his arm. Let's go to that store and try it. How's it going? Okay, Chiba agreed without any hesitation. As for the mouse house? Chapter 56 _ Can you eat fried chicken like this? Please collect flowers - page 1/2. As for the mouse house? Who still remembers it at this time? Or that the shop that looks very low is not delicious? It's not delicious. If it's not delicious, it's worth it to have a look at that girl. Chiba Kazuyoshi and Noda Isamu thought so. When they officially entered the store, they found that the store seemed to have just opened, and there were no customers at all except them. What surprised them the most was that the 4 beautiful girls who looked like waiters didn't react when they saw them coming in. This makes the two feel that this store is really weird everywhere. They wanted to leave, but they also wanted to chat with beautiful girls, even if they were talking, but they were afraid to provoke the disgust of the goddess, so they didn't dare to speak rashly, so they froze here for a while, not knowing what to say, very embarrassment. The 4 of Mitoyome are also very embarrassed. After the 4 of them let Lucine fool around, they were ready to work as waiters. When the guests came, they couldn't help but regret it in their hearts, because they found that they didn't know how to do this work. So I can only stare at me and be embarrassed here. In the end, she saw her mother's reflection of Tajuowi, who ran a hotel since she was a child. She asked Noda Isamu and Chiba, "What do you two want to eat?" Hearing Tiansuowi's voice, Noda Yu and Chiba sighed in relief. If it wasn't for this blue-haired girl, they wouldn't even know how to speak. "Do you have any recommendations here?" Isamu Noda couldn't wait. He was very fond of this gentle-looking girl. "I recommend you to try it, our unique chicken burrito. You can choose different combinations according to your own tastes." Tianjuo recommended to Noda Isamu and Chiba Ichi, and pointed his finger to hang poster on the wall. "Chicken burrito? What is that?" The two of them, who just wanted to come in to see the beauty, but had no hope for the food in this restaurant, could not help feeling a bit of daze and curiosity when they heard Tianzuowi's introduction. Because they've never heard of a food with that name. So they couldn't help looking at the poster on the wall, and found that the pictures on it were similar to burrito, except that the main ingredients were various fried chicken nuggets and various side dishes, and because of the chicken nuggets different from the side dishes, it forms a variety of different styles. Fried chicken still tastes like this. Chiba Ichi, who volunteered to be a senior fan of fried chicken, couldn't even believe that the thing in front of him was actually a type of fried chicken, so Tianchuo asked sometimes. "Yes, this is a product unique to our store," Tianzuo said a little proudly. After all, the chicken burritos are the hard work of everyone in the Polestar house, so she is very confident in them. After listening to the blue-haired girl's introduction and looking at the tempting food on the poster, Chiba finally couldn't control her desire for fried chicken, pointed to a poster and said, "Then I want to buy this to eat and see." And the poster on that poster is a chicken nugget burrito made by Tianzuowi's recipe. Text chapter 57 _ better than Mozu House? Then I want that too. Noda said quickly when he saw the choice made by his companion. Okay. Tianzuo hurriedly ran into the back kitchen. "Ah, seeing, we have guests and need 2 country-style burritos," Tianzuo, the kitchen chef, immediately shouted to Lucine as soon as he walked in. Okay. Lucine immediately took a small piece from the noodles that had already woken up, and prepared to make a pancake for wrapping the side dishes and chicken nuggets. Different from the real pancake fruit, the raw material they use to make the dough is not batter, but to increase the taste, they choose the normal way to make the dough with the awakened dough. While Lucien was preparing the noodles, Zenji Marui, who was standing beside him, had already started to prepare vegetables and sauces to accompany the burritos. Zenji Kopii, who was standing beside him, had already started to marinate several semi-finished chickens in front of him. Among the nuggets, I chose a chicken nugget suitable for country-style burritos and fried it in a pan. It didn't take long. When Lucien finished the cooked noodles, he didn't even look at it and handed it to Marui Zenji beside him, and Marui Zenji quickly put the prepared side dishes on it. After that, it was handed over to Somakahe. At this time, the chicken nuggets had just been fried. After receiving the noodle cake handed by Marui Zenji, he quickly put the chicken nuggets on top, rolled them up, and wrapped them in a wrapping paper bag that had been prepared earlier. A country-style chicken nugget burrito is ready. The whole set of movements is smooth, and it only takes more than a minute. Tiansuowi's eyes are full of brilliance when he sees it. This is the pipeline production that Lucien and the others rehearsed earlier last night. After a short while, with the more skilled people, another identical burrito was made at a faster speed. Zayawai, go and give it to the guests. Yuki Hirosoma said to Tiansuowi with 2 burritos. Yeah. Tiansuowi nodded and ran out quickly. The food you asked for is ready. Tiansuowi ran to the front hall and said to the 2 who were still waiting there. Taking the pancake from Tiansuowi's hand, Chiba was a little surprised. Because he felt that the food was delivered too fast, adding their 2 meals together, it took less than 3 minutes. This is a speed that only mature and well-known fast food restaurants have. Unexpectedly, this humble shop can have such a speed. Maybe their dishes are not bad. Chiba sighed in the bottom of her heart, and looked at the burrito in her hand with anticipation. I saw a side dish made of mushrooms and green vegetables wrapped in the just heated dough, and the side dish was tightly wrapped with steaming chicken nuggets. Chapter 57 _ Better than Mozu House. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. I saw a side dish made of mushrooms and green vegetables wrapped in the just heated dough, and the side dish was tightly wrapped with steaming chicken nuggets. The noodles, side dishes, and chicken nuggets are clearly and harmoniously combined, making the whole burrito exude an attractive aroma. Let me have a taste. Chiba took a bite of the burrito with anticipation. Whoa! First, the strong taste of chicken nuggets exuded in his mouth, and what Chiba did not expect was that the chicken nuggets in this restaurant are actually the kind with a lot of oil. If Chiba simply eats the burritos if he had the chicken nuggets, he would definitely feel that the chicken nuggets were too greasy to eat. But the fragrance of the side dishes after that perfectly solved the greasy problem. The feeling brought by the combination of the two is very impactful. The most important thing is that when the chicken nuggets, noodles, and side dishes are bitten into the mouth, the rich taste it is born is something Chiba has never thought of. He never imagined how rich the taste of chicken nuggets could be. It's better than the chicken nuggets at the Mozu house. Chiba felt that he was completely overwhelmed by this dish, and he couldn't help shouting loudly. Seeing Chiba's exaggerated performance, Noda Isamu next to him quickly picked up his burrito and took a bite, and then immediately devoured it with a look of enjoyment on his face. Seeing how the 2 of them were eating, the 4 girls standing beside them all showed relieved smiles, which proved that the cooking of the G-Senshi has been recognized by the guests. And Chiba Yi's shout also reached the ears of everyone in the back kitchen, which made them not only show smug smiles. Of course Lucien knew why they were so proud. It was because of Chiba's sentence, "This is better than the chicken nuggets in Mozuya." In fact, Lucien knows that their chicken burrito is the same intermediate medium as the Mouse House chicken nuggets in the system rating. That said, it shouldn't make people feel more delicious than Mozu House's chicken nuggets, but their chicken nugget burrito shows off more flavor than Mozu House's simple because of the side dishes and noodles. Chicken nuggets have more impact. If you are in the mouth of a professional, You can of course taste the chicken nuggets in the mouse house, and the chicken nuggets are on the same level, but for ordinary people who are not so sensitive, because the chicken burrito it's more layered and punchier, and makes them subconsciously think it's better than the chicken nuggets at Mozu house. This is also the reason why they still choose chicken burrito as the main dish after they have a recipe for chicken nuggets. Text chapter 58 _ How could this be? Lucien felt that he still underestimated people's dedication to food in this world. The reason why he made 4 girls stand in the front hall and created this so-called eyeball economy is to gather popularity as soon as possible for Viola Avenue fast food restaurant, and then hit Mozu house as quickly as possible. After all, his time is very tight, and there are only 2 days left. Moreover, Lucien is different from Xin Ping Chuangzhen in the original work. Xin Ping Chuangzhen's biggest purpose is to attract traffic to Jia Avenue, and he will be satisfied as long as the situation of Jia Avenue improves. And Lucien is different. His plan made him have to do more damage to the Mozu house, so as to force Mozu Wan, the owner of the Mozu house, to compromise on him. So he let 4 girls stand in front of the store to advertise, in order to attract people's attention faster. But it turns out that Lucien thought too much, he didn't need to do it at all. Just as the first wave of guests, Noda Isamu and Chiba-ichi, were still devouring the food, a large group of people from school and work also arrived near the Summery Avenue, and many of them walked into the Summery Avenue fast food one after another shop. Through the chat among them, Lucien learned that the reason why most of them came here was not because of Lucien's superfluous eyeball economy plan, but simply because they found out that this place was newly opened. As a senior foodie, it is necessary to have a taste. Although he knew that the plan he came up with was useless at all, Lucien was not at all frustrated, because he knew that as long as this group of people ate the dishes carefully prepared by everyone in the Jixing Shi, they would definitely be cooked. Conquered. And they have also taken the most difficult first step, and everything will be easy to do next. I want that drumstick like a pistol. Okay. I want that smoky chicken nugget burrito. Right now. The other guests began to order food one after another, and Tiansuo we couldn't be too busy by himself. Fortunately, at this time, the other 3 girls also adjusted their mentality and did a good job as a waitress. And the back kitchen still serves food at the same speed as any well-known fast food restaurant. This stuff is really delicious. I never thought chicken nuggets could be eaten like this, and he could create such a punchy texture. Sure enough, Lucien expected. Chapter 58 _ How could this be? Page 1/2. Please click the next page to continue reading. Sure enough, Lucien expected. After the new guests tasted the dishes provided by Lucien for the first time, they were instantly overwhelmed by its taste, and they were full of amazement and praise. Some people even started to take out their mobile phones to call friends, just to tell them that there is a new and very delicious fried chicken restaurant here. Among them is the first batch of Chiba-ichi, who thinks it has better fried chicken than HALBERD house, and he must share it with his fried chicken lovers. For a time, in this small shop that had just opened for less than a day, there was a lively scene that was no less than that of any large well-known fast food restaurant, and a steady stream of people were attracted. But Lucien has no way to pay attention to these anymore, because he is too busy now, and sometimes even has to make a cameo appearance as a waiter. However, looking at the lively scene in the store, Lucien was not at all dissatisfied. On the contrary, he was very happy, because he knew that the most difficult opening period has passed from now on. When Lucien was happy, Mozu Wan, the owner of the Mozu house, was also very happy. She had just finished inspecting a piece of land, and at this time she was content on her way back to the Mozu house. Because it is the time when the students and office workers near the Viola Avenue are after school and work, and this is also the time when the Mozu house has the most guests, because whether it is students who want to fill their stomachs after school, or want to prepare dinner for their husbands' housewives, will choose this time to come to the mouse house. Therefore, Mozu-wan must go back to sit in person. As long as I survive these few days, I will be able to grab all the customers near the Suman Avenue, and then I can prepare to open a second store nearby. At that time, I can completely get rid of that hateful one. High school students. Mozu-wan thought excitedly as she walked. As for the Viola Avenue counterattack. In Mozu-wan's view, the old commercial street that was destined to become history and her stepping stone could never pose any threat to her Mozu house. Thinking like this, Mozu-wan walked to the vicinity of her own Mozu house. But Mozu-wan is not in a hurry to go in, because she likes the feeling of observing the hot scene of her store in the dark. Every time she sees such a scene, she will feel very excited. I believe this time is no exception. But just as Mozu-wan turned her eyes to the location of her storefront with excitement, her face suddenly turned pale. How could this be? Mozu-wan blurted out in disbelief. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today, because if you update another chapter tomorrow, it will be ready to be put on the shelves. I hope everyone can support it. Text chapter 59 _ I want you to compromise with me. Ask for flower collection. Chapter 59 I want you to compromise with me. Ask for flower collection. How could this be? Mozu-wan looked at the scene in disbelief. I saw that the mouse house, which was supposed to be overcrowded during this period of time, has become more deserted today. Although there are still a lot of people, the gap is too great compared to the popularity of the mouse house in the past. Even among the 5 waiters, only 3 were busy, and the other 2 were standing bored. What the hell is going on here? Mozu-wan no longer had the time to observe secretly. She hurriedly walked to the mouse house and planned to ask the waiter what was going on in the scene in front of her. Store manager. The 5 waiters spotted Mozu-wan walking in and hurried up to bow. What the hell is this? Mozu-wan just wanted to ask the waiter what happened today, when she was suddenly attracted by what the housewife who was calling next to her said. What? Where am I? I'm at Mozu house. Aren't you going to eat chicken nuggets from this house? Viola Avenue instead? All right. Going out, looking at her direction should be going to Viola Avenue. The scene that happened in front of her made Mozu-wan's face darken. What the housewife meant in her words turned out to be that the Suman Avenue, which she had always looked down on, opened a new store and snatched her customers away. How is this possible? Mozu-wan couldn't believe her inference. She asked the waiter beside her sharply, why are there so few people today? Did you do something wrong? One of the waiters hurriedly explained, no, boss, we have inquired about it. It is said that a new fried chicken restaurant opened on Zhang Avenue today, which has affected the sales of our store, and many have even come to us. Everyone in the store was called to that store by friends. It's really the cause of the Violet Avenue. And it was the first day it opened, so it had such a big impact on my store. No, I have to go and have a look. Mozu-wan made up her mind that she had to go and see the truth of the store on Violet Avenue in person. You take a good look at the store here, I'll go out. Mozu-wan said, and walked out without waiting for the waiter's response. Halfway through the road to the Viola Avenue, Mozu-wan remembered that she didn't know the name of the shop, but she didn't plan to turn back halfway, so she planned to go to the Violet Avenue, and then go to a passerby to ask. But when she entered the Suman Avenue, she saw the people lining up in front of a store at first sight, and she knew that was the destination she was looking for. Damn, I want to see if this restaurant is really that good. Looking at the hot scene of the Summery Avenue fast food restaurant, Mozu-wan thought a little jealously. Chapter 59 _ I want you to compromise with me. Damn, I want to see if this restaurant is really that good. Looking at the hot scene of the Summery Avenue fast food restaurant, Mozu-wan thought a little jealously. After queuing silently for a while, Mozu-wan finally walked into the store. The first time she was shocked by the posters hanging in the store, because there are more types of posters than those in her store, which means that this store also has more types of food than other stores. Impossible, how could a newly opened store have so many recipes? Mozuwan murmured in disbelief. Suddenly, Mozuwan's eyes lit up, this store doesn't actually have so many kinds of food, it's just bluffing. In front of the boy, ordered all the food on the poster. The other guests next to her looked sideways for a while, which made her fortunate that she had put on sunglasses before coming, otherwise, she would have been recognized as the owner of the mouse house. By then, you'll be embarrassed. While Mozuwan was thinking, she saw the black-haired boy who looked like a waiter holding more than 10 kinds of food and came to her, although it only took less than 10 minutes. This also made Mozuwan pay attention to the strength of this store for the first time. Because she knows that if so many kinds of food can be prepared in such a short period of time, it means that the recipe of this shop must be perfect, so it is possible to carry out such a level of pipeline production. Just at this moment, a seat next to it became vacant. Mozuwan hurriedly sat down first, and then couldn't wait to pick up something called New Orleans chicken nuggets and taste it. Then she was dominated by the deliciousness of chicken nuggets. Even though she warned herself in her heart that it was the food of the enemy, she still couldn't help showing a look of enjoyment on her face. After a while, Mozuwan woke up. Thinking of her performance just now, she was a little unwilling to eat every kind of food in front of her. She had to admit that the business of this store was not bluffing. Every food is as good as the chicken nuggets from her Mozu house. Especially their flagship chicken burrito. The way that dish is paired makes the chicken nuggets more impactful, so to the average person, the taste of chicken burrito might be on top of her chicken nuggets. As such, it's no surprise that this store has had such a big impact on her store. Damn, who is the chef of this shop? Why did he open the shop here? Doesn't he know that this will cause competition between the two, and it will not be good for each other? Mozuwan gritted her teeth and whispered to herself. Because only by opening this store here, can I suppress you and finally let you compromise with me. While Mozuwan was gnashing her teeth, a voice suddenly came from in front of her. P.S. This should be the last chapter of the public version. If there is no accident, it should be on the shelves at midnight tonight. I would like to thank the readers and gentlemen for their support, because I am a novice, and there must be many places that are not well written, and because of my physical reasons, the update is not fast. Thanks again for the gentleman's tolerance, and I hope the gentleman can be on the shelves. Continue to support after that. Thank you. Even if you send a comment to support it, let me subscribe tonight. Let's pass 3 digits. Text chapter 60_miscalculation ask for subscription. Huh. Mozuwan raised her head in surprise, and found that the person talking to her turned out to be the black-haired boy who looked like a waiter. Hello. Madam Zongmujuan, my name is Lu Xing, a first-year high school student at Yuanyu Academy and the inventor of most of the dishes in this fast food restaurant. Lu Xing said to the surprised Mozuwan. That's right, the black-haired waiter that Mozuwan thought was Lu Xing. Because the fast food restaurant was unexpectedly popular, Lu Xing had to let the 4 girls including Mito Yume join the back kitchen. Anyway, the fast food restaurant at this time did not need them to stand in the front to attract attention. But because of his good physical strength, in addition to being busy in the back kitchen, Lu Xing will sometimes come out to do guest work as a waiter. When Mozuwan ordered, it happened to be Lu Xing's guest, Queen Waiter. What's more, because Bai Shen Niajuan ordered a dozen kinds of food by herself, Lu Xing became a little curious about her and gave her a second look. Seeing this, Lu Xing felt that although the woman in front of her was wearing sunglasses, Lu Xing still felt that she was a little familiar, but Lu Xing didn't take it to heart at first, she just thought that she was blind and mistaken. But just at this moment, Mozuwan was caught in the enjoyment of the delicious food, causing the sunglasses to slip down a little over her eyes, revealing the pair of squinting eyes behind the sunglasses. This scene happened to be seen out of the corner of Lu Xing's eyes. After the strengthening of spiritual power, Lu Xing's memory has become much better, so when he saw Mozuwan's characteristic squinting eyes, I immediately reacted, and the woman in front of me is exactly Mozu House, the Mozuwan. When she was sure that it was Mozuwan, Lu Xing was a little surprised. She didn't know why she came to this store. After thinking about it, she understood again. It must be that the Viola Avenue fast food restaurant has affected the operation of the Mozu House, and Mozuwan heard about all this, so she came to sneak explore the enemy's situation. After figuring out all this, Lu Xing walked forward quietly, wanting to hear what Mozuwan would say about their cooking, but unexpectedly heard Mozuwan's gritted murmur. So Lu Xing said casually, after all, he thought his purpose had nothing to hide. Are you the main inventor of these dishes? Or a student of Tatsuki Academy? You opened the store here just to make me compromise? After listening to Lu Xing's words, Mozuwan was even more surprised and couldn't help asking a series of questions. There are 3 problems. Yes, I am the main inventor of the cuisine of this fast food restaurant, and I can be regarded as the consultant of this restaurant. I am still a student of Taijutsu Academy. As for opening the restaurant here, it is only because I want you to compromise. In addition, there is also the purpose of helping Jia Avenue to regain the traffic. Lu Xing admitted very bachelor. Don't you know that the consultant of our shop is Ison's Hyjin from your school? You are competing with us here, aren't you afraid that he will take care of you? Hearing Lu Xing's admission, Yum Niajuan was a little furious, said in a low voice. It's because of him that I want to oppose you. Then I force you to compromise. Lu Xing said indifferently. What? What do you want me to compromise with you? She didn't expect Lu Xing to say that, and she didn't seem to be afraid of Ruishan at all. Mozuwan was obviously taken aback and asked subconsciously. Resign Izan and let me be your mouse house consultant. I can also provide you with fast food recipes like Izan, but every time you sell a dish made with the recipe, you must give me pure 5% of the profit will be used as a reward, and the address of the mouse house will be changed to Violet Avenue. Lu Xingxi opened his mouth, and solemnly stated why he had always been against each other. That's right, the reason why Lu Xing is so focused on the mouse house is to destroy it. In addition to the reason of Violet Avenue, the biggest purpose is to replace Eshin as a consultant for the mouse house. In this way, he can officially have his own collaborator outside Taijutsu Academy, and he can also be regarded as preparing for the eating halberd challenge to Izan in the future. Chapter 60_miscalculation request to subscribe dash, page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. In this way, he can officially have his own collaborator outside Taijutsu Academy, and he can also be regarded as preparing for the eating halberd challenge to Izan in the future. Although Mozuya is not very prominent among the collaborators he plans to select for himself in the dorm training, he is a very important one in the restaurant controlled by Izan after all. That is to say, if Lu Xing replaces Izan as the consultant of the mouse house, it can be regarded as a small counter-attack to Wei Izan, which will make him hurt for a while. After all, Ruishan has already sent the gangster to please him, so Lu Xing has to make a little response. 0. As for why Lu Xing proposed to Mozuwan that he should charge 5% of the net profit of the dishes made by the recipe he provided. This is because Lu Xing has investigated before, and the general cooking consultants in this world are charged like this. Of course it has to be at the senior level like Izan. What? You want to replace Izan as our Mozu house consultant? And you'll be charged the same salary as a top consultant? You want me to change my address? Do you think you have such qualifications? After Lu Xing's words, Mozuwan looked at Lu Xing's eyes like looking at a lunatic. Yes, I think I have this qualification. Lu Xing said very calmly. After speaking, he pointed to Mozu-wan again, the food posters hanging on the wall in the store. What do you think of these fast food in our store? 0. Hearing Lu Xing's question, Mozu-wan paused for a while before saying reluctantly, everyone is as good as my chicken nuggets. Lu Xing nodded with satisfaction, expressing appreciation for Mozu-wan's behavior of not speaking out of conscience. After that, Lu Xing suddenly leaned forward and stared at Mozu-wan's eyes, and whispered, but I can provide at least dozens or hundreds of recipes similar to these recipes. Now, do you still think am I ineligible? What? It's impossible? After listening to Lu Xing's words, Mozu-wan's face was full of horror. Mozu-wan's first reaction was that Lu Xing was fooling her, because she didn't think that someone could come up with so many classic recipes on their own. But Mozu-wan looked at Lu Xing's eyes and tone when she spoke, and it didn't seem like she was fooling him, so she couldn't help but become a little hesitant. Lu Xing looked at Mozu-wan with confident eyes. He thought that after listening to his words, Mozu-wan could not be moved and would definitely react as he wanted. But this time Lu Xing miscalculated. Mozu-wan hesitated for a while, then regained her composure and said to Lu Xing, even if what you said is true, I still can't ask you to be a consultant. P.S. Ask for a subscription from the gentleman. I hope my number of subscriptions today can break 3. I updated 10,000 words, I tried my best, I know the number of words is a little less, but my health is not good, please forgive me, readers. Text chapter 61 _ a phone call. Ask for subscription. Why? For the first time, a surprised expression appeared on Lu Xing's face. He had no idea that Mozu-wan would give himself such an answer after listening to her words. You said that you can provide many kinds of recipes, so I will believe you for the moment, but the dishes of fast food restaurants are not all finished at once, but are released one after another according to the season, and there are only a few new products each time. If you do this, Eason can handle it completely, and the money you receive is not less than Eason, so your advantage is not as big as you think. Mozu-wan said lightly. After hearing this, Lu Xing had to nod his head, admitting that Mozu-wan's words made sense. In this matter, he was indeed thinking a little too perfect. Seeing the expression of understanding on Lu Xing's face, Mozu-wan continued, the most important thing is that Mozuya is not just one store, except for the newly opened store in the department store. Diners at other restaurants are used to the taste of the dishes provided by Eason. That is to say, the dishes made with the recipe you provided are not worse than Eason's dishes in terms of 163, but old customers may still dislike it. And the cooking you can provide is not qualitatively different from Eason's cooking. Why should I take such a big risk to replace you as a consultant? After listening to Mozu-wan's explanation, Lu Xing had to admit that what Mozu-wan said made sense. Every real cook, no matter what he cooks, will have a strong personal style. Although Lu Xing believes that the recipes he can provide also include various styles, but the main ones are the kaifeng dishes of the previous life. The classic food of other well-known fast food brands is supplemented. Who made Lu Xing eat the most in his previous life is kaifeng dishes. And who can be sure that the customers of the old Mozuya shop will love this style? And Jinji Avenue fast food restaurant provides other strong style foods different from kaifeng dishes, mostly made by the people of Jixingshi. Copyright does not belong to Lu Xing, and he has no right to deal with it. And there are not many. However, I can still hire you and Eason to be the consultant of Mozuya, and how about giving you 2% of the net profit of each dish? After explaining all this, Mozu-wan finally said out of her own purpose, the reason why she said so much to Lu Xing is that she hopes to let Lu Xing give up the unrealistic thoughts in her heart, and then become her own consultant with peace of mind. She is still very envious of the formulas that Lu Xing said. Lu Xing immediately shook his head in silence. The main purpose of his desire to be a consultant to the Mozu house was to squeeze Eishan out. If this one can't be done, what's the point? Okay, whimsical kid. If you don't want to, then forget it. After speaking, Mozuwan was about to get up and leave. Although she was a little jealous of Lu Xian's formula, between Lu Xing and Ruishan, she still chose Ruishan. Aren't you afraid that if you continue to compete with me like this, it will affect your capital chain, and then affect the expansion plan of the Mozu house? Looking at Mozuwan's back, Lu Xing suddenly said. Lu Xing clearly remembered that it was mentioned in the Spirit of Eating Halberds that Mozuwan planned to open a second store nearby after the store in the department store had established a firm foothold, and then slowly reached the national chain. But Mozuwan actually chose to open one store at a time, which proves that her funds are not very rich, otherwise he could open 2 or even 3 stores at a time, so Lu Xing would ask her like that. Mozuwan paused, turned around and whispered to Lu Xing, "You don't think your store can completely bring down my store, right?" There was some sarcasm in her tone. "I think so," Lu Xing admitted without hesitation. Seeing Lu Xing's expression, Mozuwan said angrily, "Yes, your store has indeed had a great impact on my store, and even robbed a full 30% of the customers during the evening rush hour of Jinzi Avenue. But so what? It just made me delay the next store opening plan for a while. And in another day, you guys are going to go back to school. At that time, only the owner of the bento shop will be running the fast food restaurant. Even with your recipe, the cooking time of his food will slow down. How much to hire someone? And even if he invites people, the waiter who invites will not be as smooth as yours. It will be good to maintain the current situation by then, and I just lost 30% of the customer source. Do you think it will be? Is it devastating for me?" After speaking, Mozukuku gave Lu Xing a contemptuous look and left without looking back. Lu Xing did not speak, because everything Mozuwan said was exactly what he was worried about. He had always been worried that the fast food restaurant of himself and others would not be able to cause a devastating blow to the Mozu house in a short time, and therefore could not let Mozuwan compromises with Lu Xing, and then completes Lu Xing's plan. That's why Lu Xing specifically told her when she saw Bai Shen Niajuan that she had many advanced formulas, just to see if Bai Tong Niajuan would directly agree to replace Ruishan because of this matter. Chapter 61 _ a phone call. Request to subscribe dash, page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. That's why Lu Xing specifically told her when she saw Bai Shen Niajuan that she had many advanced formulas, just to see if Bai Tong Niajuan would directly agree to replace Ruishan because of this matter. Now it seems that this plan is undoubtedly a failure. In fact, Lu Xing was very surprised when Mozuwan said that his store's customer traffic had been affected by 30%, because he remembered that in the original book, Yuki Pingchuangzhen and the others affected about 20% of the Mozuia's customer source. I think that the extra 10% was changed because of Lu Xing's showy operation. This is already very scary for a store that has only opened for one day, but Lu Xing knows that this is far from enough. It seems that just relying on the formula I have mastered will not allow Mozuwan to change her decision. She has to destroy her store. Lu Xing made up her mind and decided to follow the original plan. One day tomorrow inside, grab most of the remaining 70% of the guests at Mozu house. And this is almost impossible to accomplish, but fortunately Lu Xing already has a general idea on how to accomplish this. I still have to invite that person to come. Lu Xing was ready to use his killer, but he did not act now. After all, now the fast food restaurant is full of customers, and everyone is very busy. Lu Xing, you can't always be lazy. Time flies so fast in a busy day. When Lu Xing and the others didn't pay attention at all, it was already night. Zhang Avenue has finally passed, and the number of people in the fast food restaurant has also become much less. After a busy afternoon, everyone in the Polestar house finally got a moment to rest. I didn't expect our store to be so popular, so as long as we keep it up, we won't be afraid of the decline of the Suman Avenue. It's just a really tiring day. Somikahe said while exercising after a tiring day. Body. It's all thanks to Ah Seeing. Mito Yume said after listening to Yukihira Soma's words. After hearing Mito Yume's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed. Whether it's the idea of the best chicken burrito sold in the past 2 days, or the recipes for most of the other dishes, it's all from Lu Xing's hands. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Lu Xing did not respond to this question, but smiled mysteriously and said, "You guys have a good rest. Will you be busier tomorrow than today?" "Why?" Yuaki asked suspiciously. Others also looked over, waiting for Lu Xing's answer. "Because I have an idea, it should make our store more popular tomorrow, and you will definitely be more tired by then." Everyone was confused and couldn't think of any other way for Lu Xing to make the store even more popular. Lu Xing didn't explain it and kept it mysterious. Seeing that Lu Xing remained mysterious and did not want to explain, everyone no longer pursued this issue, but sat quietly recovering his body after a long day of work, and stopped talking. At this time, Lu Xing went to the now empty kitchen and took out his mobile phone. Speaking of which, his mobile phone and mobile phone number were provided to him by Yuanyu Academy. Therefore, the mobile phone is full of island characters, but fortunately, Lu Xing has mastered the island characters due to the system, which allows him to use this phone proficiently. I saw that Lu Xing first searched for a number on the internet with his mobile phone, hesitated for a while, and finally made up his mind and dialed the number. And whether the call with the owner of this number goes well depends on whether Lu Xing can completely defeat the mouse house. P.S. Ask for a subscription from the gentleman. I hope my number of subscriptions today can break 3. I updated 10,000 words, I tried my best. I know the number of words is a little less, but my health is not good, please forgive me, readers. Text chapter 62 _ God's tongue appears. Please subscribe, please subscribe. The next day, everyone came early again. It has been changed into a lunchbox of a fast food restaurant. Everyone except Lu Xing was yawning. There is no way, because to make fried chicken, you must prepare all the ingredients for today's use the night before, and last night, Lu Xing swore to everyone that there will be many more guests today than yesterday, so Polestar the people and she had prepared the ingredients and went back to Xinping Hotel to sleep very late yesterday, so even if they were still young, they couldn't bear it. Ah damn Ah Xing, if the number of guests today is not as many times as you said last night than yesterday afternoon, I will definitely make you pay the price. Yuaki yawned fiercely at Lu Xing said that she was still haunted by what Lu Xing said last night. Trust me. That's right. Lu Xing smiled confidently. Seeing Lu Xing's confident expression, the others didn't say anything. After all, they had almost blind confidence in Lu Xing after the incident of Lu Xing's 100 pieces of meals. So in fact, I didn't worry too much that what Lu Xing said would not come true, but in the bottom of my heart I was looking forward to the fact that today's fast food restaurants will really become more popular as Lu Xing said. So they walked into the fast food restaurant one after another and started to get busy. 12 But to the disappointment of everyone in the Polestar house, they have been busy until noon, and have not found any unusually popular phenomenon in the fast food restaurant. Although the reputation of the fast food restaurant spread around here because of the operation of the day yesterday, the customer source of the fast food restaurant from morning to noon is also good, which is better than yesterday when there was only the first wave of customers until the arrival of the evening peak in the afternoon. I don't know how much, but if it was before, they would definitely be very satisfied. But who made the people in Jixing House raise their psychological expectations because of Lu Xing's words? They all look forward to the hot scene that Lu Xing said in their hearts, but now they are just ordinary, of course they will feel dissatisfied. Axing, are you sure that today's fast food restaurants will really become more popular? Even Xinping Chuangzhen couldn't help but question Lu Xing. Of course. Lu Xing is so confident. What on earth can you do? Why haven't you told us yet? Yuaki shouted loudly. The secret can't be leaked. Lucine used a Chinese proverb in the language of the island country. Everyone was confused and rolled their eyes at Lucine. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen Xing secretly make a phone call last night. Is your plan related to this? Tianzuo said suddenly. Lucine was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Tianzuo to observe him when he was so tired, and found his movements. But Lucine just looked at Tianzuo quietly, without nodding or shaking his head. Everyone was having fun, and finally stopped caring about this matter, because in a few hours, the evening peak will come again, and they must be prepared for everything. Only Lucine glanced at the street from time to time when he was a guest waiter, as if he was expecting something. Finally. It's 12 noon. Lucine, who was looking at the street again, suddenly smiled, because he saw a large van coming here. The van quickly stopped at the entrance of the fast food restaurant. The first people to get off the van were a few staff members carrying cameras, and finally a woman who looked like a host came down. They are the staff of the food program group. You have a gourmet shop. If there is a gourmet shop that has not been open for a long time and is very popular, they will come. They can not only do shows, but also promote that shop. It was on this show that Lucine saw Mozu House, and it was part of Mozu One's promotion plan. Of course, it costs money. The reason why they came back here today is also because Lucine found their working phone number on the internet and advertised what they found as a fast food restaurant. After all, the Suzy Avenue fast food restaurant fully meets the requirements of their program. But Lucine didn't spend a penny, and he doesn't have much money now. He simply told the program team that the owner of the store invited someone to come today, and that person would taste their fried chicken and make comments, and this person will arrive around 12 noon. Chapter 62 _ God's tongue appears. Please subscribe, please subscribe. Dash, page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Text chapter 63 _ The big picture is set. What? Everyone looked in disbelief, but they knew Erina's character. According to common sense, Miss Erina would never step into a place like a fried chicken restaurant. But they also knew that Lucine would never lie to them about this kind of thing, so they all pushed forward hard to see what was going on. When the crowd finally squeezed into the crowd, it was discovered that the person who came was really Erina. At this time, she was sitting down at a table with a calm face, accepting a brief interview with the host of the Yu-Gi-Oh food store program, and next to her was her little follower, Hishako Shinto. Miss Erina, are you planning to taste the food from this store? The host asked cautiously. Yes, Erina replied succinctly. But Erina's answer caused an uproar among the melon eaters. It's true, Miss Erina actually wants to taste this restaurant's food. This should be the first time Erina-san has eaten something like fast food. Unlike most of the unknown students of Tojiki, Erina, who has tasted food and made comments to various restaurants since childhood, has long been a well-known figure in the island country because of the world's food-oriented atmosphere. Because of this, almost everyone around him knows that he is picky about food, and the dishes made by ordinary well-known chefs cannot be tasted by her, let alone fast food. So when Erina really wants to eat food from a fast food restaurant, the melon eaters will have such a big reaction. That's why you are so sure that there will be many times more guests today than yesterday? Let Erina comment on our dishes, and then broadcast it live through the program group you found. The store plays the best publicity role, and can also attract countless diners at once, right? Mito Yume wanted to understand all this when she saw Erina, and whispered in Lucine's ear. Her thoughts? Lucine nodded and admitted that Mito Yume completely guessed his idea. Please invite Erina to come and comment on the food of Shuji Avenue fast food restaurant. As long as Erina doesn't directly say the word unpalatable, even ordinary comments will make the fast food restaurant famous. After that, the evaluation of Erina will be broadcast live through the program, and the popularity of the fast food restaurant will increase in an instant. This plan is also the source of Lucie's confidence to completely destroy the mouse house within 3 days. So last night, Lucie got through the little secretary's mobile phone and communicated with Erina through her. Because asking Erina to come to taste the cooking requires an appointment with the little secretary, so the little secretary's phone number is not available on the internet. Hard to find, this thing is not difficult at all. As for Erina will refuse. Do you think the medicine in Burgundy red beef stew is white? The system once said that any girl who has eaten the dishes made by Lucie with spiritual power and has a pure yin spirit will have a good impression on Lucie, and this goodwill will not disappear because of a kiss. Therefore, Lucie is not worried about whether Lenai will not agree at all. Sure enough, when Lucie told Erina through Fishizi's phone that she wanted to ask her to help evaluate the dishes of a fried chicken restaurant, Erina first scolded Lucie for 10 minutes, saying that Lucie actually wanted her to be dignified. It's unforgivable for the tongue to taste the junk food of fried chicken, and Lucie can hear Erina slapping the table across the phone. But as expected by Lucie, Erina finally agreed to his request. Of course, according to Miss Erina, it's just that she suddenly wanted to taste the junk food that mortals like fried chicken, and she definitely didn't agree to it because of some black-haired bastard. So according to the agreement, Erina appeared at the fast food restaurant at noon today. Then why did you choose this fast food restaurant? When Lucie was recalling all kinds of things last night, the host asked Erina again. Chapter 63 _ the big picture is set. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. When Lucie was recalling all kinds of things last night, the host asked Erina again. It's nothing, I just suddenly became interested in fried chicken, and I heard that the fried chicken recipe in this store was researched by my classmates, so I want to try it. Erina said without shyness. I know my origins with this store. I didn't expect the chef of this shop to come from Tatsuki Academy, no wonder the food is so delicious. I'll just say that the fried chicken here is the best. It's much better than the mozuya. It turned out to be made by people from Tajetsu Academy, no wonder. However, after listening to Erina's words, everyone felt that what she said was reasonable, and because of Erina's words, she praised a wave of Viola Avenue fast food restaurant and devalued mozuya by the way. They subconsciously ignored that the advisor of mozuya was also Erina's classmate, and he was also a senior. Boss, go and get something to eat for Miss Erina, we are still waiting for Miss Erina's evaluation. Don't neglect her just because you are classmates. Yes. Come on. Someone found the figures of the Polestar house in the crowd, even if they knew that they were the boss and Erina's classmates, but after finding that they were still standing there indifferent hesitantly yelled at them. This is also like Lucie and the others, showing how popular Erina is as the owner of the well-known Cook God's Tongue. Hearing the scolding from the people around, everyone in the Ji-Sing house didn't dare to stop at all, and immediately used the fastest speed to make all kinds of fast food in the store, and Lucie brought it to Erina. Just after putting down the full plate, Lucie just wanted to say hello to Erina, but before he could speak, someone behind him reached out his hand and pushed him aside. Lucie originally wanted to see who was behind the black hand, but when he looked back, he found that everyone was looking at him with untroubled eyes, which was very scary. Lucie fought a cold war, and quickly stepped aside and handed over the scene to Erina. Erina did not care about Lucie's pang, but took a chicken nugget and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. At this moment, as Erina chewed, the surrounding air seemed to be quiet, and everyone remained silent, quietly waiting for Erina's evaluation. However, after swallowing this piece of chicken nuggets, Erina did not immediately give an evaluation, but tasted every food in front of her in small bites. Then she said lightly, "These chicken nuggets taste good. They should have made the taste of fast food chicken nuggets to the extreme. It can be regarded as one of the best fast food chicken nuggets. Arena only gave such a simple evaluation, but this has already made the surrounding crowd boil. Did you hear, did ya? Miss Arena said that this restaurant makes the best chicken nuggets, and they have achieved the ultimate in chicken nuggets. I would recommend to everyone I know for the best chicken nuggets. Boss. Give me all of your dishes. Through this sentence of Arena, people have already decided that the chicken nuggets of the Summary Avenue fast food restaurant are the best chicken nuggets, and automatically ignore one of the two words in Arena's words. No one thinks that Arena is exaggerating the cuisine of this restaurant because she is a classmate with the owner of this restaurant. Because Arena has never been questioned about her impartiality since she started tasting dishes for various restaurants at the age of 5. And Lucine also knows that from the time Arena said that paragraph, it means that the overall situation has been settled, and the mouse is dead. P.S. Ask for a subscription from the gentleman. I hope my number of subscriptions today can break 3. I updated 10,000 words, I tried my best, I know the number of words is a little less, but my health is not good, please forgive me, readers. Text chapter 64_no fighting spirit. Ask for subscription and ask for automatic. Boss, another burrito. Okay. Right now. Boss, I want a chicken leg. Okay. Right now. Lucine shuttled through the dense crowd of fast food restaurants, serving the long-awaited food to each table of diners, and from time to time, he had to respond to the greetings of other guests. Even with Lucine's physical strength strengthened by spiritual power, he felt that he was a little tired. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been tired and paralyzed. Because now there are too many customers in the store. Arena and Fishako have long since left. After all, Arena was one of the top 10 when she was dignified. During this period of time when the dorm training was about to start, her work was very busy, and she had even refused various dishes recently. Shop evaluation invitation. If it wasn't for Lucine's huge favor with Arena because of the unreasonable use of spiritual power, it would be impossible to invite Arena to comment on the works of a mere fried chicken restaurant. Lucine himself felt that his behavior was too luxury. Therefore, the little secretary Fishazi did not give Lucine a good look from beginning to end, but he did not know how many sanitary balls flew. But the power of this luxury plan is so good that Lucine can't even imagine it. Lucine glanced out the window during the interval between running the hall and found that the Zhang Avenue was full. That's right, it's not just their small Summary Avenue fast food restaurant that is full now, but the entire Summary Avenue is full. According to Lucine's observation, the current population density of Suman Avenue is no less than that of the holiday scenic spots in the country where he lived in his previous life. The huge flow of people has even exceeded the affordability of the commercial street of Suman Avenue. And this huge flow of people came because of Arena. When Arena's less than 10-minute interview was broadcast live, the entire island country shocked instantly. Countless people who eagerly want to taste the best chicken nuggets from Arena kind came from all directions on Violet Avenue. Not to mention their small shop. Now there is no place in the house for a long time, and even many customers who have received food find that they can't find a place. Viola Avenue outside the open space, starred picnic. This sight even frightened the people of the Pole Star House. And everyone in Pole Star House knows that it is not yet the peak season for fast food restaurants, because the evening rush hour of Jia Avenue has not yet arrived, and many people who are far away from Jia Avenue are also coming on the way. So at this time, everyone in the G scene she had to be thankful that they followed Lucine's arrangement last night and prepared a sufficient amount of ingredients, otherwise they would fall into the embarrassing situation of having only guests and no ingredients today. This effect is also too good. Lucine can't imagine what they will face when the peak of the crowd arrives. He only knows that Zhang Avenue is completely exploded today. What Lucien didn't know was that when the popularity of Viola Avenue exploded, Mozu Wan, who was sitting in the office of Mozu House, was also in a great mood. Damn, that damn bastard, sabotaged my plan. Mozu Wan looked at the report in front of her and scolded Lucien angrily. The data on this report shows that under the influence of the Suzy Avenue fast food restaurant, Mozu Wan's store opening plan may be delayed for about half a year. This completely disrupted Mozu Wan's plan. How could she not be angry? Dong dong dong. When Mozu Wan was cursing Lucien loudly, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in. Mozu Wan said angrily. As soon as Mozu Wan's voice fell, a dignified middle-aged woman walked in. That was Mozu Wan's assistant. Seeing her assistant's expression, Mozu Wan's heart was filled with a bad premonition. What's wrong? Mozu Wan asked forcefully and calmly. Chapter 64 _ No Fighting Spirit. Request to subscribe automatically page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. What's wrong? Mozu Wan asked forcefully and calmly. Boss, we have fewer guests this morning than yesterday. Having said this, the assistant paused and looked hesitant. How much is missing? Seeing the assistant's expression, Mozu Wan's ominous premonition intensified. 80%, the assistant whispered. What? But to Mozu Wan, this sentence sounded like a thunderbolt in his ear. How is this possible, BCCC? Our customers are mainly housewives. According to reason, noon should be our peak period. Mozu Wan roared in a gaffe. I don't know why, at this time, the figure of Lucien suddenly flashed in her mind. Is it because of that kid and his shop again? Mozu Wan thought involuntarily. Impossible. Even word-of-mouth fermentation takes a certain amount of time. It's impossible for that kid to get so many customers in one day. But Mozu Wan immediately denied her idea. And Bai Tong Niao Wan's assistant looked hesitant, as if he still had nothing to say. What else? Say it. Mozu Wan said sharply. According to the report of the person below, the number of customers in our old store in Kansai has also dropped significantly today. Crack. Hearing the assistant's words, Mozu Wan suddenly slumped on the chair. Mozu Wan is really a little scared now. If only the store experienced a sharp decline in the number of customers, even if it collapsed directly, Mo Zhejuan would not be as panicked as now. With the Kansai foundation of Mozwea, she will be able to make a comeback sooner or later, which is part of her confidence in her strong rejection of Lucien yesterday. But now the assistant says that the old store of Mozwea in Kansai has also been greatly affected, which makes Mozu Wan not panic. And she knew that if the old shop's customers could not be snatched over, the Mozwea would really be ruined. What the hell is going on? Have we been blocked by the joint efforts of several other restaurants? This is the only reason Mozu Wan can think of. It's not, it's because of the Suzy Avenue fast food restaurant. Viola Avenue fast food restaurant. Hearing this name, Mozu Wan's mind was stunned at the time. She didn't expect that the root cause of this incident was actually the Zhang Avenue fast food restaurant. How did they do it? Mozu Wan asked in a hoarse voice. See for yourself. The assistant said, took out the laptop, and called up a video. That video is exactly that interview with Arina. As the video played, Mozu Wan's eyes became more and more dim. Before the video was all over, she waved to the assistant for her to step down, and did not take any rescue measures for the current situation of the Mozu house. Because she has no fighting spirit now? Because she knew that all her resistance was in vain in front of the god's tongue. Mozu Wan quietly leaned on the chair, not knowing what to think. Suddenly, she sighed, and her scattered eyes gathered again, and became firm again. Little devil. You won. Mozu Wan said softly. P.S. the subscription has broken 3 digits, bow to all the supporting gentlemen here. I also hope that the gentlemen will continue to support, thank you. Text chapter 65 _ the first step of the plan is complete. Ask for subscription and ask for automatic. The evening rush is finally over. I didn't expect that I would stick to it. It feels so good to be alive. Seeing house in the Ju Avenue fast food restaurant all slumped on the chairs that were finally vacated, looking like they were after a catastrophe Yu Sheng. Even Lu Xing is like this. Because they have just passed through the unimaginable huge traffic impact. After several hours of fermentation, people who were affected by Arana's video and were far away from Suman Avenue finally arrived at the Summary Avenue fast food restaurant. And at that time, it happened to be the inherent evening peak period of Jia Avenue. Therefore, the number of customers in the fast food restaurant reached another peak afternoon, which also brought unparalleled pressure to the people of Jixingshi. At that time, they were so busy that they doubted their life, and Lu Xing, who had always shown the best physical strength, inevitably took on the most work, so Lu Xing, who had never worried about physical strength, was finally paralyzed this time. Fortunately, the door will be closed soon, we can finally rest. Tiansuo, we said weakly. Everyone responded weakly. That's right, they are going to close the store. Even if it's not the right time to close, there should be a lot of customers coming in the evening after a while. But they had to close their doors. It's not just because their physical strength can't stand it anymore, but because all the ingredients, seasonings, etc. they have prepared have been used up, and now they can't cook any more dishes, and it's too late to prepare, so they have to close early. Although it is very tiring, it also proves that our plan is very successful. We are now really grabbing the traffic for Jia Avenue within 3 days. More prosperous, said Somakahe, who had regained a little strength after resting for a while. It's all thanks to Ah Xing, who came up with the idea of chicken nugget burrito and provided the recipe for most of the fast food. We at Viola Avenue really want to thank you, the bento shop owner said suddenly. In the past few days, he also learned that most of the events this time were planned by Lu Xing. It can be said that Lu Xing saved Jia Avenue, so he was very grateful to Lu Xing. No, no. The words of the lunch shop owner suddenly made Lu Xing a little embarrassed. After all, the reason why he put so much effort into this matter was not just for the sake of Jia Avenue, but for his own selfishness. You should also thank him for inviting Miss Arana. In other words, someone has a really good relationship with Miss Arana, and she can actually be invited to comment on the fast food restaurant. Just when Lu Xing was a little embarrassed, Mito Yume suddenly interrupted and said, the tone was still a little sour, and after speaking, he stared at Lu Xing with a strange look. After listening to Mito Yume's words, everyone also reacted, staring closely at Lu Xing, wanting to hear his explanation, especially Tiansuo. We looked at him with the same eyes as Mito Yume, which made Lu Xing feel in his heart. Fluffy. Maybe it's better to talk for the sake of classmates. He. Lu Xing felt a subtle emotion in the eyes of Tiansuo and Mito Yume, and quickly tried to make a haha and turn the matter over. Past. Cut. Everyone gave Lu Xing a big white eye. Also, seeing the relationship with classmates is easy to talk about. When did Miss Arana care about this? It's nonsense when she hears it. However, Lu Xing didn't want to tell the truth, and they had no way to ask. Mito Yume still wanted to ask something, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yukihira. Speaking of which, although Arana's arrival is an important, our fast food restaurant has attracted an unimaginable amount of popularity. But after we leave tomorrow, Mr. Tomita will run this fast food restaurant alone. He can't satisfy so many customers by himself. Does that mean that such a huge popularity will be wasted in vain? After hearing Somakahe's words, everyone couldn't help thinking, and even Yume Mito was distracted, which made Lucine breathe a sigh of relief, and cast a grateful look at Soma Kahira. At the critical moment, I have to rely on my brother. It's really a pity, but there's nothing you can do about it. After all, Mr. Tomita has to run his own bento shop. Marui Zenji said after pushing his glasses. Hey, everyone knew that what he said made sense, so they could only sigh regretfully. After all, 2 days ago, although the owner of the bento shop promised them that they would change careers to run a fast food restaurant, he never thought that his father would never agree to let Tomita give up his bento restaurant and run a fast food restaurant full-time. Even fast food restaurants make much more money than bento restaurants. No way, Tomita could only compromise and give up his original idea, promising that his father would only run a part-time fast food restaurant and would not give up his own bento shop. Originally, even Tomita's full-fledged operation would not necessarily be able to satisfy people's current demand for Summary Avenue fast food, so it is even more impossible to satisfy it. Chapter 65 _ The first step of the plan is complete. Ask for subscription and ask for automatic. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Originally, even Tomita's full-fledged operation would not necessarily be able to satisfy people's current demand for Summary Avenue fast food, so it is even more impossible to satisfy it. As for finding someone else to run it, in addition to the Kopping Hotel and a cold drink shop, the entire Suman Avenue operates the catering industry, and the rest of the Tomita's bento shop. I'm sorry, my father is really. Hearing the sighs of everyone, Tomita, the owner of the bento shop, quickly came out to apologize. This can't help but make everyone comfort him again. Seeing the pity expression on everyone's face, Lucine really shines. He has been worrying about how to find a suitable opportunity to propose to everyone that he wants to sign a consulting contract with Mozu House, and then let Mozu House relocate to Viola Avenue. But since Xin Pingchuang really said this question, Lucine knew that his opportunity had come, and now is the right opportunity. After thinking about it, Lucine made an expression as if he had suddenly thought of something, and said to everyone, actually, it is not that there is no solution. Do you have any other way? Let's talk about it. After hearing Lucine's words, everyone instantly became energized and stared at Lucine with anticipation, because Lucine has never let them down. Actually, when you weren't paying attention, Mozuwan came to our store once, and she proposed that she wanted to replace Izan to hire me as a consultant for the Mozu House, but she didn't agree, because if you do this, won't the flow of people on the Suman Avenue be robbed again? But after hearing Chuangjin's words just now, I suddenly had a new idea. I can promise Mozuwan to be the consultant of the Mozu House, but I will add an additional condition, that is, let her put the Mozu House as a consultant. Relocated from the department store to Viola Avenue. Flowers 0. In this way, it can not only meet the needs of diners, but not waste the flow of people, but also will not let the Jia Avenue lose the flow of people. Even Mr. Tomita has no problem running a fast food restaurant. With the current flow of people on Suman Avenue, it is not difficult to satisfy both stores at the same time. What do you think of my proposal? Lucine finished looking at them, pretending to be calm, waiting for their reaction. But when speaking, Lucine made some magic changes to the cause and effect of the matter. After all, if Lucine told the truth of the matter, he would have to explain why he would target Ruishan so much. When everyone explained this matter, Lucine could only tamper with it. I didn't expect Mozuwan to ask you to be a consultant to replace Izan, but yes, you can be much better than Izan in the field of fast food, and he can't provide so many fast food recipes. And your idea, yes, Jin Avenue is also very beneficial, but will Mozuwan agree? Xin Ping Sochen was the first to agree with Lucine's idea, but then he raised a question. The others also nodded their heads, indicating that they had the same idea as Kahei Soma. As for their doubts, Lucine said that there is no problem, of course she will agree. Because since Arana came here, it is equivalent to making a highly credible advertisement for our fried chicken dishes. People will subconsciously think that our fried chicken dishes are the best, and gradually, they will distinguish our fried chicken dishes from other fried chicken dishes, and will think that theirs is not as good as ours. If things go on like this, the impact on the mouse house will not be limited to the department store. And as long as Mozuwan and I signed a contract, it means that she can eat the fried chicken dishes that have been approved by God's tongue in her store. Without any publicity, it will drive the sales of all her stores to increase steadily. On the one hand, it is slowly declining, and on the other hand, it is making great achievements. Of course, she knows how to choose. As for relocating the location of the store in the department store, it's even more difficult, because the current Sioux Avenue has skyrocketed, so it will definitely be better here than in the department store. Yes. It makes sense. After listening to Lucine's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Then Asing, you go to Mozuwan to talk about it now. After hearing Lucine's words, Yuaki couldn't wait to suggest. Just as Lucine was about to say something, suddenly his ears moved. After strengthening his spiritual power, he had a hearing far beyond ordinary people, which made him hear a familiar footstep. He couldn't help but smile, and said to Yuaki, "No need. Now." "Why?" "Because Mozuwan has come." Lucine pointed to the door. Everyone followed his finger to the door and looked over, and found a figure walking in the sunset, and this figure was Mozuwan. Seeing Mozuwan's figure, Lucine couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The arrival of Mozuwan at this time proves that the first step of his plan has finally been successfully completed after a lot of hard work. Now waiting for the start of the dorm training. Then. Ison. Lucine looked at Mozuwan's figure and muttered to himself. P.S. Ask for subscription, ask for automatic. Text Chapter 66 Top 10 Killers. Ask for subscription. Finally back. Ryoko sighed involuntarily, looking at the door full of local tyrants of Tatsuki Academy in front of her. I didn't expect to experience so many things in these short 3 days. Yuaki echoed Ryoko. Others also nodded deeply, especially Lucine. It's already late at night, because tomorrow is the day when the long holiday ends and school starts, so everyone in Polestar House has returned to Tajetsu Academy overnight. Not only did we save the Violet Avenue again, but Asing also became the advisor of the Mosu House, replacing Izan Senpai, which is really unexpected. Tiansuo we also followed. As Tiansuo we said, just a few hours ago, Lucine had signed a contract with Mozuwan about him becoming a consultant for the Moten House, and Mozuwan agreed to all the conditions that Lucine proposed yesterday. Mozuwan agreed to Lucine's unilateral termination of the contract to replace Ruishin, and then moved the Mozu 407 house in the department store to the Violet Avenue, and every dish made with the recipe provided by Lucine, will give Lucine 5% of the net profit as a reward. The only added condition is that Lucine must ensure that a certain number of new recipes are provided to the Mozu house according to the season, and that the quality of the recipes is not worse than the previous recipes, otherwise Mozuwan will hold Lucine accountable. This is what the title meant, so Lucine agreed without any hesitation. Anyway, since the fantasy tongue can be used, he can recall all kinds of fast food recipes anytime, anywhere. Therefore, Mozuwan's request is not difficult for Lucine. Okay, don't talk about it here. Now I really want to go back to the Polestar House and take a bath, and then lie down on the bed and have a good sleep. Seeing everyone chatting in front of the gate get up, Mito Yume said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Yume is right, let's go. Hearing Mito Yume's words, everyone seemed to recall the fatigue of the whole body, and hurriedly walked towards the gate of Tajetsu Academy, so that they could return to the Jiji Academy as soon as possible. Starhouse rest. After everyone returned to the Ji-Xing and said hello to Wen-Su, the girls jointly occupied the priority to use the bathroom and went in to take a shower, while the boys had to wait outside for the girls to finish washing before they could take their turn. To them. Taking advantage of this time, Lu-Xing walked out of the Pole Star house and went to Yuji's chicken coop. He wanted to take a look at the hen. He had high expectations. Lu-Xing's follow-up plan, of course, cannot be taken lightly. Walking to the chicken coop, Lu-Xing found that the hen was not as energetic as it was 3 days ago. Instead, it seemed to be very tired now, lying quietly in the chicken coop without moving. Seeing that the chicken showed a different performance than before, Lu-Xing not only did not worry, but showed a smile. Because he knew that this was a normal phenomenon that would occur after he used Kai's secret skill, the Legend of Fire, on this chicken. It seems that this chicken is about to lay eggs. At that time, it should be just in time for the dorm training. Then I can implement the second step plan. It seems that everything is going well. Lu-Xing was a little happy thinking about it. He felt that he was still a bit of a protagonist style, at least this luck was good. But what Lu-Xing didn't know was that when he was happy, Ruishan, who he had been remembering all the time, was furious. What? You said you were going to terminate my consultancy contract? Are you crazy? Then can you tell me who you plan to hire as a consultant next? What? Lu-Xing? Is that the one from our school? Okay. Since that's the case, don't regret it later. Izan hung up the phone with a snap. He had just received a notification from Mozuwan. Mozuwan told him that he had been fired, and that Lu-Xing was actually the one who replaced him as the consultant of the Mozu house. So Izan is very angry now, not simply because Mozuwan hired Lu-Xing as a consultant, or because Izan, who has been a consultant for a long time, knows that a store does not have to have only one consultant, and can hire more if necessary. Consultant. In other words, according to common sense, he and Lu-Xing can be the consultants of the Mozu house together. Presumably, Mozuwan would agree to this, but now Mozuwan has resigned Ruishan, and Ruishan will. It must be decided that this must be proposed by Lu-Xing, otherwise Mozuwan would not have been able to do so. And now that Mozuwan has agreed, doesn't that prove that Meteor is more important in Mozuwan's eyes than his Eshin? How can Eshin not be angry? What's more, although Izan has worked as a consultant for many restaurants, and Mozwea is not particularly high-end among them, but because of the characteristics of fast food restaurants, he makes Izan the most money. Chapter 66 Top 10 Killers. Request to subscribe page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. What's more, although Izan has worked as a consultant for many restaurants, and Mozwea is not particularly high-end among them, but because of the characteristics of fast food restaurants, he makes Izan the most money. Not to mention that Izan has been a consultant for such a long time, and it is the first time he has been fired by his boss. In turn, it will even affect his consulting career. And once this happens, Izan's situation will become very difficult. You must know that the reason why Izan can receive a group of younger brothers is because he can provide jobs for those younger brothers when they graduate in the future through a network of cooking restaurants formed by consultants. Little action turns one eye off, but also because he can get some sponsorship for Tatsuki Academy by being a consultant. Therefore, it can be seen how much trouble Izan will cause if there is a problem with his consulting work, and even the plan of that person will be affected by then. Okay. Lu-Xing, you are very good. Originally, I wanted to give you another chance. Now that you are courting death yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Ruishan said through gritted teeth. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a mysterious number. Hello, Izan. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes. Your Excellency. Ruisan's voice couldn't help but become humble, Really want to be very respectful to the person on the other end of the phone? Fear the same. What's the matter with you? Do you remember that kid named Lucine that you were concerned about? Remember, what happened? My solicitation for him has failed, and through observation, I don't think he can be used by us, and he has now threatened our plan, so I request that he be killed. Speaking of this, Rui the Mountain's voice became fierce. There was silence on the other side of the phone, but Eshin didn't have any impatience, still quietly waiting for the reply from there. After a long time, the middle-aged man's voice rang again on the phone. Okay, I agree that you send the top 10 killers to kill him. A surprise flashed across Izan's eyes. Okay, but how do we get him to agree to a showdown with our guys? 0.1. I'll send you a picture in your mailbox in a while. You print that picture and show it to that kid. He'll agree when that happens. The middle-aged man hung up the phone. In this regard, Ruishin is not angry, but roared in a low voice in the room, Lucine, now you are dead. Ding. At this moment, Ruishin's email box made a sound. He knew that this was the picture sent to him by that person, so he quickly opened it and looked at it. What is this? Is this thing really useful? But when Izan saw the picture, he couldn't help feeling a little bit of astonishment. If So-san hadn't known that person's character, he would have even thought it was the person who made the picture wrong. Because the content on the picture is very simple, there is only one seemingly ordinary kitchen knife. P.S. Nearly 8,000 words have been updated today. Ask the gentleman to subscribe. Text chapter 67_Eternal Sword. Apologize to you gentlemen. It's really comfortable after taking a shower. Lucine, who was finally the last to take a shower, was walking in the corridor leading to the hall from the bathroom, sighing as he walked. Every time I think of taking a bath, Lucine wants to complain very much. Because the huge Polestar house has only one large bathroom, sometimes it will cause two or several people to use the bathroom at the same time. The girls are fine, the big deal is to wash together. Anyway, this can be regarded as the daily life between best friends. But the boys are embarrassed. Therefore, every time Lucine encounters such a situation, he will consciously wait for all the boys to wash before he takes a bath, because he always feels that the behavior of a bunch of big men taking a bath together is full of a faint philosophical taste. Therefore, Lucine sometimes speculates maliciously. The golden age of Ji-Xing can build the Ji-Xing so beautifully through eating halberd, but they never seem to think about building too many. In the bathroom, I think of the weird feelings between Ghost Father and Godfather that I will change the whole cooking world for you. I had to make Lucine suspect that such feelings may have been cultivated in this bathroom. So Lucine never took a bath with the other male classmates of Polestar House. I'm just afraid that there will be some strange feelings at that time. Just when Lucine was thinking so wildly, he suddenly heard the sound of the doorbell coming from the front hall. Lucine's footsteps paused slightly, because he had been to Ji-Xing House for so long, and Ji-Xing House had never had any visitors. It was so late today, but someone rang the doorbell, which had to make Lucine feel strange. Too late to think, Lucine quickly walked into the hall. When Lucine walked into the hall, he found that Ryoko just opened the door of Polestar House. Everyone who was chatting in twos and threes couldn't help turning their heads and staring at the door, wanting to see who would come to visit the Polestar House so late. Click. The door was opened by Ryoko. What surprised everyone was that there was not one person standing outside the door, but two people. One of them was wearing a black suit and looked like a normal staff member of Taijutsu Academy. Another person let Lucine and everyone take a good look, because this person's dress is too style. I saw that this person looked 16 or 17 years old, with explosive purple hair, smoky makeup and ear studs on his left ear, just like a killing aristocrat. Are you okay? Ryoko was also stunned by the image of the aristocrat killing Matt at first, but fortunately, she quickly regained her senses and asked in the black suit that looked normal. "I'm from the Eating Halberd administration, is Lucine here?" said the black suit, and took out his documents to prove to Ryoko that he was indeed an official of the administration. The people from the administration still came to find a seeing. Ryoko was startled, and then looked at the nobleman she made next to the black suit, as if he suddenly understood something. "I'm here, what's the matter with you?" Lucine also heard the questioning voice of the black suit, and quickly stepped forward. "Are you classmate Lucine?" This. Seeing Lucine in black suit, just as he was about to open his mouth to explain his purpose, he was interrupted by the nobleman who was next to him. "You are Lucine? The so-called Chinese medicine god? They all say that you are the most powerful person in Chinese cuisine in the entire academy, except for the 8th seat of the Yuanyu 10 heroes, Izayagi, who is also the main attacker. Chinese cuisine person, your existence and your title make me very unhappy, so my second-year Sakaguchi tree came to you today to propose Shiji. Do you dare to accept it? Kill Matt, not to Sakaguchi." "I am very twisted," tone said to Lucine. Lucine rolled his eyes after hearing this. Although Lucine had guessed the purpose of the Sakaguchi tree when he heard about the identity of the black suit, but when he heard that he really came to him to eat halberd, he still felt a little speechless. And the reason was actually his title, which made him very unhappy. What the hell is this? Lucine was powerless to complain. Chapter 67_Eternal Sword. Apologize to you gentlemen. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Lucine was powerless to complain. Speaking of which, after Lucine and Mito Yume finished eating halberd and won the victory last time, he once again became popular in Tatsuki Academy, compared to the last time he had eating halberd with Kamita Teiji. Even better. After all, Mito Yume is much more famous than Kamita Teiji. What's more, at the end of the eating halberd, the same accident happened as Arena last time, which attracted countless people. Eyeballs. Even Yuanyu's shocked ministry gave him the title of Chinese medicine god instead of his original title of God's Eye, because they thought that girls would be like Chinese after eating Lucine's dishes. Like an aphrodisiac. It is said that Lucine's title has been recognized by many people. But Lucine has no way to refute, because he knows that what the shock department said is indeed reasonable, and even spiritual power is much more powerful than aphrodisiac. But what Lucine didn't expect was that his title had not been circulated for a few days, and he had caused trouble for himself. You are not only faulty in your appearance, but also in your brain. Who would eat halberds with you because of a title? Said Mito Yume, who was watching the development from behind. Yeah, and this person is still a second-year senior. Tiansuo also nodded, although she didn't think this second-year senior who she had never heard of could defeat Lucine, but he still didn't want Lucine to agree. After all, second-year students are still synonymous with power in her mind. Don't say that, first listen to my bet, maybe Lucine will agree. Sakaguchi Tree did not care what the two said, and said after showing a strange smile to Lucine. What's the bet? Lucine was a little curious, because he saw the way he killed Matt. It seems that as long as he says the bet, Lucine will definitely agree to him. The bet is that if I win, you have to give me the kitchen knife you are used to, which means you lose to me. If I lose, I will give you one of my kitchen knives, how about that? Kill Matt said finished, looked at Lucine with a confident expression on his face. What? This bet? Asin is not a bad person, like he didn't do well. He will bet on a chef's kitchen knife? As soon as Sakaguchi's words were finished, he was criticized by everyone in the Polestar house. As they say, kitchen knives represent dignity to a chef, so betting on kitchen knives is tantamount to trampling on the dignity of a chef. This is a very bad behavior. They don't believe that Lu Xing is that kind of person. You really have something wrong with this person. Lu Xing wanted to close the door after listening to Sakaguchi's words. He felt that he had nothing to say to such a vile person. Don't be in such a hurry, let's see what kind of kitchen knife I took out to make a bet, and then you make a decision, how about it? Sakaguchi stopped Lu Xing from closing the door and took it from his jacket pocket. Out of a photo, placed in front of Lu Xing. No matter what kind of kitchen knife, I don't know. Lu Xing said, and casually glanced at the photo Sakaguchi took out. He has already made up his mind that no matter what Sakaguchi brings out, he will reject him, because Lu Xing has nothing to do with collecting chef's kitchen knives and trampling on the chef's dignity. Interest. But when Lu Xing first saw the kitchen knife in the photo, he suddenly stopped moving, as if he had been in a body fix. I saw Lu Xing staring at the photo closely, his eyes widened, his eyes showed a horrified color, and he even gave a shock. Huh. After a while, Lu Xing exhaled and calmed down his excitement. Finally, he said to Sakaguchi in an unprecedentedly solemn tone, I promise you. Then he stared intently at the photo. In the photo, I saw an ordinary Chinese kitchen knife. The entire blade was glowing with blue light and looked very sharp. The only difference between it and the ordinary kitchen knife was its handle, which was not an ordinary style, but it was carved into the shape of a Chinese dragon, and the dragon looked majestic, lifelike, and alive. It is because of this strange handle that Lu Xing was so shocked at the appearance of this kitchen knife, because he was sure that this kitchen knife was one of the legendary kitchen utensils in the world of China's Little Master, which can reawaken the umami of the ingredients. Eternal Sword. P.S. I bow and apologize to all the gentlemen here. Yesterday, I had a cold and diarrhea, and everyone was a little out of breath. It is really impossible to update. Today is a little better, but it is not completely good, but I will definitely guarantee an update of at least 8,000 words today. I hope don't be angry, gentlemen, and don't give up the book. Text Chapter 68s, Cut Thistle Power Enhanced Version. Ask for a subscription. Lu Xing is now in an unprecedented panic. Although as early as a few days ago, the system explained to Lu Xing that because of his crossing, he brought a force that does not belong to this world, and it has made this world different from the original. So at that time Lu Xing was ready to face the changes in the world, but he didn't expect the changes he faced would be the legendary kitchen utensils with incomparable magical powers in the Little Master world actually came to this world with him. Whose hands is the Yongling knife in now? Was this the one who killed Matt before? How did he know that taking out the Eternal Spirit knife would make him unable to refuse his conditions? Has he mastered the power of the Eternal Sword? Where are the other kitchen utensils? Lu Xing is now full of problems, and his heart has turned up a storm. Fortunately, he knows that these questions are not suitable to ask now, so he reluctantly keeps his composure. Since you agreed, then we will have eating halberd tomorrow. The topic is one of the main dishes in Chinese cuisine. Any kind of cuisine is fine, no problem, right? After hearing Lu Xing's agreement, Sakaguchi revealed that he had already expected smile, said to Lu Xing. Okay. Lu Xing agreed to him, and things have developed so far that he can't refuse. But you can be sure that the kitchen knife in the photo is in Sakaguchi's hands, and you can take it out as a bet. Won't there be any problems with 407? Eat halberd asked the authorities staff. Lu Xing must understand this crucial issue. Yes. According to what Sakaguchi said, this kitchen knife is now in the United States, and in the hands of one of his elders. We have now sent someone to the United States to get this knife. If it goes well, we will come back tomorrow, and only if the ownership of this knife is determined, and there will be no disputes, the eating halberd contract will be established. Today I just want to inform you first, so that you can be prepared. The staff of the management bureau told Lu Xing said. Me country, that person seems to be running his own power in the United States now. Hearing the place name Me country, Lu Xing's heart suddenly flashed a different thought. However, there was no expression on his face, and he calmly said to the management, "Okay, I understand, there is no problem now. Then Lu Xing, let's go first." After saying that, the staff of the management bureau walked out, and Sakata Tree followed closely, but before he left, he suddenly made a throat cut to Lu Xing action. Looking at Lu Xing's eyes are also full of malice. Lu Xing did not care, but silently walked to a sofa in the hall and sat down. His eyes were deep and silent. Axing. That knife is very important to you. Xin Ping Chuangzhen suddenly said to Lu Xing. Others also looked at Lu Xing worriedly. Why do you ask that? When you saw that knife, your face changed, and if it wasn't for that knife being very important to you, you wouldn't agree to this kind of showdown. Kahei Soma said. Well, it's a very important kitchen utensil for family heritage. It was already lost, but I don't know why it fell into the hands of that Sakaguchi classmate. Lu Xing couldn't explain the origin of the Yongling knife to everyone, so he had to said so. Anyway, Lu Xing has now inherited all the culinary knowledge of the small master world. In this way, the Yongling knife can also be regarded as a family heirloom. So it is. Everyone accepted Lu Xing's statement. After all, Lu Xing's performance during this period really looked like a family learning origin. At the same time, they also understood why Lu Xing saw that the knife would have such a big reaction that he actually accepted this showdown. By the way, that Sakaguchi-san, I don't seem to have heard of him. Have you heard of him? Mito Yume suddenly asked the crowd. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of Sakaguchi Tree. That's strange. Since this person is unknown, it means that his strength will not be very good, but he should have known a Xing, otherwise how would he know that the knife belongs to a Xing's family? In this case, why is he so confident, as if he thinks he can definitely beat a Xing, just because he is in the second year? Is he so confident? Mito Yume said again the doubts he found. I'm also very surprised. It stands to reason that with Axing's strength, even a second-year student can't easily win, right? Not to mention that this Sakaguchi classmate is an unknown second-year student. Ryoko expressed that he was also very puzzled. Hearing their questions, Lu Xing shook his head and said he didn't know. Although he now has a rough guess as to why Sakaguchi is so confident and his origins, these are obviously not suitable for talking to the people of the Pole Star House, and he can only tell them that he himself does not know this. Why? Okay, let's not disturb Ah Xing, let him go back to his room quietly and think about tomorrow's duel. Ibuzaki Jun, who has been rarely speaking, suddenly said. Yes, Ah Xing, go back. The crowd came to their senses, and quickly agreed with Iwuzaki's words, and asked him to go back to his room to rest. Okay, then I'll go back first. Lu Xing didn't refuse. After hearing what everyone said, he turned around and walked back to his room, because he now has a lot of questions and wants to ask the system, and the hall is obviously not suitable occasion. Because he had something on his mind, Lu Xing quickly walked back to his room and closed the door tightly. Should you tell me something now? Lu Xing, who was lying on the bed, couldn't wait to ask the system in his mind. The system is silent. Now even the eternal sword has appeared in front of me. Even if you don't want to tell me the whole truth, you should tell me part of it so that I can prepare. Seeing that the system did not respond, Lu Xing was a little angry to the system roaring in my head. Chapter 68s, Cut Thistle Power Enhanced Version. Ask for a subscription reward - page 1/2. Now even the eternal sword has appeared in front of me. Even if you don't want to tell me the whole truth, you should tell me part of it so that I can prepare. Seeing that the system did not respond, Lucien was a little angry to the system roaring in my head. It may be that what Lucien said makes sense. After a long time, the system finally had an echo. Because you want to protect your soul, travel from the earth to this world, and there are some other things, so the legendary kitchen utensils came to this world with you, and the Yongling knife was used by one of the world's man found. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? We can go to find them in advance. We all know that if those kitchen utensils are assembled by someone with ulterior motives, what kind of damage will it cause to the world? Not satisfied with the answer, he continued to ask the system. The reason why I didn't tell you and didn't let you find it is because this system doesn't know where they landed in this world. How can you find it if you have just passed through and are penniless? And they don't fall into the same timeline as you. And you can rest assured that the 8 major kitchen utensils have lost their own special abilities due to some problems, unless you become a dragon-level chef and purify them with your spiritual power and cooking will at that time, otherwise, unless there are people in this world who can reach the realm of God Chef, otherwise no one can use them. I see. After listening to the system, Lucien admitted that what the system said made sense, and at the same time felt very fortunate. Otherwise, what would happen if the powerful power of the legendary kitchen utensils was used by people with ulterior motives? It was pure and simple. The Chinese artifact, falling into the hands of the islanders to use this matter, will make Lucien feel strange. But suddenly another question came to his mind, so he continued to ask, "What do you mean when you say the timeline is different from mine?" That is, the legendary kitchen utensils appeared in this world decades before your current time? What? It's like this. Lucien was a little surprised, but he didn't care too much, because he still had one of the most important questions and hoped that the system would give him an answer. Since you said that no one in this world can use the legendary kitchen utensils except me, how does the person who owns the Yongling knife know the relationship between me and the Yongling knife contact? Yes, this is Lucien's biggest question. Judging from Sakaguchi's behavior of using the Yongling sword as bait to let Lucien and him have a halberd-eating showdown, at least the person who has the Yongling sword now knows about the Yongling sword or the legendary kitchen utensils. Some of the secrets, even already understood, the source of Lucien's inheritance, otherwise he would not be so sure. As long as Lucien saw the Yongling knife, he would definitely have a showdown with Sakaguchi. Do you remember what Caillou did to the kitchen utensils at the end? Hearing Lucien's question, the system did not answer it directly, but asked Lucien a question. What did Caillou do? This question made Lucien stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the content of the Chinese comics. After the final confrontation with the little boss, Caillou, who failed, contaminated 7 kitchen utensils except the Garuden knife with his own blood. Are you saying that in the end, K-Oil contaminated the legendary kitchen utensils with its own blood? Yes, although the kitchen utensils were finally purified, there were still some fragments of the cooking heart and some memory fragments of Caillou, who was already a demigod chef at the time. Then these kitchen utensils came to this world with you. Caillou's will to cook felt someone who had the same will to cook in this world, and then his will spontaneously guided this person to find the eternal soul sword is the person who obtained the memory fragments attached to the sword, so that person only understood the connection between the Yongling sword and you after learning that you used Caillou's secret skills. After listening to the system's explanation, Lucien didn't speak at first. After a long silence, he said, "The person you are talking about is Skiji, right?" "Right? Sure enough." Since Lucien listened to the explanation of the system, the shadow of Cut Thistle flashed in his mind. Because the formation of cooking will is related to each person's character, since the system says that there are people in this world who have the same cooking will as Caillou, 1.0 proves that this person's character must be similar to Caillou. And among the people that Lucien knows, only Cut Thistle is the most suitable for this condition. The same talent, the same domineering, the same strong desire to control, the same desire to control others through cooking to change the world. Now the system definitely answered Lu Xing, he was right. Does that mean the present Scuttle Thistle has acquired a part of Caillou's memory? Yes. Hey, Lu Xing sucked in a breath. You know, Cut Thistle was already difficult enough to deal with, and now I have obtained Caillou's memory, even if it is only a part, but with the original cooking skills of Cut Thistle, plus the world level of the Little Master is higher than in this world, as long as Cut Thistle absorbs this part of the memory, he will definitely become more terrifying than the original. In other words, the current Cut Thistle is equivalent to an enhanced version. And now, Cut Thistle has noticed Lu Xing, and it seems that he has even taken action, which has to make Lu Xing's heart chill. It seems that tomorrow's eating halberd showdown must be well prepared. Lu Xing raised his vigilance in his heart. Now that it has been confirmed that Sakaguchi was sent by Sakaiji, it proves that tomorrow's duel will definitely not be as simple as an ordinary eating halberd. P.S. There will be a chapter in a while, please subscribe, please reward, and everything. Text chapter 69 _ the halberd starts. Ask for subscription and reward. The next day. At this time, Lu Xing was taking everyone from the Pole Star House who were going to watch the battle, and walked together to the venue where he and Sakaguchi would hold the eating halberd showdown today. Just now, Lu Xing, who had finished a day's class, received a notification from the staff of the eating halberd administration, saying that they had retrieved the Eternal Spirit Sword and had determined that its ownership could be decided by Sakaguchi, so the eating halberd contract made last night is now officially established. Therefore, Lu Xing is now on his way to the scene of the competition. When he arrived at the competition venue, Lu Xing found that the crowd was already full of people, but he was not very surprised, because now he is far away from the Moon Academy, he can be regarded as famous and can attract people to come to see his food. Halberd couldn't be more normal. But what surprised Lu Xing was that Erina also arrived at the competition site today and was sitting in the exclusive box of the 10 heroes with Fishizi. See, Miss Erina is here. I have heard that this Lu Xing seems to be unclear with Miss Erina, but now it looks like this. This is even better. Today is the time to let Miss Erina see the real face of this kid. Anyway, this kid will definitely lose today. These 12 are Erina's fans at first glance. Isn't this kid said to be very powerful? He is also known as the Chinese god of medicine or something. This is Mensin. Damn the god of medicine. It was just luck in the past. Today is the second-year senior who is fighting against him. How can he win? Erina's arrival made the melon-eating crowd talk again. Lu Xing did not care about these discussions, but silently walked to a cooking table and stood up, his eyes fixed on a glass box on a high platform in front of him. Because it is the eternal sword that is placed there. Look. Izan Senpai is here too. The one next to him is Senior Sakaguchi who played against Lu Xing today, right? I really didn't expect that today's eating halberd showdown would attract 2 10 heroes in person. Just when Lu Xing stared at the Yongling knife and didn't know what to think, there was a sudden noise in his ears. Lu Xing raised his eyes and found that Sakaguchi Tree has now come to the scene, and he is also accompanied by the 9th seat of the 10 heroes and alchemist Eshin's Haijin. Rui Shan really has something to do with Cut Thistle. Seeing this scene, Lu Xing's heart crossed a trace of enlightenment. Lu Xing knew from the beginning of time travel that SKG has been preparing for the Usurprise Yuanyu Academy over the years, contacting the Yuanyu 10 heroes and other forces, but before the preparations were completed, he himself it is impossible to return to the island country, and the development of this matter can only be remotely controlled from abroad. Therefore, Lu Xing believes that SKG must have a spokesperson in Yuanyu Academy, and then play the role of a broker for him. After the comprehensive comics, Lu Xing deduced that Eshin is the possibility of this broker maximum. Because in the comics of the previous life, Izan was the most active person after Kirigi returned to Tatsuki. This is also the reason why Lucien has been targeting Ruishin, because if he kills Ruishin in advance, it will definitely be a big blow to SS plan to cut Thistle. This scene also proves Lucien's inference. And Lucien also guessed that the reason why cut Thistle knew about Lucien's existence so early, and has already taken action, this must be the credit of Eshin. Chapter 69 _ The Halberd starts. Please subscribe for a reward - page 1/2. And Lucien also guessed that the reason why cut Thistle knew about Lucien's existence so early, and has already taken action, this must be the credit of Eshin. Fortunately, at the beginning of time travel, because I was afraid that my butterfly effect would cause the plot to change, I made preparations early and planned to kill Izan, thereby preventing or affecting SS plan to cut Thistle, otherwise I really don't know this. Will the power-enhanced version of cut Thistle be as easy to solve as the original? Lucien couldn't help but feel fortunate for the preparations he had started since he traveled. Just when Lucien was thinking about his own affairs, Ruishin found him and said to him coldly, "Boy, you must be very proud now, but soon you will not be proud." Ruishin looked at Lucien's eyes at this time, like looking at a grasshopper in the autumn. Lucien was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized that what Ruishan said should be that Lucien replaced him as the consultant of the Mouse House, and it seems that this matter really made Ruishan very angry. This discovery can't help but make Lucien felt very cool. After all, letting Izan deflate was also an important reason why he had to become a consultant for the Moswea at that time. It looks good now? Of course, he still pretended to be innocent on the surface. What does the senior mean? I don't know. Humph. Eshin snorted coldly, then patted Sakaguchi's shoe on the shoulder and whispered, "Kill him, I don't know which adult will be disappointed." "Don't worry." Sakaguchi Tree replied confidently in a low voice. Ruishin looked at Lucien with cold eyes again, and then walked to his own box. Of course, what they didn't know was that their conversation had been heard by Lucien. After Eshin left, Sakaguchi stood in the cooking table opposite Lucien, and once again showed a contemptuous look at Lucien. Lucien looked at each other calmly. At this moment, Kawashima Arii's voice came from all directions. "Hello everyone, I'm Kawashima Arii, the host, and I will still host this eating halberd showdown today. Now let's invite today's 3 judges. They are Chinese cuisine critic Kikugawa Ryota, Tatsuki Academy Chinese cuisine senior teacher Itsuka Ryasuke, and Hojo master chef Hojo Hojo. As Kawashima Arii's voice dropped 880, the 3 people walked out from the backstage. He deliberately took a look at the tall Hojo Yu, because he suddenly remembered that there was a man named Hojo Miyako in the spirit of the halberd, who should be the Hojo master chef, also the daughter of Hojo Yu. Sure enough, Lucien glanced around in the surrounding audience and found a short-haired beautiful girl wearing a red cheongsam, which should be Miyako Hojo. But what makes Lucien feel strange is that while Lucien observes Miyako Hojo is also staring closely at Lucien, and her eyes towards Lucien are actually full of raging fighting intent. It's really weird, I don't even know this Hojo Miyako. Lucien felt a little unclear about Hojo Miyako's performance, but the showdown was imminent, so he didn't have time to take care of it, so he simply ignored it. Superior. Now, I announce the start of the eating halberd showdown. Kawashima Arii announced loudly after seeing that the 3 judges had already taken their seats. This also proves that this destined eating halberd showdown officially begins at this moment. P.S. My lord, today, more than 8,000 words are approaching 9,000 words. I really can't hold on anymore. You will need another injection tomorrow, so let's do it today. Bow to the gentleman. Ask the gentleman for flower evaluation, reward, and subscribe for comfort. Text chapter 70 _ Viper and Salt. As soon as Arii Kawashima's voice fell, a staff member of the Shiji administration immediately took a basket and put it on the cooking table of Sakaguchi tree. When the staff of the bureau passed by Lucine with the basket, thanks to the superhuman hearing obtained after the strengthening of spiritual power, Lucine even heard the hissing in the basket. What a living creature! I think this should be a killer weapon specially prepared for me. Lucine knew it in his heart. He knew that the eating halberd this time would definitely not be so simple. Let Lucine agree to eat halberds with Sakaguchi, which proves that he must have other conspiracies. Lucine was thinking that the Sakaguchi tree over there had already got the basket, and he lifted the white cloth covering it all at once. The cameras scattered all around the eating halberd venue have put the scene in the basket on the big screen at the same time, and all the audience who want to be present can see the scene of the basket very clearly. What? It's actually a snake. And it's actually all kinds of poisonous snakes. Can this kind of thing really be used as an ingredient? After seeing the scene in the basket, the melon eaters were shocked at once. Because Sakaguchi's basket contains all kinds of live poisonous snakes. Golden ring snakes, silver ring snakes, pit vipers, water snakes, cobras are all available, and they need to be densely entangled in the basket, and the sight of climbing and biting each other is very terrifying. We have confirmed that when Sakaguchi-kun was a student, he had already undergone special treatment to pull out his poisonous teeth, and it can be used as an ingredient, please rest assured. And when Sakaguchi-san finishes cooking this dish, I will give it to the animals first, and then I will give it to the judges after confirming that there is no problem. Seeing the clamor of the onlookers, the staff of the eating halberd administration had to come out and explain. After listening to the staff's words, the discussion of the surrounding melon eaters gradually subsided, because they remembered that both sides of the Shiji can use their own ingredients. But it must be inspected by the staff of the administration bureau, and since the poisonous snake of the Sakaguchi tree has been removed from the cooking scene, it proves that he has passed the examination of the administration bureau, and there is no problem. Hey! I didn't expect that Sakaguchi's main ingredient is actually a poisonous snake. Although the special ingredient poisonous creature will be more delicious than ordinary ingredients when cooked, it will also require higher skills for chefs. It seems that this Sakaguchi-san is very confident in his cooking skills. At this time, the Chinese cuisine critic Ryota Kikugawa said, "Yes, I was fortunate enough to eat puffer fish made by a Chinese chef. Although puffer fish is also a highly poisonous creature, the dishes it makes are really delicious. I'm already looking forward to that Sakaguchi classmate's cooking." Ryusukitsuki, a senior teacher of Chinese cuisine at Tajetsu Gakuen, also echoed Deo and expressed his expectations for Sakaguchi cuisine. "Yeah. I'm looking forward to it too." Hojo Yu was succinct. "Did you hear it? The judges have expressed their expectations for my cooking. You are going to lose this match." After hearing the judges' praise, Sakaguchi said proudly to Lucine. Lucine shook his head and did not respond to Sakaguchi's words, but looked at the basket of poisonous snakes thoughtfully. This ingredient is really full of Kyu style. It should be a dish developed by S-Cut Thistle after obtaining Kyu's memory fragments, and there must be a special effect in the seasoning, and this special effect should be used come against me. Ever since Lucine saw Sakaguchi's basket of poisonous snakes, he thought of the fact that Skiji obtained Kyu's memory fragments, and a trace of enlightenment crossed his heart. The next dish Sakaguchi will cook must be researched by Sakaiji after acquiring Kyu's knowledge. But Lucine didn't care, because he was confident that no matter what kind of dishes Sakaguchi made, the dishes that were going to be made here would be crushed into slag. I just don't know how Sakaguchi can apply the special effect of this poisonous snake dish to me without being discovered by the judges. Lucine is now concerned about this issue instead. But he thought about it for a while, but he didn't come up with any decent ideas. Instead, he began to prepare his own dishes. Anyway, Lucine knew that the answer would be revealed soon. Thinking of this, Lu Xing first observed his cooking table and found that the quantity of certain seasonings on it was indeed not enough, so he waved to the staff of the administration bureau next to him. Chapter 70_Viper and Salt. Page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Thinking of this, Lu Xing first observed his cooking table and found that the quantity of certain seasonings on it was indeed not enough, so he waved to the staff of the administration bureau next to him. Is there anything wrong with this classmate? The administrative staff came over with a blank expression. Please help to get a little more, Lu Xing said softly in the management bureau. Really so much? After listening to Lu Xing's words, the management staff seemed very surprised and asked involuntarily. Lu Xing nodded. Okay. The administration staff nodded. Although he was surprised by Lu Xing's request, he also knew that Lu Xing's request was not illegal, so the administration staff agreed to Lu Xing's request and turned around and walked towards the venue. Backstage, it looks like he's going to fetch something. Did Ah Xing also prepare any special ingredients? But if that's the case, according to the regulations, Ah Xing should hand over the ingredients to the staff of the management bureau early, instead of letting the management staff pick it up now. You know this is why? Seeing the scene in front of him, Soma Yukihira, who was sitting in the audience, asked his companions. I don't know. I don't know either. Ji Xingxi shook his head after everyone heard Xin Ping Chuangjin's question, saying that he didn't know what Lu Xing was going to do, and everyone felt puzzled. At the same time, when everyone in the Pole Star House was puzzled, the staff member just now walked out of the backstage very quickly, but the difference from just now was that he was now carrying a large plastic bag, and after that he put the plastic bag in front of Lu Xing's cooking table. The image on the big screen was immediately switched to the plastic bag in front of Lu Xing with the camera, and after the audience saw clearly what was in the plastic bag in front of Lu Xing, everyone sent out more than seeing Sakaguchi Shina. The sound of surprise when there is a basket of venomous snakes. If I'm not mistaken, the bag seems to contain salt. You read that right, that's salt. But what kind of cooking uses so much salt? I saw that the plastic bag in front of Lu Xing was full of several bags of edible salt. When it was clear that what Lu Xing's administration staff asked for was actually salt, the three judges on the jury seat were also very surprised. Do you know any dishes in Chinese cuisine, or how to get so much salt? Hojo asked the other two judges. I have never seen a dish that uses so much salt, and I have never heard of a recipe that requires so much salt. Don't say a Chinese restaurant, all the restaurants in the world don't use so much salt. I can understand that kid who uses poisonous snakes. What is this kid doing with so much salt? After listening to Hojo's words, the other two judges said they didn't know what Lu Xing was going to do. It seems that the judges of the Shiji really did the right thing. To be able to see such an interesting duel, one uses poisonous ingredients for cooking, and the other actually takes out so much salt. Now young people are really unexpected. After listening to the words of the other two judges, Hojo sighed. You're right, I'm really looking forward to this serpent and salt showdown. Kikugawa Ryota said. The others also nodded. At the same time, all the audience were also influenced by Sakaguchi and Lu Xing's operation, which brought a strong sense of anticipation. They all stared at the same confident two people, looking forward to their next move. P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe. Text chapter 71_failed cooking? Ask for subscription. Lu Xing didn't care about the judges' comments, but took out a duck from under the cooking table, fluently doing preparations such as plucking hairs and removing internal organs. This time Shiji is different from the last Shiji, because the title was determined yesterday as a main dish in Chinese cuisine, so the staff of the administration bureau made preparations early. Even the duck, which is not commonly used in other countries' cuisine, is often used in Chinese cuisine, so it has been prepared a long time ago, and there is no need for Lucien to prepare it himself like last time. Is that black-haired boy going to make salted duck? Seeing that the main ingredient Lucien took out was duck, and thinking that he had prepared so much salt, Ryosuke Itsuka made his own guess. But immediately, Ryota Kikugawa, who was sitting next to him, denied his speculation. It shouldn't be, because even a salted duck doesn't use so much salt. I really don't know what this kid is going to do. Look at the Sakaguchi tree. While they were speculating about Lucien's intentions, Hojo Yu, who was next to him, suddenly said. The two quickly turned their attention to the past. Compared to Lucien's unremarkable duck handling, Sakaguchi's actions are very different. I saw that he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden ring snake from the basket of poisonous snakes. He started quickly and accurately. Before the other snakes could react, the golden ring snake was already caught by Sakaguchi's shushu. After that, Sakaguchi held the snake's 3 inches in his left hand, and with a flash of light in his right hand, the snake's head was cut off by him. The snake's head was beheaded, and the blood of the snake spewed out immediately. This scene even caused the surrounding female audience to let out a short snort, but there was no fluctuation on Sakaguchi's face. Before the blood of the snake was completely drained, he immediately dripped the snake blood into an empty bowl. After that, Sakaguchi killed the other 4 snakes in the same way, and put part of their blood and the blood of the kite into 4 different empty bowls. It seems that it should be useful later. But what surprised everyone was that the snake blood of the 5 snakes actually exuded 5 different medicinal scents, and it was very strong, so that everyone in the entire venue could smell it. I seemed to smell the smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Itsuka Ryosuke shrugged his nose and said to the 2 judges next to him. That's right, it should be Sakaguchi-san's snake that was fed with Chinese medicine. No wonder this kid dares to cook poisonous ingredients. It turns out that he actually knows how to eat herbs, said Kikugawa Ryota. At this time, Rui-shan, who was watching the showdown in the box on the 2nd floor, smelled the smell of snake blood floating in, and suddenly turned his head to look at Lucien, showing a sinister smile. This is the smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Does that kid know how to make medicated meals? Erina, who was in another box, also smelled the smell of Chinese medicine in snake blood, and said to Fishizi, who was standing next to her. Yes. Fishizi nodded. After getting Fishako's affirmation, Erina looked down at Sakaguchi tree condescendingly, and said in a doubtful tone, it stands to reason that since this person has mastered the technique of medicinal food, he shouldn't be unknown in the 2nd grade. Have you ever heard of anyone with the surname Sakaguchi? No, I've never heard of it. Hearing Erina's question, Fishako answered, this is exactly what she is surprised about. You must know that this is an island country instead of China. The special high-end technology of medicine is used in the island nation is controlled by only a few people from aristocratic families. As the eldest daughter of one of the great families who have mastered the technology of medicated food, it stands to reason that Fishizi should know everyone who has mastered medicated food. Impression, even in the few big island country medicated food families she knows, there is no surname Sakaguchi. That's weird. Looking at that Sakaguchi's technique, he definitely didn't learn it at Taijutsu Academy. Then who taught him such a technique? Erina pondered after listening to Hishako's words. Stop worrying about the master and servant in the box, and now turn your eyes back to the duel scene. After Sakaguchi finished putting the snake blood, he began to peel the skin of the 5 snakes, leaving only the clean snake meat, and then began to cut the side dishes such as mushrooms, cucumbers, and fungus into shreds for later use. I see, this Sakaguchi classmate is going to make snake soup. After seeing Sakaguchi's actions, Yu Hojo immediately reacted and said. By the way, it looks like it should be snake soup. After hearing what Hojo Yu said, Itsuka Ryosuke reacted. Since it's making snake soup, What does he keep the snake blood for? Kikugawa still has some doubts. There should be some special formula. Hojo Yu said. And while they were talking, Lu Xing's side also had a new move. I saw Lu Xing put the processed duck aside, took out a taro, and started shredding. Do. 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 As Lu Xing's kitchen knife fell, there was a crisp and urgent sound between the kitchen knife and the cutting board, and each sound was the same length. After hearing this voice, the three judges on the jury seat immediately turned their attention to Lu Xing's side, and their faces were unprecedentedly solemn. Because even if the distance is too far, it is impossible to really see the situation when Lu Xing is cutting vegetables, but by virtue of their cooking skills through the sound of Lu Xing's cutting vegetables, it can be judged that Lu Xing's basic skills are very terrifying. Chapter 71 _ Failed Cooking? Request to subscribe page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. Because even if the distance is too far, it is impossible to really see the situation when Lu Xing is cutting vegetables, but by virtue of their cooking skills through the sound of Lu Xing's cutting vegetables, it can be judged that Lu Xing's basic skills are very terrifying. Chef Hojo, can you do this kind of swordsmanship? Izutsu Ryusuke suddenly asked Hojo Yu. Hokujo was silent for a while, and finally shook his head and said to Ryusuke Itsuka, I can't do it. I can't do it either. Itsuka Ryusuke said bitterly to Hojo Yu. Fei, what? You can't even do it? As a food critic, his own cooking skills are not very high, so at the beginning, Ryota Kikugawa had no idea about the sound Lu Xing made when he was cutting vegetables, but when he heard that the two next to him couldn't do the same knife skills as Lu Xing, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes. The other two nodded. Then, the three of them looked at Lu Xing with the eyes of a monster, and remained silent. When the three judges talked, they did not deliberately lower their voices, so the content of the conversation spread throughout the entire venue. What? That Lu Xing's knife skills can't even be done by Chef Hojo? Is this guy so scary? It is conceivable that the people who eat melon will be surprised when they know this fact. However, Lu Xing didn't know that his swordsmanship made the judges feel ashamed by his voice. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because he has now entered the Little Master possession mode again, and Lu Xing's the level of the recipe used once is higher than the previous two, so the cooking skills of the parasitic Little Master will be even more terrible. And the young master is an almighty cook, so his knife skills can surpass the judges, which is normal. Soon, amidst everyone's astonishment at Lu Xing's knife skills, Lu Xing had already cut the taro shreds and put them aside for later use. After that, he finally took out the salt that has always made people very curious. Lu Xing opened the packaging of all the edible salt and poured them together into a pile. After that, he beat a few eggs on it, and finally mixed the salt and eggs with his hands to make a paste. What is this? Did he get so much salt to make this paste? The melon eaters started a new round of discussions, but this time the judges did not express their opinions, because since they saw Lu Xing's knife skills, they raised his strength to a very high level in their hearts. In this position, I don't dare to express opinions at will. And Lu Xing still went his own way. After adjusting the salt paste, he took out the duck that had been prepared in advance, and smeared the salt paste on the duck, wrapping it into a giant egg. After that, I spread the shredded taro in the pot on the side, and then put the big egg in it. Afterwards, Lu Xing took out a bottle of Chinese liquor prepared by the Shiji administration in the cooking table and looked at it, and then sighed with some pity. Although the staff prepared liquor in advance because of the confrontation between Chinese cuisines, it is a pity that this is not Luzhu Laojiu, but it is also a good wine of the same grade, so it is not a big problem. Lu Xing sighed with greed and insufficiency, poured the white wine into the pot with shredded taro and giant eggs, turned on the fire and closed the lid, and then Lu Xing leaned on the cooking table, with a leisurely expression on his face and stopped doing any movement. "Look at what he means, he's finished this dish." Looking at Lu Xing's actions, Kikugawa Liaotai said in disbelief. "It looks like it is, depending on what he means. The next thing you need to do is wait for the heat to arrive and the dish will be completed, but he didn't put any seasonings, and there are those strange ways of doing the dishes. Is it really edible?" Itsuka Ryusuke asked suspiciously. "Could it be that this kid has already failed the cooking, and is just holding on?" Kikugawa Ryuta said what he thought was the most reasonable guess. "Looking at this kid's terrifying sword skills, shouldn't he?" Ryusuke Itsuka was a little uncertain. The surrounding audience also began to discuss, and like Kikugawa Liaotai, think that Lu Xing's cooking has failed. Many people who originally supported Lu Xing began to sigh. Only Hojo Yu did not speak any more, and stared at Lu Xing tightly. He found that Lu Xing had a confident expression on his face, which did not look like a failure in cooking at all. "This kid is really interesting." Hojo looked at Lu Xing with a smile on his lips. P.S. Please subscribe to Flowers and Reward for collection. Text Chapter 72 _ The Puppet of the System. Ask for everything. Ah Xing, why are you not moving? Is there any problem with cooking? Just when Lu Xing was standing in the cooking table with a leisurely expression on his face, he suddenly heard Yuji's shouting from behind. Lu Xing looked back and found that everyone in the Pole Star house was staring at him with a worried look. After thinking about it, I understand that they may also think that their cooking has failed. After all, the way they do this dish is really a bit unusual. Thinking of this, Lu Xing's heart warmed, and he said to the people in the Pole Star house, "Don't worry, I won't have any problems here. Waiting is also a part of cooking." Speaking, Lu Xing also deliberately showed them a confident expression. After seeing Lu Xing's expression, and thinking that Lu Xing has never let them down, everyone in the Pole Star house slowly put down their worries. After comforting everyone in the Pole Star house, Lu Xing once again turned his head to stare at the busy Sakaguchi tree in front of him, and smelled the smell of snake blood in the air. Lu Xing suddenly smiled. "I seem to know what he's going to do." Lu Xing seemed to understand something, but he still didn't show any emotion on the surface. At this time, Sakaguchi had peeled the snake meat, cut it into filaments, added lard to the pot and started to fry it slowly with low heat, but what made Lu Xing feel strange was that Sakaguchi was in while frying the shredded snake meat. He seemed to be muttering something. Out of curiosity, Lu Xing focused his attention on his ears. Thanks to the strengthening of spiritual power, even if he did not turn on the super hearing, Lu Xing's hearing was very different from ordinary people, so he soon heard the Sakaguchi tree. What is he talking about in his mouth? 3 times to the left, and once to the right, every 2 seconds. At first, these words made Lu Xing feel very strange. When I got to the movements of Sakaguchi's hands, I suddenly understood. It turned out that the words Sakaguchi said were exactly the same as the actions of his subordinates now, which means that the words Sakaguchi said now were actually his various requirements when making this dish, that is to say, a recipe, a very detailed recipe. This style should be taught by Tsukiji. And through this method, it should be possible for Sakaguchi to make dishes that exceed his real cooking level. Lu Xing felt that he should have discovered the truth of the matter. He remembered that in the original work of The Spirit of Eating Halberds, when Tsukiji mastered Totsuki Academy, he had come up with a very detailed recipe, and asked the students to cook according to the above operation, and did not let the students every little change to the recipe. This method is completely different from the education method of Taijutsu Academy. Although Taijutsu Academy will also provide recipes in practical classes, but those recipes are only the general practice of writing a dish, so students will still have a lot of operation space. Therefore, when making burgundy red beef stew in Chappelle's class, Kahei Sosama was allowed to add honey without authorization. Also, because the recipe is not detailed, so many students still have the recipe. Failed. The recipe provided by Skiji is different. Every step of his recipe is written in great detail, so that as long as the students follow the recipe, although they will become the puppet of the recipe, they can make far more than themselves. Powerful cooking. Just like the Sakaguchi tree in front of Lu Xing, his cooking must be far beyond his real cooking skills, so he is so confident that he will definitely defeat Lu Xing. But, is the recipe's puppet? Sakaguchi tree is the puppet of Skyote Thistle, so am I not the system's puppet? I don't know why, Lu Xing suddenly thought of this question. Because he suddenly felt that he was actually similar to Sakaguchi, and both of them were making those dishes that were far beyond their own strength with the help of recipes. So since Sakaguchi is a puppet, why is Lu Xing not? The first time this question appeared in Lu Xing's mind, it made Lu Xing's heart shake, and even his spirit could not help but be in a trance. You seem to be in a state of confusion now? It may be felt that Lu Xing's heart now has unprecedented fluctuations, and the system that never takes the initiative to speak easily, this time unexpectedly reminded Lu Xing. Do you think I'm your puppet? Lu Xing asked the system in his mind. At this time his eyes were blank and out of focus. Chapter 72 _ The puppet of the system. Ask for everything - page 1/2. Do you think I'm your puppet? Lu Xing asked the system in his mind. At this time his eyes were blank and out of focus. Of course not. The system answered decisively, and this time Lu Xing actually heard a serious feeling from the voice of the system. Although Lu Xing feels that with the improvement of his strength, the system's voice has become more and more human-like, more and more spiritual, and it is no longer as rigid as it was at the beginning, but it is the first time to hear serious from the system's voice. It can be seen that the system attaches great importance to this problem. But I think there is no difference between me and Sakaguchi tree. Lu Xing asked the system again. There is of course a difference. Sakaguchi uses the cut thistle recipe, but he can only make the dishes described above. He doesn't know why this recipe is done. But you are different. Every time you use the system's recipe, you will get the corresponding knowledge of the dish recorded in the recipe, so that you can thoroughly understand the dish, and every time you use the real cooking level when upgrading, the system will transmit all kinds of cooking knowledge in your brain. Just want to enrich your background, so that you can get rid of the system one day and walk out of your own way. But what about you? Since the establishment of the system, apart from making a blazing Tai Chi golden scrambled egg, have you made any dishes of your own? You have not. You have hardly used the cooking knowledge transmitted to you by the system. You are just passively using the recipes of the system. You haven't even thought about what kind of cooking you want to make, and then prepare for your future awakening of the will to cook, but you have never thought about these. You have never even really realized that you are a chef. You just use cooking and cooking skills as tools for your immortality purpose. So the system never made you a puppet, but you chose to be the puppet of the system? Lu Xing was completely stunned. He didn't expect the system to say such a thing at once. After all, every paragraph hit his heart directly, exposing his truest thoughts, leaving him no way to refute it. Have you really never seen yourself as a chef? Have you really never used the knowledge taught by the system to enrich yourself? Have you really never thought about what kind of food you want to cook? Listening to the system's words, Lu Xing also slowly fell into thinking. In the end, he found an answer for himself, that is, he really hadn't considered these questions. Lu Xing couldn't help but start to recall the various things he had traveled through to the present, and found that he was really floating before he knew it. During this period of time, Lu Xing has become accustomed to using systematic recipes to solve all problems, and because the average level of the small-headed world is higher than this world, he gradually despises this world. Although knowing what happened to Skiji made me feel a little bit of urgency, but it wasn't enough. After all, no matter how powerful Skiji was, would K-oil still be as good? However, Ko still defeated the little master, and there is no reason why he who has the system will be undefeated. Cut Thistle. Therefore, Lu Xing still thinks that he can rely on the system to solve everything, instead of using the system to make himself stronger. It's ridiculous that he was still afraid of becoming a puppet of the system, but now he knows that the system has been cultivating him to make himself stronger, and finally get rid of his dependence on the system. But Lu Xing himself, I subconsciously chose to make myself a puppet of the system. P.S. 8,000 words today. Gentlemen, bear with me for a few days, and when my stomach is completely healed, I will write 10,000 words a day. Now I have to take a drip every day, and there is really no way to do more. In addition, I hope the gentlemen don't think that this chapter is water, because this chapter actually involves the change of the protagonist's mentality, so it must be written. Text chapter 73 _Woogie Snake Soup. Ask for subscription. He must have failed at cooking. I'll just say, how could cooking be his way of doing things? I must have overestimated my own strength, thinking I could invent a new dish, but it failed. Lu Xing fell into thinking because of the system's words. So it seems that the eyes are out of focus, and the expression is blank. This made the audience who observed his expression on the big screen more sure that Lu Xing must be in a panic of cooking failure now. Didn't Ah Xing say that there will be no problem with his cooking? Why is this expression on his face again? Everyone in the Jixing house, who had just relaxed their mood, began to worry again because of Lu Xing's expression. Since Ah Xing was so sure just now, there shouldn't be any problems. Xin Ping Chuangzhen believed in Lu Xing as always. Hope everything goes well. Ryoko sighed. Tian Suoi, who was next to her, had already started to hold the spiritual talisman hanging around her neck, closed her eyes and started to pray for Lu 940 star. Lu Xing didn't know what happened, because since he determined in his heart that he was turning himself into a puppet of the system, his heart suddenly became at a loss. If you really don't want to become a puppet of the system, then from now on, you should think about what kind of chef you want to be and what kind of dishes you want to make like a real chef. And in the future, you will carefully absorb the knowledge taught by the system and Taijutsu Academy to make yourself stronger and more like a professional chef. Of course, the most important thing for you now is to face the opponent in front of you with the mentality of a real chef and face this eating halberd. Feeling the vastness of Lu Xing, and then, the system said again. To face this eating halberd with the mentality of a real chef? The system's words made Lu Xing react at once. If he can't even face this eating halberd with his heart, how can he talk about other issues? Thinking of this, Lu Xing walked out of the complicated mentality in an instant, temporarily left those questions that he couldn't understand at all, and put all his attention on the eating halberd in front of him. Lu Xing looked up at the Sakaguchi tree in front of him. After all, his own cooking was made under the condition of being possessed by a little master, and there will be no problems. He really does not need to pay too much attention to it, as long as the time is up. Lu Xing noticed that the sakaka tree had already used different heats at this time, and the remaining 4 kinds of snake meat were fried with chicken oil, suet oil, butter, and duck fat respectively. In addition, they had been fried with lard before. The shredded pork is equivalent to 5 kinds of snake meat, and 5 kinds of oils are used respectively. Finally, after the shredded meat had cooled down, Sakaguchi woven the shredded meat of the 5 kinds of snake meat in different proportions to form a small twist knot. He cooked the snake meat according to different types, using different oils and different frying methods, and then weaved them into twist knots, so that every twist knot was eaten by people. When it's in there, it will cause several different textures and different flavors. Lu Xing watched Sakaguchi's actions, and for the first time began to use the cooking knowledge in his head to analyze why others would do it, trying to thoroughly understand a dish. You know, this is something that Lu Xing has never done before, but since he heard what the system said, he knew that he had to make changes. After Sakaguchi woven the snake meat into twist knots, he put them into the pot, added the mushrooms, fungus, cucumbers and other side dishes prepared before, and some seasonings and simmered them with water. Then he didn't care about this kind of cooking anymore, he just stood quietly in the cooking table, looking like Lucine entered the waiting time. This scene surprised the judges on stage again. This Sakaguchi-san's dishes seemed to be almost cooked. Kikugawa Ryota asked in surprise. Chapter 73 _Waji Snake Soup. Request to subscribe page 1/2, please click the next page to continue reading. This Sakaguchi-san's dishes seem to be almost cooked. Kikugawa Ryota asked in surprise. It seems that it should be, and it has entered the waiting time like that student Lucine. Hojo replied. But since he wants to make snake soup, doesn't he even need to prepare snake soup? Kikugawa Ryota asked his biggest doubt. The other two judges shook their heads and said they didn't know why, because this was what they were most puzzled about. As Chinese cuisine experts, the three of them all know that according to the normal snake soup practice, after the snake meat is fried, it needs to be steamed for an hour by adding green onion and ginger, and then adding the snake meat to the chicken shreds, civet shredded meat, etc. Stewed together is a real snake soup. The snake soup produced in this way has a richer and richer taste. However, looking at the current situation of the Sakaguchi tree, only some simple side dishes and seasonings were added, and the snake meat was cooked. This kind of practice has never been seen before. Had to surprise the three judges. One made a duck big egg with only salt seasoning and an unseen method, and the other also started to stew snake soup with simple seasoning and side dishes. The practice of these two dishes is what I have done over the years. Never heard of it? Are the students of your Tatsuki Academy so good now? Any student actually has a unique recipe? Ryota Kikukawa teased to Ryasukitsuki, who was a senior teacher of the Tatsuki students by his side. Hearing Ryota Kikugawa's ridicule, a trace of embarrassment crossed Ryasuke's face. That classmate named Lucine doesn't matter, as far as I know, his family should be a long-standing Chinese restaurant with his own. It's not uncommon for a unique recipe. But that Sakaguchi classmate only opened a normal Chinese restaurant at home, and I don't know how he got such a recipe. That's interesting, let's see how many surprises these two classmates can give us. Hearing Ryasuke Ito's words, Ryota Kikugawa smiled lightly and ended the topic. The dialogue between the judges did not affect the two duel, they still stood in front of their cooking table, waiting quietly. Time just passed 1 minute and 1 second. Fortunately, because many dishes take a long time, the audience here are also professional chefs, and they are accustomed to these things, so they are not impatient, and they are all quiet, waiting for the time when the two dishes are cooked. In this calm, after more than an hour, the Sakaguchi tree, who was standing still, suddenly moved, and he took a few steps forward and opened the stew pot in front of him. Immediately, a fragrant fragrance spread out, and there was a faint medicinal smell in it, but it was not pungent, but it could arouse people's appetite. It's so fragrant, it's the first time I've smelled such a light smell. The Chinese herbal medicine tastes just right to arouse my appetite. As the aroma of the cooking in front of Sakaguchi tree wafted out, the surrounding audience began to sniff greedily. It seems that they want to taste the taste of this dish through this aroma. But after opening the lid of the pot, Sakaguchi's hands did not stop. He first put the dishes into 4 special soup pots, and then took the 5 kinds of snake blood that had been placed for a long time. I saw that Sakaguchi put 5 kinds and a certain proportion, 3.7, respectively, a few drops into the dishes, and then immediately closed the lid before they gave off a new fragrance. After doing all this, Sakaguchi called the staff of the bureau standing next to him and said to him, "You can now go and check whether they have any toxin residues, if not, you can ask the judges to taste mine." Cooked. This is the meaning of the title, because Sakaguchi's dish uses poisonous snakes, so before eating it, the staff of the management bureau must confirm that there is no toxin residue in the dish, and then give it to the judges to taste. Okay. Holding the dishes on the table, the manager walked into the backstage again. After a while, the management staff came back and explained to everyone that there was nothing wrong with Sakaguchi's cooking and that it could be eaten normally. Hearing this, Sakaguchi took 3 of the soup cups and put them in front of the 3 judges. Please try my dish Wuji snake soup. P.S. I'm having an injection, so I'm a little late, sorry, gentlemen. Text chapter 74_try my cooking. Ask for a subscription. Wuji snake soup? Never heard the name of this dish. Is it yours or your family's unique recipe? Zay Sakaguchi brought out his own dishes to the judges and said Hojo asked after its name. It's not our family's recipe, but a recipe given to me by an adult. When Sakaguchi said that, the whole person suddenly became respectful, as if he was in awe of that adult in his mouth. Sir? Rewards. Hojo Yu frowned upon hearing Sakaguchi's words. He felt that the address in Sakaguchi's mouth seemed a bit strange, and most people should not speak in such a tone. However, he immediately thought that there are many cooks or cooking families in this world, and they still maintain extremely strict rules, so it is not surprising that they may keep these names. Are there any rules to being a chef? Therefore, Hojo Yu didn't care about this matter, and Lu Xing, who heard what Sakaguchi said, knew that that adult he said must be only Skyoji Thistle. And those titles that are outdated now also reflect part of the educational style of Tsukiji's opponents. He wants his men to fear him. Obey him. Lu Xing came up with so much in one sentence of Sakaguchi, but the 3 judges on the stage did not think so much. Let's try this dish together. As soon as Hojo Yu's voice fell, the 3 of them couldn't wait to lift the lid of the soup pot in front of them. Brush. A fragrance that was stronger than before emanated from the 3 soup cups. And as the fragrance drifted away, everyone in the entire competition side fell into the enjoyment brought by the fragrance. Seeing this scene, Sakaguchi Tree showed a smug smile. Why is it so fragrant all of a sudden? It's even more fragrant than when it was just out of the pot. Kikugawa Ryota, who had recovered from the fragrance, asked Sakaguchi. It's because of the snake blood he added to the dishes. Before Sakaguchi could speak, Hojo Yu replied first. Yes, those snakes should be cultivated with special medicinal materials and methods, so their blood emits a special fragrance, and the feeding methods of the 5 kinds of snakes should be different, so the taste of the 5 kinds of snake blood should also be different. When these snake blood is dripped into the dish according to a certain proportion, it can greatly stimulate the taste of the dish itself. Izuku Ryusuke also said. As he said that, he also used chopsticks to hold a piece of snake meat twist knot and put it in front of him to observe carefully. The camera also put the cooking image on the big screen at the right time. I saw that the twist knot made of snow white snake meat was dipped in soup, so it was crystal clear and very attractive, and it could be seen with the naked eye that the twist knot was woven with 5 different snake meat, because the filaments cut into the 5 types of snake meat are also different in length. It seems that these snake meat shreds, which have been treated with different knife techniques, are woven according to a certain proportion, and they should produce several different tastes together when you eat them. It's a good idea. Itsuka Ryusuke looked at Twisted Knot, said in an admiring tone. I just don't know how the snake soup cooked without any other meat will taste. If it is really bland and tasteless, even if the shredded snake meat tastes good, this dish will not be delicious. Ryota Kikugawa expressed a different opinion. The fact that he chose this kind of soup proves that he thinks this kind of soup will suit this dish. Itsuka Ryusuke retorted. Don't talk so much, let's come and have a taste, don't we know everything later? Hearing the dispute between the two, Hojo Yu quickly changed the subject. Hearing what Hojo Yu said, the other 2 stopped talking and started tasting the food in front of them. The only difference is that Kikuga Liaotai picked up the spoon at the beginning and tasted the soup of Wuji snake soup, but the other two started to taste the snake meat twist knot first. Chapter 74_Try My Cooking. Ask for a subscription reward - page 1/2. The only difference is that Kikuga Liaotai picked up the spoon at the beginning and tasted the soup of Wuji snake soup, but the other two started to taste the snake meat twist knot first. Seeing that the judges have started to taste Sakaguchi's dishes, all of them are staring at them silently, waiting for their evaluation of this dish. It wasn't long before the three judges were shocked and their eyes widened. Fresh. Fresh. Really fresh. Ryota Kikugawa suddenly shouted. I didn't expect that the snake soup made without any meat would taste so delicious. Although there are not many seasonings in it, just a little salt and pepper are added, but these seasonings add but just right. If you add too much, they will destroy the umami of the snake soup itself, which is not beautiful. Afterwards, the snake blood added after the cooking is out of the pot is the finishing touch, which not only greatly improves the umami of the snake soup, but also the slight fishy smell it exudes also enriches the taste of snake soup. This is the best snake soup I've ever had. Kikuga Liaotai was against the attitude that he was not optimistic about this dish just now, and he praised again and again. The snake meat is also perfectly cooked. The 5 kinds of snake meat have 5 different tastes themselves, and after they are fried in 5 different animal oils, they are woven together, so every bite can be born. There are several different feelings. Hojo Yu also praised loudly. Ryosuke Izutsu, who was beside him, nodded his approval again and again. It seems that the 3 judges are very satisfied with Sakaguchi-senpai's cooking. It looks like the winner of this eating halberd must be Sakaguchi-senpai. Seeing the performance of the 3 judges, the audience talked a lot, and decided that this eating halberd Sakaguchi has won the ticket. The 3 judges might as well try the snake meat and snake soup together, they will definitely have a better feeling. At this moment, Sakaguchi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "Is it a better feeling? Let's try it." Hearing Sakaguchi's words, the 3 judges couldn't help but look more expectant, and according to Sakaguchi's statement, they ate the snake soup and meat together. Ah! The 3 judges suddenly exclaimed. 020 is really delicious. I didn't expect that eating snake meat and snake soup together would magnify the umami in the dishes again. And the special weaving method on the snake meat twist knot is not just to increase the taste, because they stir fry with 5 different oils, resulting in 5 different flavors. Through this special weaving method, the flavors can also be combined according to the chef's idea to produce even more wonderful flavors. And different from the soft taste before, when the 2 flavors of snake soup and snake meat are combined, the umami produced is very overbearing. I never thought that pig, cow, chicken, duck, and sheep would bring such a perfect feeling after these 5 flavors are woven together through snake meat. The 3 judges were incoherent, and all fell into the enjoyment of the food. They feel that their current self, their entire sense of taste is filled with the smell of this 5-pole snake soup, and their whole mind are like being controlled by a 5-headed monster serpent. It took them a while to come back to their senses. It was delicious. Very delicious. The 3 who had recovered their senses praised Sakaguchi tree in unison. After hearing the praise of the 3 judges and seeing their performance just now, Sakaguchi finally showed a proud expression. He suddenly walked back to his cooking table, picked up the soup cup that had been on the table, and walked to in front of Lucien. He said, "Why don't Lucien come and taste my cooking?" Text chapter 75_Become a Jerk. Ask for flowers subscription reward. Sakaguchi tree's actions let Lucien stunned. Although when he knew that Sakaki was standing behind Sakaguchi, he was able to determine that Sakaki must have ordered Sakaguchi to attack himself in this eating halberd. It's just that Lucien has not been sure what method Sakaguchi will use to hit him, but Lucien infers that it is probably in the process of cooking, so Lu Xing has been keeping a close eye on Sakaguchi during the cooking process. Alert! But what Lu Xing did not expect was that the whole process of cooking was calm and there was no abnormality. Sakaguchi Tree did not make any special actions as Lu Xing imagined, but was always preparing his own dishes. This operation also let Lu Xing feel very strange. But seeing the scene where Sakaguchi is now letting himself taste his cooking, Lu Xing suddenly understood. Sakaguchi Tree actually intends to hit Lu Xing through his own cooking. Lu Xing can now be sure that there must be something wrong with the dish in front of him. It's just that Lu Xing still can't figure it out. The soup cup in front of him has clearly been taken by the staff of the Management Bureau and confirmed that there is no problem, and the other 3 judges ate it from the same pot, so it should not be a problem. After all, Lu Xing can't believe it, Cut Thistle dare to count the 3 judges in the same way as calculating himself. But now Sakaguchi wants to taste his food. This shows that they must have a way to ensure that the 3 judges will eat this dish without problems, but Lu Xing will have problems. But how did they distinguish them, and how could they escape the inspection of the management? Lu Xing was puzzled. Because he fell into thinking, Lu Xing did not take any action for a while, and left the Sakaguchi Tree holding the soup cup in the air, which made Sakaguchi Tree very angry. Why, does classmate Lu Xing look down on me? Don't you even want to taste my food? Sakaguchi said angrily, and at the same time he took Lu Xing's army. Sorry. Just lost my mind. Sakaguchi's words made Lu Xing react and quickly took over the cooking in his hands. Lu Xing did not refuse to taste Sakaguchi, not only because he wanted to know what kind of secrets this dish hides, but also because according to the customs of this world, except for a few special cases, if a competitor offers you if you come over to cook and let you taste it, you can't easily refuse. Lu Xing deserved to go to the Sakaguchi Tree, but observed the dishes in front of him, and found that in addition to the white snake meat floating in the amber soup, it was adorned with side dishes consisting of fungus, cucumbers, and other vegetables, which made the whole dish look very good. In addition to being attractive, the other Lu Xings did not find anything unusual. It seems that the secret of this dish can only be discovered by eating it. But I won't have any problems with this dish of the system, Lu Xing said in his heart, and asked the system. He didn't want to pay for his curiosity. There will be no problem, your spiritual power can help you clear the influence of this dish. The system responded. At the same time, the system's answer also told Lu Xing that there was indeed a problem with this dish. Since there won't be any problems, let me taste it and see what secrets are hidden here. A spoonful is ready to be delivered to the mouth. At the same time, he also quietly glanced at Sakaguchi Tree in front of him from the corner of his eye, and found that he saw his action, and there was a surprise in his eyes. Hey! This kid must think that his plan was successful. Lu Xing laughed secretly, but his face did not show any emotion, but carefully tasted the food in his mouth. As soon as the food entered the mouth, the umami that was composed of the 5 flavors filled Lu Xing's entire tongue domineeringly. The oil from 5 kinds of animals, pig, beef, sheep, chicken, and duck, and 5 different species of snake meat are used to create such a domineering taste and texture through the method of weaving into a twist knot. And this soup, which should have been a very bland soup, was inspired by the blood of the 5 kinds of snakes, making the taste so layered. And there seems to be a lot of Chinese medicinal herbs in the snake blood, let me try it. Lu Xing tasted the dish in his mouth carefully, and used the cooking knowledge in his mind to answer the question. This dish is being analyzed. In order to better achieve this goal, he even used the ability of the phantasm tongue. Although the main ability of fantasy tongue is to think up various desired flavors, its ability to identify existing flavors is not much weaker than that of God tongue. After all, this is the ability of a small boss. Chapter 75 Become a Jerk. Ask for a flower subscription reward page 1/2. After all, This is the ability of a small boss. Although Lu Xing's fantasy tongue has not been fully developed due to its strength, there is no problem in analyzing the composition of traditional Chinese medicine for this dish in the export. There are atractalodes, purple lotus leaves, sagebrush in the blood of the snake, etc. I really want to understand what the secret of this dish is. I also know why they can guarantee that this dish will only hurt me and not the judges. Now, just as Lu Xing was using the ability of the phantasm tongue to identify the important components in snake blood, he suddenly seemed to have figured out what he had been wondering about. I swallowed it, and even drank a few more soups. Anyway, the system said it would be fine. Sure enough, when the food in Lu Xing's mouth passed through his throat, he felt a slight tingling in his throat, and when he finally went to drink the soup, even his nose became itchy. But at this moment, the spiritual power in his body automatically swam around in his body according to a special route, and then the abnormality of his throat and nose completely disappeared. Feeling that his body has changed, Lu Xing showed a clear smile. He now fully understands SS plan to cut thistle. The snakes used by the Sakaguchi tree for cooking should be fed by skyuti thistle with traditional Chinese medicine, because this can not only increase the taste of the snake meat, but even the blood of the snake can be eaten as a special ingredient. In addition, snake blood has a special effect, that is, when the snake blood of the 5 types of snakes is dripped into the cooking according to a different proportion, it can make the user lose their sense of taste and taste within 3 days. Smell. For a chef, the consequences of losing the sense of taste and smell are self-evident. And there is another advantage to this treatment. The specially treated snake blood does not belong to the ranks of snake venom, so the administration cannot detect it. And Lu Xing also speculated that S-cut thistle should have taught Sakaguchi 2 ways to use snake blood, and neither of these 2 methods will affect the taste of the food, but one of them can damage people's sense of smell and taste, that is, the way Lu Xing used in the cooking. Another way that doesn't hurt people's sense of smell and taste is how the dishes are used in front of the 3 judges. The use of these 2 methods is completed by Sakaguchi in the cooking, so the action is very secret. Even Lu Xing himself did not find out at the time. Sakaguchi used the proportion of snake blood in his cooking, and the 3 judges the proportions used in cooking vary. Lu Xing knew how to use this traditional Chinese medicine. It must be S-cut thistle obtained in Ko's memory, because Ko not only has an earth-shattering cooking skill, but also has an equally terrifying traditional Chinese medicine. It seems that S-cut thistle not only completely integrates the knowledge inheritance of Ko, but also becomes more ruthless. Lu Xing felt a chill in his heart. Because he knew that since Skiji used Kai's recipe to develop the dish Wuji snake soup, and thinking about the special effects of this dish, it must be used to deal with people. Combining it with the original manga, Wangzhou, and thinking about his future plans, Lu Xing knew that this dish should be used to deal with those Tenji or others who disobeyed him in the future. Because after Skiji has mastered Yuanyu Academy, he will have countless ways to force those 10 heroes who do not obey him to participate in this dish to eat halberd. Even if others win, they will still be defeated. You will lose your sense of smell and taste, and never completely lose your qualifications as a chef. And this method is hard to prevent. Even if there is a problem in the end, there is no direct evidence to suspect that S-cut thistle. Even if Lu Xing didn't have the fantasy tongue and spiritual power, this matter would not be solved so easily. At the same time, this situation also proved to Lu Xing that S-cut thistle became more terrifying after being influenced by Ko. After all, in the original book, he didn't have such a plan to kill him quickly. And just when Lu Xing was thinking about all this, Ruishan in the box on the 2nd floor stood up excitedly after seeing Lu Xing eating the Wuji snake soup. He stared viciously at the figure of Lu Xing below, and roared in a low voice, "Lu Xing! After 3 days, you will be a waste." The expression is distorted, extremely scary. Text.